In the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, more than 10 years had passed since the execution of the pirate King Roger. On the docks of the Sabaody Archipelago, the waves rolled in ceaselessly. A marine warship lay quietly moored there, the sea breeze laden with salty dampness as it whipped the military flag into a snapping roar. Lieutenant Carls, the warship's commanding officer, wore a cold, hard expression as he issued mission orders. Listen up, all of you. The Celestial Dragon, His Highness, has already landed on the Sabaody Archipelago. Our mission is to purge the pirates in the surrounding area. Under no circumstances are we to allow any pirate to disturb His Highness the Celestial Dragon. Yes, sir. The surrounding Marines answered in unison, their voices reverberating across the warship. Hearing the response of his subordinates, Carls nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze toward a young ensign standing at the end of the formation. Ensign Siar. Here. Siar snapped his body ramrod straight and responded loudly. You will immediately lead a small squad ashore onto the Sabaody Archipelago and patrol the periphery of the Celestial Dragon's area of activity. Keep a close watch on any suspicious individuals. Yes, sir, Commander. Receiving his orders, Siar did not hesitate in the slightest. Leading more than a dozen soldiers, he descended the warship via the gangplank and leaped down to set foot on the soil of the Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago was the final island in the first half of the Grand Line. Because of this, dragons and snakes mingled here, pirates, merchants, bounty hunters, all manner of people, gathered in this place. Moreover, being adjacent to the Holy Land, Mary Joa, celestial dragons frequently visited this place. Thus, the Sabaody Archipelago was also known as the backyard garden of the celestial dragons. Siar's squad moved swiftly and soon spotted the procession of the celestial dragon in the distance. At the head walked a man of bloated figure clad in a bizarre outfit resembling a space suit with a glass dome over his head, making him look like an idiot. This was precisely a celestial dragon. Trailing behind him was a long line of slaves bound by chains, each with vacant eyes like walking corpses. So this is a world noble. A celestial dragon. Just as the rumors said, they truly are a bunch of incurable trash. Siar thought with deep disdain in his heart. Siar was a transmigrator who, for reasons unknown, had crossed over into the world of the Pirate King, and in the early days after his transmigration, Siar had once fantasized about setting sail on an adventure searching for the One Piece and becoming a new Pirate King who dominated the seas. Reality, however, had dealt him a resounding slap in the face. Siar had neither power nor influence, no backing, and no formidable strength. If he rashly put out to sea, he might not even know how he died in the end. With no other choice, Siar could only decide to join the Marines. Although in this world the reputation of the Marines was nothing to boast about, at the very least this Marine uniform allowed him to draw a stable salary and not end up like those pirates, drinking in great gulps one day and losing head and body the next. After several years of diligent, conscientious service, Siar had finally clawed his way up to the rank of Marine Ensign. An ensign, no higher, no lower, was just qualified enough to be assigned to this kind of wretched duty of serving celestial dragons. What a damnable life. Siar muttered inwardly. At that moment, a cold, emotionless electronic notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Shock creation system formally activated. The host is requested to create events capable of shocking the world. Whenever you evoke the shock of others, you will obtain corresponding shock points based on the event's impact and the number of shocked individuals. Current shock theme selected: Akatsuki. System shop has been opened. The host may use shock points to exchange for anything related to the theme. Siar froze, his entire body going rigid. A system. A golden finger. This cheat that had arrived several years late had finally been credited to his account. A surge of wild joy almost made Siar want to jump up on the spot. With a mere flicker of thought, a blue light screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Host Siar. Created characters none. Current shock points 0. System shop Akatsuki theme. Akatsuki members: Conan 100 million shock points, Uchiha Itachi 100 million shock points, Kakazu 100 million shock points. Items: standard Akatsuki divine robe 0 shock points, standard Akatsuki ring 500 shock points each. Special Ghetto statue 10 billion shock points, Nine Tails 1 billion shock points. Staring at the list in the shop, Siar could not contain his excitement. Any single item in that shop would be enough to send Siar soaring to the heavens in an instant. Yet his excitement quickly faded because at this moment he did not possess a single shock point. As though sensing his predicament, the system's prompt sounded again. Host's first activation of the system detected. Newbie gift pack being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a creatable character, Pain Deva Path. Pain. It was actually Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Although it was only the Deva path among the 6 paths of pain, its power could still only be described as terrifying. This was the godlike man who had destroyed Konoha single-handedly, and made the world feel pain. An indescribable rush of excitement and a sense of power surged up from Ciara's heart. With Devapath Pain, he now possessed the capital to create shock. So what should he do next? Ciara's thoughts whirled at high speed as his gaze swept across the entire Sabaody Archipelago. Here dragons and snakes intermingled, marines, pirates, celestial dragons. The eyes of the entire world were focused on this place. It was simply the perfect stage tailored just for him. A mad, audacious idea rapidly took shape in Ciara's mind. If he were to summon Devapath Pain to descend here, slaughter that celestial dragon in front of the entire world, and then unleash a Shinra Tensei over the whole Sabaody Archipelago. At the same time, he would proclaim to the world the advent of the Akatsuki organization. This would surely bring an unprecedented tidal shock to the entire sea. Having thought this through, Ciara no longer hesitated and moved his thoughts. Create Devapath Pain. The location shall be on the Celestial Dragon Procession's inevitable route. In the middle of a street not far ahead, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, the air began to twist in an moments later, a tall figure clothed in a black divine robe patterned with red clouds gradually emerged, his outline coalescing from illusion into solid form. His short orange hair stood out in distinct spikes, and a pair of violet ripple-patterned Rinnegan eyes gazed indifferently at this world. The black rods embedded in his face and nose lent him an even more inhuman, eerie air. It was none other than the leader of Akatsuki, the core of the Six Paths of Pain, Devapath Pain, now descended. At this moment, the procession of celestial dragon Charlasii was drawing ever closer. The surrounding civilians and pirates, seeing the arrival of the celestial dragon, hastily dropped to their knees, fearing that even the slightest delay in their movements would invite fatal disaster. Charlasii clearly relished this feeling of universal submission. He swaggered forward, his obese belly jiggling with each waddling step. At that very moment, a man in a strange black robe appeared in the middle of the road ahead. Not only did this man refuse to kneel, he stood ramrod straight, blocking the path of the celestial dragon. This man was none other than the Devapath Pain that Ciara had just created. Hey, you lower-class scum. Why do you not kneel upon seeing Charlasii? Are you courting death? The guard at Charlasii's side rushed up at once, drawing his blade and pointing it at Pain as he barked in a harsh voice. Devapath Pain did not move in the slightest. Those Rinnegan eyes remained utterly calm, as though the guard before him was beneath notice. Pain's complete disregard thoroughly enraged the celestial dragon Charlasii. A mere filthy commoner dares to block this saint's path. Charlasii's fat face contorted with fury, and without the slightest hesitation, he drew a golden pistol from his waist and aimed it at Pain. Die for me. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out as a bullet shot straight toward Tiandao Pain. A cruel and triumphant smile hung on the fat face of Charlos Saint, as if he could already see this lowly man before him with his brains blown out and blood splattering on the spot. Yet the anticipated scene of bloodshed never appeared. Just as the bullet was about to strike Tiandao Pain, he extended his right hand, and with an almost inconceivably calm motion gently pinched at the air. Between his thumb and index finger, the high-speed spinning lead bullet came to an abrupt halt. Tenryubito, parasites of the world. You actually dared to offend a god. Tiandao Pain's detached and motionless voice fell clearly into every ear. His Rinnegan, rippling with purple concentric waves, looked down with disdain at the pig-like obese Tenryubito Charlos Saint. Anyone who dares offend a god must die. As his words fell, Pain released the bullet from between his fingers. To everyone's astonishment, the bullet did not fall to the ground, but instead defied the laws of physics and quietly hung suspended in midair. Then, without the slightest warning, whoosh, the bullet reversed its course, shooting back faster than when it came. Thud. With a dull sound, it buried itself cleanly between Charlos Saint's brows, bursting a spray of blood. Moments later, Charlos Saint's obese body crashed to the ground. After a brief convulsion, he lay utterly still. Dead. A Tenryubito had died. Tenryubito Charlos Saint had been killed in full view of the public. Silence. Deathly silence. Then, like a dam bursting, came a wave of terror and shrieks that pierced the sky. Seeing that everything had been resolved, Shan Zhongjing promptly discussed with Kushina about which world they should head to. That scream was like a signal, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Run. Murder. Someone killed a Tenryubito. Something catastrophic is going to happen. An admiral will come. The whole island will be destroyed. Run. Get out of here. Leave the Sabaody Archipelago at once. The civilians and pirates who had been kneeling scrambled to their feet and fled madly in all directions, rolling and crawling in their haste. In an instant, the surroundings dissolved into chaos. The Tenryubito's guards, after their initial shock, all wore increasingly ugly expressions. As guards of the Tenryubito, their duty was to protect them. Now that Charlos Saint had been killed right before their eyes, they could not escape responsibility. Kill him. Avenge Charlos Saint-sama. Bastard. Your crimes deserve 10,000 deaths. To dare kill His Highness the Tenryubito is utterly unforgivable. We cannot let this man escape. A dozen guards' eyes bloodshot drew their blades and bellowed as they charged at Tiandao Pain from all directions. Facing the oncoming guards, Tiandao Pain remained where he stood completely motionless. Just as they were about to reach him, he slowly raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible, yet terrifying repulsive force erupted with Tiandao Pain at its center. Boom. The dozen guards at the very front were blasted backward before they could so much as brush the hem of Pain's robes. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they smashed through countless walls and collapsed motionless. With a single strike, all of the Tenryubito's guards were annihilated. Not far away, Shia and the other Marines quickly noticed the commotion. Ensign Shia, the Tenryubito's guards have all been defeated as well. What should we do now? One Marine after another looked to Shia in panic. Clearly the Tenryubito's death had shocked them to the core, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Immediately contact Lieutenant Carls. Report everything that has happened here. Hurry. Shia said calmly. Yai, sir. At his command, the Marines hurriedly pulled out their den mushi. At the same time, a rapid series of system prompts echoed through Shia's mind. Ding shock points 4,000. Ding shock points 8,000. Ding shock points 10,000. Watching his shock points soaring upward, Shia could not suppress his excitement. As expected, killing a Tenryubito was indeed the fastest way to farm shock points. At the harbor, Lieutenant Carls also received news of the Tenryubito's death. What did you say? The Tenryubito is dead. That's impossible. Carls's voice trembled as he snatched the den mushi and roared into it. Lieutenant Carls, it's all true. This man's strength is incredibly formidable. He not only killed the Tenryubito, he defeated all of the Tenryubito's guards as well. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. The den mushi crackled with repeated cries for help. Damn it, all hands. With me. Level 1 combat alert. Capture the culprit at any cost. Lieutenant Carls completely lost it, leading every Marine aboard the warship as they charged toward the scene with murderous momentum. When Carls arrived at the scene with his forces and saw the Tenryubito lying in a pool of blood so dead, he could not be more dead. His mind buzzed and went completely blank. It was over. Everything was over. A Tenryubito had been killed within his jurisdiction. As the commanding officer responsible for security, he could never escape blame. His only path to survival was to capture the culprit and atone through merit. Carls's gaze quickly locked onto Tiandao Pain, the sole figure standing amidst the devastation. Damn you, you dare kill His Highness the Tenryubito? Carls's eyes reddened as he drew his saber without the slightest hesitation and pointed it forward.
It was similar to a ninja going on a mission. In
an instant, dense tongues of flames spewed from the muzzles as more than 100 Marines fired simultaneously, countless bullets, weaving an impenetrable metallic storm that swept toward Tiandao Pain. Yet even in the face of this all-engulfing assault, Tiandao Pain remained unhurried, slowly raising both hands. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. A terrifying repulsive force erupted from Tiandao Pain's body, radiating outward in all directions. Under this crushing force, the incoming bullets and attacks were obliterated in an instant. But that was not the end. The repulsive force continued to surge outward. Rumble. Lieutenant Carls and the 100+ Marines he had brought were struck by the terrifying force and blasted away before they could even utter a single scream. As for Shia, the moment Carls gave the order to attack, he had already pulled his own squad a few hundred meters away, hiding behind a building and peeking out from behind it to watch from afar. Watching that familiar yet strange technique and Tiandao Pain's terrifying strength, Shia felt a surge of excitement. In just this short span of time, his shock points had already reached 1 million. Simply by killing a single Tenryubito, he had reaped a full 1 million shock points. This deal was beyond profitable. After his initial excitement subsided, however, Shia's expression grew grave. A Tenryubito was dead, and such a vile incident had erupted on the Sabaody Archipelago. The Navy headquarters' ultimate fighting force, the admirals, were surely already on their way. Shia did not know whether Tiandao Pain would be able to withstand the admiral's assault. At the Navy headquarters Marine Fort, within the office of the fleet, Admiral Sengoku was taken aback by the intelligence in his hands. What? A celestial dragon has been killed. Who on earth did this? Daring to murder a celestial dragon in broad daylight at Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku was acutely aware that celestial dragons were the aristocrats of the world, holding an extraordinarily high status. Anyone who dared to offend a celestial dragon would face the relentless pursuit of the marine admirals. And now someone had the audacity to kill a celestial dragon in public. This was no mere assault, it was a declaration of war. This was the most blatant provocation against the supreme authority of the world government, a direct slap in the face to both the world government and their navy. How terrifying. Have pirates become this reckless nowadays? They actually dared to kill a celestial dragon in public. Beside him, Admiral Kizaru Borsalino was sipping tea while speaking in a tone filled with feigned fear. Borsalino, this is not the time for jokes. The shocked Sengoku regained his composure and looked at Borsalino with a grave expression. With a celestial dragon dead in Sabaody, the marine admirals must mobilize. You head to Sabaody Archipelago immediately. No matter who the perpetrator is, capture him at all costs. Kizaru stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "Understood. I also want to see what kind of pirate dared to do this with such audacity to kill a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago." Kizaru strode out of the fleet admiral's office. Meanwhile, at Sabaody Archipelago, the place had descended into complete chaos filled with screams and uproar. A celestial dragon is dead. Madness. Someone really killed a celestial dragon. Run. The marine admirals are coming. My ship. Has anyone seen my ship? Damn it. Countless pirates, merchants, tourists, and local residents surged towards the docks in a frenzy, with fear etched on every face. They all understood that with a celestial dragon dead here, the highest combat power of the marines, the admirals, would soon arrive. There was even a chance that to cover up this scandal, the world government might order the complete destruction of Sabaody Archipelago. If they didn't run now, would they wait to die here? Amidst the chaos, Lieutenant Shar and his subordinate marines were also in disarray, unsure of what to do. Lieutenant Shar, what should we do now? A young marine soldier, bewildered by the chaotic scene before him. As marines, they were supposed to protect the celestial dragons. However, they never imagined that a celestial dragon would actually be dead. Their commanding officer, Lieutenant Carls, was also missing, and now they didn't know what to do. After a moment of contemplation, Shar spoke up. "What are you panicking about? The marine admirals should be on their way. We need to head to the docks, wait for the admiral's arrival, and provide him with first-hand intelligence." Although Shar had obtained the system, he had no intention of easily giving up his identity as a marine. On the contrary, relying on his identity as a marine provided him with the best cover, allowing him to conveniently engage with the core events of this world and gather more shock points. Yes. Hearing Shar's clear orders, the previously disoriented soldiers seemed to find their anchor straightened up and responded in unison. Immediately, the group moved quickly with the flow of people towards the docks. The efficiency of the marines was, before long, a massive marine battleship appeared in the waters of Sabaody Archipelago, cutting through the waves like a steel behemoth. At this time, the entire sea was teeming with pirate ships desperately trying to escape. Report to Admiral Kizaru. A large number of pirate ships have been spotted in the waters ahead attempting to flee. A marine officer hurriedly approached Kizaru, reporting loudly. Kizaru stood at the bow, lazily glancing at the panicked ships. "Since they are pirates, let's just take care of them." "Yes." Following the orders, all the marines on the battleship quickly sprang into action. Then hundreds of cannons on the battleship fired simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells tore through the sky, exploding into massive plumes of water and flames on the ocean surface. One by one, pirate ships were blasted into pieces amidst desperate screams, sinking to the ocean floor. The cannon fire reached the island's shore, dragging some pirates still struggling on land into the inferno. As for Kizaru himself, he leaped and landed on a cannonball that had just been fired, transforming into a streak of golden light, instantly crossing thousands of meters to land accurately on the dock. Seeing the arrival of the Marine, Admiral Shar immediately straightened his collar, stepped forward, and performed a perfectly standard military salute. "Hail, Admiral Kizaru." The soldiers behind Shar, as if awakened from a dream, stood at attention and saluted, not daring to breathe. Kizaru lazily glanced at them, slowly opening his mouth, his tone drawn out. "Who is the commanding officer here?" "Report, Admiral." "I am Marine Lieutenant Shar." Shar stood tall and spoke loudly. "The original responsible officer for this area, Lieutenant Carls, is currently engaged in battle with the perpetrator. His status is unknown." "Oh." Kizaru elongated his tone, seemingly taking a slight interest in this young lieutenant, who remained calm in such a situation. "Status unknown. That means he's dead." "What a pity." Then Kizaru lazily asked, "So, Lieutenant Shar, where is the culprit who killed the celestial dragon?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shar replied, "Report, Admiral. The perpetrator is in Area 2. Since the incident occurred, he has not left the spot." "Area 2, huh?" Kizaru nodded, saying no more. In the next moment, his body transformed once again into an untraceable streak of golden light, vanishing from everyone's sight. Watching that departing golden light, Shar's heart was filled with longing. The Pika Pika no Mi, one of the top-tier Logia-type devil fruits, represented the speed of light and ultimate destructive power. Who wouldn't want it? Unfortunately, such a level of power had long been claimed. However, things were different now. Char activated the system, as long as he had enough shock points, not to mention the Pika Pika, Nomi even greater power was not out of reach. The yellow ape transformed into a golden flash, swiftly crossing countless streets, before finally condensing into shape before Pain of the Six Paths. The yellow ape first glanced at the cold body of St. Charlos lying in a pool of blood before lazily directing his gaze towards Pain of the Six Paths. Who are you? You have some nerve to kill a celestial dragon. Pain's eyes, swirling with purple ripples, showed no hint of emotional fluctuation as he calmly stared at the yellow ape. I am Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. I am the god who has descended to end this decaying world. Upon hearing Pain's words, the yellow ape was momentarily taken aback, then a playful smile appeared on his face. God, you a pirate who popped up from who knows where, dare to call yourself a god. That's quite bold of you. It's worth noting that even those lofty celestial dragons only dare to claim to be descendants of gods. This oddly dressed figure in a black robe actually proclaimed himself a god. What does this mean? Isn't this stepping on the heads of the celestial dragons? But no matter who you are, or what organization you belong to, since you dare to kill a celestial dragon, you won't be leaving here today. As soon as the yellow ape's words fell, his figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment he appeared like a ghost behind Pain of the Six Paths, his right foot raised high, brilliant golden light, converging at his toes. Hey there, have you ever been kicked by light? Lightspeed kick. Accompanied by that signature lazy tonus strike representing absolute speed and immense destructive power was thunderously aimed at Pain's back. However, just as the golden light was about to touch Pain, he finally made a move. Shinra Tensei. An invisible, yet terrifying repulsive force erupted from Pain, centered around him, exploding in all directions. The attacking yellow ape felt an unstoppable colossal force crashing towards him from the front. His terrifyingly powerful lightspeed kick was instantly obliterated before this force. But it wasn't over yet. The repulsion continued to surge towards the yellow ape. Caught off guard, he was instantly sent flying. Boom, boom. The yellow ape, like an uncontrollable golden meteor, smashed through several sturdy buildings before finally coming to a precarious stop amidst a massive wreckage. With a flash of light, the yellow ape reappeared before Pain of the Six Paths, brushing off non-existent dust from his body, his laziness dissipated, replaced by a serious expression. From the brief, yet intense exchange, the yellow ape clearly understood that the man before him, who claimed to be a god, was definitely not to be underestimated. Such terrifying power. Is he a devil fruit user? If that's the case. The yellow ape stopped holding back, bringing his hands together in front of his chest. Amatsukami. Blinding golden light rapidly condensed in his hands, transforming into a magnificent longsword entirely made of light. Facing the serious demeanor of the Marine Admiral, Pain slowly raised his right hand and gently grasped the air. A short black rod as dark as ink and made of an unknown material appeared in his hand. The yellow ape, wielding the sword of light, transformed into a streak of light and charged fiercely towards Pain. Pain, gripping the black rod, faced the light, heat and ready to engage. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light sword and the pitch-black short rod clashed violently. Their battle was devoid of any flashy moves. Each collision erupted into deafening explosions, and the violent energy shockwaves shattered everything around them into pieces. On a distant dock, Charles closed his eyes, seemingly in a light slumber, yet his consciousness clearly saw the earth-shattering battle in Area 2 through his connection with Pain. One could say that anyone created by Charles was under his control. Thus Charles could observe the surroundings through the constructs he had created. This is the power of a Marine Admiral. Truly a monstrous level of strength. The speed and destructive power of the Pika Pika no Mi are simply unreasonable. However, the Pain I created is also not lacking in strength. Shinra Tensei Bansho Tenin, combined with the powerful martial arts granted by the Rinnegan. Enough to contend with an admiral. Meanwhile, on the other side of Sabaody Archipelago, in a bar called Shaki's Bar, Shaki, with a cigarette in her mouth, felt the violent tremors coming from afar, causing the drink in her glass to sway. She looked at the silver-haired old man leisurely drinking at the bar and curiously asked, "Rayleigh, who is this person? To be able to fight against a Marine Admiral to such an extent. Moreover, he is incredibly bold, daring to attack the celestial dragons in such a public setting." The man known as Rayleigh was none other than the right-hand man of the Pirate King Silver's Rayleigh. At that moment, he was holding a glass, sensing the battle in the distance. Upon hearing Shaki's question, Rayleigh slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of surprise that even he was unaware of. "I've never heard of him and have never seen him before. When did such an extraordinary figure appear on the sea? It seems that this long silent sea is about to become lively again." Boom, boom. The battle between the yellow ape and Pain had entered a fervent stage. Each clash between the golden light and the black rod erupted with blinding flashes and muffled booms. The dissipated energy carved deep trenches into the ground, causing the surrounding yarchi vine roots to tremble and wail under this force. Oh dear, this is quite troublesome. After being forcibly pushed away by an invisible repulsive force, once again the yellow ape pivoted in midair and landed steadily on a broken tree root several dozen meters away. Troublesome. Very troublesome. That seemingly ordinary black rod of his was unbelievably hard. What was even more vexing was that strange ability that alternated between attraction and repulsion. His speed advantage was diminished to the extreme before such an ability. Every time he attempted to close in using his speed, he was rudely pushed away by that repulsive force. Whenever he tried to create distance, he would be forcibly pulled closer by that attraction. The rhythm was entirely controlled by the opponent. Gravity and repulsion. This devil fruit ability is unheard of. The signature laziness had long vanished from the yellow ape's face, replaced by a mix of astonishment and irritation. Who exactly is this guy who suddenly appeared? The Marine's intelligence system has never recorded such a... If this continues, not only will he not be able to take down the opponent, but the entire area too will probably be reduced to rubble. Just when the yellow ape was feeling a headache, Pain suddenly stopped his pursuit, slowly floating up as he flew into the sky. What does he intend to do? Is he planning to escape? The yellow ape steadied himself and looked up at the figure in the sky, his heart involuntarily pondering. For some reason the yellow ape suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Is Tian Dao Pain really running away? It is obviously impossible. The reason why Xiao'er created Tian Dao Pain was to perform something astonishing, shocking everyone and earning shock points. Through the battle between Tian Dao Pain and Admiral Kazuru, Xiao'er gained a certain understanding of the combat power of the Marine Admirals. Therefore, continuing the fight was no longer meaningful as the shock points gained were insufficient. Thus, Xiao'er controlled Tian Dao Pain to fly into the air. As for what Tian Dao Pain was about to do, it was naturally to create something even more shocking. Suspended in the air above Sabaody Archipelago, Tian Dao Pain slowly spread his arms, as if embracing the entire world. I am the leader of Akatsuki, the god Pain. This detached, yet irresistibly authoritative proclamation descended from the heavens, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on Sabaody Archipelago. Those pirates fighting desperately for ship positions at the docks, the residents trembling in fear behind the ruins, the merchants fleeing in panic. All instinctively halted their actions, raising their heads in terror to look at the source of the voice. In the sky, Tian Dao Pain, clad in a robe of black and red clouds, resembled a black sun, radiating a sense of ominousness and destruction. As everyone looked on in confusion, fear, and disbelief, Pain's voice resonated once more. From this moment on, let the world feel pain. Super, Shinra Tensei. The moment Tian Dao Pain's words fell, an indescribable, terrifying, repulsive force emanated from Tian Dao Pain's body, silently and unstoppable, expanding explosively in all directions. This was not an instantaneous explosion, but a continuous, brutal thrust that erased all existence from its very roots. Boom, boom. The first to suffer were the towering Yarkiman trees. These ancient giants, having weathered hundreds of years, could not withstand even a second. Their massive roots were forcibly uprooted from the earth, and the colossal trunks twisted and shattered under the invisible great force, transforming into countless fragments pushed outward. Next, all the buildings on the island followed suit. Whether sturdy fortresses or ordinary residences, before this force, they were like castles made of sand on a beach, flattened in an instant by an invisible tide. All brick, steel, and wood were ground into dust, mingling with the sweeping tide of destruction. The ground was scraped away layer by layer. The entire Sabaody Archipelago resembled a pencil drawing being forcefully erased with an eraser, the traces of its existence rapidly wiped away. From a distance, the scene was enough to shock anyone. Centered on the airborne Tian Dao Pain, a continuously expanding repulsive field was forcibly pushing all matter of Sabaody Archipelago outward, spilling into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The repulsive force continued to expand, surging towards the ocean. The sea surrounding Sabaody Archipelago was forcibly depressed, with massive amounts of seawater being pushed aside, creating unprecedented towering waves that swept away into the distance. This apocalyptic scene lasted for a full half an hour before concluding. When the force that had pushed everything away finally began to dissipate, the world fell into a profound silence. The once bustling and lively Sabaody Archipelago, filled with unique bubbles and gigantic red trees, had vanished. In its place was a surface scraped clean bare of all, and the surrounding seawater was surging back in a chaotic rush. Splash! A pile of rubble was pushed aside from within, and Kazara's figure crawled out, somewhat disheveled. He dusted off the dirt on his expensive striped suit, looking at the empty island before him, now reduced to nothing but exposed foundations. The trademark laziness and lewdness on Kizaru's face had vanished, replaced by sheer shock and confusion. This is so terrifying. The entire Sabaody Archipelago, actually, has been destroyed. Kizaru muttered to himself. What on earth is that guy who calls himself God? When did such a terrifying monster appear on the sea? The thought of how to report everything that had happened here to Fleet Admiral Sengoku made Kizaru feel a pang of toothache. How should I say it? To report that a guy who calls himself a god flattened me and the entire island. From further away there was also movement in the ruins. Cough cough. Damn it. Dark King Rayleigh supported Xia, Chi crawling out from beneath a massive uprooted tree root. Even with his past experience as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, seeing this completely emptied scene plunged him into a long silence. Destroying an island is not something impossible for the top powers of this world. But to erase every building on an island in such a bizarre, thorough, and unreasonable manner, it was something he had never heard of. Bastard. My bar. My fine liquor that I saved for decades. Xiaoqi looked at the empty ruins, finally unable to contain her outburst, her beautiful face filled with fury. Don't let me find that bastard in the black robe. Otherwise I will definitely twist off his head and use it as a wine jug. And at the source of all this chaos and destruction, where was Xiao'er? At this moment Xiao'er had already taken cover with the Marines, avoiding the attack of Tian Dao Pain, and was at the very edge of the destruction zone, fortunately not completely affected. These Marines, witnessing the destroyed Sabaody Archipelago, were equally stunned. My god, Sabaody Archipelago has been destroyed. This power is too terrifying. Thanks to Lieutenant Xiao'er, otherwise we would have died too. Yes. To these Marines, they believe they survived thanks to Xiao'er. If she hadn't taken them away in advance, they might have long since been dead. But because she gained countless shock points, through Tian Dao Pain killing the celestial dragons, battling Admiral Kizaru, and destroying the entire Sabaody Archipelago, Xiao'er had now gained a total of 3 million shock points. However, Xiao'er believed this was just the beginning. As time went on, and the events of Sabaody Archipelago spread, the shock points she would gain would only increase. In the top-level office of the World News Agency, the air was thick with a mix of anxiety and the scent of ink. News. I want a headline that can make the entire ocean boil. With a roar of fury, a stack of freshly printed newspapers was slammed down onto the floor, the pages scattering in disarray. Morgans, wearing his signature black cloak, rustled with excitement as he glared fiercely at the reporters in front of him, who were rendered speechless. What garbage have you brought me? A brawl between pirates. A captain under one of the 4 emperors let out a loud fart. Such trivial matters can hardly be called news. As the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans had only one life motto: unearth sensational stories that could shock the world, and then embellish them with his skillful touch to create big news that could ignite an entire era. To this end, his network of informants spanned the seas, yet genuine events capable of shaking the world had become exceedingly rare since the death of Pirate King Roger. While Morgans paced back and forth in the office, his leather shoes thumping loudly on the floor, the office's big door was suddenly burst open. A reporter tumbled in, his face pale, yet filled with fervor, gasping for breath as he shouted, "President, Major Intel. It's real major news." Morgans impatiently flicked his wings and snapped, "Is it another overconfident rookie pirate getting smashed by one of the 4 emperors?" The reporter, not even bothering to wipe the beads of cold sweat off his forehead, trembled as he handed over an emergency report, his voice high-pitched with excitement. No. Someone publicly killed a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago. And the entire Sabaody Archipelago has been completely destroyed. What? Morgan's sharp little eyes widened suddenly, and in the next moment his enormous wings swooped down, snatching the report from the reporter's hands. His keen eyes rapidly scanned the text on the paper, and as his gaze descended, the white feathers on his body began to tremble uncontrollably. When he read the last line, Morgans was consumed by extreme exhilaration. Immediately, a powerful, piercing laughter echoed throughout the entire news agency base. Wow, huh? Good. This is the big news I want. This is the super news I've been dreaming of, one that can overturn an era. After a moment of frenzied outburst, Morgan slammed the report hard on the table, issuing the highest command to all the astonished staff. Quick. All departments spring into action immediately. Prepare an extra edition at once. I want the whole world to see this newspaper in the shortest time possible. Yes. With this command, the previously lifeless news agency instantly operated like a finely tuned machine, whirring into action. In less than a day, countless newspapers, still emitting the pungent smell of ink, flew towards the grand line, spreading to all corners of the world with the sound of news birds flapping their wings. The front page headline was printed in the biggest, most eye-catching bold font reading, Extra. Extra. Shocking major intelligence. The descent of a god, or the emergence of a demon. A man claiming to be a god publicly executed a celestial dragon. Just days ago, a man named Pain, who claimed to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization, appeared on Sabaody Archipelago. This man, who calls himself Pain, directly killed a celestial dragon in front of a crowd. Admiral Kazuru of the Navy headquarters rushed to Sabaody Archipelago and engaged Pain in a breathtaking. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Pain completely destroying the entire Sabaody Archipelago. What is the goal of this Akatsuki organization? Is this a blatant declaration of war against the world government's 800-year reign? What exactly is the Akatsuki organization? What other members are hidden behind it? What is their ultimate? Our report will continue to follow this story. Beneath this highly provocative report were several blurry, yet impactful photos. One showed Pain clad in a black robe with red clouds colliding fiercely with Kazuru, who radiated brilliant golden light, the interplay of light and shadow seeming to pierce the reader's eyes through the paper. The other was of a vast, empty foundation surrounded by murky sea water, as if no island had ever existed there, leaving behind suffocating traces of destruction. Every person who received the newspaper, whether a drunkard in a tavern, a laborer at the docks, or a sailing pirate, was stunned upon seeing this report, erupting in exclamations of shock. Look at the newspaper. Huge news. What huge news? Did the world government wipe out another pirate crew, or did a fierce battle erupt between the four emperors? Neither. A mysterious organization called Akatsuki publicly killed a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago, clashed with an admiral, and ultimately destroyed the entire island. What did you say? How is this possible? Are you joking? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was taken aback, scrambling to seize the newspaper to read. You have to understand, celestial dragons are the descendants of the Creator's world nobles who hold the privilege to turn any race into slaves. Anyone who dares to offend a celestial dragon would face relentless pursuit by admirals of the Navy. In the New World Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin was shoving a large piece of frosting-covered cake into her mouth, her face expressing a blissful obsession. Mom, something big has happened. Her eldest son Perispero rushed in, holding a newspaper, his tongue dangling in anxiousness. Charlotte Linlin glanced at him impatiently. What's got you so flustered? Did they send the tea party invitations to the wrong address? No, it's not that. Look at this. Perispero spread the newspaper open in front of Charlotte Linlin. The bold black headline instantly seized the attention of the Sea Emperor. Her chewing came to a halt. Kill the celestial dragons. Destroy the Sabaody Archipelago. Charlotte Linlin murmured, her eyes, which were originally narrowed from the sweetness, now widened in greed and excitement. Shao, Pain. She extended her plump tongue and licked the frosting off her lips, but the craving for sweets had already been replaced by a stronger desire. Waha! What tremendous power! What boldness! Charlotte Linlin suddenly erupted into her signature maniacal laughter, causing the entire cake castle to tremble slightly. Immediately, Charlotte Linlin issued an undeniable order to her children outside the palace. Go, find this Shao organization for me. I want to marry into their ranks. Whether male or female, I will make them my family. This power must become a part of my world. Yes, Mom. Upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's command, the Big Mom pirates dared not hesitate, and various informants quickly searched the seas for information about the Shao organization. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Gora, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, sat on his exclusive throne, 4 drips attached, yet his boisterous laughter thundered like a storm. At that moment, he held the newspaper that reported on the news of Pain. Old man, this isn't a laughing matter. The 1st Division Captain Phoenix Marco wore a serious expression. Killing celestial dragons in public and flattening an entire island. This Shao organization is insane. We've dealt with a few unruly celestial dragons before, said Diamond Jozu in a deep voice. But that was all done in the shadows very cleanly. Doing it so openly shows no respect for the world government. Whitebeard set down the newspaper, picked up a massive gourd of alcohol, and took a hearty swig. Grrrr. Now this is interesting. Whitebeard set down the newspaper, picked up a massive gourd of alcohol, and took a hearty swig. Gururara, a fellow claiming to be a god. Gururara, let me see if he truly has the power to change this era. Meanwhile, in Wano country, Onigashima, the party hall was filled with the scent of alcohol as Kaido of the Beasts hoisted a giant gourd, roaring drunkenly. Mr. Kaido, we have important information. Flame Calamity King approached Kaido, handing him a newspaper. Kaido, bleary-eyed, took it impatiently and glanced at it. The next second, the overwhelming stench of alcohol around him vanished without a trace. The beast-like eyes erupted with a brightness never seen before. Kill the celestial dragons. Destroy an island. Kaido grinned widely, unleashing a deafening laugh. Gira gira gira. Well done. This is what men should do. War? This is the true beginning of a real war. Kaido then issued a command to King. King, find these folks called Shao. Tell their leader, I Kaido of the Beasts invite them to join me in launching the ultimate war that will overturn the world. On an unknown small island, the red-haired pirates were holding a feast. Captain, look at this. It's explosive. Luffy, munching on a chicken leg, handed the newspaper to Shanks. Shanks took the newspaper, and as he read its contents, the smile on his face gradually faded. Meanwhile, the members of the red-haired pirates around them gasped in astonishment. The Shao organization. Never heard of it. They're so powerful. Yeah, even Admiral Kizaru couldn't stop them. Their strength is probably on par with the four emperors. I really want to meet this guy named Pain. Amidst the commotion, Shanks remained silent, gazing at the photo of Pain clashing with Kizaru. Hey Captain, what's wrong? First Mate Ben Beckman walked over, exhaling a puff of smoke. Shanks rubbed his forehead, revealing a somewhat troubled expression. This is troublesome. An organization that doesn't abide by any rules and possesses such terrifying power has suddenly appeared. The balance that the sea has struggled to maintain might be completely shattered. In Mary Geos, the Holy Land, the five highest authorities of the world, the Gorosei, sat around a table, the atmosphere stifling enough to suffocate. In the center of the table lay the very newspaper. The bald Gorosei, clutching the original blade of the Demon Slayer, wore a face clouded with darkness. Damn it, this is an open provocation to our world government. No one has dared to provoke us like this in 800 years. The Gorosei, wearing glasses and sporting a long white beard, spoke with cold fury in his voice. An organization that suddenly appeared from who knows where, a lunatic calling himself God. Who do they think they are? They must be dealt with. Absolutely cannot let this organization exist. The blonde Gorosei spoke concisely with a chilling intent to kill. What is the Navy headquarters doing? How could an admiral let the enemy escape? The Gorosei, wielding a katana, lightly tapped the hilt, each tap making the air heavier. They did not roar or shout, but the chilling aura emanating from their bones was more terrifying than any storm. Finally, the armed Gorosei slowly stood up. Relay the order. The CP organization at all costs must investigate all information about Shao, members' abilities, strongholds. I need to know everything. He paused, his cold gaze seeming to penetrate through space. Additionally, notify the Navy headquarters. The leader of the Shao organization, Pain, must be captured. This is a top priority order. The majesty of the world government does not allow anyone to trample on it. With that, he slowly drew the original blade of the Demon Slayer from his waist, the blade slicing through the air with a cold light, directly cutting the newspaper in front of him. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. It has been 3 days since the Akatsuki organization led by Pain killed the Celestial Dragons and destroyed the Sabaody Archipelago. The entire naval headquarters is enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of tension and oppression, with naval soldiers rushing about, their faces devoid of the usual nonchalance. As a witness who survived the Sabaody Archipelago incident, Char was assigned to a dormitory on standby after returning to the headquarters aboard Admiral Kazar's warship. In the room with a thought, a luminescent screen appeared, visible only to Char. Shock points: 40 million shock points, 50 million shock points, 60 million. Char's shock points are rapidly increasing. In just a moment, Char's shock points stabilized at the milestone of 100 million. However, this was not the end. The shock points continued to rise rapidly. What is happening? Why are the shock points increasing so quickly? Seeing his shock points soar, Char was also perplexed. Logically, it should have been 3 days since the Sabaody incident, and the increase in shock points should have slowed down by now. The sudden explosive rise in shock points is entirely illogical. Could something have happened that he was unaware of? Just as Char was deep in thought, a commotion erupted outside. Several off-duty naval soldiers were gathered together, holding a newspaper and discussing excitedly. You guys look at the newspaper. There's big news. A new organization called Akatsuki has emerged on the sea, killing celestial dragons in broad daylight at the Sabaody Archipelago, and after a fierce battle with Admiral Kizaru, they destroyed the Sabaody Archipelago. Really? Let me see. Hearing the noise, Char immediately joined them, looking at the newspaper. A massive headline instantly caught Char's eye. Extra. The descent of a god, or the emergence of a demon. A man claiming to be God publicly slaughters the celestial dragons. Admiral Kizaru battles the mysterious leader, the Sabaody Archipelago erased from the map. The newspaper featured a blurred photo of Pain colliding with Kizaru alongside aerial images of the Sabaody Archipelago, turned into a massive pit dominating the entire page and providing an unparalleled visual shock. I see. Char understood immediately. It was a news report. It must be that troublemaker Morgans, who loves to stir the pot, that leaked this event to the whole world. It was precisely because of the spread of the newspaper that countless people across the seas became aware of everything that happened at the Sabaody Archipelago, triggering an even larger and deeper shock. It seems that in the future when planning shocking events, I must consider the role of newspapers. That birdman named Morgans, although his stance is unclear, is an excellent amplifier and can help me gain more shock. Just as Char was pondering how to leverage the World News Agency, a messenger rushed up to him, standing straight to salute. Lieutenant Char, Admiral Sengoku commands you to report to the Admiral's office immediately. The Admiral is requesting me. Admiral Sengoku is looking for me. Char's heart leaped. What could the highest commander of the Navy want with a lieutenant who had just joined? Could it be that my identity has been exposed? Just as this thought arose, Char quickly extinguished it. No, that's impossible. Pain was created by the system, and there is no physical or energy connection between us. The entire plan is flawless. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to discover the connection. Despite the doubts in Char's mind, he showed no sign of it on his face. Char adjusted his uniform and followed the messenger through the heavily guarded corridor, arriving at the door, symbolizing the highest authority of the Navy. Reporting. Naval Lieutenant Char here to report, as ordered. Char pushed the door open and performed a standard naval salute. In the spacious office, the atmosphere was so tense, it was almost suffocating. Behind the desk sat Admiral Buddha Sengoku, sitting upright with a serious expression. On either side of Sengoku sat two other individuals. One was the Chief of Staff of the Naval Headquarters, Vice Admiral Crane. The other was Admiral Kazura, dressed in a striped suit, leaning back, casually, still looking somewhat relaxed. Upon seeing Char arrive, Sengoku was the first to speak up. Lieutenant Char, according to Kazura's report, you were the first naval officer to discover the traces of the Akatsuki organization on the Sabaody Archipelago. What are your thoughts on this organization? Hearing Sengoku's words, Char's anxious heart finally relaxed. It wasn't about exposure, but an inquiry regarding the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, Char found it somewhat amusing. After all, he was the one who created the Akatsuki organization, and now the highest admiral of the Navy was asking him for information about it. Is there anything more absurd than this? In that case, I might as well create some intelligence about the Akatsuki organization for the Navy. Feigning deep thought, Char fell silent for a moment under the gaze of the three high-ranking officials before continuing. Admiral, my knowledge regarding the Akatsuki organization is quite limited. The man who calls himself Pain appeared suddenly. From his subsequent actions, it seems his target was from the very start the celestial dragon St. Charlos, and his methods were decisive and without hesitation. Furthermore, I believe that the Akatsuki organization is not just a single individual. Behind his actions, there must be a larger organization providing support. Char paused, emphasizing his words. The most critical point is their distinctive black robes with red clouds. This is very likely their organization's signature attire. If we wish to trace them, we can start from this clue and monitor suspicious individuals wearing similar attire worldwide. Lastly, my personal feeling is that they will soon have further actions. Destroying the Sabaody Archipelago was more of a declaration, a demonstration to the entire world. As Char's words fell, the office fell into silence. Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's reactions. A glimmer of unnoticeable brilliance flashed in Kazura's half-closed eyes. Your analysis is very coherent. Vice Admiral Crane, who had remained silent, slowly spoke up, her wrinkled face showing an appreciative expression. Char to deduce so many valuable inferences from just a brief encounter is truly remarkable. Crane turned to Sengoku and directly proposed, Sengoku, such a promising talent shouldn't be wasted in the regular combat units. Move him to my intelligence department. We are in dire need of clear-headed individuals like him. Upon hearing Crane's proposal, Sengoku didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. In that case, Lieutenant Char, from now on I promote you to Lieutenant Commander of the Naval Headquarters. Your task is singular: to join Crane's team and utilize all resources to specifically gather and analyze all intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization. Promoted. Char's heart leaped with joy as he straightened his posture and performed an impeccable military salute once more. Yes, Admiral, I guarantee to complete the mission. In order to search for the traces of the Akatsuki organization, all intelligence personnel of the Navy sprang into action. Countless intelligence agents were dispatched to various parts of the world, casting an invisible net over the seas and the Grand Line, attempting to capture any clues related to the Akatsuki organization. However, the results were disappointing. For several consecutive days, intelligence returned to Marine Ford like snowflakes, but when compiled, the only message was two words: none. There were no eyewitness reports, no suspicious individuals, no traces whatsoever. The organization, clad in black with red clouds, had vanished just as suddenly as it had appeared, having killed the celestial dragons and destroyed the entire Sabaody Archipelago. It was as if the Akatsuki organization had never existed, casting a shadow of anxiety over the entire Marine headquarters. The Navy clearly did not believe that the Akatsuki had disappeared. Instead, they were even more convinced that the organization was hiding deeply with an intelligence network more intricate than the Navy's investigative capabilities. But was the situation truly as they thought? Clearly it was false. The reason the Navy could not find them was that apart from Paine, there were no other members of the Akatsuki organization in the world. And the architect of all this, Charles, had yet to begin his next creation. In the East Blue, a Navy warship, flying the Seagull flag, was sailing on the calm sea. On the deck, Charles was dressed in a brand new Navy lieutenant uniform, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair as he gazed out at the boundless horizon. A Navy soldier quickly approached him from behind and saluted. "Lieutenant Charles, we have been searching the East Blue for several days. According to reports from various places, there is no trace of the Akatsuki organization in the East Blue." Since all intelligence personnel of the Navy had taken action, Charles, who had just been promoted to lieutenant, was not idle either, as he was also dispatched to the sea to search for the traces of the Akatsuki. The area Charles was searching was precisely the East Blue. Facing the Navy's report, Charles replied, nonchalantly, "Continue the search. I have a premonition that the Akatsuki will definitely appear in the East Blue." Charles' assertion was very confident. "Yes, Lieutenant Charles." With the order given, the sailors on the warship perked up again and quickly sprang into action. Watching their busy figures, Charles' thoughts sank deep into his mind. Premonition? Certainly not. The reason Charles was so certain that members of the Akatsuki would appear in the East Blue was that he was preparing to create the second member of the Akatsuki organization here. The fallout from the Sabaody Archipelago incident exceeded his imagination, especially with the global dissemination of Morgan's newspaper bringing Charles a massive amount of shock points. However, this shock had begun to fade with time. The world needed new stimulation, and Charles needed new shock points. With a thought-as-system interface only he could see unfolded before him. Shock points 180 million. Looking at this astonishing number, Charles felt a surge of excitement within. 180 million shock points were enough for Charles' own strength to make a leap, even allowing him to directly exchange for a powerful nature-type devil fruit. However, Charles did not do so. While improving himself was important, it was far more cost-effective to continue expanding the influence of the Akatsuki organization. Paine's appearance had already caused the world to tremble. What if another, or even a group of similarly powerful monsters appeared? As long as there were enough shock points, Charles could become the strongest person in this world at any time. With a thought, Charles opened the system store. Since the current theme was the Akatsuki, all the products in the store were related to the Akatsuki organization. From member character cards to their jutsu and forbidden techniques, even some iconic items, everything was available. Charles' gaze swept over the many familiar names. Uchiha Itachi Kisame Hashigaki Daidara Sasori. Each member of the Akatsuki was a super powerhouse possessing the potential to stir up massive waves. Ultimately, Charles' gaze halted at a name he felt was most suitable for the current stage. Akatsuki Orochimaru. Choosing him was not because Orochimaru's fighting power was the top tier in the Akatsuki, but rather because of his traits: science, temptation, immortality, forbidden techniques. Pain brought destruction like a god, despair like a natural disaster. Whereas Orochimaru could bring about a different kind of shock, a more bizarre fear and temptation that touched the essence of life. He could grant others power and even resurrect the dead. Charles could almost imagine the kind of violent storm that would arise when the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, which defied the boundaries of life and death, appeared on this sea. Those legendary figures who had passed away, Roger Rocks. If they were to reappear in the world, it would surely shock the seas, right? In the East Blue, on a small island named Frost Moon, there was a swordsmanship dojo called One Heart Dojo. Huh, yeah? In the courtyard of the dojo, two youthful figures were engaged in an intense sparring match. One of them was a boy with green short hair biting a bamboo sword. It was the young Roronoa Zoro. His opponent was a girl with deep blue short hair and an upright posture. Koina. Dang. With a crisp sound, the bamboo sword in Zoro's mouth was cleanly knocked away, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. This was already his 2000th defeat of the day. Damn, I lost again. Kuina, I will not give up. I will definitely defeat you. Zoro got up from the ground, determination written all over his face. Kuina retracted her bamboo sword, calmly watching the panting Zoro, but in her clear eyes there hid an unknown shadow. Zoro, I know you will definitely defeat me. I am a girl, and as I grow up, my physical strength is not as strong as a man's, and my body is also starting to develop, which will affect my swordsmanship. Kuina's voice carried a tremor she was not even aware of. She was unwilling. Why? Why should her gender become the shackles that bind her dreams? She clearly worked harder and had more talent than any boy in the dojo, yet due to this unchangeable physiological difference, she was destined to be unable to reach the peak of her dreams. Kuina? You. Hearing Kuina's words, Zoro was taken aback. He did not know how to refute, only blushing awkwardly. At that moment, a cold and hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the courtyard. Good talent, but unfortunately it is bound by a frail shell. The voice appeared so abruptly that both Kuna and Zoro were startled and turned to where it came from. They saw a man standing not far away, unknown of when he had arrived. The man's skin was pale without a trace of blood, his golden slit pupils resembling those of a snake, and his loose black robe with red clouds swayed gently in the breeze. Without a doubt, this person was the new character created by Charles, Orochimaru of the Akatsuki. Who are you? Zoro immediately stood protectively in front of Kuna, gripping his bamboo sword and adopting a defensive stance. However, Orochimaru ignored him, his snake-like gaze fixating curiously on Kuna. He chuckled lightly, his voice laced with an alluring charm. Little girl, do you want power? I can give it to you, the power to surpass the limits of gender. Kuina's heart trembled. Those words struck precisely at her innermost pain. Yet she remained vigilant. I don't need unknown power. Hee hee. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of Zoro and Kuna, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated in a manner that completely defied human anatomy. His pale face appeared right in front of Kuna, his cold snake-like pupils inches away, clearly reflecting her terrified expression. This is not up to you. Before his words fell, Orochimaru opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down on Kuina's fair neck. Oh! Kuina let out a cry of pain. Bastard! Let her go! Zoro was horrified, shouting as he charged forward with his bamboo sword raised. But Orochimaru was faster, his neck retracting instantly, leaving Kuna on the ground, clutching her neck. On her neck, 3 black tomo patterns slowly emerged, exuding an ominous aura. This was Orochimaru's cursed seal. Ugh! At the moment the cursed seal fell on Kuna, a searing pain instantly spread throughout her body. Following that, countless black lines frantically spread from the cursed seal, covering half of Kuina's body. Kuina, what happened to you? Damn it, what did you do to her? Seeing Kuna on the ground in agony, Zoro was utterly— Hee, little guy, don't be agitated. I merely granted her the power to break free from the shackles of her body. Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of pleasure, as if admiring a work of art. A few minutes later, Kuna felt the tearing pain dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented surging power emerging from the depths of her body. My body. My power. Feeling the changes within her body, Kuna was also astonished. Now Kuna felt that every muscle and bone in her body was rejoicing, filled with explosive energy. It was a feeling of pure strength she had never experienced before. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the bamboo sword and swung it violently at a training dummy in front of her. Swish! A sharp sound of slicing through the air rang out, and the sturdy wooden dummy was effortlessly cut in half by her bamboo sword. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Kuna stared blankly at her hands, then at the dummy, now in 2 pieces, feeling the power still surging within. Kuna, are you okay? How are you feeling now? Seeing Kuna at that moment, Zoro asked with concern. Zoro, I'm fine. I now feel incredible. Kuna, feeling the power surging within her, could not help but smile, a joy that fulfilled her long-suppressed desire. At that moment, the black, cursed marks on her body retreated like a tide, shrinking back into the tomo pattern on her neck, and that powerful strength disappeared as well. A tremendous sense of emptiness instantly engulfed Kuna. Did you see? Orochimaru's voice echoed again, filled with temptation. Come with me, I can not only give you even greater power, but also help you completely overcome the weaknesses of being a girl, allowing you to possess a body capable of pursuing the world's strongest swordsman. Every word from Orochimaru struck precisely at the most tender and yearning places within Kuina's heart. She raised her head, her complex gaze wavering between Orochimaru and the dumbfounded Zoro. On one side was her companion with whom she spent every day and the stable dojo, and on the other was an unknown shortcut that could realize her lifelong dream. Ultimately, the desire for power overcame everything. Kuina stood up, picked up her prized sword Wado Ikamanji, and walked behind Orochimaru. Sir, I will follow you. Hee, very good. Let's go. Orochimaru turned and walked towards the dojo exit, with Kuna hurriedly following. Bastard. Kuina, where are you going? Zoro shouted at Kuina's back, his voice laced with tears. Kuna paused, turned to look at Zoro, and on her youthful face was an unprecedented determination. Zoro, I'm going to pursue the world's strongest swordsman. Watching the two disappear, Zoro clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and he shouted with all his might towards the distance. Kuina, you wait for me. I will definitely find you. And then, I will defeat you completely. Logue Town. This is the birthplace and execution site of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, hence it is also known as the town of beginnings and endings. At this moment, a naval warship is quietly docked at the port. On the deck, Char, dressed in a brand new Navy lieutenant uniform, gazes at this town rich in symbolism in the East Blue. Lieutenant Char, are we really going to wait here? A young naval soldier approached his face, showing confusion and the Akatsuki. Will they really come to a place like Lobetown? The soldier felt a deep perplexity towards his superior. First wandering aimlessly in the East Blue and now ordering the warship to dock at Lobetown. Char did not turn around, simply speaking in a calm tone. Lobetown is the place of the Pirate King Roger's rise and fall, holding extraordinary significance for pirates. Members of the Akatsuki will definitely come here. Char's assertion was filled with an undeniable conviction. He was indeed very certain, because all of this was part of his planned script. As Char anticipated, not long after, two incongruous figures appeared on the bustling streets of Lobetown. One of them wore a black robe with red clouds, his skin pale to the point of being sickly, and a pair of golden vertical pupils scanned the surroundings, causing everyone who met his gaze to involuntarily shiver and step aside. Behind him followed a little girl holding a long sword. The girl had deep blue short hair and a resolute expression, but on her fair neck 3 black kama-like symbols faintly appeared, adding an eerie aura to her presence. These two were none other than Orochimaru and Kuna. Their eye-catching combination quickly drew the attention of a patrolling Navy soldier on the street. When the soldier saw the distinctive black robe with red clouds on the man, he felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning ashen in an instant. Red cloud, black clothing. The soldier's breathing became rapid, his mind blank. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment, immediately hiding in a concealed corner, trembling hands barely able to grasp the den mushi to report to Char. Lieutenant, target spotted. Red cloud, black clothing. Exactly like in the newspaper. This could be a member of the Akatsuki. The voice from the den mushi was filled with suppressed terror and heavy breathing. I understand. Char's response was calm, revealing no hint of disturbance. Keep a close watch on the target. Do not act recklessly. I will report to the Navy headquarters immediately. After hanging up, the composed expression on Char's face instantly vanished, replaced by a playful smile. They're here. The show is officially beginning. Char then took out another den mushi specifically for contacting headquarters and skillfully dialed the number. It's me, Char. On the other end, the steady voice of Rear Admiral Crane quickly came through. Char? Is there a situation? Yes, Rear Admiral Crane. Char's tone immediately shifted back to that of a calm and capable Navy lieutenant. I am in Lobetown in the East Blue, and I have discovered traces of the Akatsuki. What? Rear Admiral Crane on the other end seemed somewhat surprised. Is it that man who calls himself Pain? No, Char denied. Based on appearance, he is not Pain from the Sabaody Archipelago. However, he is wearing the exact same clothes as Pain. There is no doubt he is a core member of the Akatsuki. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Rear Admiral Crane was quickly digesting the importance of this information. Char, you have done very well. Rear Admiral Crane's praise was unreserved. This is crucial intelligence. Keep a close watch on the target, and absolutely do not act without orders until reinforcements arrive. Understood. Char replied succinctly, hanging up the call. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office, Admiral Sengoku the Buddha was in a state of distress over the inability to locate the Akatsuki. It had been quite some time since the Sabaody incident, and the Navy had utilized nearly all its intelligence networks, yet they had not found a single trace of the Akatsuki. This led to significant doubts from the world government regarding the Navy's efficiency, with pressure from the 5 elders, making Sengoku feel as though he was being pushed lower. Damn! Where on earth are the members of the Akatsuki hiding? Sengoku irritably rubbed his temples, feeling as if his hair had turned grayer. Just then the office door was pushed open and Rear Admiral Crane walked in. Sengoku, we have found intelligence on the Akatsuki. Really? Where? Hearing Rear Admiral Crane's words, Sengoku's bloodshot eyes suddenly lit up. East Blue Lobetown. Lieutenant Char's report. Rear Admiral Crane summarized the situation concisely. Good. Great. Sengoku slammed the table, unable to suppress his laughter. The gloom of recent days instantly lifted. I knew it. Assigning that kid Char to your intelligence department was my best decision during this time. He is the first to discover the traces of the Akatsuki. With the information on the Akatsuki, Sengoku did not hold back on his praise for Char. Char is indeed very suitable for intelligence work. Rear Admiral Crane nodded in agreement. Members of the Akatsuki have appeared in Lobetown in the East Blue. Although it is not their leader Pain, since they are members of the Akatsuki, we absolutely cannot let them slip away. They must be captured. Sengoku sat back, down, his expression grave, his tone resolute. Who should we send? Rear Admiral Crane asked. Sengoku tapped his chin. A figure with a scruffy face and a penchant for eating sunbae flashed through his mind. Let's send that old guy Garp. Isn't he on vacation in the East Blue? Just the right opportunity to give him. Rear Admiral Crane did not oppose, saying Garp's strength should be more than enough to deal with a member of the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the East Blue, on a dog-headed Navy ship. Pwahaha. Navy hero Garp was leaning back in a deck chair, shoving sunbae into his mouth, while laughing heartily at the jokes in the newspaper. Pulu Pulu Pulu. The Akatsuki killed a celestial dragon in broad daylight. I never expected such a daring organization to appear on the seas. Just then the Den Den Mushi beside him rang at the most inopportune moment. Hello, Sengoku. What trouble do you have for me this time? I'm on vacation. Garp grabbed the Den Den Mushi and shouted impatiently. The Den Den Mushi mimicked Sengoku's stern face, its voice more urgent than his. Garp, it's urgent. Members of the Akatsuki have appeared in Log Town in the East Blue. Garp paused in chewing his senbei. Oh, the Akatsuki. How could they come to a place like the East Blue? Garp had just read about the Akatsuki in the newspaper enjoying the audacity of this organization, but he never expected to hear they appeared in the East Blue just moments later. This made it impossible for him not to be surprised. How would I know? Sengoku's roar echoed from the Den Den Mushi. They killed a celestial dragon and now appeared in Log Town. They must have significant plots. You immediately go and capture them. Lieutenant Char will assist you. Oh, got it. Garp casually replied and hung up the phone, then slowly stood up from the deck chair, cracking his knuckles with a series of pop sounds. The Akatsuki, huh? Daring to run amok in my hometown. Garp grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Change course immediately. Head for Logtown. Luoga Town. Lieutenant Xia Air had just received a call from Staff Officer He. Lieutenant Xia Air Vice Admiral Kapu has already departed and will arrive at Luoga Town shortly. Assist Vice Admiral Kapu and apprehend members of the Shao organization. Yes. Xia Air replied, then hung up the Den Den Mushi. Kapu. Navy hero Kapu. He was coming to Luoga Town. A trace of surprise passed over Xia Air's face. He had assumed the Navy would at most send an ordinary Vice Admiral from headquarters to deal with the Shao organization in Luoga Town. But to Xia Air's utmost astonishment, Zhang Gua had dispatched Kapu, the Navy's legendary hero, in person. All the better. Xia Air's thoughts spun rapidly, and a grander plan took shape in his mind, the Navy hero Kapu facing the Shi-1 of the Shao organization. Such a duel would surely reverberate across the seas and draw a flood of attention his way. It seemed he must plan carefully. Not long after, a colossal dog-headed warship cleaved the waves and, bearing an irresistible presence, moored at Luoga Town's harbor. A tall, powerful figure leapt from the ship, striking the pier with a dull thud. The man was the Navy hero Minchi D. Kapu. Pahaha. Luoga Town, it's been ages since I've been here. Kapu laughed as he approached, carrying no airs of legend, more like a jovial uncle returning home. Xia Air immediately stepped forward, snapped to attention, and saluted. Reporting Vice Admiral Kapu. Lieutenant Xia Air of Navy Headquarters reporting. All right, save the formalities, Kapu said, waving his hand. Kapu waved impatiently, even picking his nose. Tell me, where is that member of the Shao organization? Xia Air answered in a low voice, reporting Vice Admiral. The target is in the center of Luoga Town. He appears to be searching for something. I see. Follow me. Kapu strode toward the town center without hesitation, the surrounding Navy officers following closely. Soon Kapu arrived at the execution platform square in the heart of Luoga Town. There stood Shiwan near the scaffold studying something. Behind him a small girl cradled a long blade. Guyana. Kapu's steps halted, and the habitual smile vanished from his face. Hey, are you a member of the Shao organization? At the sound, Shiwan slowly raised his head. His golden vertical pupils locked onto Kapu. He flicked out a long tongue to lick his lips and issued a hoarse laugh. Indeed, I am Shi-1 of the Shao organization. The Navy hero Kapu. Who would have thought I could rouse such a figure? Shi-1's posture was composed, his snake eyes showed no fear, only curiosity. What exactly does your Shao organization intend to do? You dared to kill a Tianlongren on the Sabaody Archipelago. Even if those people are contemptible, your actions are brazen. Kapu did not rush to strike. Instead, he asked, puzzled. Shi-1 chuckled. The purpose of the Shao organization is actually very simple. Shi-1 spoke without concealment. It is to realize peace in this world. Peace. Kapu was taken aback. He had not expected to hear that word from a member of the Shao organization. Exactly, peace. Shi-1 explained slowly, by manufacturing terror, by making the world fear war, we force it into peace. Kapu listened, his face a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. To buy peace with fear. What a damned aim. Who can say? Shi-1 replied with an indifferent shrug. In any case, that is the Shao organization's purpose. Whatever your aims, Kapu said, clenching his fist until his knuckles cracked, killing Tianlongren and ravaging the Sabaody Archipelago are heinous crimes. Today I will take you in. Take me in, then see if you have the strength for it. Shi-1's mouth split into a strange grin. Snake Shadow Mini Stealth Hand. With those words he whipped his sleeve. Countless purple pythons poured forth from his voluminous robe, gaping and hissing as they lunged at Kapu. Is this a devil fruit user? A Navy soldier cried out at the bizarre sight. Faced with the swarming pythons, Kapu remained unperturbed. He merely clenched his fist and casually unleashed a thunderous blow forward. An invisible shockwave erupted the air, compressing with a deafening crack. The fearsome pythons, upon contact with the blast, were shredded to pieces as if swept away, dissolving into a cloud of dust. The colossal shockwave even staggered the watching Navy, who swayed unsteadily. Seeing this, Air immediately issued orders. Retreat. Fall back, everyone. This level of combat is beyond our remit. At Air's command, the surrounding Navy quickly withdrew. Lord Deshiwan. Guyaina gripped her longsword tightly, awaiting orders. Hey, you fall back first. Deshiwan told her, his snake eyes glittering with excitement. Let me test the Navy hero's strength. Guyaina hurried to the rear as ordered. The central square of Luaga town was left with only Deshiwan and Kapu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Deshiwan formed hand seals and struck first. A gale like countless invisible blades shrieked as it swept toward Kapu. Faced with the dense wind blades, Kapu showed no intention of evading. He grinned broadly, flashing white teeth. Haha, this is interesting. After a hearty laugh, Kapu leapt, plunging straight into the oncoming wind blades as he charged at Deshiwan. Those wind blades, sharp enough to slice metal and stone, raked Kapu, yet produced only a series of ringing clinks. Not even his skin was cut. Having effortlessly withstood the wind blades, Kapu closed the distance to Deshiwan, and without hesitation sent an iron fist smashing toward his face. Deshiwan's reaction was equally swift. With inhuman suppleness, his body slid along the ground like a serpent and eluded the blow. Boom. Kapu's fist struck the ground, gouging a huge crater from the stone-paved square. While evading Kapu's attack, Deshiwan moved again to form seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Blazing flames burst from his mouth, coalescing into a monstrous fire dragon that roared and surged. A deafening explosion followed. The colossal fire dragon enveloped Kapu, its inferno and shockwave shaking the entire plaza. Could such an assault defeat Kapu? Clearly not. In the next instant, from the rupturing flames, a figure shot forth. Kapu unscathed, who charged at Deshiwan again, and the two engaged in fierce combat at once. Boom. The fierce battle between Carp and Orochimaru immediately startled the entire Rog town. Countless pirates, bounty hunters, and residents gathered from afar, craning their necks with expressions of shock as they watched the fight. My God, that's the Navy hero Carp. Who is that? How can they fight against the Navy hero Carp? Red cloud and black attire. Is that a member of the Akatsuki organization? Akatsuki? What pirate crew is that? I've never heard of it. A newly arrived pirate in Rog town clearly hadn't grasped the situation yet. The Akatsuki organization killed the celestial dragons in Sabaody, destroying the entire archipelago. I see. The Akatsuki organization killed the celestial dragons in Sabaody, destroying the entire archipelago. I see. No wonder they're able to stand toe-to-toe with the Navy hero Carp. Countless people watched the fierce battle before them, continuously discussing among themselves. It was clear that everyone felt a deep shock at the clash between Orochimaru of the Akatsuki and Carp. At the same time, they were also very curious about what kind of organization the Akatsuki was to have such a monster. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of the battlefield, after a fierce clash, Carp's expression grew serious. He punched a giant python that lunged at him and sidestepped a swift wind blade, his brow furrowed tightly. The member of the Akatsuki before him was truly too strange. Hey, I heard your name is Orochimaru, right? What kind of devil fruit user are you? Carp couldn't help but ask loudly. Through their brief exchange, Carp realized that the Akatsuki member named Orochimaru possessed a power system that completely exceeded his understanding. In these seas, only devil fruit users could unleash special abilities. However, regardless of the type of devil fruit user, they could only use a single ability. But the Orochimaru before him could breathe fire, spit wind, summon serpents, and even manipulate the ground beneath him. What kind of devil fruit was this? There were just too many abilities. More importantly, Orochimaru's body was so flexible, it didn't seem human, slippery and elusive. After attacking for so long, Carp hadn't even touched the hem of his clothing. It felt like punching into cotton, frustrating beyond measure. Let's see if you can defeat me first. Orochimaru sneered coldly, clearly having no intention of answering. At the same time, he formed seals with both hands, causing the ground to shake violently. Earth-style earth spike. Countless sharp earth spikes suddenly erupted from beneath the stone slab, densely stabbing towards Carp. In that case, then, Carp's smile completely vanished from his face, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Just a second ago, Carp had been standing in the center of the square. In the next second, with a sound of breaking air, Carp's figure vanished entirely. Not good. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. An unprecedented sense of death engulfed him completely. Orochimaru wanted to evade, but it was Carp's figure had already appeared before Orochimaru, followed by a fist infused with terrifying power that tore through the air, striking violently towards Orochimaru's chest. Bang! A muffled sound. Orochimaru's body caved in at an unnatural angle, and then the terrifying force burst forth. I hit him. Great. Vice Admiral Carp has won. Indeed, Vice Admiral Carp is the strongest. That member of the Akatsuki organization is— Orochimaru slowly lowered his head, staring at the gaping hole in his chest that could fit his pale face, showing a look of astonishment for the first time. I hit him. Great. Vice Admiral Carp has won. Indeed, Vice Admiral Carp is the strongest. That member of the Akatsuki organization is simply no match for Vice Admiral Carp. Seeing this decisive moment, the Navy watching from afar erupted into exclamations and cheers. Lord Orochimaru. Goena, seeing Orochimaru severely injured, also exclaimed, "This member of the Akatsuki is going to die." That's right, with such a gaping hole in his chest, this serious injury is impossible to save. Vice Admiral Carp truly lives up to being a Navy hero. His strength is indeed terrifying. The onlookers all believed that with Orochimaru heavily injured, Carp had won, and that the Akatsuki's Orochimaru was doomed. It was not surprising they thought this way. Orochimaru's injuries were indeed too severe. A massive hole had been blasted in his chest, and his internal organs were destroyed. Such severe injuries could not be withstood even by the strongest physique. But was Orochimaru truly that easy to defeat? Clearly it was impossible. One must know that Orochimaru, created by Zaire, may not possess top-tier abilities, but when it comes to survival, he was definitely the most troublesome in the Akatsuki. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. The Orochimaru who had been shot through the chest, and should have been dead, began to move strangely. His mouth opened at an inhuman angle, growing wider and wider until it tore through his cheeks. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a brand new and scathed Orochimaru crawled out from that mouth, as if shedding his skin like a snake. The old damaged body turned into a puddle of mud, collapsing to the ground. What ability is this? Even the well-informed Navy hero Carp was astonished at this scene that defied comprehension. As for the spectators around, they were all wide-eyed and shocked, their mouths unconsciously agape. The newly reborn Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips with a satisfied low laugh. As expected of the Navy hero Carp, your strength is indeed formidable. Since that's the case, allow me to show you what I have newly acquired. Hearing Orochimaru's words, a sense of ominous foreboding instantly enveloped Carp. Without any hesitation, Carp clenched his fist tightly once more and struck towards Orochimaru. However, this time, Orochimaru did not take it heed. Instead, he nimbly slid back, easily dodging Carp. Meanwhile, Orochimaru waved his right hand, and a swift python shot out like lightning, accurately wrapping around an unfortunate Navy officer who hadn't retreated in time, dragging him towards the execution platform not far away. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Carp shouted angrily at Orochimaru's actions. You'll find— Orochimaru sneered coldly, his hands quickly forming a series of complex and bizarre seals in front of his chest. Finally, he slammed his palm down onto the ground in front of the captured Navy officer. Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation, this is Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu. It can resurrect the deceased into this world. Undoubtedly, this is an exceedingly terrifying technique. However, to unleash this ninjutsu, two conditions must be met. First, a living person must be used as a sacrifice. Second, the DNA of the deceased is required. The reason Orochimaru has been searching around the execution platform these days is to find the DNA left by Roger at the time of execution. Orochimaru's luck is indeed extraordinary. In the crevices of the execution platform, there just happened to be the solidified blood left by Roger's death. Now that the conditions are fulfilled, Orochimaru plans to use Impure World Reincarnation to revive Roger. Come back to life. Once the Pirate King GOLD. Roger. Impure World Reincarnation. As Orochimaru's cold voice fell, the palm pressed against the ground suddenly erupted with strange black runes. The runes spread wildly along the ground like living creatures, instantly wrapping around the body of the king. The Marine let out a shrill scream that was almost inhuman, his body convulsing violently. Immediately after, under the horrified gaze of everyone, countless dust and debris converged from all directions, wrapping the Marine's body in layers to form a gigantic human silhouette. Ha ha ha, I have returned. A hearty and familiar laughter echoed from the dust-formed shell. Then a terrifyingly overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth from that figure like a flood breaking through a dam. This conqueror's haki was so pure and domineering that it seemed to tear the very sky apart. The air in the entire log town became solidified. All the Marines, pirates, and spectators around felt their legs weaken, cold sweat pouring down as if they were mere ants being stared at by an ancient behemoth. Kapu's expression instantly turned serious, every muscle in his body tensed, entering a combat state. This haki, this feeling, this voice, it can't be wrong. Kapu gazed gravely at the gradually clarifying figure on the execution platform, his heart involuntarily quickening. It really is. Roger. Did that guy really come back to life? As the dust slowly settled, the man's figure fully emerged. He wore a captain's red cloak with a western sword at his waist, a distinctive crescent-shaped mustache on his face, and an unabashed grin. It was none other than the former pirate king Gold. Roger. The moment they saw that face, the entire Logtown fell into a dead silence. Everyone, whether marine pirate or civilian, was left speechless, their minds blank. Roger. The pirate king Roger. Impossible. Wasn't he executed here over a decade ago? My god. What am I seeing? The pirate king Roger has returned. That guy from the Akatsuki. He actually has the ability to resurrect the dead. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in chaos and terror. Countless people felt their worldview completely overturned at this moment, shattered into pieces. What kind of monster is this man who claims to be from the Akatsuki? He actually revived the former pirate king Roger. On the execution platform, Roger moved his body a bit, looking down at his cracked hands with a hint of curiosity. Then he raised his head, his gaze passing over the crowd, precisely landing on Kapu. Kapu, it has truly... Roger's greeting was as casual as ever, as if they were not mortal enemies, but old friends who had not seen each other in a long time. You really are Roger? Kapu asked gravely. Clearly, even now, Kapu could not believe that the pirate king Roger had returned. Ha ha ha. Kapu, of course it's me. You were already dead. What on earth is going on? Kapu asked in confusion. I don't know how I came back to life. Roger scratched his head, also looking puzzled. At this moment, Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh, drawing the attention of both men. Roger, I am the one who resurrected you. Roger turned his head, his sharp eyes sizing up Orochimaru, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Who are you? I am Orochimaru from the Akatsuki. Orochimaru introduced himself. Akatsuki. Orochimaru. Roger muttered, shaking his head. I've never heard of it. However, I still want to thank you for reviving me, allowing me to appear on the seas once more. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Orochimaru and refocused his gaze on Kapu, his smile gradually fading, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and urgency. Kapu, how did it go with what I asked you? As he asked this, there was a barely perceptible tremor in Roger. Kapu instantly understood what he was asking about. Before Roger died, he entrusted his son to. Kapu's expression was incredibly complex, but he ultimately nodded heavily. Don't worry. He is doing very well now. Upon hearing this response, Roger let out a sigh of relief and a radiant smile returned to his face. Is that so? Then I can rest assured. However, this warm reunion was soon interrupted by a cold. Roger, the time for reminiscing is over. Orochimaru stepped forward, his golden vertical pupils glinting with dangerous light. Now attack and defeat Kapu. Hearing Orochimaru's command, Roger did not launch an attack, but instead waved his hand impatiently. I don't want to fight right now. I just want to have a drink and see some friends. That is not up to you. Orochimaru let out a low laugh, then swiftly formed a hand sign in front. In the next moment, Roger's body suddenly stiffened. His smile instantly froze, replaced by shock and my body. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Roger's hand suddenly grasped the sword at his waist. Clang! Then Roger's long sword was drawn, and a sharp sword light sliced through the air, carrying the momentum to sever everything as it struck fiercely at Kapu. Faced with this sudden attack, Kapu's reaction was incredibly swift. Bang! The iron fist infused with armament haki collided heavily with Roger's long sword, creating a deafening roar, and the shockwave lifted layers of ground around them. Damn it, Roger. What the hell are you doing? Are you really going to ally with the Akatsuki? Kapu roared. Kapu, I don't want to fight either. Roger's face was equally filled with astonishment as he hurriedly explained. My body is out of control. Divine evasion. Rogue's body moved involuntarily, his long sword wreathed in pitch-black Haushiko haki carved lethal arcs through the air as he launched a frenzied assault upon Garp. Terrifying sword energy swept outward, threatening to cleave Logtown itself in two. Garp, watch out. Realizing his body had betrayed him and launched an unbidden strike, Rogue bellowed hoarsely. Faced with that colossal atmosphere-rending slash, Garp surged forward instead of retreating. His iron fist clenched tight, meeting the blade heat in. Boom! Fist clashed with steel, the ultimate collision of Haushiko haki. The entire town of Logtown trembled violently beneath that monstrous force. The stone plaza cracked, and splintered, jagged fissures spiderwebbing outward in all directions. Countless buildings crumbled like paper before the violent shockwave reduced instantly to dust. Run, for your lives? Are these two even human? Such overwhelming power, We can't possibly withstand it. Fall back now. Get away from here. We'll be slaughtered if we stay. Spectators, pirates, bounty hunters, even Marines, stood frozen in awe at the apocalyptic spectacle, then fled in panic toward distant ground, casting trembling, awestruck glances back at the ferocious duel. At the heart of the battlefield, Rogue paused not a breath after the first strike. He vaulted into the air, sword drawn, launching another furious assault upon Garp. Garp, beware. My blade comes again. Realizing his body had once more turned traitor, Rogue shouted. Hearing the warning, Garp twisted aside, barely evading the blow. When the strike missed, Rogue shifted stance instantly and pressed on with relentless, savage attacks. Damn you, Rogue. You wretched bastard. What devilry is this? Garp parried furiously while roaring his demand. Garp, I have no idea what's happening. I never wished for battle, but my body obeys no command of. As Rogue swung his blade with devastating precision and raw power, each stroke echoing the mastery of his prime, he wore only anguish and helplessness upon his face. Every strike bore the weight of his life's artistry, yet his expression was etched with desperation, not cursed serpent. Was it Orochimaru of the Akatsuki who did this? A sudden memory struck Garp. He whirled his gaze toward the plaza's edge where a pale man stood smiling with eerie calm. Rogue followed his line of sight and roared toward Orochimaru. You vile wretch, what have you done to my body? Orochimaru's pallid visage brightened with deeper, colder amusement as their eyes locked upon him. Ha ha ha, Rogue the Pirate King, I resurrected you, and thus your body answers only to me. Rogue, press the attack. The moment Orochimaru's command fell, Rogue's assault intensified, more frenzied, more lethal. Each blade aimed unerringly at Garp's vital points. What cursed devil fruit ability is this? How could such abomination ever arise upon the ground? Rogue's face contorted with fury as he felt his will crushed beneath an invisible, suffocating force, his body reduced to a puppet dancing on unseen strings. That sensation was worse than death itself. Enraged, Rogue bellowed, Garp, stop me now. I refuse to become another's marionette. Just as at God Valley. God Valley. The very name froze Garp mid-motion, unleashing a flood of buried memory. Years ago on that vanished island, the former sea tyrant Rox had been similarly possessed, driven into mindless slaughter by unseen hands. That battle, fought side by side with Rogue, had ended Rox's reign forever. Now history repeated itself, though this time Rogue was the puppet and Garp stood alone as the sole hope of halting the horror. Rogue, I will stop you. Garp clenched his fist, voice heavy with solemn vow. Even as he spoke, Rogue charged again. A brutal sweeping slash aimed straight at Garp's throat. Hey Garp, left side, watch out. Rogue cried mid-assault. Garp twisted just in time, dodging the blade aimed at his neck, and retaliated with a thunderous counterpunch. You accursed fool, you nearly severed my head. Garp snarled. How was I supposed to know this would happen? Being treated like a lifeless doll, it's utterly revolting. Find a way fast to stop me. Rogue shouted, frustration and fury blazing in his eyes. They fought for their lives, even as they hurled curses at one another. From afar, Char watched the tempestuous clash with quiet exhilaration. So, the plan had succeeded. Admiral Garp versus the resurrected Pirate King Rogue. A forced, fated duel between archenemies, bound to stun every witness within sight. And their collective shock fed Char's inexhaustible reservoir of astonishment points. Ding. 20000 astonishment points. Ding. 30000 astonishment points. Ding. System notifications cascaded through his mind like a waterfall, numbers surging uncontrollably. Char suppressed the upward tug of his lips, maintaining the stern, grave demeanor expected of a Marine lieutenant. The battle between Rogue and Garp raged on. Rogue's expression darkened further. Freedom, the very essence of his being, had defined his reign as the sovereign of the seas. To awaken anew, yet find himself stripped of autonomy, his own flesh rebelling against his soul, was a humiliation more searing than damnation itself. Garp, brace yourself. I'm unleashing Haushiko impact. Rogue roared. Instantly, a concentrated torrent of Haushiko haki erupted from him, a silent, crushing hammer hurtling toward Garp. Forewarned, Garp met the onslaught head-on, unleashing his own Haushiko haki. Two titanic waves collided midair. No sound, yet the air itself rippled, visibly trembling like water struck by thunder. That instant, the infinitesimal gap born of clashing haki, Garp seized it. Shaved, his figure vanished, then reappeared before Rogue in a blink. Next came the fist, charged with cataclysmic haki, slamming into Rogue's chest. Bone fist meteor strike. Crunch. The explosive force detonated across Rogue's torso, ripping a gaping wound through his chest. His body flew backward, shattered and broken. Tum. Rogue's gravely wounded form crashed deep into distant rubble, raising a towering plume of dust and debris. Seeing the severely injured Roger fly out, Carp gasped heavily. Now, that bastard Roger should be dealt with right, he thought to himself. In his view, the punch he had just thrown contained terrifying haki. Even if Roger had been hit by it in his prime, the outcome would not have been any better. But could Roger, who was reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation, really be defeated like this? Obviously not. Just as Carp was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a swift blade of energy shot out from the dust without warning. The strike came too quickly, too suddenly. Carp had not anticipated it at all, and thus he could not defend. PFF. A tremendous tearing sound erupted and blood splattered everywhere. The sharp sword energy directly sliced through Carp's arm, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. Carp winced in pain, instinctively retreating several steps, his entire being instantly on high alert. Under his puzzled gaze, he saw the dust clear, revealing Roger, who should have been gravely injured and on the brink of collapse, now slowly standing up. The huge wound on his chest was visibly healing at an astonishing speed. Countless dust and debris refilled the hollow, and the cracked skin quickly returned to normal. What is going on? Carp looked at his bloodied arm, then at the seemingly unscathed Roger, and was utterly bewildered. Roger also looked down at his restored body, equally filled with shock and confusion. At that moment, Orochimaru's unsettling laughter echoed. Roger, you have been brought back by me. Without my permission, you shall not die. Upon hearing this, both Roger and Carp's expressions turned extremely grim. This ability is truly evil. Roger gritted his teeth. Resurrection should have been a matter worth. However, this form of resurrection where he could not die and could only be manipulated was even more unbearable than death for him. More critically, he could not be killed by anyone. All right, Pirate King Roger. Orochimaru seemed quite pleased with their reactions, his cold, golden eyes gleaming with madness. Continue the attack. With Orochimaru's command, Roger's body once again uncontrollably tightened around the sword. Damn it. Don't think you can control me. Just as he was about to attack, Roger's arm suddenly trembled violently. His body wanted to charge forward, but his will was desperately trying to regain control. I am the Pirate King Gold. Roger. You cannot control me. Roger let out a thunderous roar. An unprecedented pure will erupted from the depths of his soul. Crack. Crack, crack. A strange scene unfolded. Roger's body suddenly began to collapse from within, cracks appearing more densely than before. Countless dust fell from him, revealing the terrified face of the Navy soldier who had been used as a sacrifice inside. Even if I die, I shall die as a free pirate. I am the Pirate King. Accompanied by his final declaration, Roger's body could no longer maintain itself, completely disintegrating into a cloud of dust that scattered down. Carp, it seems I won't be able to drink with you. With these words filled with endless regret, Roger's figure completely vanished. Only the Navy soldier used as a sacrifice and now devoid of life fell from the sky, crashing onto the cold execution platform. Orochimaru's previously calm smile froze for the first time. To think, he escaped the control of impure world reincarnation solely through his will. Can a person's willpower really interfere to such an extent? Human nature truly is the greatest obstacle in the pursuit of truth. Orochimaru muttered softly, a glimmer of curiosity and madness flashing in his golden-slit eyes. Immediately afterwards, he stopped lingering and called out to Kuna in the distance. Let's go. With his words, he and Kuna's figures flickered away, disappearing from everyone's sight, leaving behind a chaotic rogue town. Orochimaru left. However, the shock left in Rogue Town did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly expanded outward, centered around Rogue Town. At the headquarters of the World News Agency, the massive figure of President Morgans paced back and forth in the office, his furious roar nearly toppling the roof. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The Akatsuki organization has appeared again. They resurrected the Pirate King Roger. Naval hero Carp engaged in a fierce battle with him. Such monumental news. You mean to tell me that not a single reporter was on the scene? Where are the photos? Where's the intel? There's nothing. Morgans was so furious that all his feathers bristled, his sharp eyes sweeping over everyone in the office, making them instinctively lower their heads. As the king of the world of news, he controlled the flow of information across the seas. Any disturbance could not escape his eyes. Yet this time he had failed to obtain first-hand information about an event that could shake the entire sea, which was simply a disgrace. A subordinate stood trembling to the side, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, not daring to even breathe. President, Rogue Town has been completely sealed off by the Navy. Our reporters have tried every means, but could not get in. Then buy me some. Buy it at a high price. Morgan stopped in his tracks, his massive bird head nearly poking into his subordinate's face as he roared. I don't care what methods you use, even if you have to sneak into the Navy headquarters, you must get me the intel and photos from that time. Just as the atmosphere in the office reached its breaking point, a communication officer wearing a headset suddenly burst through the door, looking excited and almost incoherent as he shouted, President, A strange person contacted us, saying he has all the intel and photos from Roguetown. Morgans abruptly stopped his massive bird head, turning toward the officer, his eyes gleaming with interest. Where is he? I will meet him personally. In an inconspicuous bar in the East, Siaer was dressed in a loose hoodie, the brim pulled low to obscure most of his face, revealing only a sharply defined chin, making it impossible to discern his identity. Siaer sat alone in a corner, his fingers tapping idly on the glass before him. In front of him, a reporter from the World News Agency sat restlessly, anxiously watching the hooded figure. Hey, when is your president going to arrive? Do you still want the intel on Roguetown? Siaer's voice came through the hood, laced with impatience. Indeed, the one planning to sell the Roguetown intel to the World News Agency was none other than Siaer. Ever since discovering that newspapers could amplify events and provide him with more shocking points, he had long been fully prepared. A simple event has a limited impact, but if it were disseminated through Morgan's globally circulated newspaper, the effect would multiply exponentially. Thus, while Roger and Karp fought, Siaer had already captured a series of world-altering photos with a camera he had prepared in advance, taken from the best angles. He then quickly found a contact point for the World News Agency in the East Sea, instructing the reporter to contact Morgans directly. Rest assured, my lord. I've already conveyed your message to headquarters. The president intends to come personally to negotiate with you. The reporter said hurriedly. You're too slow. Just as Siaer's patience was about to run out, the bar door was suddenly flung open, and a large figure walked in, none other than the news mogul Morgans. His distinctive bird-like head swiftly scanned the room before finally locking onto the hooded figure, accompanied by the reporter in the corner. Morgan strode over with firm steps, pulling out a chair to sit down, his massive frame emanating an invisible pressure. Without wasting any words, he asked bluntly, so you have intel on Roguetown? Siaer did not reply, instead directly pulling out a thick stack of photos from his pocket and tossing them onto the table. Whoosh! The photos scattered, covering the entire surface. Initially, Morgans observed them critically, but as his gaze fell upon the first photo, his breath instantly caught. In the photo, a man with a crescent-shaped mustache and an unabashed grin was unmistakably Joel D. Morgans quickly scanned the other photos. One depicted Roger, sword in hand, confronting Karp with over. Another captured the moment when their fists and swords clashed, the conquerors' hockey colliding and tearing the entire square apart. There was even a close-up of Roger, his body riddled with cracks, yet still laughing maniacally. Each photo was remarkably clear and impactful, as if documenting everything that transpired in Roguetown. Gulp! Morgans excitedly swallowed, all his feathers slightly quivering with exhilaration. This was news. This was the kind of monumental news that could drive the world wild. I want all these photos. Morgans raised his head, his golden eyes filled with fervor. Name your price. How much do you? Siaer slowly extended one finger. 100 million berries. 100 million berries. No problem. Morgans immediately signaled to his subordinates, and soon a suitcase filled with berries was placed on the table. Siaer opened the suitcase for a glance, confirming everything was in order before closing it and preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Morgans called out to stop him. Siaer paused, puzzled, and asked, Is there anything else? How shall I address you? Morgans inquired. Siaer remained silent for a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly twitching beneath the hood. Call me Ghost. Mr. Ghost. Morgans noted down the name, and then pulled out a special transponder snail from his pocket, tossing it over. This is my private transponder snail. If you have any world-shocking news in the future, feel free to contact me. The price is negotiable. Siaer reached out to catch the still slumbering transponder snail, weighing it in his hand. Got it. He'll contact you if there's major news. With that, Siaer walked out of the bar, without looking back, his figure quickly disappearing into the crowd on the street. Morgans watched Siaer's departing back, then looked down at the pile of photos on the table that could trigger a seismic shift in the world, letting out his signature sharp laughter. Kuaha! What big news? I need to hurry back and turn this intel into a headline. Morgans exclaimed excitedly, immediately taking all the photos back to his base to start crafting the major news. Meanwhile, Siaer walked through a deserted alley, removing his hood and playing with the special transponder snail, in his hand, a smile of scheming satisfaction on his face. Unexpectedly, aside from his identity as a Navy lieutenant, he had gained a new identity. Reporter Go. In less than a day, the new newspaper, accompanied by the news bird, began to circulate throughout the vast sea. On the Grand Line, aboard a sailing pirate ship. The pirates on the deck were utterly bored, some cleaning their weapons while others drank and boasted the air thick with the salty scent of sweat and rum. Oh, a news bird. A sharp-eyed lookout spotted the news bird flying through the sky. For those who had been drifting at sea for a long time, sailing could be extremely monotonous. Aside from fighting and alcohol, newspapers were one of the few things that connected them with the world. The pirate skillfully whistled and waved. The news bird accurately landed on his arm. The pirate pulled out some coins from his pocket and tossed them into the small pouch hanging from the newsbird, then took a copy of the still ink-scented newspaper. As he unfolded it, the bold headline and photo instantly captured his attention. It was a blood-red title, bold and large, nearly jumping off the page. Extra, extra. Members of the Akatsuki organization reappear on the sea. Yesterday, new member Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization surfaced in Rog Town of the East Sea. Naval hero Carp was present at the scene to capture the Akatsuki member. A shocking battle erupted in Rog Town. Naval hero Carp confronts Akatsuki's Orochimaru. As the battle intensified, Orochimaru actually resurrected the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger. That's right. It was the man who ignited the great age of pirates. Pirate King Roger. At the bottom of the newspaper was a striking photo. In the photo, Roger, who was supposed to have died over 20 years ago, was wielding a sword, laughing wildly as he clashed head-on with Iron Fist Carp. The ground beneath them crumbled inch by inch, the terrifying shockwave visible to the naked eye. At the very end of the newspaper, a thought-provoking message was written in smaller font. Since Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization can resurrect Pirate King Roger, can he also resurrect other legendary pirates? After reading the newspaper in his hand, the pirate suddenly let out a startled cry. What? How is this possible? His exclamation immediately attracted the attention of other pirates on the deck. What are you yelling about? A pirate who was polishing his curved sword impatiently raised his head. Yeah, it's just a news. Is there some big news in the newspaper? Facing the inquiries of others, this pirate held up the newspaper and spoke with a trembling voice. It's the Akatsuki. A new member of the Akatsuki has appeared in the newspaper. Upon hearing the words Akatsuki, the surrounding pirates were momentarily stunned, but quickly relaxed. Oh, so it's the Akatsuki. Isn't that the powerful organization that killed the celestial dragons and destroyed the Sabaody Archipelago? What did the Akatsuki members do? Something again? They didn't destroy another island or kill another celestial dragon, did they? That would be amazing, the pirates said nonchalantly. Although the Akatsuki had killed a celestial dragon in public and destroyed the Sabaody Archipelago, shocking the entire world. To them who licked blood on the high seas, it felt more like a distant and spectacular drama. The members of the Akatsuki were strong and crazy, but as long as they didn't interfere with their profits, they were just a topic of conversation. No, the Akatsuki didn't destroy any islands this time. They didn't kill any celestial dragons. This time the Akatsuki went to Log Town and resurrected Pirate King Roger. The pirate stammered. What did you say? Are you drunk or something? Resurrect Roger. The Pirate King Roger. The entire deck erupted in chaos. The pirates, who had just been laughing and joking, all gathered around, their faces filled with shock. You see, every pirate set out to sea for the sake of the Pirate King Roger's great treasure, the legendary one. But now someone was saying that the Pirate King Roger had been resurrected. How could these pirates not be astonished and shocked? It's all true. You can see for yourselves in the newspaper. The pirate immediately tossed the newspaper over. Other pirates rushed over quickly, surrounding the newspaper. When they saw the front page report and the photo of Roger clashing with Garp, tearing the ground apart, everyone gasped in astonishment. It really is. It's actually true. The Pirate King Roger. He's really resurrected. A pirate exclaimed in shock as he looked at the report in the newspaper. You guys, do you think the treasure of the Pirate King, has it been obtained by the Akatsuki members? This question burst like a bolt of lightning in all the pirates' minds. It's very possible. If they can resurrect Roger, they must have asked him about the treasure. The Akatsuki has already obtained the one piece. Quick, helmsman, change course immediately. We're going to find the members of the Akatsuki. We're going to seize the Pirate King's treasure from them. This inconspicuous pirate ship suddenly turned around and sped toward the direction of Orochimaru. The same situation was unfolding in every corner of the sea. This was inevitable. The name of Pirate King Roger was simply too resounding. He was the first to conquer the Grand Line, and the one who opened the era of great pirates. You could say that whenever a pirate crew saw this report, they were first surprised, and then everyone began to doubt that the treasure of the Pirate King Roger had already fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki members. One by one, pirate ships quickly changed their course and headed toward the direction of Orochimaru. In the New World, in the territory of the Big Mom pirates, Whole Cake Island. On Cake Island, Charlotte Lean, one of the four emperors, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the contents of the newspaper in her hand. Resurrected. The Pirate King Roger has been resurrected. What? This new member of the Akatsuki can actually resurrect people. Orochimaru of the Akatsuki. Clearly Charlotte Lean was also very shocked by the contents of the newspaper. If before she only admired the power of the Akatsuki and wanted to bring them under her banner through marriage. Now seeing that the Akatsuki actually possessed the ability to resurrect the dead, and naked greed surged within Charlotte Lean's heart. What does resurrecting Pirate King Roger mean? It means the members of the Akatsuki can obtain the history texts, ancient weapons, and the route to Raftel from the mouth of Pirate King Roger. And everything to become the Pirate King. This was an enormous temptation for Charlotte Linlin, who always wanted to become the Pirate King. Katakuri. You immediately take people and capture this member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru. Charlotte Linlin issued the command, her voice filled with undeniable desire. Yes, Mom. Upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's order, Katakuri acted swiftly, without any hesitation. Whitebeard Pirates Moby Dick. 1st Division Captain Marco had just purchased a newspaper from the newsbird and started reading it. However, as soon as he saw the contents of the newspaper, he let out a startled cry. Old man, look, a new member of the Akatsuki has appeared in the newspaper. Durar. Is it that newly emerged Akatsuki? Whitebeard Edward Newgate leaned against his massive chair laughing, while receiving in for drip. What did the Akatsuki members do this time? Did they kill another celestial dragon? It seems the world government is going to have a headache. I've always found those guys annoying. 3rd Division Captain Joza laughed heartily. Yeah. If I get the chance, I want to kill a few celestial dragons too. 4th Division Captain Sachi couldn't help but say. Clearly the members of the Whitebeard Pirates held a kind of spectator appreciation for the Akatsuki, who dared to confront the world government and kill celestial dragons in public. No, this time the Akatsuki members did not kill any celestial dragons. Marco's expression was unusually serious as he spoke, each word heavy with shock. This time the members of the Akatsuki resurrected the former Pirate King Roger. As Marco's voice fell, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were momentarily stunned, then erupted into a frenzy. What did you say? Marco, you're not joking, are you? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Did you just say the Pirate King Roger was resurrected? Is it the Pirate King I think of? Clearly the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also shocked by this news. In fact, many of them doubted whether they had heard wrong. Hadn't the Pirate King Roger been dead for over 10 years? The Pirate King Roger was resurrected. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Marco spread out the newspaper and couldn't help but say, although it's incredibly hard to believe, it is indeed true. There is a photo of the Pirate King Roger resurrected in the newspaper. Upon hearing this, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates immediately gathered around to look at the newspaper. Is it really true? This person is indeed the Pirate King Roger. The Pirate King Roger has truly been resurrected. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all in shock. Even Whitebeard himself had a look of astonishment on his weathered face. If previously the Akatsuki organization was merely a powerful and arrogant emerging faction, now, with their ability to resurrect Roger, the nature of the situation had completely changed. This kind of power had surpassed ordinary comprehension. Dad, what should we do now? Marco couldn't help. The other division commanders looked at the photo of Roger in the newspaper, rendered speechless. The impact of the resurrected Roger was too strong for them. Their former rival, the man who had fought for supremacy against their father for half a lifetime, had reappeared in such a manner. Whitebeard remained silent, his enormous body motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. The commotion on the deck gradually subsided, and all eyes were focused on Whitebeard, awaiting his decision. At that moment, a tall man with a somewhat rough appearance stepped out from the crowd. Dad, I have something to say. Whitebeard turned his gaze towards him. Teach, do you have any good suggestions? Indeed, this man was Marshal D. Teach, the future Blackbeard. However, at this moment, he was just an inconspicuous minor figure on Whitebeard's ship, not yet revealing his ambitions. When Teach first saw the newspaper showing the Akatsuki member Orochimaru possessing the ability to resurrect, he was also very surprised, while a new thought frantically sprouted in his mind. The dark fruit. He had searched for this devil fruit for so many years without a trace. Yet now a power that could realize his ambitions had appeared so blatantly before him. If he could obtain such resurrection power. Teach's heart ignited with a flame. He knew his opportunity. Dad, I think we should keep a close eye on this Akatsuki member Orochimaru. It would be best to make contact with him. Teach's breathing was somewhat rapid, but he still tried to maintain a respectful demeanor. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and nodded. Teach is right. We definitely should make contact with the members of the Akatsuki organization. Marco, you go and try to make contact with the Akatsuki members. If possible, invite them to visit the Moby. Yes, Dad. Marco immediately agreed and turned to prepare. At this moment, Teach quickly moved closer to Marco, his face full of eagerness. Captain, take me with you. I'm very curious about the Akatsuki members. You want to go too, Teach? Then, Marco didn't think much and directly agreed. Wano Country, Onigashima. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at the newspaper, first stunned, then burst into a thunderous laugh. Wahaha! Roger has been resurrected. Fantastic. Simply fantastic. He gulped down a huge gourd of alcohol, and the massive Kanabo crashed onto the ground, shaking the entire Onigashima. Immediately go find the whereabouts of the Akatsuki member Orochimaru. Kaido roared at his subordinates. I want to ally with Orochimaru from the Akatsuki. With such powerful resurrection power, we can surely launch the ultimate war and destroy this utterly. For Kaido, who yearned to ignite a world-class war, Orochimaru's ability was practically tailor-made for him. In a certain sea area of the New World, the red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand, first shocked, and then his expression darkened. Captain Roger has been resurrected. Shanks muttered softly, and the temperature around seemed to drop a few degrees. Damn it. Shanks suddenly crumpled the newspaper into a ball. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding crew to feel a sense of suffocation. The wooden planks of the deck groaned under his feet, unable to bear the pressure. This is simply desecrating the captain. As Roger's former apprentice, Shanks held great respect for Captain Roger. Now the captain he revered, Roger, had actually been resurrected by Orochimaru from the Akatsuki, turned into a puppet to fight. This angered him more than any insult. Beckman, here. First mate Ben Beckman, holding a cigarette, walked over with a similarly serious expression. Change course immediately. Shanks' tone was low but carried an unwavering resolve. We need to find that Akatsuki member. Orochimaru. World Government, Mariehua Pangaea Castle. The five elders looked at the newspaper in their hands, all with extremely grave expressions. What should we do now? This new Akatsuki member Orochimaru actually possesses the ability to resurrect the dead. This guy resurrected Roger. He must have obtained the secrets Roger held. Since Orochimaru from the Akatsuki can resurrect Roger, can he also resurrect others like rocks? Or? The expressions of the five elders turned grim, and the atmosphere around them grew tense. Although the Akatsuki members had killed celestial dragons, destroyed Sabaody Archipelago, and provoked their world government, the five elders did not take the Akatsuki members seriously. Because in the eyes of the five elders, no matter how powerful the Akatsuki members were, they were merely a strong. Their world government had stood tall on the seas for 800 years, wielding immense power capable of easily eliminating any resistors. However, upon seeing Orochimaru from the Akatsuki resurrecting the pirate king Roger, the five elders were suddenly unsettled. If Orochimaru from the Akatsuki could resurrect the pirate king Roger, could he also resurrect others, such as the former pirate overlord Rocks? And it must be noted that over the past 800 years, there had been no shortage of those who resisted the world government. If all these people were resurrected, it would be a disaster for their world government. Just thinking about that scene made the five elders feel a wave of panic and unease. After a moment of silence, one of the five elders spoke up. This is no longer something we can handle. We should go and see Lord M. That's right, only Lord M can deal with such. The five elders exchanged glances and walked deeper into the palace. The five elders left the oppressive conference room with grave expressions. They traversed through the dimly lit corridor, descending the spiral staircase as the surrounding light and sound gradually stripped away. Ultimately, they arrived before a massive door. As the door silently opened before them, the five elders, wielding immense power, adjusted their robes with meticulous care before kneeling on one knee in unison. The grand hall was vast and void, with only the throne hanging high in the darkness. In that darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened. The mere appearance of those eyes caused the kneeling five elders to bow their heads, even lower their bodies, trembling involuntarily. The owner of those eyes was none other than the hidden ruler of the world government, one of the original 20 founders of the world government, Imu Narona. What is it? Imu looked at the kneeling five elders and asked indifferently. Lord Imu, a organization named Akatsuki has emerged on the seas. The Akatsuki organization has just appeared and has already killed a celestial dragon, followed by the destruction of the Sabaody Archipelago. A new member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru, has surfaced in the seas. Orochimaru of the Akatsuki possesses the ability to resurrect the dead. He has resurrected the former pirate king Roger. The five elders quickly recounted the events while respectfully holding up the newspaper in their hands. The newspaper floated up from the ground on its own, hovering before Imu. Imu's gaze landed on the newspaper, and upon seeing the photo of Roger battling Garp and the description about resurrection, his calm eyes suddenly narrowed. Resurrecting the dead? What kind of ability is this? Imu, having survived for 800 years, believed that he knew all the secrets of the seas, whether ancient weapons or the truth behind the D clan, all were within his control. However, regarding this sudden emergence of the Akatsuki organization, this member, named Orochimaru, and this unbelievable resurrection ability, he knew nothing. A feeling of losing control caused ripples for the first time in Imu's heart that had been calm for centuries. While Imu was astonished, the five elders knelt there, not daring to move an inch, even suppressing their breaths intentionally. After a moment of surprise, Imus was transformed into a cold command that reverberated throughout the empty hall. Capture Orochimaru of the Akatsuki for me. Let the Knights of God be dispatched. The Knights of God. Hearing this name, the hearts of the five elders suddenly jolted. That was the ultimate force directly under Lord Emu, the hidden sword of the world government. Each member among them was of the most noble bloodline of the celestial dragons, each one endowed by Lord Emu with a body close to immortality through special means. It could be said that the Knights of God were the true trump card of the world government, elite among elites capable of obliterating any force. Now Lord Emu was actually mobilizing them for an Orochimaru. Yes, Lord Emu. Upon receiving the order, the five elders did not hesitate for a moment, immediately taking their leave from the Grand Hall to begin their actions. On the vast sea, a dog-headed warship was sailing swiftly across the surface. It had been 3 days since the incident at Logtown. In the fierce battle between the resurrected Roger and Garp, the battleship that Charles was originally on was unfortunately destroyed by the aftermath of the fight, forcing Charles to temporarily board Garp's ship. At this moment, Charles was leaning against the ship's railing, holding the latest newspaper in his hands. Upon seeing the report about Logtown, a scheming smile appeared on Charles' face. Selling the news to Morgans was indeed the right choice. In just 3 days, the shock points in the system's backend had skyrocketed to 300 million. Indeed, resurrecting Roger was the right move. The title of Pirate King had an immense influence on the entire world, bringing about a staggering amount of shock points. Now, with 300 million shock points, he could do many things, such as creating a new member for the Akatsuki. However, there was an even more important matter to address first. That was to enhance his own strength. In this world where the strong dominate, only personal power is true. With this thought, Charles focused his mind and issued a command to the system in his mind. Enhance my armament hockey and observation hockey. Ding, consuming 50 million shock points. Armament hockey enhanced, mastering the armament hockey. Flowing chair. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body, and Charles could clearly feel that the hockey within him was operating in an entirely new manner. He instinctively lifted his hand and clenched his fist. Zizizi. The invisible armament hockey was no longer merely covering his body, but like a flowing liquid, it spilled out from within, wrapping around the edge of his fist, exuding a force that could shatter everything. Great. His armament hockey had directly advanced to flowing cherry. Now next. Ding, consuming 50 million shock points. Observation hockey enhanced, mastering advanced observation hockey. Charles slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the entire world appeared starkly different in his perception. The flow of the wind, the rise and fall of the waves, the breathing and heartbeat of every Navy soldier on the ship, and even their subtle emotional fluctuations were vividly presented in his mind, forming an invisible, three-dimensional map. What others needed years or even decades of diligent cultivation to master, advanced hockey, Charles effortlessly grasped with just 100 million shock points. Just as Charles was immersed in this omniscient sense of control, a hearty laugh interrupted his thoughts. Charles, are you training here? Garp strode over, still wrapped in a few layers of bandages, but judging by his vigorous stride, it was clear that his injuries were no longer severe. Charles opened his eyes, reigning in his presence, and greeted with a smile, Vice Admiral Garp, have your injuries healed? Garp casually moved his shoulder, and the bandages creaked under the strain of his muscles. Just a minor injury. But I just felt. Are you practicing hockey? Garp's gaze fell on Charles, filled with a hint of surprise. At your age, to be able to master both armament and observation hockey simultaneously, your talent is truly remarkable. Would you be interested in joining my combat division? I guarantee that within 3 years you will become an outstanding vice admiral. Garp unabashedly expressed his admiration, straightforwardly extending an olive branch. Join the combat division. Charles pondered for a moment. In the Navy's combat division, one could indeed achieve the fastest promotions and the most systematic training. But this was not what Charles wanted. What was the meaning of fighting on the front lines day after day? His golden finger was the creation of the shock system, with the core being to create major events to harvest shock points. Staying in the intelligence division would allow him to access core information, more conveniently manipulate the overall situation from behind the scenes, and plan events that would shock the seas. That was the best way to obtain shock points. With this in mind, Charles raised his head and smiled apologetically. Thank you for your kind offer, Vice Admiral Garp, but I personally feel that the intelligence division suits me better. Is that so? What a pity. Upon hearing Charles' refusal, a hint of regret surfaced on Garp's face. Inside the Fleet Admiral's conference room, the air hung heavy and suffocating. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Chief of Staff Orochimaru, and Vice Admiral Garp, fresh from Logtown, sat together as the three pillars of the Marine headquarters. Standing rigidly at the side of the chamber stood one more figure, Char. As the first Marine to discover Orochimaru of the Akatsuki, and the sole witness to the entire Logtown incident, he had been granted exceptional permission to attend this highest-level strategic meeting. Garp. Sengoku broke the silence, his gaze locked upon his longtime comrade. Is it true as reported in the newspapers? Did Orochimaru of the Akatsuki truly resurrect Roger? Uncharacteristically, Garp did not reach for the senbei on the table. His face, usually lit by a broad, carefree grin, was now etched with solemn gravity. It is true. That man truly resurrected Roger. I would never mistake him. That was Roger. Hearing Garp's personal confirmation, even the supremely astute chief of staff Orochimaru drew a deep, steadying breath. Resurrecting the dead, such a terrifying ability. Indeed, a profoundly troublesome power. Sengoku's expression darkened further. They all understood full well the existential threat such power posed. Should the Akatsuki's Orochimaru truly revive every legendary pirate who once felt chaos would reign unchecked? Chief of Staff Orochimaru turned her gaze toward Char. Char, you were the first to identify Orochimaru of the Akatsuki. What is your assessment of his strength? Char stepped forward, spine straight, posture immaculate. Reporting to Chief of Staff Orochimaru, from the moment I first encountered Orochimaru, I have observed him covertly and continuously. His combat prowess is extraordinary. He commands 5 elemental affinities simultaneously: water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind, launching devastating attacks with seamless mastery. Secondly, he possesses a serpentine regeneration ability, shedding an outer layer of skin at the instant of mortal injury to evade all damage entirely. Hearing Char's lucid, methodical analysis, both Sengoku and Orochimaru sat upright, their expressions sharpening with intense focus. Veterans of countless campaigns, they knew well how invaluable precise intelligence becomes when confronting an unknown, overwhelming adversary. Continue, Orochimaru urged. And finally, his resurrection ability. Char paused deliberately, then delivered his carefully prepared assessment with measured precision. Though this resurrection ability defies comprehension, I believe it cannot be without limitation. I observed that before ascending the execution platform, Orochimaru spent considerable time searching the surrounding ruins, as though seeking something specific. I hypothesize that resurrection requires a prerequisite condition, perhaps biological remnants left behind by the deceased during life. Was this insight truly Char's own deduction? Not at all. It was a meticulously crafted narrative, deliberately leaked to the Marines. The Edo Tensei technique did require both sacrificial vessels and DNA samples. Such clues would inevitably surface should the Marines conduct a thorough forensic sweep of Lobetown's ruins. Yet having Char present them now as reasoned analysis transformed their impact entirely, etching the image of a strategic prodigy indelibly into the minds of Marine Command. True enough, their grim expressions softened just slightly upon hearing Char's conclusion. Limitations meant vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities meant countermeasures. Wah! Garp suddenly burst into thunderous laughter, shattering the chamber's oppressive stillness. So that's how it is. Had you not spoken, this old man might never have noticed those details. Wah! His laughter rang bold and unburdened, but his eyes fixed upon Char held genuine, unfeigned admiration. Orochimaru refocused intently on Char. Char, based on your analysis, where might Orochimaru of the Akatsuki strike next? The question landed precisely where Char intended. His aim was to guide the Marine's strategic thinking, step by step, along the path he had scripted. Reporting to Chief of Staff Orochimaru, if my hypothesis holds, Orochimaru's next target will likely be locations where supreme warriors once met their end. As for the exact location, I lack the clearance to access records of all such elite fatalities. Char subtly embodied the restrained perspective of a junior officer, neither overreaching nor underperforming. Sengoku slammed his palm onto the table. Char, your analysis is exceptional. Your intelligence is indispensable, not only to the Marines, but to global stability itself. He rose, his piercing gaze locking onto Char. Effective immediately, you are promoted to Rear Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Continue your deep covert investigation into the Akatsuki. Rear Admiral. A flicker stirred within Char, but outwardly he allowed only a perfectly calibrated expression of astonishment. He had been promoted, again, and not merely 1 rank, but 2 leaps upward, from Lieutenant Commander directly to Rear Admiral. Such advancement rivaled celestial ascent. Char snapped off a flawless salute and declared, "Thank you, Admiral, for your trust and mentorship. All for justice." In Sengoku's view, Char had identified the enemy first observed with icy composure and extracted critical intelligence through disciplined analysis, the very hallmark of elite intelligence personnel. This promotion was not an exception, it was inevitable. From this day forward, you will assist Chief of Staff Orochimaru in rapidly identifying Orochimaru's next probable target. Sengoku issued the new directive, then added gravely, "This matter has drawn unprecedented attention from the world government. They have granted the Marines absolute operational authority." Affirmative. Char responded crisply. Promotion to Rear Admiral elevated his security clearance, granting access to deeper, broader layers of classified intelligence. Exactly as he intended. After the meeting concluded, Char was escorted to a dim archive room overflowing with classified dossiers. He began flipping swiftly through documents stamped with the word "Top Secret," scanning for the next stage upon which he could orchestrate his grand design. Suddenly his fingers stilled upon a file. Its cover bore a photograph of a grotesquely disfigured tower. Gecko Moria, warlord of the sea. According to the dossier, Moria had operated extensively in the Florian Triangle in recent years, exploiting his shadow fruit ability to amass a vast legion of reanimated corpses. A legion of zombies, meaning countless cadavers. This place promised fertile ground. Very well, let this become the next theater. Char began plotting in silence, his mind already weaving the next act. The Bermuda Triangle. This sea area is shrouded in thick fog year-round, swallowing light direction and countless ships that mistakenly enter here. Today an inconspicuous small boat slowly sailed into this sea of death. Lord Orochimaru, there is thick fog ahead. According to the navigation map, this is the Bermuda Triangle, where countless ships mysteriously disappear every year. Since following Orochimaru, Kana had been desperately learning navigation knowledge, and now she could be considered a halfway decent navigator. The Bermuda Triangle, huh? Orochimaru stood at the bow of the ship, his narrow golden slit-like pupils scanning the impenetrable fog ahead, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is exactly the place I was looking for. Continue sailing. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Without a moment's hesitation, Kana immediately maneuvered the vessel into the fog that seemed capable of devouring everything. The surroundings instantly fell silent, visibility dropping sharply, making it hard to distinguish between sky and sea. Kuna gripped the hilt of her sword, the Wado Ikemanji, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. On the surface of the sea, decayed and dilapidated ghost ships drifted by from time to time, their decks strewn with countless white bones faintly visible in the fog, exuding an ominous aura. The entire environment was dark and eerie, filled with a heart-pounding fear. Even the skilled swordswoman Ka felt a wave of panic in such an atmosphere, tightening her grip on the sword hilt. At that moment a dull thud echoed. The ship seemed to collide with some massive object, shaking violently. Lord Orochimaru, it seems we have arrived at an island. Kana leaned forward to observe, speaking uncertainly. No. Orochimaru's slightly hoarse voice sounded as he took the lead and stepped onto the land. This is not an island, it's a ship. A ship? Is there such a huge ship? Kuna, filled with confusion, followed in Orochimaru's. Looking around in the hazy fog, there were indeed forests, land, and even rolling hills which did not resemble anything a ship should possess. Just as they delved deeper, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. Hiss! Crack! Rotten arms suddenly burst forth from the ground, followed by various forms of zombies staggering up from the earth surrounding them. These zombies still retained some features from their living days, wearing tattered naval uniforms bearing the skull flags of pirates, and even some creatures whose names could not be identified, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Facing this horde of zombies crawling up from hell, Orochimaru, however, observed with great interest, showing no intention of taking action, then turned his head and slowly spoke with his distinctive voice. Go, Kuina. Let me see how well you command the power of the curse mark. Yes, Lord Orochi. Kuina nodded firmly without a trace of hesitation. She placed her hand on her smooth neck. In the next moment, black, strange patterns emerged from beneath her skin, rapidly spreading across her body like living vines. A sinister and powerful aura suddenly erupted from her petite body. Whooshed! Kuina's figure instantly vanished from her original position. When she reappeared, she was already behind a zombie naval officer, and the Wado Ikemanji in her hand drew a cold arc in the air. Puff! The zombie had no time to react, and was cleanly sliced in half. Without pausing, Kana swiftly turned and swung her sword at another zombie. Rip! Another series of flesh-rending sounds echoed as the second zombie fell to the ground. Following that, Kuina's figure transformed into a series of swift afterimages within the horde of zombies. Each flash of her blade ensured that a zombie was thoroughly dismembered. The power of the curse mark multiplied her speed and strength several times. Coupled with her extraordinary innate talent for swordsmanship, the current Kuna already exuded the aura of a true sword master. Just as Kuna was rampaging through the horde, a strange phenomenon occurred. From each zombie that was slain, a ball of black shadow would panic and flee towards a distant massive castle. In the depths of the central island, within a sinister castle, the warlord of the Seven Seas, Gecko Moria, was leisurely admiring his zombie creations made using the power of the shadow fruit. Suddenly, countless black shadows screamed as they flew back from all directions, reintegrating into his body. Moria abruptly sat up from the sofa. Who is it? Who is destroying my zombie army? There are intruders. Everyone, follow me. With Moria's command, his subordinates Absalom and Perona immediately followed suit, charging out with great momentum. When Moria and his group arrived at the scene, they only saw the remnants of zombies scattered across the ground. Seeing his hard-earned treasures destroyed in such a manner, Moria's anger was about to erupt. But when his gaze fell upon the man in red clouds and black clothing, his fury froze instantly. "It's you, Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization." Although Moria had long been hiding in the Bermuda Triangle tinkering with his zombies, he was not completely unaware of major events happening in the outside world. Through newspapers, Moria had also learned that an organization named Akatsuki had emerged on the seas, and its power was incredibly strong and mad. As soon as the Akatsuki organization appeared on the seas, they murdered the celestial dragons in public and destroyed the Sabaody Archipelago. Following that, it was Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization who resurrected the pirate King Roger in Logetown. When Moria first read this report, he was also shocked. However, he never expected that Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization would appear in his territory. The infamous Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization, what brings you to my terrifying three-masted ship? Moria asked cautiously with his distinctive laughter. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, his golden slit-like pupils scanning Moria. "I heard that you have collected countless corpses of powerful beings here. Hand them all over to me." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Moria was initially stunned, then burst into exaggerated laughter. "Hee. Hand them over to you. What kind of joke is that? These precious corpses are what I use to form the strongest army and challenge Kaido's trump card again. How could I possibly hand them over to you, a mysterious character?" Orochimaru shook his head indifferently with disdain in his tone. "With your crude methods, you are merely wasting these excellent materials. Only in my hands can they unleash their true power, even surpass their power in life." Hearing Orochimaru's contemptuous words, Moria's laughter abruptly stopped, and his massive face darkened. "Farragut. Orochimaru, I admit that your method of resurrecting Roger is impressive, but if you think you can steal my things, you're not worthy. I will not hand over the corpses to you. It seems we cannot reach an agreement." Orochimaru grinned, revealing a set of white chilling teeth, his smile sending shivers down one's spine. "Since you disagree, I will have to take them by force." Moria was thoroughly enraged and began to roar. "Arrogant fool. This is my territory. Charge. Let him see our might." With a command from Moria, his subordinate Absalom's figure instantly faded into the air until he completed. The ability of the transparent fruit is most suitable for assassination and surprise attacks. In Absalom's eyes, no matter how strong this man named Orochimaru is, he could never defend against an invisible assault. Absalom silently circled behind Orochimaru, a cruel smile spreading across his lips as he aimed his rocket launcher at Orochimaru's back. Die? But could he really succeed in his ambush? Obviously not. Just as Absalom was about to pull the trigger, Orochimaru didn't even turn around. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly, and then unleashed a swift backward kick. Bang! A dull sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. "Ah!" A scream rang out as Absalom's figure awkwardly materialized from the air, his body flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground, sliding down and losing consciousness. "Your footsteps are too heavy." Orochimaru retracted his legs, speaking disdainfully, as if evaluating a product. "With such weak strength, how dare you attempt to ambush me?" A shock ran through Kuna at the side. Although she had her observation haki fully activated, she could only vaguely perceive a blurred outline of Absalom, while Orochimaru seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. "Absalom! How despicable!" Princess Perona exclaimed in shock and anger, immediately activating the powers of the ghost fruit. "Watch my negative ghost." Several white, translucent ghosts appeared out of nowhere, emanating an eerie aura that sapped the will to fight, shrieking as they flew towards Orochimaru. Faced with these ghosts that could cause any strong warrior's will to collapse, Orochimaru merely formed a hand seal with one hand. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind erupted from his mouth, without warning, instantly transforming into a visible white shockwave that swept the negative ghosts apart, dissipating them into nothingness. The wind showed no sign of abating, continuing to sweep towards Perona behind. Perona barely had time to let out a short scream before she was swept into the air by the unreasonable hurricane like a kite, with a broken string spiraling away into the fog-laden horizon. "Absalom! Perona!" Moria's massive face twisted with fury and shock as he witnessed his two most capable subordinates being instantaneously taken down. Shadow slash. Extreme anger prompted Moria to unleash the powers of his shadow fruit. His shadow beneath him twisted and elongated wildly, ultimately transforming into a gigantic black spear, its tip shimmering ominously as it screamed through the air, thrusting fiercely towards Orochimaru. Faced with Moriya's fierce attack, Orochimaru merely swayed slightly, evading it with ghostly ease. The giant shadow spear grazed his clothing, embedding itself heavily into the ground behind, leaving a bottom. Meanwhile, Orochimaru quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire released Great Fire Dragon. A colossal fire dragon entirely composed of intense flames roared thunderously, baring its fangs and claws as it charged towards the still unresponsive Moriya. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed the searing flames, instantly engulfing Moriya's massive figure, a terrifying shockwave flattening the surrounding forest and buildings. As the smoke slowly dispersed, Orochimaru stood at the center, his red clouds and black attire billowing slightly in the heat. He disdainfully gazed at Moriya, who was blasted away, charred all over, struggling to rise, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Is this the warlord of the sea? Hardly impressive. You have angered me." Moriya struggled to rise from the rubble, his massive frame covered in horrific burns, yet he let out a beast-like roar of pain. "I will show you my true power. Come forth, my zombie army." With the moonlight casting down, Moriya's voice rang out as the ground around him began to tremble violently. One by one, rows upon rows of countless zombies clawed their way out from underground, each with unique appearances, howling and roaring as they surrounded Orochimaru and Konoha. A dense mass of zombies formed a terrifying sea of corpses, exuding a formidable presence. "Hehehe, did you see that? This is my zombie army." Moriya erupted into a mad cackle. Konoha immediately grasped her sword, standing protectively in front of Orochimaru, her expression unusually grave. "Orochimaru-sama, be careful." However, there was no trace of fear on Orochimaru's face, only a deeper disdain and contempt. "Is this how you utilize corpses? It's utterly crude and wasteful." Upon hearing Orochimaru's continued scornful remarks, Moriya's laughter abruptly ceased, and rage once again overwhelmed his reason. "Charge! Tear them apart!" With his command, hundreds upon thousands of zombies wielding broken weapons surged towards Orochimaru like a tide. Faced with this terrifying tide of corpses, Orochimaru formed seals once more. Earth release, earth flow, river. Boom. The solid ground transformed into a surging mudslide like a roaring river, instantly sweeping away the hundreds of zombies at the forefront, crashing and tumbling them, scattering them in all directions. "Damn it, charge. All of you, charge." Seeing his army so easily dismantled, Moriya grew even angrier, roaring loudly, commanding the zombies to keep advancing. At that moment, Orochimaru's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, locking onto one particular zombie. Which corpse? Interesting. Orochimaru seemed to have discovered something intriguing, leaping into action, darting through the crowd of zombies, and making a powerful grab at his target. The zombie wielding a long sword and a wine bottle, wearing a captain's hat, was instantly caught by Orochimaru. Seeing this scene, Moriya immediately roared, "Damn, Orochimaru, what are you doing with my zombie? Return my zombie this instant." Moriya recognized it immediately. This was not an ordinary zombie. It was the corpse of Captain John from the Rocks Pirates, which he had painstakingly obtained. The most crucial fighting force in his zombie army. "Hehe, Moriya." Orochimaru held up Captain John's corpse, landing back on the ground, his golden slit pupils sparkling with excitement and malice. "Now let me show you the true use of these corpses. In pure world reincarnation." Orochimaru first took out a living pirate he had prepared long ago. Then he quickly formed seals under Moriya's watchful gaze. He slapped down hard on Captain John's corpse. Under the horrified gaze of Moriya, countless scraps of dust converged upon the corpse of Captain John. Captain John's withered and decayed skin began to visibly swell and restore itself to flesh and blood. The dried muscles bulged, and the pale skin regained the color of life. In just a few seconds, a perfectly intact Captain John, even more complete than in his prime, appeared right. "What? What is happening? Didn't I already die, eh?" The newly revived Captain John suddenly opened his eyes wide, bewilderedly examining his hands and touching his face, filled with confusion. His memory still lingered on the moment of his death. He distinctly remembered being ambushed by several subordinates over treasure. But now how had he come back to life? Revived? Really revived? Moriya looked at the living Captain John, his massive body trembling uncontrollably, his voice filled with incredulous shock. Could this be the ability of Orochimaru to resurrect the dead? Although the news of the Pirate King Roger's resurrection had already been published in newspapers, it was ultimately just words. Witnessing a zombie he had created with his own hands completely break free from the shackles of death and return to being a living person, the cognitive dissonance left Moriya's mind blank. What made him feel even more humiliated and furious was that the person resurrected by Orochimaru was someone whose corpse had been stolen from him. Orochimaru ignored the enraged Moriya, instead extending his long tongue to lick his lips, his golden slit pupils intently fixed on Captain John. "Captain John, it was I who resurrected you. I am a member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru." Captain John then noticed Orochimaru dressed in black with the red cloud. He scrutinized Orochimaru up and down, revealing the arrogance and wildness typical of legendary pirates. You? Who are you? Akatsuki. Never heard of it. Haha, whether you've heard of it or not. Orochimaru grinned and said to Captain John, now I command you to eliminate the pesky trash before you. Hearing this, Captain John let out a scoff. You young punk, although you revived me, do you think you can command You are not worthy. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates who experienced the earth-shattering battle at God Valley, John was indeed very arrogant and reckless. In his view, this slender man before him was merely a little brat with some peculiar ability not worthy of issuing commands to him. In the face of Captain John's arrogance, Orochimaru's smile remained unchanged, but his enthusiasm had turned into cold indifference. Haha, that is not up to you. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals again. Erasure of consciousness. As Orochimaru's words fell, an invisible wave instantly enveloped Captain John. The previously spirited and arrogant Captain John suddenly stiffened. The sparkle and brilliance in his eyes rapidly faded, becoming hollow and dull. All right, now attack and eliminate the enemies around us. Orochimaru issued another command. This time Captain John showed no hesitation. Clang! The long sword at his waist instantly unsheathed, and without any unnecessary movements a slash imbued with terrifying power swept out. Boom! A massive sword aura tore through the earth, instantly vaporizing over 100 zombies along with the ground beneath them, turning them into dust. Bastard! Moria, watching his army being easily destroyed, snapped back to reality from his shock, turning to extreme fury. Don't think that resurrecting one person can defeat me. You only have one, and my zombie army has thousands. Although Orochimaru's methods were eerie enough to make him uneasy, Moria still believed he held an absolute numerical advantage. But is the situation really like that? Charge! Tear them apart. With Moria's roar, the remaining thousands of zombies surged forward like a tide. In the face of this terrifying wave of corpses, the now mindless Captain John merely stood quietly in place, slowly raising a hand. In the next second, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! An invisible force field expanded outward, centered on him. The zombies, charging with knives, swords, and axes, suddenly began to tremble violently, and then amidst the sounds of clashing metal, thousands of weapons slipped from their grasp, turning into streams of cold light that shot into the sky. Countless swords and blades gathered above Captain John's head, forming a cloud of steel that obscured the fog, exuding a suffocating, murderous intent. This is the power of the magnet fruit. How is this possible? At this moment, Moria was truly shattered. His massive jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his face etched with a terror 100 times more horrifying than seeing a ghost. As a user of the shadow fruit, he understood the rules of this world better than anyone. Any devil fruit user loses their ability upon death, and the fruit is reborn somewhere in the world. This is a law. Thus, despite his efforts to gather the corpses of the strong, he could only use shadows to control them, unable to harness their abilities from when they were alive. But now, the Captain John resurrected by Orochimaru not only retained his formidable strength from his previous life, but even brought back his devil fruit abilities. This had completely surpassed his understanding. Just as Moria's worldview collapsed, and he fell into a daze, Captain John had already coldly waved his hand at the steel cloud. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of swords transformed into a storm of steel, pouring down upon the zombie army below. There were no screams, no resistance. Only the dull sounds of countless flesh being instantly sliced, torn, and shredded. In just a few breaths, Moria's proud zombie army was completely swept clean, leaving only a ground strewn with severed limbs and shattered weapons. The surroundings instantly fell into a deathly silence. The steel storm dissipated. Captain John's hollow gaze slowly turned, sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, precisely locking onto Moria. Locked in by the hollow, lifeless eyes of Captain John, Moria's massive body shivered inexplicably. Shadow Mage. Moria roared once again, unleashing the power of the shadow fruit. The shadow beneath him suddenly rose, instantly molding into his own likeness, a pure black shadow clone standing in front of him. This was his ultimate life-saving skill, capable of absorbing fatal damage for his true self. However, could it really block the attack? Obviously not. In the instant the shadow took shape, Captain John's figure had already vanished from sight. With a tearing sound, a streak of blinding sword light flashed by, aimed directly at Moria's shadow clone. Tear! Moria's proud shadow clone was instantly ripped apart. Meanwhile, the sword light continued its relentless assault, heading towards the moonlit Moria's true body. A piercing scream erupted. Moria's colossal form was blasted away by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, stirring up clouds of dust. A wound deep enough to see bone extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain staining the ground beneath him. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint. Moriya struggled to rise, but his body refused. At that moment Captain John attacked again, raising his sword high, the tip aimed directly at Moriya. Not good. It's over. Moriya's mind went blank, and he couldn't help but recall the despair of having once been defeated by Kaido, losing all his comrades. Moriya had gone to great lengths to hide in this devil's triangle, collecting corpses and forming an army, all in hopes of one day taking revenge on Kaido. Yet now all his efforts, all his dreams would be shattered here by Captain John, resurrected by Orochimaru. Moreover, the corpse of Captain John was obtained from him. What a cruel irony. Moriya slowly closed his eyes, preparing to embrace death. However, the anticipated pain did not come. A cold sensation rested against his throat. Moriya opened his eyes in confusion. The long sword, glinting with a cold light, was pressed against the skin of his throat. The icy, killing intent made every hair on his body stand on end. Captain John's lifeless face was close at hand, yet he made no move. Moi. Moriya looked past Captain John, locking eyes with Orochimaru's playful golden vertical pupils. The relief of surviving was instantly replaced by overwhelming humiliation and rage. Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? Are you toying with me? Orochimaru ignored Moriya's roar, taking leisurely steps through the debris to stand before him. Kazuki Hiyori held the sword Wado Ikamanji, closely following behind her, cold face full of vigilance, both against Moriya and the terrifying resurrected corpse. Moonlight Moriya. Orochimaru's slightly hoarse voice rang out, carrying a peculiar allure. You long for companions, crave power, and desire revenge against the man who shattered all your dreams, don't you? Orochimaru, like a sharp blade, precisely pierced the softest, most painful part of Moriya's heart. Moriya's massive face twisted instantly as he yelled in anger, "What do you want from me?" Orochimaru smiled slightly, looking at Moriya and saying, "Are you interested in joining the Akatsuki?" Moriya's roar abruptly halted, and he was left stunned. He had imagined countless possibilities, being tortured, humiliated, used as a test subject. Yet he never expected that the very man who had just destroyed everything would extend an invitation to him. Join the Akatsuki. Moriya quickly snapped back to reality from his shock, struggling to stand with his heavily injured body, returning the gaze with a scrutinizing posture. Why should I join your Akatsuki? Can your Akatsuki help me defeat Kaido the Beast? Moriya fixed a fierce gaze on Orochimaru, posing the question that had lingered in his heart for decades, now turned into an obsession. Upon hearing the question, Orochimaru suddenly let out a low, mocking laugh, filled with unmasked contempt and arrogance. Kaido the Beast. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, the golden vertical pupils shimmering with a light that made Moriya's heart race. The Akatsuki's goal is this: see the entire world. A mere Yonko is just an inconsequential stone on the path ahead. Orochimaru's words left Moriya utterly astonished. An inconsequential stone. The nightmare of Kaido, whom he could never hope to defeat, and from whom he had even lost the courage to challenge, was described by the other as merely an insignificant existence. How arrogant. But how confident and powerful. Moriya's heart began to race. From this organization named Akatsuki, he saw the possibility of defeating Kaido. Death or submission. Humiliation or revenge. The answer was already evident. Moriya's enormous fist slammed heavily into the ground as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. Fine. I agree to join the Akatsuki. Very well, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. From now on you are a peripheral member of the Akatsuki. Peripheral member. Moriya, who had just made the decision, suddenly raised his head, anger flooding his massive face once again. As a proud warlord of the Seven, you only let me be a peripheral member. Because you are too weak. Orochimaru pointed out the truth without mercy. As of today, you aren't even qualified for me to intervene personally. Wait until you can prove your worth, and then we can discuss becoming a formal member. Damn. Moriya was left speechless, his chest rising and falling violently, and ultimately all his unwillingness and anger transformed into a gritted declaration. One day I will become a formal member. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Devil's Triangle, a naval warship, flying the seagull flag, was cautiously sailing through the thick fog. On the deck stood a tall, handsome naval lieutenant, holding a telescope, gazing into the bottomless mist ahead. It was Lieutenant Charles. A naval soldier approached Charles, his face showing traces of fatigue and doubt. Lieutenant Charles, we've been searching here for a week. Is Orochimaru of the Akatsuki really here? Charles lowered the telescope, revealing a confident expression. According to my analysis, the lair of Moonlight Moriya, one of the warlords of the Seven, is located in this sea. And Moriya's greatest obsession is collecting the corpses of powerful individuals. On the other hand, Orochimaru of the Akatsuki also needs corpses as a medium to resurrect the dead. One needs corpses, and the other collects corpses. So tell me, what are the chances he would come here? Charles' astute analysis caused the surrounding naval soldiers to display expressions of sudden realization and admiration. I see. Lieutenant Charles' analysis is truly impeccable. Listening to his subordinate's flattery, Charles maintained a calm demeanor, but internally, he was sneering. Analysis. This hardly required analysis. The members of the Akatsuki were precisely orchestrated by Charles himself. No one understood better than him where Orochimaru would go. Charles brought the fleet here and made such statements merely to make his actions appear more reasonable, while also seeking a suitable group of audience for the impending major event. Only by allowing the world to witness the terror of the Akatsuki could he maximize his harvest of shock. Just as Charles' thoughts were turning, the previously calm and floating mist ahead suddenly began to churn violently, as if some colossal creature was about to awaken from the depths of the sea. Lieutenant Charles, look. Something's happening. A keen-eyed naval soldier pointed ahead and shouted. The thick fog churned violently, resembling boiling water. A colossal black shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the mist, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression that struck every naval soldier's gaze. It was a ship. No, it was far from a ship. It was an island floating on the sea. With its dark walls and sinister architecture, a massive ship stood at the center of the island, emanating an ominous and eerie aura as it slowly sailed out from the depths of the fog. The naval soldiers on the deck gasped in horror, their faces filled with shock. This is the terrifying three-masted ship. One of the naval soldiers exclaimed in shock, recognizing the legendary giant ship, the pirate ship of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria. Immediately, another naval soldier on lookout pointed at the deck of the terrifying three-masted ship with trembling fingers. Sir, there are people on the ship. It's Orochimaru from the Akatsuki. And Moonlight Moria. Following his pointed direction, they saw Orochimaru clad in a red cloud-black outfit, standing shoulder to shoulder with the hulking figure of Moonlight Moria on that massive deck. Though they were quite far away, they could still sense the lingering anger and unwillingness emanating from Moria. It seems my analysis was not mistaken. Members of the Akatsuki are indeed here, and it appears that the warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, has already sided with the Akatsuki. Summer's tone was very certain. Upon hearing Summer's words, the surrounding naval soldiers looked at him with eyes filled with fervent admiration. Members of the Akatsuki in the Devil's Triangle. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria, has joined the Akatsuki. Regardless of either piece of news, it's earth-shattering news capable of overturning the maritime landscape. And their commander, Lieutenant Summer, had accurately predicted all of this based solely on a few threads of information. What terrifying analytical ability! Listening to his subordinates' suppressed gasps and praises, Summer remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, he found it amusing. Analysis. No, this was not analysis at all. Everything happening before their eyes was orchestrated by Summer himself. Where Orochimaru would go, what Moria would choose, all were within Summer's calculations. And these naval soldiers were merely the carefully selected audience and megaphones for this grand play. Only by transmitting this news through the official channels of the naval headquarters could the terror of the Akatsuki rapidly ferment at maximum intensity, allowing Summer to reap a massive shockwave. Give the order, Summer's voice interrupted the soldiers' daydreams. Slow down the battleship, maintain distance, and do not let them discover us. Yes. Moreover, Summer turned to the communications officer beside him, issuing the final command. Immediately contact the naval headquarters. Report that we have discovered the traces of Akatsuki member Orochimaru, and that the warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, has likely defected and joined the Akatsuki. Yes, sir. The communications officer shuddered, immediately clutching the Den Mushi to relay the information. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the fleet, Admiral Sengoku was looking at the documents in his hand, feeling overwhelmed. Since the news of Akatsuki's Orochimaru resurrecting the pirate King Roger spread across the seas, the entire world went crazy. Countless long-dormant pirate crews set sail once more, and the new generation of pirates surged into the Grand Line as if fueled by adrenaline. Their goals were no longer the elusive One Piece, but a more concrete and direct existence: finding Orochimaru to obtain Roger's treasure from him. The Order of the Sea was collapsing at a visibly alarming rate. As the maintainers of order, the pressure on the Navy was unprecedentedly immense. Sigh. Sengoku wearily rubbed his temples. At that moment, the office door was pushed open and the Chief of Staff Crane walked in slowly. It's Crane. Sengoku raised his head. What brings you here? I hope you have good news for me. Crane Admiral approached the desk and placed a document on it. Lieutenant Summer has discovered the whereabouts of Akatsuki's Orochimaru. Oh, Sengoku was somewhat surprised. Was it Summer who found it again? For this name Sengoku had been hearing it quite frequently lately. From the stunning performance at Sabaody Archipelago to a series of precise intelligence analyses, this young lieutenant consistently brought him surprises. Crane nodded and explained. Summer analyzed that Orochimaru needs corpses, and Moria has a penchant for collecting strong corpses, predicting that Orochimaru was likely heading to the Devil's Triangle, thus leading a team to deploy there in advance. I see. Sengoku nodded approvingly. Clear logic, decisive judgment. This kid's analytical ability is indeed outstanding. Our Navy has gained another excellent intelligence expert. Moreover, he is not only strong in analysis, but also possesses an exceptionally keen intuition for intelligence, Crane added, then pushed the document in her hand towards Sengoku. And he has brought back another piece of even worse news. According to Summer's on-site observations and speculations, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria, has likely joined the Akatsuki. Sengoku's hand holding the document suddenly froze. He quickly scanned the intelligence content, and his serious face immediately darkened. Bang! He slammed his fist heavily on the desk, causing the documents to rattle. Damn! I have always said, these lawless pirates are utterly untrustworthy. Sengoku's roar echoed through the office. He had opposed the warlord system from its inception, and now his concerns had finally turned into reality. Immediately transmit this news unchanged to the world government. Haven't the Gorosei already dispatched their Knight of God? Then let them handle this mess. Sengoku's chest heaved violently, clearly enraged. Yes, Crane responded, and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Sengoku called out to her, calming his emotions, and solemnly instructed, ensure that Summer is extremely cautious while tracking Akatsuki members, prioritize his safety. This young man is the future of the Navy, nothing must go wrong. Having witnessed Summer's extraordinary analytical abilities, Sengoku had already made up his mind to cultivate him as a key figure in the next generation of naval leadership. While strong combat power is crucial for the Navy, intelligence is equally important. Summer has now displayed incredibly powerful analytical abilities, and Sengoku does not wish for this new naval star to encounter any mishaps. A subtle smile appeared on Crane's face. I understand. The terrifying 3-masted ship sliced through the waves, heading deep into the Grand Line. This colossal vessel was anything but understated. A pirate ship of island size, coupled with its eerie appearance and sails that overshadowed the sun, drew attention wherever it went. Moreover, aboard were Orochimaru and Gecko Moria. Within 3 days, all major forces across the seas were aware of Orochimaru's reappearance. Orochimaru of the Akatsuki has appeared in the Devil's Triangle. Gecko Moria of the Warlords has betrayed. He has joined the Akatsuki. A warlord has actually allied with the Akatsuki. Orochimaru of the Akatsuki and Gecko Moria have joined forces. Hearing this news, the various factions began to move. Pirates, the world government, the Navy. All dispatched forces to rush towards the sea where the terrifying 3-masted ship was located. The most excited were the keen journalists. Morgan's World Economic News Agency almost mobilized all its informants, frantically tracking the course of the terrifying 3-masted ship. Amidst the chaos, the ship remained eerily calm. Moria stood at the highest point of the deck, the sea breeze billowing his tattered cloak. The wound on his abdomen, slashed open by Captain John, had been crudely bandaged, but still ached faintly. This pain kept him alert. He glanced down at Orochimaru, who stood on the other side of the deck. The man leaned against the railing, observing the sea with a specimen-like gaze, his long tongue occasionally flicking out from his lips, making onlookers feel uneasy. After much internal conflict, Moria finally couldn't help but speak up. Hey Orochimaru. Moi. Where exactly are we going? Moria's tone wasn't pleasant. After all, this was his ship, yet the course was set by Orochimaru. You don't intend to just cruise around on my ship, do you? I have no interest in going for a joyride with you. Orochimaru did not turn around, but a meaningful smile appeared on his pale face. Moria, do you know Roxy? Zebek. Moria's body stiffened. Rox. That name was a terrifying existence in these seas, one even more forbidden than taboo. The God Valley incident 38 years ago was only quelled by the combined effort of Pirate King Roger and Navy hero Garp. The roster of the Rox Pirates, Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido. Each name could shake the world, and their captain Rox was the man standing atop these monsters. You? Don't mean to. Moria seemed to realize something, staring wide-eyed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned around, a fervor burning in his golden vertical pupils. I have a keen interest in the corpse of Rox. If possible, I would also very much like to resurrect Rox. Orochimaru's words startled Moria, who gasped in shock. Are you crazy? That's Rox. A monster that even the Pirate King and Garp had to team up to face. You want to resurrect that kind of being? What? Are you afraid? Orochimaru looked at Moria's reaction with disdain. Moria was indeed however, he couldn't help but recall Captain John, who had been resurrected, and controlled by Orochimaru. If Rocks could be controlled like that. Rocks, the former pirate king. If he truly possessed the power of Rocks, defeating Kaido would be a piece of cake. Huh. Ha ha. Moria suddenly laughed maniacally, his laughter wild and distorted, echoing. Beside him, Kana was startled, instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword. Revive Rocks. Use Rocks to fight Kaido. Make that damned beast taste the feeling of being crushed by his former captain. Moria grew increasingly excited, slamming his huge palm against the ship's railing, cracking the hard wood. Orochimaru. I, Gecko Moria, am now in your service. You are truly a madman. He'll take that as a compliment. Orochimaru curved his lips slightly. After the excitement, Moria quickly calmed down. He rubbed his chin and posed a crucial question. The corpse of Rocks. Do you know where it is? God Valley. Orochimaru stated a place name. Moria furrowed his brow and replied, God Valley. That place has long since disappeared from the maps, or so they say. The entire island sank. That's why we need you, Moria. Orochimaru looked at him and said, You've been a warlord for so long, you should be able to find Rock's final resting place. Moria grinned. You do have a good plan. Just as the two were discussing how to search for the ruins of God Valley, Perona, who was on lookout duty, suddenly reported. Report. Lord Moria. Small vessel spotted. Approaching. There's a kid on the boat. Hearing Perona's report, Moria's brow furrowed. The two looked into the distance and indeed spotted a small boat approaching. Rather than a small boat, it looked more. A small child was struggling to control the raft. A kid, bring him to me. Moria couldn't help but call out. Upon hearing this, Perona flew out using her Suknomi abilities and moments later brought the child over. The child looked to be around 10 years old. His white hat was pulled low, nearly covering half his face. However, from under the brim, large patches of white spots could be clearly seen on his skin. That was not a normal skin color. It was a sign of some affliction. Moria frowned and asked, Kid, who are you? The kid was thrown onto the deck by Perona landing hard, but he only let out a muffled grunt before struggling to get. As he lifted the brim, a pair of bloodshot, yet stubborn eyes emerged. Those eyes scanned Moria before finally locking onto Orochimaru. You are Orochimaru of the Akatsuki. The child's voice was hoarse, but his tone was neither submissive nor aggressive. Orochimaru tilted his head, intrigued by this unexpected guest. A half-dead child finding them in this vast sea, and his first words were to confirm his identity. Interesting. I am Orochimaru of the Akatsuki. Kid, who are you? Orochimaru examined the child before. My name is Trafalgar Law. The boy revealed his name. My name is Trafalgar D. Water Law. I want to join the Akatsuki. Immediately, the massive figure of Moria erupted into exaggerated laughter. Pahaha. A little brat. You want to join the Akatsuki? Are you joking? Law ignored Moria's mockery. His bloodshot eyes were fixated on Orochimaru, revealing a stubbornness and determination not typical of a child. Orochimaru didn't laugh. Instead, he slowly crouched down, bringing his gaze level with Law's. His golden-slit pupils scrutinized the sickly, emaciated boy who still stood upright. Little brat wanting to join the Akatsuki is not as simple as just saying so. Orochimaru's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Tell me your reasons. Upon hearing this, a seriousness beyond his years appeared on Law's face. I was born in the white town of Fervance. I have been infected with the plague of lead since childhood. The world government and the royal family locked us all within the borders to cover up the truth and then set us ablaze. Anyone who tried to escape was shot on the spot. I crawled out from a pile of corpses. My parents are dead. My sister is dead. My teacher, friends, neighbors, everyone is dead. My life has less than 3 years left. Law's voice was flat, as if recounting a story unrelated to himself. His dirt-streaked face was terrifyingly calm. A child of less than 10 discussing the destruction of his entire world and his inevitable death in 3 years without shedding a single tear. This extreme calmness was more unsettling than any heart-wrenching wail. Orochimaru said nothing, simply listening intently. So, I want revenge. To destroy this damned world. Law raised his head and the flames ignited in his gray-blue eyes. Trafalgar D. Water Law despised all of this. He set sail on a small boat, seeking a power strong enough to take revenge on the world. Then he heard the name of the Akatsuki. Reviving Pirate King Roger, declaring war on the world government. The actions of this Akatsuki perfectly aligned with the deepest desires within Law's heart. Thus Law sought them out. After hearing Law's story, Orochimaru laughed. Not mockingly, nor with disdain. An interesting little brat. Destroying the world. What an admirable ideal. Orochimaru stood up, walking around Law, his slit pupils assessing him from every angle. You hate this world, Orochimaru stated, presenting a fact. Law did not respond, only affirming with his silence. Your parents are dead, your kin are dead, your country is gone. Your current plight is not due to any pirate or navy, but rather the very rules of this world. Orochimaru's words precisely sliced through the chaotic pent-up rage within Law's chest. Indeed, Law did not hate any single soldier who fired a gun or any official who issued orders. He hated the entire world. Living in itself is inherently meaningless. Orochimaru suddenly changed his tone, his words drifting as if he were talking to himself or preaching to this child. Law looked at Orochimaru in confusion. But as long as you live, Orochimaru lowered his head, meeting Law's gaze again. You can discover many interesting things. Revenge or hatred, these are merely reasons to keep one willing to live. Your current reason is hatred. That's enough. Orochimaru straightened up, the red cloud pattern on his sleeves fluttering slightly in the sea breeze. You want to take revenge on the world? Yes, Law's response was crisp and clear. I will give you the power to take revenge on the world. The moment the words fell, a dark purple snake shot out from Orochimaru's wide sleeve like lightning. Before Law could react, the cold fangs of the snake accurately bit into the back of his neck. Ugh! Law grunted, instinctively reaching for the back of his neck, but found nothing. The snake had already retracted back into the sleeve. Then excruciating pain struck. It was not the pain of flesh being torn, but a burning heat igniting from deep within his bones, from every single cell. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Law's throat, and he could no longer stand, dropping to his knees heavily on the deck, gripping the ground tightly, his nails cracking from the strain. On the back of his neck, 3 black tomo patterns clearly emerged. Then centered around these 3 patterns, black net-like lines began to spread rapidly in all directions, extending along his spine, enveloping his entire back. From his shoulder blades climbing up his arms, down his thighs, all the way to his ankles. Finally, even his twisted, pained face became covered in flame-like black patterns. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. But for Law, those fleeting 10 seconds felt longer and more painful than the whole day he escaped from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At the moment the pain peaked, everything came to an abrupt halt. In its place was power. An unprecedented surging power erupted from the depths of his being. Every muscle fiber, every blood vessel, every bone was being violently transformed, enhanced, and reshaped by this newfound power. Law knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his sweat soaking through his clothes. The black patterns covering his body faded after a moment, slowly retracting back into the 3 tomo marks on his neck. However, that immense power did not vanish. It merely concealed itself, lying dormant within him, ready to be awakened at any moment. There was one more noticeable change. Law slowly lowered his head, looking at his arms. The white plague marks, symbolic of his countdown to death, had not disappeared. Yet the agonizing burning sensation that had tormented him continuously had stopped. The illness had not been cured, but it had been forcibly suppressed. What is this? Law raised his head, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. A curse mark, Orochimaru calmly explained, a little invention of mine. It can enhance your physical functions, including immunity and cellular regeneration. Your plague of lead will not continue to worsen for now. Law was stunned. It won't continue to worsen? Does that mean he won't die? At least he won't die painfully like a useless person within the next 3 years. A complex emotion that was hard to describe surged violently within his chest. He had survived. He thought his life was left with only 3 years for revenge against the world, but now he had survived. He did not cry, nor did he laugh. He simply fell silent for a moment, then used his trembling arms to support himself, standing up again, lowering his head to let the brim of his hat cover his face. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at the disheveled child who had managed to stand again and extended his long tongue to lick his lips. Law, from now on you will follow me. Yes. Law's response was brief, but in his gray-blue eyes a glimmer of light that belonged to him for the first time appeared. In the west, see a stretch of water unmarked on any map. The colossal, terrifying 3-masted ship lay anchored here, surrounded by jagged rocks. Scattered across the gray-green surface of the sea were large and small fragments of stone, some still retaining their artificially chiseled edges, broken bricks, remnants of stone columns, and even half a statue's arm. These fragments lay strewn about the water, silently narrating the existence of a civilization that once thrived here. But now everything was gone. The sea breeze blew, carrying a damp and fishy scent. The sky was overcast with not a single seagull in sight. Orochimaru. According to the intelligence I've gathered, this is the location of the former Valley of the Gods. Moria stood at the edge of the deck, gazing down at the ruins before him. But will we really be able to find Rock's core? Moria's tone was filled with doubt. It had been over 20 years since the great battle at the Valley of the Gods. The entire island had broken apart, sinking into the sea, and had been completely wiped from the maps by the world government. In a place like this, searching for a corpse from decades ago seemed utterly absurd. A complete body might not even be necessary. All we need is Rock's genes. As Orochimaru's words fell, his palm slammed down, summoning technique. Puff. A thick cloud of white smoke exploded, causing the entire terrifying three-masted ship to tremble violently. In the next moment, countless snakes emerged. Not just one nor dozens, but thousands of snakes of various shapes and sizes. Giant pythons as thick as barrels and venomous snakes, as long as chopsticks with colorful patterns and bizarre hues covered most of the deck, their tongues flicking in and out, hissing in a chorus that made one's scalp tingle. Kazuki Hiyori instinctively took 2 steps back, her right hand already resting on the hilt of her sword. She was not afraid of snakes, but the sheer number was overwhelming, far beyond what a normal person could endure. As for Law, witnessing such a horrifying sight for the first time, his petite body trembled uncontrollably. Yet he gritted his teeth, summoning all his willpower to suppress any sign of fear. The most immediate reaction came from Perona. "Oh, snakes. So many snakes. It's disgusting," she screamed, using the powers of her Suknomi to levitate into the air, refusing to come down. "Can the snakes really find rocks?" Moria grinned, observing the writhing serpents beneath him, unable to help but ask. "The sensory abilities of snakes far exceed your imagination." Orochimaru's golden slit pupils fixed on the sea surface. For a powerhouse of rock's caliber, even after 38 years, the aura lingering on the remains would not easily dissipate. "Go turn this sea floor upside down for me." With Orochimaru's command, thousands of pythons surged into a dark current, spilling from the edge of the deck into the sea. The gray-green sea surface was immediately churned into countless whirlpools as the serpent swarm rapidly dispersed and plunged into the deep sea in all directions. At that moment, Absalom, stationed high in the mast as a lookout, suddenly shouted sharply, "Master Moria, in the northeast direction many ships have appeared on the sea." Hearing this, everyone on the deck turned their gazes toward the northeastern horizon. There where the sea met the sky, massive warships were crashing through the waves, charging straight towards them. Each warship flew a flag consisting of a cross and 4 dots. "What is this?" "World government ships. There are no less than 10 warships." "Orochimaru, what should—" Moria turned sharply to Orochimaru, his face filled with impatience. But Orochimaru merely stood quietly in place, staring at the massive fleet approaching in the distance, his long tongue slowly extending from his lips and retracting. His golden slit pupils showed no hint of panic, but rather an unsettling excitement. 10 warships of the world government were arrayed in a fan shape, pressing in from the northeastern sea. These warships moved neither too fast nor too slow, resembling a gigantic net gradually closing in. At the forefront was a flagship noticeably larger than the others. On the bow's deck stood 5 individuals. The leader, a burly man with graying hair styled in a unique crescent shape, looked spirited. This man was the supreme commander of the Knights of God, Fegalanda Greenhawk. Behind him, 4 members of the Knights of God were chatting idly. "Is it really worth deploying all of us just for that Orochimaru of the Akatsuki?" The first to speak was Shepherd Somas. Tall and thin, with a meticulously groomed goatee, he habitually spread his hands while speaking, full of impatience. "Exactly what could a pirate organization possibly be worth for us to intervene?" The beast-human hybrid Limos for Kirin Gorm chimed in. "It is said that this Orochimaru possesses the ability to resurrect the dead. He revived the pirate King Roger." Fegalanda Shamrock added. "He was the youngest among them, yet his strength was formidable. He was also Fegalanda Greenhawk's son, and a blood brother of red-haired Shanks." "Humph. A bunch of pirates tearing each other apart. Regardless of who he resurrected, we can take care of them." Satcher's Mafagong scoffed, his words laced with disdain. They were the Knights of God, the elite among the celestial dragons, even possessing the power to execute celestial dragons. This status instilled in them a deeply rooted arrogance. In their eyes, any force outside the celestial dragons was merely ants to be crushed at will. As for this newly emerging Akatsuki organization, it was unworthy of even being regarded. The Supreme Commander Greenhawk had not participated in their idle chatter. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze surpassing the gray sea, firmly locking onto the absurdly large silhouette of the terrifying 3-masted ship in the distance. Once the 4 had laughed enough, he slowly spoke. "Everyone hold it together." His voice was not loud, but the laughter of the 4 suddenly ceased. The ability to resurrect the dead regardless of the means used must not be underestimated. Greenhawk turned his head, scanning each of the 4 individuals. Moreover, this so-called Akatsuki organization dares to openly challenge the world government. Crazy or foolish, those who dare to do such things must have some trump cards up their sleeves. "Relay the orders." Greenhawk's voice suddenly rose, and the soldiers around him reflexively straightened their backs. "All ships form a surrounding formation, sealing every exit of this sea area. Don't let them escape." With the order given, over a dozen warships began to adjust their course, tightening the encirclement around the terrifying 3-masted ship. On the terrifying 3-masted ship, upon seeing the celestial dragon emblem hanging from the warship, Moria's expression instantly became extremely grave. That was not the Navy's flag. That was the direct force of the world government, even the fabled Knights of God who protect the celestial dragon's rule. Damn it, it's the Knights of God. Moria squeezed out a curse through gritted teeth. He had at least been one of the 7 warlords of the sea and had heard somewhat about the combat power at the top of the world government pyramid. The Knights of God, every member's strength was not inferior to that of a Marine Admiral. It was precisely because of this that Moria's reaction was so intense upon seeing that the visitors were from the Knights of God. The Knights of God, every member's strength was not inferior to that of a Marine Admiral. It was precisely because of this that Moria's reaction was so intense. Orochimaru stood in the center of the deck, letting the sea breeze tousle his black hair. He looked at the fleet that was closing in, and rather than showing any signs of nervousness, he raised his gaze to look in another direction. No rush. They haven't all arrived, yet let's wait a bit longer. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Moria was stunned and couldn't help but ask, Wait for what? At that moment, Absalom on the lookout tower let out a distorted scream of terror. Lord Moria, a pirate ship has appeared on the Western Sea. That flag. That is the flag of the big MOM pirates. Moria quickly turned his neck to the west. There on the western horizon, a gigantic cake ship decorated extravagantly and seemingly out of a fairy tale was slicing through the waves. At the top of the mast, the flag painted with red lips and a pirate hat was indeed the emblem of the big MOM pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Before Moria could recover from his shock, Absalom's voice rang out again. There's also a pirate ship on the southern. That's the Whitebeard pirates. To the north, there's also a pirate ship. It's the Beast pirates. And in the southeast, there's a pirate ship. It's the red-haired pirates. Each report hit Moria's nerves like heavy. On the southern sea, a pirate ship broke through the waves, quickly flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. On the northern sea, a wild-looking black giant ship with menacing horns and fangs carved at the prow broke through the sea, missed the flag of the Beast's pirates, emanating a sinister aura. In the southeast, the red-haired pirates' red force also revealed itself, the dragon-head bow appearing stable and imposing. Moria was completely stunned. His mind went blank, and his massive body froze in place, unable to move. What the hell is going on? I'm just a warlord of the sea. How am I surrounded by all the top forces in this world that are well known? On the flagship of the world government, Fegarantis Green Good Saint had also seen the pirate fleets surging from all directions. His meticulously styled crescent hairstyle remained undisturbed by the sea breeze, though his brows furrowed slightly. The pirate crews of the 4 emperors have come. It seems. Our movements have been leaked. Fegarantis Shamrock Saint stepped forward, a hint of seriousness on his young face. It's not surprising. The beast human form Limithifer Kirin Gome Saint spoke in a deep voice. With our fleet of over a dozen ships, it was impossible to keep it completely secret. Whitebeard Big Mom Kaido red-haired. Thatcher's Mafia licked his lips, his face showing undisguised bloodlust and arrogance. These pirate fools have come right to our doorstep. Let's eliminate all of them. As the Supreme Commander Green Good Saint did not respond immediately. He scanned the entire sea with sharp eyes, pondered for a moment, and then said, the plan remains unchanged. First, eliminate the Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization. One of Green Good Saint's hands slowly pressed against the hilt of the sword at his waist, the icy touch, making him even calmer. As for these pirates, if they dare to interfere, they will be dealt with too. 5 directions, 5 fleets. The world government, the Whitebeard pirates, the big MOM pirates, the Beast pirates, and the red-haired pirates. Everyone's gaze was focused on the bizarre giant ship at the very center, surrounded by countless foes. And the one being watched by all, Orochimaru, instead tilted his head back and let out a deep laugh. What a lively scene. His black hair spread out in the wild wind, and his golden vertical pupils reflected the various flags and ship silhouettes from all directions, flashing with an almost manic excitement. Orochimaru, how can you still be laughing? Moria's voice rose several decibels, nearly tearing through the air. We are surrounded. The world government. Whitebeard. Big Mom. Kaido. Red-haired. Tell me what's so funny about this situation. The punchline is precisely here. Orochimaru ceased his laughter, raised one hand, and leisurely drew a circle in the air, as if to encompass all the fleets within it. Look, so many big shots on the sea all gathered here, just for me in this area that no longer exists on the map. Orochimaru lowered his hand, and glanced at Moria, a peculiar light appearing on his pale face. The last person to gather all these guys in the same place was here. Orochimaru's words left Moria momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but recall the Valley of God from decades ago. That battle which reshaped the world's power structure drew in Roger Garp, Whitebeard, Big Mom Kaido, and the Golden Lion. The strongest batch of monsters from that era. Now, the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru had accomplished the same feat. 10 nautical miles away from this chaotic sea area. Behind a large reef, a naval warship lowered most of its sails, trying to minimize its presence. On the Zyle held a high-powered telescope taking in the entirety of the battlefield. 5 fleets. The Knights of God from the world government, the 4 emperors' pirate crews. Any one of them was powerful enough to overturn the world structure, and now all were compressed into this small patch of sea, like a group of beasts confined in an arena. And at the center of this storm was the character he had personally created. The Akatsuki organization Orochimaru. Zyle had initially anticipated that creating Orochimaru would stir up a significant commotion. But he truly hadn't expected the commotion to be this great. The 4 emperors, the world government, all gathered together. Once today's events spread, the entire sea would tremble. At that time, the shock points he would gain would probably be astronomical. Commander, what should we do now? A close, confident naval soldier leaned over with a serious expression, lowering his voice to ask. Zyle pretended to clear his throat, and then said, maintain a safe distance, do not approach. Our duty is to gather intelligence. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the surrounding naval soldiers moved swiftly to ensure the warship could retreat at any moment. Zyle then raised the telescope again, continuing to observe the movements in the distance with great interest. At present, the entire sea was tense like a powder keg filled with high explosives. It only needed a to ignite it completely. The fleets from 5 directions have completely sealed off the surrounding waters, trapping the terrifying Trizale ship firmly in the center, unable to move. On the flagship of the world government, Faigalando Jalingu stepped forward and shouted loudly, Akatsuki organization Orochimaru. You are completely surrounded. Surrender and hand over the secret to resurrecting the dead, and perhaps you may be granted a life. This is your only choice. As soon as Faigalando's words fell, an ear-splitting roar of laughter erupted from the northern sea. Enough of the nonsense. Kaido the Beast stood at the bow of the ship, one hand holding a kanabo while the other rested on his hip, also shouting at Orochimaru, Orochimaru. I am very interested in your tricks of resurrecting the dead. Join forces with me, and let's ignite a world war. Let this utterly boring world be turned upside down. Kaido's mad words instantly chilled the atmosphere on the world government flagship. Jalingu furrowed his brows. Behind him, Satchel's Mafekong let out a sound of undisguised disdain. That madman. Just as Kaido finished speaking, a figure approached the bow of the Red Force from the southeast. It was none other than the 4 emperors' Shanks. Behind him, his first mate Ben Beckman was smoking an unlit cigarette, while Yasop rested his hand on his sniper rifle, and Lucky Roo stood upright with all the other officers present. All the core combat power of the red-haired pirates without exception. Shanks did not roar, but his voice was steady and powerful, cutting through the noise of the sea, clearly audible to all parties. Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization. The ability to resurrect the dead has crossed a line that should not be crossed. The sea has its rules, the living are the living and the dead are the dead. You have shattered this boundary, and you know better than anyone what will follow. I am not here to fight you, I am here to advise you. Stop. All actions of the Akatsuki organization. After Shanks finished speaking, a subtle change occurred on the world government flagship. Faigalando Jalingu cast a glance toward Shanks. Faigalando Shamrock beside him responded more directly, snorting coldly, crossing his arms over his chest, and turning his face away decisively. The reactions of the two were identical. It was no wonder. Jalingu is Shanks' biological father and Shamrock is his biological brother. The Faigalando family, a prestigious family among the celestial dragons. Yet their blood relatives have abandoned their identity and status as celestial dragons to become pirates. This is simply self-degradation, a stain on the family's glory. Shanks felt the piercing reactions from the direction of the flagship, but he merely stood quietly, as if nothing had happened. Next, on the brightly decorated cake ship in the west, a tall figure stepped out. The man stood over 5 meters tall with a robust build, deep red short hair, and his face below the mouth was covered with a high-collared scarf. It was Charlotte Katakuri, the top commander of the Big Mom Pirates. He spoke calmly, his voice amplified by observation hockey, precisely reaching the terrifying Trizale ship. Orochimaru, Mom asked me to convey a message. Mom finds your ability very interesting. The Big Mom Pirates are willing to ally with the Akatsuki organization, and even can marry into your organization. Before the words were fully conveyed, a voice from the south interrupted. And we the Whitebeard Pirates, shouted Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization, our dad Whitebeard is very interested in you. We invite you to the Moby Dick for a drink and to discuss in person. Next to Marco, a tall and robust man grinned, his eyes shimmering with an elusive light, staring intently at Orochimaru. From 5 directions, 5 different attitudes. Jalingu wants him to surrender. Kaido wants him to join forces. Shanks wants him to stop. Katakuri conveyed Big Mom's intention to ally. Marco brought Whitebeard's invitation. All 5 parties had their own thoughts, but shared one common point. They all regarded Orochimaru as a piece of meat on the chopping block. In their eyes, Orochimaru was surrounded, could not escape, and could only choose from the options they provided. It is no wonder they are so confident. 10 world government warships, 4 fleets at the level of the 4 emperors, hundreds of elite warriors, plus those monster-level top combatants standing at the bow. Under such a siege, even if you are Orochimaru, you should weigh your own worth. On the deck of the terrifying Trisail ship, Moriya's face had turned purple. Sweat dripped from his fat chin, and he felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What should we do now? Moriya shouted in a panic toward Orochimaru. But unlike Moriya's panic, Orochimaru's face remained inexplicably calm, as if the world-altering threats and pressures around him were merely a gentle breeze. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils slowly swept across the fleets, in every direction, taking in Kaido's arrogance, Shanks' seriousness, Katakuri's calmness, Marco's invitation, and Jalinga's pressure. Then Orochimaru began to laugh. Ha. Surrender. Join forces. Stop. Unite. Be a guest. I think you all have misunderstood one thing. It is not you who are surrounding me. It is I who am waiting for you. As Orochimaru's voice fell, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Suddenly, the entire deck of the terrifying Trisail ship shook violently. Crack, pop. Immediately, coffins began to emerge. The number of coffins was exceedingly large, densely packed with hundreds of them. These coffins stood crisscrossed on the deck of the terrifying Trisail ship. The deck of the terrifying 3-masted ship was completely occupied by a multitude of coffins. Moriya was taken aback upon seeing these coffins and couldn't help but ask, could they be? Indeed, they are your zombies. Orochimaru's pale face revealed a strange. After subduing Moonlight Moriya, Orochimaru wasted no time. He immediately began to collect all the relatively useful corpses that Moriya had kept. Moriya, being a connoisseur of this field, had in his collection many corpses of those who were once renowned on the high seas. Although they could not compare to true top-tier combatants, every single one of them far exceeded the average person. Now facing the encirclement akin to a net of heaven and earth, Orochimaru summoned them all back, using the impure world reincarnation technique. However, the others in the encirclement were oblivious to this. As Orochimaru summoned hundreds of coffins at once, everyone was filled with confusion. Whether it was the commander-in-chief of the Knights of God Green Ghost or Kaido of the 100 Beasts, they all murmured in bewilderment. Coffins? What is he doing with these things? What a strange trick. Even if he's collecting corpses for himself, he wouldn't need this many. While everyone was discussing, a series of screeching sounds echoed as coffin lids began to slide open, crashing down heavily onto the deck. One by one, figures emerged from the coffins, moving stiffly. Some were tall, others short. Some were dressed in tattered garments, long, decayed, while others still bore rusty armor and broken weapons. Without exception, each of them bore the distinctive dust cracks that signified impure world reincarnation. What is happening? The first to speak was a burly bald man who looked confusedly at his hands, which were covered in cracks that did not belong to him. Wasn't I dead? I remember being captured by the Navy and executed. Me too. I was clearly stabbed through the chest with a sword. Another man with long braids touched his chest, which was smooth and unblemished without any scars. In an instant, these recently revived individuals were at a loss. They looked around, exchanged glances, confusion and terror written on their faces. Some began to curse loudly, others screamed in shock, and the entire deck was thrown into chaos. The fleets in all directions witnessed this bizarre scene. Revival. He really is reviving the dead. On the cake ship, Kakuri narrowed his eyes, his powerful observation, Haki fully activated, sensing every breath on the deck. This power is truly fascinating. With such power, a grand battle can surely be unleashed. Kaido roared excitedly, his fighting spirit growing more intense. On the world government's flagship, Green Ghost's brows furrowed deeper, his hand already resting on the sword at his waist. The members of the Knights of God behind him, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly filled their faces with disdain. Is this it? Sacher's Mafiko scoffed, showing no concealment of his contempt. To create such a spectacle just to revive a bunch of useless beings. Shepherd Somaz also shrugged, his tone mocking. I thought there was something remarkable about this power. Turns out it's nothing special. Indeed, Orochimaru's revival of hundreds was certainly a shocking display. However, judging by the aura emitted by these revived beings, their strength was not impressive. At best, they were once somewhat famous pirates and bounty hunters, but in front of any Yonka-level crew, they were no different from mere fodder. However, was Orochimaru's performance truly over? Clearly not. Just when everyone thought this was merely a farce, the deck in front of Orochimaru trembled again. 2 coffins slowly rose. These 2 coffins were distinctly different from the previous ones. The earlier coffins were ordinary black wooden ones, while these 2 were larger, their lids even carved with intricate patterns. An invisible heavy pressure as if a mountain seeped from these two coffins, spreading in all directions. All eyes were firmly drawn to these two special coffins. Creak. The lid of the first coffin crashed to the ground. A man wearing a captain's hat holding a long sword in one hand and a wine bottle in the other stepped out. On the 100 Beasts pirate ship to the north, upon seeing that face, Kaido's massive body suddenly trembled. "John, you damned bastard." Kaido's roar was filled with gritted teeth hatred. Captain John. During the legendary Rocks Pirates era, he was a formal crewmate, while Kaido back then was merely a lowly intern at the mercy of others. Clearly John had bullied Kaido when he was just an intern. Immediately after the second coffin opened as well, a man emerged from within. And the moment they saw this man, every breath in the entire sea seemed to freeze. The Pirate King. Roger. It's really him. GOLD. Roger. He has truly been revived by the Akatsuki. Though they had learned of this through the newspapers long ago. This was the Pirate King Roger. He conquered the Grand Line and ushered in a new era with his death. Even the current Yonko ruling. This was the Pirate King Roger. He conquered the Grand Line and ushered in a new era with his death. Even the current Yonko ruling the seas are beneath him. To the southeast on the Redfoot Foss ship, Shanks felt his body tense up, the color drained from his face. Captain Roger. Those two words were nearly squeezed out through his clenched teeth, filled with pain and anger. On the Whitebeard pirate ship to the south, Marco's expression also froze. That man is Roger. It really is the Pirate King Roger. Beside him, Teach, whose face was always adorned with a smile, now appeared exceptionally serious. He stared intently at the revived Roger in the distance, then glanced at Orochimaru, his eyes filled with a fervent, elusive light. If I could obtain such power. To the west, Katakuri said nothing, but his expression said it all. Through his observation haki, he could distinctly sense that the revived Roger before him was extraordinarily powerful. To the north, Kaido's reaction was the most intense. He first stared at Captain John for 3 seconds, then shifted his gaze to Roger before erupting into thunderous laughter. "Roger. John. Hee. Ah. Orochimaru. You bastard. You've truly given me an enormous surprise." As for the world government's flagship, the expression of Figurando Green, Ghost became completely serious, and the 4 arrogant knights of God behind him no longer wore any smiles, each looking grave. They understood better than anyone that the John and Roger before them were entirely different beings from the hundreds of fodder that had just been summoned. At this moment, Orochimaru slowly raised his hand, surveying the faces filled with shock, anger, greed, and ecstasy, revealing a satisfied smile. "Hee, it's not over yet." Then Orochimaru continued to form hand seals. The ground began to tremble violently, as an extremely massive humanoid creature emerged from below. This was an exceedingly gigantic humanoid being, looking bizarre, resembling a small mountain. "This is the Demon Oz. You even revived him." Seeing the massive figure, Moria exclaimed in surprise. The Demon Oz was also one of the corpses obtained by Moonlight Moria. However, the Demon Oz was too large that even Moonlight Moria could not turn him into a zombie. He never expected that Orochimaru would actually revive the Demon Oz as well. "Alright. Attack." With Orochimaru's voice falling, all the revived individuals turned around in unison and charged madly towards the surrounding fleets. Hundreds of pirates reborn from the filthy earth charged madly towards the surrounding fleet, their momentum so overwhelming that it seemed as if they would completely overturn the sea. Especially that towering figure like a small mountain, the Demon Oz, whose mere step caused the entire terrifying 3-masted ship to tremble violently, instilling an unparalleled sense of oppression. However, the true center of the storm was the 2 fleeting shadows. Roger and Captain John. Their speed was on an entirely different level compared to the mob. The air on the deck was torn apart as 2 figures swept east and north over the sea, their feet kicking up enormous white splashes of water as they raced toward their respective targets. Captain Roger. On the Redford ship, upon seeing that familiar yet strange figure charging straight at him, Shanks instinctively shouted, his voice trembling slightly. However, the rushing Roger showed no response. Orochimaru understood the terrifying will of the Pirate King and had completely erased Roger's personal consciousness since his resurrection. The current GOLD. Roger was merely a killing puppet devoid of awareness, emotion, and memory, with nothing left but the instinct for peak combat. Damn it, that accursed Akatsuki. Seeing Roger's lack of response, Shanks clenched his teeth tightly and swiftly drew his sword Griffin to confront him. Bang! Boom! The weapons of the two clashed fiercely. A visible aura erupted from the point of contact between their swords, transforming into a devastating shockwave that forcefully created a massive depression in the sea below. On the other side, aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship, Moria also moved. His crimson eyes locked onto Kaido of the 100 Beasts. "Kaido, you damned bastard. Die for me." Moria roared, swinging his giant scissors toward him. Moria had enmity with Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Now upon seeing his enemy, his anger flared intensely. It's you bastard. Kaido glanced at the charging Moria with a face full of disdain. I'm not interested in you right now. No sooner had he spoken than the kanabo in his hand was raised high, crackling with lightning-infused aura. Thunder 8 trigrams. Bang. A dull yet thunderous impact resonated, followed by a chilling scream. Moria's massive body was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the deck, raising a cloud of dust and falling silent. Just as Kaido prepared to deliver another blow, a shadow appeared in front of him, like a ghost blocking his path. It was the resurrected Captain John. John, you damn bastard. Upon seeing this face, Kaido's fury instantly reached its peak as he swung his kanabo, charging recklessly forward. Die for me. Bang. Boom. The two exchanged no unnecessary words, diving straight into a brutal melee. Meanwhile, the world government's fleet was also met with the assault of the reborn army. Charge. Attack. Let these world government bastards witness our might. I never expected to fight again. This feeling is amazing. World government, die for me. The resurrected mob pirates were not bothered by Orochimaru's efforts to erase their memories and consciousness. Or rather, it was unnecessary. Their strength and will could not resist Orochimaru. The enemy is coming. Open fire. Attack. Eliminate them. The soldiers of the world government, well-trained, immediately drew their swords to confront the charging resurrected pirates. In a clash of blades, several of the frontline resurrected were cut in half in just a few exchanges. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The bodies that had been severed showed no blood at the wounds, instead countless grains of dust surged forth, writhing quickly to reconnect the dismembered bodies. In just a few seconds, those dismembered pirates stood up again, completely restored. I'm not dead. We cannot die. One pirate looked at his restored body and let out a maniacal laugh. Brothers, don't be afraid, we are immortal. Attack. Show these bastards our might. Upon realizing they possessed immortality, the pirates became even more frenzied and reckless. In stark contrast, the faces of the world government soldiers were filled with fear and despair. What is this ability? They cannot die. How do we fight them? Help. These are monsters. The inability to kill their enemies shattered the soldiers' psychological. Members of the Divine Knights immediately sprang into action. Their attacks were far from those of ordinary soldiers. Whether through their fierce sword techniques or their ore-infused strikes, they easily blasted the reborn pirates into fragments. But it was useless. Whether reduced to dust or burned to ashes by the powers of the devil fruit, those grains of dust would reassemble in the next moment, forming a lively enemy once more. Damn, it really cannot be killed. What the hell is this damned ability? The member of the Divine Knights, Mafi Gong, punched a pirate into a cloud of dust, but upon seeing the dust reassemble, his expression turned grim. Clearly, they had no good way to deal with these immortal monsters. On the flagship, Commander Green Ghost's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, quickly making a judgment. Don't waste time on these trash. Let the soldiers hold these pirates back. Our only goal is one. Kill Orochimaru. No sooner had the words fallen than Green Ghost drew his long sword and casually slashed towards the crowded battlefield ahead. A sword chi condensed to the extreme swept out, instantly clearing all enemies within several dozen meters ahead, carving a path toward the terrifying three-masted ship. Then in a flash he crossed several hundred meters, appearing at the edge of the terrifying three-masted ship's deck, followed by another slash. A fierce strike aimed at Orochimaru. Earth release, earth flow wall. Facing this violent slash, Orochimaru's reaction was astonishingly quick. He formed seals with his hands, and a thick rock wall rose from the ground to block in front of him. Bang! The sword chi struck the rock wall, instantly covering the entire surface with spiderweb-like cracks, sending fragments flying, but it also blocked the slash. While Green Ghost attacked, the other four members of the Knights had already launched their assault on Orochimaru from 4 different directions. Satcher's Mafi Gong chose to break through from the right wing. His physical technique was vicious, delivering a heavy punch that shattered the air with immense force, aiming straight for Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru merely tilted his body, opened his mouth, and a small snake shot out like lightning from its mouth, a long sword glimmering with cold light. Kuzunagi's sword was spat out. Clang! The long sword precisely blocked Mafi Gong's subsequent barrage, the sharp metallic clash echoing across the deck. On the other side, the beastly form of Limithai for Kirin Gorm charged in from the left, his massive claws tearing through everything, aiming for Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru's foot slid oddly, his entire body becoming as flexible as a serpent. His waist bent at an angle impossible for any human to achieve, narrowly slipping past Kirin Gorm's claw strike, while his hands quickly formed seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of fireballs, each the size of a fist, spewed from his mouth in succession, scattering like blossoming flowers, sealing off all angles of pursuit from Kirin Gorm. Kirin Gorm could only swing his beastly arm to block as the fireballs exploded against his skin. Ah, it's so hot. Kirin Gorm began to scream. Immediately after, Shepherd Somaz summoned countless thorns to charge at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body instantly moved like a slithering snake, dodging swiftly. Somaz's attack grazed past his nose, the fierce wind slicing through several strands of his disheveled black hair. Semrock seized this opportunity, gripping his long sword to slash at Orochimaru's throat. Clang! Orochimaru, holding the Kusanagi sword, accurately blocked this lethal thrust. Facing 5 opponents, Orochimaru remarkably remained unscathed against the concentrated fire of the Divine Knights. The massive hull of the terrifying 3-masted ship was wavering under relentless cannon fire and slashes. Masts snapped, city walls crumbled, and every second the massive hull of the terrifying 3-masted ship was wavering under relentless cannon fire and slashes. Masts snapped, city walls crumbled, and every second countless splinters and debris flew into the air. The instigator of all this chaos, Charles, was currently watching calmly from behind a cluster of rocks outside the 10 Seas. He held a high-powered telescope, coolly observing the chaotic scene before him. Beside him, a special imaging telephone bug diligently recorded every detail of the battlefield. As an intelligence member of the Navy headquarters, collecting battle intelligence was part of his duties. Of course, where this information would eventually end up was uncertain. On the battlefield, the intensity of the fighting was rising at an astonishing pace. The battle between Orochimaru and the 5 members of the Knights of God had spread from the deck to the teetering masts, the crumbling city walls, and even intermingled in the turbulent air. Orochimaru's fighting style was deviously cunning to the extreme. Facing the fierce direct strike from Fegalanda Green, just as the sword tip was about to touch him, his body suddenly shed a layer, like a snake, quietly slipping away from the empty shell, causing the lethal blow to miss. When confronted with the air-shattering force of Thatcher's punch, he didn't even retreat. Instead, 4 pitch-black snakes shot out from his sleeves, tightly coiling around his opponent's ankles, gaining less than half a second to complete the seals for his next technique. And when the beastly form of Limosfer Kylan Gome lunged at him, he executed an astonishing maneuver. Ninjutsu snake movement technique. His entire body contorted in a way that defied human anatomy, truly resembling a slick giant snake, as he slipped through the gaps of Kylan Gome's sharp claws unscathed. Green countered with a sword, slicing through a snake that had stealthily attacked him from behind, watching as the severed snake body dissipated into smoke. His expression grew increasingly grave. The man named Orochimaru might not possess pure combat strength greater than any one of them, but his bizarre techniques were endless, slippery, and elusive, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Every seemingly certain attack was effortlessly evaded by him through unbelievable means. Somaz, seal his hands. Don't let him form those seals. After a fierce battle, Green also identified the crux of the problem. Most of Orochimaru's bizarre abilities required a preparatory action, hand seals. Understood. Shepherd Somaz's eyes lit up as he immediately comprehended. He slammed both hands onto the deck, and countless thick thorn vines burst through the wooden planks, wildly wrapping around Orochimaru's hands like living beings. Orochimaru's figure flickered as he attempted to evade, but the sheer number of vines blocked all his escape. Just as he was ensnared by the thorns, his movements momentarily halted. Green's figure had already appeared before him like a ghost. Without a moment's hesitation, the long sword in his hand surged with immense force, thrusting fiercely towards Orochimaru's chest. Thud! The sharp sword pierced through Orochimaru's chest without any obstruction, the tip emerging from his back. Got him. This time let's see how you escape. Seeing the attack land, the members of the Knights of God could not help but reveal relieved smiles. However, their smiles quickly froze on their faces. The Orochimaru that had been pierced by the sword was rapidly losing color, transforming into a pile of moist soil, sliding off the sword and scattering on the deck. Damn it! He dodged again. Green angrily yanked out his long sword, growling with rage. The Knights of God immediately became alert, scanning their surroundings for Orochimaru's true form. They saw Orochimaru standing at the edge of the terrifying 3-masted ship, a faint smile playing on his pale face. Before they could launch another attack, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! The entire sea seemed to explode as a gigantic purple python roared from the deep sea, breaking the water's surface. In the giant python's massive maw, it carefully held something. It was a bone, a large leg bone, its original color long, unrecognizable, covered in seaweed and barnacles. It seems I've found it. Upon seeing the bone, Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips, a look of near obsessive satisfaction crossing his face. A bone. Wait. Could it be? Upon recognizing the leg bone, Green felt as if struck by lightning. A fear that originated from the depths of his soul made him feel icy all over. Not good. Stop him. Green let out a near-ending roar. Prior to this operation, Green had also reviewed the intelligence on Orochimaru. The most important piece of information was that his resurrection ability required a part of the deceased's body as a medium. If he wasn't mistaken, that could be Rock's bone. Hearing the horrified shout from the commander-in-chief, the other 4 Knights of God, though not fully understanding, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and charged towards Orochimaru at the ship's edge. Facing the thunderous joint attack of 5, Orochimaru's body, however, moved like a boneless snake, nimbly leaping back and directly jumping off the terrifying 3-masted ship, landing steadily on the nearest world government warship below. At the same time, Orochimaru flicked his wide sleeves, and a python shot out like lightning, instantly wrapping around a frozen naval soldier on the deck, dragging him to his feet. Now all conditions are met. In pure world reincarnation. Orochimaru did not give anyone any time to react, his hands moving like a phantom, instantly completing the seals and fiercely pressing down on the trembling soldier. Rise again. The former overlord of the seas. Roxy, Zebek. Along with Orochimaru's low shout, the soldier's body began to convulse violently, countless dust and debris appearing out of nowhere, wrapping around him layer by layer as his form visibly began to change. Quick! Stop him! We absolutely cannot let him resurrect Rox. Green's eyes turned red, shouting desperately, transforming into a streak of light, sword in hand, dashing across the sea towards Orochimaru. As a direct participant in the God Valley incident, he understood better than anyone else the horror of Rox. Therefore, Rox must never be allowed to resurrect. However, he was ultimately a step too late. Just as Green's sword was about to strike, an invisible, yet terrifyingly domineering aura erupted, capable of making heaven and earth lose color and subduing all things. The terrifying dominance transformed into an invisible tide spreading outwards. The explosive impact of that dominance struck fiercely against his chest, leaving him no chance to defend, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through the railing of a battleship's deck, carving a trench over 10 meters long into the wooden hull, before he finally came to a stop. Cough. Kneeling amidst the splintered wood, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his lips. He raised his head to gaze at the figure taking shape, his eyes narrowing in terror. Damn it. Rox has been resurrected by Orochimaru of the Akatsuki, on the flagship of the beast pirates in the north. Feeling this overwhelming dominance, Kaido's club came to a halt. His eyes were fixed on the figure reforming from the dust on the sea's surface, his face etched with shock. This feeling, this dominance. This is Rox. Captain. Back then, Kaido was merely an intern in the Rox pirates. After the battle at God Valley, Rox had died. He never expected to feel Rox dominance once again. To the south, on the Whitebeard pirates' battleship, the terrifying aura of Rox left Marco frozen in place. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, he had followed his father Edward Newgate across the seas for many years, witnessing all kinds of powerful beings. But at this moment, every hair on his back stood on end, an instinctual sense of danger causing his legs to involuntarily retreat half a step. This aura was even more terrifying than his father's. Beside Marco, Marshal D. Teach stared intently at the tall figure in the distance, his lips moving slightly, uttering a word only he could hear. Father. Indeed, Marshal D. Teach is the bloodline of Rox D. Zebek. This is his deepest secret. Now his father had been dragged out of the grave by a man named Orochimaru. Teach's fist clenched, clenching, then relaxing. Under the terrifying dominance, the body of Rox D. Zebek completed its final transformation before the eyes of many. This man was not exceptionally tall. Compared to monstrous figures like Kaido and Big Mom, he could be however, the aura radiating from him imposed a sense of oppression on all living beings within several nautical miles. This was the former pirate overlord Rox. Rox awakened, looking down in confusion at his own hands. What's going on? Didn't I die? Didn't I die? Rox frowned. His memories still lingered on the moment he was controlled by him and perished at the hands of Garp and Roger. Just as Rox was puzzled, Orochimaru approached. Rox, you indeed died. You have been dead for decades, but I pulled you back from hell. At these words, Rox's gaze locked onto Orochimaru, his eyes devoid of gratitude or anger, only a cold examination of prey. Who are you? What is your purpose in resurrecting me? I am Orochimaru, a member of the Akatsuki. As for my purpose, it's to give you a chance to settle accounts with the world government. Orochimaru pointed towards a fleet flying the Celestial Dragon's flag not far away, as well as the figure of Green Saint rising from the wreckage. Do you see them? Those over there are members of the God Knight Order, the lackeys of the world government. Kill them. Rox paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! This laughter was filled with wild abandon, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding waters. You want to command me? I am Roxty. Zebek. No one in this world can command me. At the same time, an almost tangible aura from Rox pressed down, causing the surrounding deck to creak. Facing Rox's dominance, Orochimaru did not retreat, instead locking his golden slit-pupiled gaze with Rox in the air. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, Rox's gaze passing over Orochimaru and landing on the distant world government fleet. However, you are right, I indeed have some old accounts to settle with those celestial dragon scum. Rox's tone shifted from arrogance to coldness. This isn't because of your orders. It's because I want to go myself. The moment his words fell, Rox leaped into the air. Before anyone could react, Rox had already appeared above the nearest battleship of the world government fleet. Gripping a long sword in his hand, he casually slashed downward. Whoosh! Boom! A massive slash descended. This giant world government battleship was cleaved in two from mast to keel, split perfectly in half. The sea surged in from the gap, and after letting out one last mournful cry, the enormous hull toppled to the sides and sank into the depths. Help! Our ship is shattered. Someone save us. Hundreds of soldiers on the ship had no chance to react before plummeting into the sea, struggling and screaming. After one strike, Rox showed no signs of stopping, charging towards another world government battleship. Damn! Stop him! Seeing this, Green Saint also snapped out of his shock, raising his sword and charging alongside the other 4 members of the Night Order. The 5 of them attacked simultaneously. Green Saint's sword slashed down from the front, Shamrock Saint struck from the flank, Mafigo's heavy fist aimed for Rox's back, Kirin Gome Saint's beast claws reached for his lower body, and Somaz Saint's thorn vines surrounded him from all sides. The 5 closed in on Rox from 5 different directions, leaving no dead angles. Haha, you want to stop me? You aren't qualified enough. Facing the 5 rushing at him, Rox let out a hearty laugh, then clenched his fist, the violent dominance converging on his fist. He then unleashed a punch. Boom! Centered on Rox's fist, a visibly black shockwave of dominance expanded outward in a circular fashion. Bang! 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 A series of intense collisions erupted, followed by a chorus of screams. Green Saint was the first to be sent flying, his sword slipping from his hand. Shamrock Saint's body tumbled in the air several times before stabilizing. Mafigo's punch was sent back, his hand bursting open. Kirin Gome Saint's massive beast form was directly blasted out of the battleship and crashed into the sea. Somaz Saint's vines disintegrated into powder the moment they touched that layer of dominance. With one punch, all 5 members of the God Knight Order were cleared out. Kaido witnessed this scene, feeling a surge of blood boiling. Once Kaido of the 100 Beasts was an intern of the Rox Pirates. He had once aimed to become like Rox. Now with Rox appearing here, Kaido was instantly filled with a sense of challenge. Rox, take my strike. Kaido crushed the deck beneath his feet, morphing into a shadow that charged forward, his club raised high above his head, enveloped in lightning and conqueror's haki. Kaido put all his strength into this strike. The club tore through the air, smashing down towards Rox's head with terrifying force. Seeing Kaido's wild face, Rox couldn't help but smile. Yo, the little brat from back, then has grown up. Facing Kaido's ferocious strike, Rox did not draw his sword, did not dodge, nor even assumed a blocking stance. He lifted his fist again and met it heat-in. Boom! The fist and the club collided in midair, the terrifying dominance violently clashing together, sending a shockwave that obliterated everything within 100 meters. Immediately after, Kaido felt an irresistible force surging towards him. Oh! Kaido let out a loud cry, his body uncontrollably flying backward, flipping several times in the air before crashing heavily into a battleship. To challenge me, you aren't qualified yet. Rox shook his fist and stated. After sending Kaido flying, Rox did not pursue. His gaze turned back towards the direction of the world government fleet. World government scum, prepare to face my vengeance. Whoosh. Boom. Rox's figure darted between the world government's fleet, each descent unleashing a blade strike so fierce it rent the heavens asunder. Deafening explosions erupted one after another across the sea. Each blast signaled the cleavage of another world government warship, bisected mid-hull, while countless soldiers plunged into the abyssal depths, their final screams swallowed by despair. Rox's power was terrifying beyond measure, far beyond what ordinary soldiers could withstand. He hadn't even drawn upon his full strength, mere casual slashes wrought utter devastation. This was no longer battle, it was unilateral slaughter. Run, that thing is a monster. Retreat. Fall back immediately. On the surviving vessels, world government soldiers had long since abandoned formation, discarding weapons, scrambling frantically into lifeboats, desperate to flee the death-bringing demigod. Meanwhile, the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, observing from afar, sensed imminent peril and swiftly withdrew. Fall back now? This battlefield is too horrifying. Charlotte Kakuri of the Big Mom Pirates roared aloud, and his flamboyant vessel surged backward with urgent speed. We're retreating too. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Marco, 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, bellowed in unison. Simultaneously, Marco lunged toward the stunned Teach and shouted, "Teach, snap out of it. Steady the ship. Now, we're leaving." Understood. At Marco's command, Teach tore his gaze away. Meanwhile, the red-hair pirates remained locked in place, dragged down by the resurrected Roger, leaving them no chance to retreat. Elsewhere on the shattered wreck of the flagship, Green Goosen staggered upright from a heap of splintered timber. He was utterly disheveled, garments torn, blood seeping continuously from his lips, and his once immaculate crescent-shaped coiffure now wildly disarrayed. Gazing at Locks, methodically dismantling warship after warship, he felt a crushing wave of helplessness. He couldn't win. There was no possibility of victory. This monster, even after decades in death, remained monstrously, absurdly powerful. All 5 elite knights of the Divine Order united in combat could not withstand even a single blow from him. If this continued, not only would the entire fleet perish, but all 5 of them would die here today. With that realization, Green Goosen ceased hesitating and slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, his consciousness traversed vast distances, crossing the red line, to arrive at the throne atop the world sovereign over all existence. Lord him. For the first time, Green Goosen's mental transmission trembled with unmistakable urgency and fear. Loxd. Jibek has been resurrected by Orochimaru of the Akatsuki. His strength remains as terrifying as decades ago. We cannot defeat him. Please, Lord him, descend. A long suffocating silence followed. Then a voice devoid of emotion or warmth resonated deep within Green Goosen's mind. Understood. Just 3 words. Green Goosen's eyes snapped open. In the next instant, on the battlefield where Shakura's Mafigu was locked in combat with 2 reanimated pirates, her body froze rigid. Her movements halted instantly as she stood motionless, her formerly vivid eyes now hollow and vacant. What's wrong? Somazi Saint, having just shattered a reanimated pirate with a whiplash, noticed his comrade's anomaly and shouted urgently. But Mafigu remained transfixed, utterly still. Moments later, an overwhelmingly terrifying Haushika haki erupted from her body. Boom. That apocalyptic Haushika haki caused the surrounding seawater to boil instantly, while the very air shrieked under unbearable strain. Simultaneously, Mafigu's body underwent violent transformation. Her back swelled grotesquely, fabric ripped apart, as 2 obsidian wings unfurled, and from her coccyx extended a slender jet-black tail, its tip shaped like a lethal triangular arrowhead. Her face contorted rapidly, cheekbones jutted sharply upward, and her skin paled into a sickly ash. Finally, her right hand clenched empty air, and a pitch-black trident materialized in her grasp, its 3 barbed prongs wreathed in ominous violet-black mist. What is happening? What is Mafigu? Somazi Saint stared in disbelief at his transformed comrades, stumbling backward in terror. It is Lord Im. Green Goosen's voice drifted from behind, low, reverent, burning with fanatical devotion. Lord Im has descended, lending his power to Mafigu. The moment Im descended, that overwhelming aura also drew Lox's attention. As he demolished warship, Lox ceased his assault, turned slowly, and pierced through the chaos of battle, his gaze locking unerringly onto Im. This sensation. No mistake, it's him. Lox's usual cocky, irreverent grin vanished, replaced by a visage twisted with volcanic fury and bone-deep hatred. Decades ago in the Valley of the Gods, it was this very force, suddenly manifesting, that seized control of him, turning him into a puppet who slaughtered indiscriminately, until exhaustion claimed him, slain at last by Garp and Roger together. The humiliation of being wielded as a mere tool, manipulated without consent, would never fade. You controlled me in the Valley of the Gods. Now you dare appear before me. Died. Lox unleashed a roar that split the heavens, and slammed his foot down upon the deck. The warship's planking exploded outward in a thunderous detonation. He became a blur, untraceable to the naked eye, hurtling straight toward Im, cloaked in boundless, and Mafigu, possessed by him, merely flapped her obsidian wings once, then met Lox's heated trident. Clang. Sword met trident midair in a cataclysmic collision. Their clashing Haushiko haki erupted into a pure black shockwave of annihilation, surging violently skyward. Clouds above were rent asunder, torn open into a vast gaping void that lingered, refusing to close. Lox, no matter how many times you rise again, you will never succeed. Im's voice emanated from Mafigu's lips, cold, detached, godlike in its indifference. The instant those words faded, the black tail lashed, coiling with serpentine lethality around Lox's guard, then struck like lightning toward his heart. Thwip! The razor-sharp tip pierced Lox's chest effortlessly, emerging clean through his front. To any mortal flesh, such a wound would mean certain incapacitation or death. Yet Lox's body was that of a reanimated corpse, bound by Edo Tensei. Such injury meant nothing. From the ghastly wound, dust surged forth, swirling, writhing, reknitting flesh and bone in seconds. Within moments his chest healed completely. No scar, no trace remained. Ha! Ha ha ha! Locks laughed, a mad, exultant cackle, as he savored the inexhaustible power surging through him. I am immortal now. You cannot kill me. Before the final syllable left his lips, Locks drew back his fist, concentrating ferocious Haushika Haki into a single point, and drove it straight into Im's abdomen. Thud! The blow landed with brutal finality. Mafigu's possessed demon-forged body, seemingly indestructible, was hurled backward dozens of meters, her feet carving twin white furrows across the sea's surface before she finally stabilized. What is this power? Im steadied himself, and gazing upon Locke's rapidly healing wound, his eyes flickered with genuine astonishment. But Locke granted him no time to ponder. Having landed his strike, he surged forward again, faster, fiercer, already closing the distance. Bang! Boom! Im and rocks clashed repeatedly above the sea surface, their collisions unleashing towering waves and rending the air with deafening thunderous roars. Ferocious Haushiko Haki intertwined with ominous demonic energy, transforming the surrounding several nautical miles into a desolate, lifeless wasteland. Rox's assault was wild and tyrannical. Each sword strike carried the power to cleave heavens and sunder earth. Yet each time Rox wounded Mafik, the vessel Im possessed, the next instant thick tendrils of demonic energy coalesced and swiftly sealed the wounds. Likewise, Im's strikes proved fatal. Every thrust of his trident tore away great swaths of flesh from Rox's body. But those grotesque wounds invariably healed in moments as writhing dust reassembled itself across his form. One was an immortal, unkillable Edo Tensei body. The other, a demonic form endowed with uncanny regenerative power. Thus the battle descended into a surreal, unwinnable stalemate. Damn it, what is this power? When did the Grand Line ever birth such strengths? Mafik, possessed by Im, hovered midair for the first time. His twisted visage bore an expression of grave solemnity. As a god who had endured for 8 centuries, he believed himself privy to all the world's secrets, master of every source of power. Whether Haushiko Haki or devil fruit abilities, all fell within the scope of his understanding. Yet Rox's current state lay utterly beyond his comprehension. A body forged from dust, unslayable, unbreakable. A resurrection technique unheard of in any chronicle. This was an entirely new force, one capable of shaking the very foundations of his dominion. If this resurrected puppet could not be defeated, then its source must be eradicated. In an instant, Im's gaze pierced through the chaos of battle, locking onto Orochimaru, who stood upon the wreckage of the monstrous, 3-masted ship, observing the carnage with detached fascination. Without hesitation, Im abandoned Rox, blazing forth as a streak of black light, hurtling toward Orochimaru. Im, you wretched fool, where do you think you're going? Return at once. Seeing Im attempt to flee, Rox roared in fury and gave immediate chase. But Im's speed defied imagination. Within a breath, he materialized before Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your existence has already destabilized the world's order. Today it ends. Im hovered aloft, his trident leveled downward at Orochimaru, his voice cold, hollow, devoid of even a whisper of emotion. Confronted by Im's terrifying aura, Orochimaru's pallid face betrayed no fear, only a feverish, almost rapturous intensity. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, slowly tracing his lips, while his golden vertical slitted eyes scrutinized Im's demonic form without flinching. Heh, so you are the true power behind the world government. I find your power profoundly intriguing. A faint smile curled at Orochimaru's lips, and with a single thought the battlefield erupted. GOLD. Roger, who had just been locked in combat with Shanks, abruptly disengaged, whirling midair and flashing like a blade, cutting diagonally from the right flank toward him. Rox, still pursuing, surged forward, his sword wreathed in Haushika Haki, as he slashed down ferociously from the left. Simultaneously, the Edo Tensei revived Captain John appeared like a phantom behind, driving his dagger straight for the heart. Dong! The sky darkened as Oz, the demon man, plunged from above, his mountain-sized fist descending with cataclysmic force. For legendary pirates, each a terror unto the seas, converged upon him from 4 cardinal directions, forming an inescapable killbox. Faced with this flawless multi-angle assault, merely uttered a disdainful snort. Demonic energy chains. Space behind him warped violently, then surged upward in a torrent of pitch-black demonic energy, coalescing into countless obsidian chains that lashed outward in all directions. These chains did not strike. They slithered with sentient precision, wrapping tightly around Rox, Roger, Captain John, and Oz. Im knew while striking these unkillable puppets was futile. All he needed was but a single fleeting moment of hope. The chains constricted sharply, halting all four legendary pirates mid-motion. Now, vanished, reappearing instantly, trident poised, driving straight downward toward Orochimaru. No! Orochimaru's pupils contracted, just as he raised Kusanagi in desperate defense. Clang crack. A brittle shatter echoed. Kusanagi blocked the trident, but a jagged fissure split its blade clean across. Before Orochimaru could react, Im's second strike descended. Chunk. The trident pierced Orochimaru's right rib cage, emerging bloodily from his left shoulder, pinning him impaled to the deck. Ugh! Orochimaru grunted, a surge of icy corrosive black demonic energy flooding through the trident into his body, tearing through his meridians like wildfire. Wah! He vomited a torrent of black blood, streaked with eerie violet-black filaments. Ha cough. Wiping blood from his lips with the back of his hand, Orochimaru lifted his gaze to Im, who calmly withdrew the trident, and smiled a smile of quiet triumph. So this is the power of the world government's shadow sovereign. I understand now. With those words, Orochimaru leapt backward, plunging headlong into the churning sea. Withdraw. At Orochimaru's command, colossal serpents, long concealed beneath the waves, burst forth in unison. The first serpent shot onto the deck, its maw gaping wide, swallowing both the unconscious Moonlight Moria and the trembling Perona, who cowered in the corner. No. Perona's scream died abruptly inside the serpent's gullet. A second serpent lunged from the opposite side, its forked tongue lashing out coiling Trafalgar Law and Ka into its maw before vanishing beneath the depths. And as Orochimaru departed, the Edo Tensei pirates, once fearsome and invincible, began rapidly disintegrating. Rocks Roger, Captain John, one by one these legendary figures dissolved into swirling motes of dust, vanishing before the stunned eyes of all. They escaped. Green God Saint exhaled, his taut nerves finally loosening. Splash! At that moment the sea exploded upward once more, another massive water column erupting directly beneath the world government flagship. A slightly smaller serpent erupted, moving faster than sight, swallowing Fegalanda Shamrock Saint, another knight of the Divine Order, whole before anyone could react. Shamrock! Green God Saint cried out in horror. Ignoring his grievous wounds, he charged forward in blind desperation. But he arrived too late. The serpent, having secured its prey, vanished beneath the waves without pause, leaving no trace behind. Damn it! Lordum! Green God Saint stared up at Im, eyes blazing crimson with fury and despair. Im merely glanced impassively at the vanished serpent and spoke, tone flat and final. Do not pursue. He has already been infected by my demonic energy. It will corrode his flesh, erode his vitality, relentlessly. But would Orochimaru die so easily? Clearly that is impossible. Hundreds of nautical miles away from the battlefield there lies an unnamed deserted island. 4 giant pythons surged out of the sea in succession, each opening their mouths wide. The first to be expelled was Gecko Moria, his severely injured body crashing onto the ground with a thud, sending dust flying. Next was Perona, her entire body covered in the snake slime, who fell to the ground and immediately, ugh, so disgusting. I think I'm going to die. Perona cried and gagged, her soul nearly escaping her body. The second python spat out Kuina and Law. Law was in decent condition. He held his hat tightly and wiped the slime off his face, standing up without saying a word. Kuina promptly drew her sword, the Wado Ikamanji, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The last to emerge was Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared extremely disheveled. He had a penetrating wound from his right rib to his left shoulder, and purple-black mist continued to writhe around the edges of the wound, seeping deeper into his body. His skin had lost its usual pallor and taken on a grayish hue resembling a piece of dead wood that was withering away. Lord Orochimaru. Kuina rushed forward, first reaching out to help. Orochimaru waved his hand and leaned against a rock to sit down. Lord Orochimaru, you're injured. They'll find a doctor right away. Law also hurriedly chimed in. It's useless. Orochimaru interrupted Law's words, his tone flat, as if he were discussing something that had nothing to do with him. This is not an ordinary injury. That guy named Ima's power has already invaded my cells. This body won't last much longer. Upon hearing this, Moria looked over and couldn't help but ask, Orochimaru, are you about to die? Haha, the word death is far too distant for me. I'm merely going to switch bodies. As Orochimaru's words fell, the last python opened its massive mouth, and a figure in a coma slid out from its belly, crashing to the ground with a muffled thud. The figure in a coma was none other than Fegalin Shamrock. It's a celestial dragon. Let me kill this bastard. Seeing Fegalin, Moria was extremely excited and prepared to attack. Get back. This is my new body, Orochimaru shouted angrily. Huh, your body. Moria was momentarily startled by Orochimaru's words, clearly not understanding what it meant. Orochimaru did not explain further. Instead, he looked at Kuna and Law and said, Kuna Law, keep a lookout. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. In response, Kuna and Law immediately activated their cursed seal powers, unleashing tremendous energy from their bodies. Seeing this, Moria stepped back a few paces. Perona also wisely floated higher, her spirit passing through the rocks to keep watch from above. Orochimaru approached Shamrock, gripping his chin and examining him. Not a bad body. Now this body is mine. Ninjutsu Impure World Reincarnation. Suddenly, Orochimaru's body began to convulse. Then Orochimaru's limbs stiffened, his neck arching at an impossible angle, emitting a sound like twisted metal from his throat. Moria instinctively stepped back 2 paces, a chill running up his spine. Orochimaru's mouth suddenly opened wide, his jaw dislocating as it stretched down, the angle of his mouth opening wider and wider. Then from the depths of that already torn jaw, a snake poked its head out. It was a giant python, entirely white. Its scales reflected the faint sunlight, its surface smooth as though it were not a living creature. The snake's head was as large as a human's face, with a pair of golden slit pupils, exactly like Orochimaru. The white python continued to emerge from Orochimaru's mouth, the human shell appearing merely as an inconsequential exit. This scene made Moria's scalp tingle. He had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. Once the white python completely separated from Orochimaru's original body, the empty shell slumped to the ground like an old garment that had been shed. The skin was visibly shriveling and cracking, purple-black mist escaping from the crevices. Moments later, the body completely shattered, turning to ash scattered by the sea breeze. The white python, with its golden slit pupils, fixed its gaze on the unconscious Shamrock, flicked its tongue twice. Then it lunged forward, crashing into Shamrock's slightly open mouth, and the entire snake slithered inside. Shamrock's body arched sharply like a shrimp caught on a hook. His limbs twitched uncontrollably, and his fingers clawed deep scratches into the earth. Next, Shamrock's face began to change. First, his skin, which had been tanned a healthy brown by the sunlight, started to fade inch by inch. The contours of his face were also being reshaped. The cheekbones adjusted slightly, the jawline becoming sharper, and the eye sockets deepening. The entire process lasted about a minute. Then this transformed body opened its eyes, revealing a pair of golden slit pupils. The body of a celestial dragon is indeed quite remarkable. A familiar laugh emerged from a brand new mouth. Orochimaru stood up, moving his new limbs, surveying his new form. You. Are you still Orochimaru of the Akatsuki? Moria pointed at Orochimaru, shocked. Of course. Why is it that you no longer recognize me just because I've switched bodies, eh? Orochimaru said with a smile. Look, this, you. Moria was truly stunned by Orochimaru. It was the first time he encountered such an eerie ability to change bodies at will. Let's go. I just changed bodies. I need some time to adjust. Now is not the time for battle. Orochimaru addressed everyone. 3 days have passed since the battle at the ruins of the Valley of the Gods. However, various pieces of news and information regarding this fight are spreading uncontrollably across the seas. Whether it be pirates' nations or the world government and the Navy, they are all doing their utmost to scour any information related to this battle. This is hardly surprising. The intensity, shock, and intrigue surrounding this battle are simply overwhelming. During this battle, the Akatsuki's Orochimaru not only resurrected Pirate King Roger, but also revived numerous terrifying pirates, including the former pirate overlord Rox. There are even rumors that the world government deployed its legendary hidden forces. How could such a battle not captivate and astonish people? It is no exaggeration to say that the intelligence value of this chaotic battle at the ruins of the Valley of the Gods is on par with the impact of Pirate King Roger's execution. On an unknown island at the end of a cobblestone street in the town's center, there is an inconspicuous bar. The entrance lacks even a sign marked only by a dim yellow oil lamp, indicating it is still open for business. In the corner booth of the bar, 2 people sit facing each other. One of them is a giant birdman. Wearing an exaggerated tall hat with a cigar in his beak and feathers impeccably groomed, he is none other than the president of the world news agency, Big News Morgans. Sitting opposite the birdman is a young man dressed in a dark hooded cloak, his hat pulled low to obscure. This person is undoubtedly Charles. At this moment, Charles still appears before Morgans in the identity of Mr. Phantom. Morgans exhaled a puff of smoke, crossing his legs, and spoke first. Mr. Phantom, you never refuse to meet me, especially since the information you bring is always shocking. This time, did you call me out to share some astonishing news? Morgans asked, eyeing Charles with a tilted head. No need for small talk, let's get straight to the point. You must have heard about the battle at the ruins of the Valley of the Gods. Of course. Morgan slammed his hand on the table, excitement clear in his demeanor, but then waved his wings dismissively. If all you have for me is the details of the battle, then forget it. Oh, the information about that battle is indeed shocking. But the problem is too many people already know about it. Morgans with a cigar in his beak displayed the shrewdness of a journalist. During the battle at the ruins of the Valley of the Gods, Orochimaru did not hide his identity and was quite flamboyant throughout. Thus, any force with even a little capability obtained at least some first-hand information. The reporters from Morgan's World News Agency were also present and gathered first-hand data. Our World News Agency's reporters were right there. They captured every moment of the battle without missing a frame. We have footage of Rock's resurrection, his attack on Kaido, and Orochimaru confronting the world government. Hence I lack no information in this regard. After listening to Morgans, Charles nodded slightly. Selling information to Morgans has never been solely about. What matters more is to use the pervasive platform of the World News Agency to spread the name and deeds of the Akatsuki to every corner of the sea. The louder the name, the more points of shock there are. This is Charles' core goal. You have the battle details, which is not surprising. But do you have information on what happened after the battle? Charles calmly said, reaching into the pocket of his cloak to pull out a sealed brown paper envelope and placing it on the table. After the battle, wasn't Orochimaru severely injured and escaped? He should be hiding somewhere to recover. Morgans asked in confusion. Things are not as you think. Charles pushed the envelope forward. Morgans, with a hint of doubt, extended his wings, pulled the envelope towards him, tore it open, and began to examine the photos inside. The moment Morgans laid eyes on the first photo, the cigar in his beak nearly fell from his mouth. The image depicted a giant white python emerging from the mouth of a human body. The face on that body belonged to Orochimaru. The second photo showed the white python burrowing into another person's body. The third photo revealed a brand new face opening its eyes with a pair of golden vertical pupils that looked particularly eerie in the dim light. The fourth photo was the most critical, a close-up of the person whose body was taken over just before being consumed by the python. With deep red short hair, the distinctive attire of a celestial dragon, and the clearly visible emblem of the Figureland family embroidered on his chest. Thud! Morgan's cigar dropped to the floor. This person, Figureland Shamrock Saint, a member of the Holy Knights, a celestial dragon. Orochimaru has taken over the body of a celestial dragon. Morgan suddenly stood up from his seat, his bird-like eyes wide open, feathers bristling in shock. The impact of these photos was far more shocking than the resurrection of Rocks. Indeed, according to the intelligence I received, Charles' voice timely echoed, providing commentary to the stunning images. Orochimaru possesses the ability to take over other people's bodies. Injured Orochimaru has taken over the body of a celestial dragon, restoring his injuries. Not only can Orochimaru resurrect the dead, but he can also take over the bodies of the living. He actually seized the body of a member of the Figureland family, a celestial dragon. Excited Morgans let out a cackling laugh, looking at Charles with utmost certainty, saying, "This is big news. I want all this information. I want it all. What's the price?" Charles extended a finger. 100 million berries. Deal. Morgans didn't even blink, directly pulling out a golden bill from his pocket and handing it to Charles. This golden ticket can be exchanged for cash at any major bank in the world. Charles took the bill, confirmed it was correct, and pushed all the photos on the table towards Morgans. Morgans immediately started carefully placing all the photos into his briefcase. With the deal done, Charles tucked the ticket away, stood up from his seat, and prepared to leave. "Mr. Phantom," Morgans called out to him, asking curiously, "I've always been curious, who exactly are you?" Being able to obtain such level of exclusive information, I can't think of many who could achieve that in these seas. Charles paused at the doorway, not turning back. I am a phantom, a ghost of the sea." With that, Charles pushed open the bar's door and quickly vanished at the end of the street. A ghost of the sea, Morgans muttered to himself, then shrugged nonchalantly. No matter who it is, as long as they can provide me with world-shocking information, they are my good customers. Morgans grabbed his briefcase and shouted loudly to a few subordinates not far away. "Hurry back. I need to make big news right now. I can hardly wait." In less than a day, the news spread across the world, accompanied by the wings of the newsbird. The front page of the newspaper, with several gigantic, exaggerated bold letters, captured everyone's attention. Extra! Extra! Major news. Just a few days ago in the Valley of the Gods ruins, a battle that shocked the seas erupted here. Members of the Akatsuki, led by Orochimaru, resurrected countless deceased pirates, including the pirate King Roger and the former pirate overlord Rocks. The resurrected Rocks, with his overwhelming power, sent one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, flying with a single punch, striking fear into the world government. The world government unleashed hidden powers and injured Orochimaru from the Akatsuki. Orochimaru then retreated, and all those resurrected turned into dust. The first half of the newspaper described that earth-shattering battle with highly provocative language. However, what truly made everyone's scalp tingle was the subsequent exclusive news. But is Orochimaru from the Akatsuki really dead? Next comes the exclusive report. The severely injured Orochimaru arrived on a deserted island. Relying on incredible powers, he seized the body of a celestial dragon. With this body, Orochimaru was revived once more. Does this mean Orochimaru is now considered a celestial dragon? What will Orochimaru do next? What actions will the Akatsuki take next? Let us wait and see. Below this text were several continuous and highly impactful photos. The moment the resurrected Roger confronted the red-haired Shanks with swords drawn. The scene of the resurrected rocks delivering a devastating punch that sent Kaido in his hybrid form flying. And lastly, the most chilling set of photos. The process of Orochimaru transforming into a serpent step by step, seizing the body of the god, Knights member Figureland Sharnor. This newspaper was like a detonated bomb. The entire sea was in turmoil. Is this the true power of Orochimaru from the Akatsuki? How terrifying it is. Indeed. He actually resurrected so many former pirates. Orochimaru single-handedly opposed the entire world government and the 4 emperors. Not only that, he can also seize other people's bodies. Is this for real? Is there such a capability in this world? First resurrecting the dead, now seizing living bodies. What kind of monster is Orochimaru from the Akatsuki? Whether in bustling cities or remote villages, everyone who saw the contents of the newspaper was overwhelmed by unprecedented shock. Through the events in Lobetown, people at sea had already learned that Orochimaru from the Akatsuki possessed the ability to resurrect the dead. Thus, when they saw Orochimaru resurrect hundreds of pirates, although they were shocked, they were somewhat mentally prepared. However, seizing the bodies of the living. This completely surpassed everyone's understanding. This is a power that sends chills and terror deep within the soul. Is this really a power that humanity can possess? At sea, the Red Force was sailing steadily. On the deck, members of the red-haired pirates were gathered together with the newly delivered newspaper spread out on a wooden barrel in the middle. The atmosphere was suffocating. No one spoke, no one drank. Even Luffy, who usually loved to make noise, was holding a piece of meat, but couldn't bring himself to take a bite. Everyone's gaze intentionally or unintentionally avoided their captain. Red-haired Shanks was intently staring at the photos in the newspaper, his face darkening to the point where it seemed like it could drip with water. He harbored an unprecedented heartfelt hatred for Orochimaru. Not only did Orochimaru desecrate his most revered Captain Roger, bringing him back to the world as a puppet. Even worse, he seized the body of Figureland Sharnor. That was his fellow brother. Although they chose completely different paths, the bond of blood could not be severed. Shanks took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, then forced himself to calm down. He turned to his first, Ben Beckman. Activate all our intelligence networks. Search for Orochimaru's whereabouts with full force. Shanks spoke firmly with an undeniable resolve. Understood. Ben Beckman lit a new cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke his expression was equally grave. The Holy Land of Mariewa. In the headquarters of the God Knights, a vast and empty conference hall. Figureland Greenku sat on the highest throne, crumpling the newspaper in his hand. His entire face appeared somewhat distorted due to extreme anger. Sharnor was his most valued biological son. Unlike that disgraceful son Shanks, who ran off to become a pirate, Sharnor was his most perfect creation. Member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru, bounty 5 billion berries hiss. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Son. Sharnor was the rightful heir of the family, the future leader of the God Knights. Now the body of his proud son has been occupied by a vile, seemingly out-of-nowhere member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru. This is not merely murder. It is the most vicious humiliation to the Figureland family and all celestial dragons. Akatsuki. Orochimaru. Greenku spat out these 2 names through clenched teeth, as if he wanted to chew them to pieces. I will kill you. I swear I will drag you out from my son's body, and make you experience the utmost pain, let you be unable to live, unable to die. The roar echoed in the empty conference hall, filled with endless killing intent. On a certain island, Moria was also looking at the new newspaper in his hands. Orochimaru, you're in the new. Not only are there pictures of your battles, but also photos of you seizing the body of a celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru took the newspaper and began to read. An interesting report. Moria looked at Orochimaru and continued to ask. You will know soon. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, an enormous conference room was filled with a palpable tension. Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table holding a dossier, his brow furrowed. To his right, the Chief of Staff Crane sat upright, her graying hair meticulously arranged, yet the grave expression on her face, as she reviewed the intelligence, betrayed her inner turmoil. To the left, the naval hero Carp crossed his arms and closed his eyes, his usually cheerful face now overshadowed by clouds of concern. On either side of the long table, numerous admirals sat rigidly, their faces etched with shock and unease. The documents before them detailed the catastrophic battle at the Valley of Gods. Sengoku slammed the intelligence dossier onto the table with a thud, the heavy mahogany surface resonating with the impact. Colonel Xiar. You were present at the scene. I'll recount the events in detail. Sengoku's voice shattered the silence of the con. By convention, a mere naval colonel would hardly have the qualifications to enter this chamber representing the highest decision-making body of the Navy. But Xiaoru was different. He was the first to discover the traces of the Akatsuki organization's Orochimaru, tracking him all the way to the ruins of the Valley of Gods, and he documented the horrifying battle in its entirety. As the sole eyewitness, he was qualified to attend this meeting. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Xiaoru stood up from his seat with decisive and swift movements. In an instant, all eyes in the conference room were drawn to him. 1 week ago, while patrolling the Bermuda Triangle, I discovered the traces of Orochimaru from the Akatsuki. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, has confirmed his allegiance to the Akatsuki. Afterward, the two sailed to the ruins of the Valley of Gods. Orochimaru summoned a multitude of giant serpents to dive into the depths of the ocean, retrieving the remains of Rox D. Zebek. Subsequently, Orochimaru employed the same resurrection ability he used in the Lowtown incident to revive Rox and hundreds of infamous pirates who once terrorized the seas. Xiaoru paused briefly before continuing. All those resurrected possess immortal bodies. Regardless of the extent of physical damage inflicted upon them, their bodies can automatically repair themselves in a short period of time. Even the combined efforts of the 5 holy knights dispatched by the world government could inflict no effective harm on the resurrected Rox. Ultimately, the world government had to resort to some hidden means to barely reach a stalemate with Rox. He continued. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was heavily injured by that hidden means and subsequently retreated with Moria and others. According to the latest news reported in the newspapers, Orochimaru not only possesses the ability to resurrect the dead, but also the ability to seize the bodies of the living. He has taken the body of the Holy Knight member Figurando Shamrock and completely restored his injuries. Upon finishing, Xiaoru slightly bowed and returned to his seat. After hearing Xiaoru's report, the surrounding navy began to whisper among themselves. Bang! At that moment, Carp slammed his fist onto the table, the sturdy mahogany surface cracking with a menacing split. Damn that Akatsuki. They actually dragged that bastard Rox out of his grave. Carp said, his face darkened. It should be noted that Carp back in the Valley of Gods had barely ended that era in collaboration with Roger. He understood better than anyone in attendance how perilous and brutal that battle had been. Now the fact that Rox had been resurrected by someone named Orochimaru was enough to infuriate Carp. The problem is not just the resurrection. Crane interjected. The resurrected individuals possess immortal bodies. This means that even if we dispatch all our admirals and employ all our forces to encircle them, as long as Orochimaru remains alive, those monsters he resurrected will never truly fall. Crane's words set off a commotion among the admirals present. Immortal bodies, how can we fight that? This essentially means that the Akatsuki's Orochimaru is equivalent to an army that can never be exterminated. As long as Orochimaru is alive, this army will always exist. Moreover, he can achieve immortality by seizing the bodies of others. This is simply an insurmountable monster. The atmosphere of panic began to spread. These battle-hardened admirals felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness for the first time. In the past, regardless of how strong the enemy was, they would always have weaknesses, always able to be killed. Yet the capabilities displayed by the Akatsuki had surpassed their understanding of combat. Sengoku, what directives do we have from the world government? Crane turned her gaze towards the admiral. The world government has issued the highest level of bounty. A bounty on all members of the Akatsuki. Sengoku pulled out 2 brand new bounty notices from his drawer and slammed them onto the table. All eyes were drawn to them. The first notice depicted a man with orange hair and a black rod piercing his face, his circular pupils filled with a divine indifference. Leader of the Akatsuki, paying bounty 6 billion berries. The second notice depicted a person with long black hair, golden slit pupils, and a pale cold face. Member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru, bounty 5 billion berries. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. 6 billion. 5 billion. What does that even mean? It should be noted that Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, had a bounty of only 5,460,000,000 berries. These 2 individuals from the Akatsuki who had just emerged onto the seas directly possessed bounties rivaling or even surpassing the 4 emperors. This was simply unprecedented. However, after a brief shock, everyone quickly understood. Whether it was the devastating power exhibited by Pain or Orochimaru's eerie ability to resurrect the dead and form an undead army, their threat had indeed far surpassed that of any 4 Emperor pirate crew. Such a bounty was well-deserved. Another one of those old tricks. Carp glanced at the bounty notices and snorted disdainfully. Sticking up a few papers and marking some numbers. Does that really scare them? What use is it? No one refuted him. Because Carp was speaking the truth. For opponents of the caliber of the Akatsuki bounties serve almost no practical purpose beyond announcing their level of danger to the world. Upon hearing the question from Sengoku consultant, he pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. The Akatsuki organization has undoubtedly become the greatest threat on this sea. These words were not heavy, but they instantly silenced the clamor in the conference room. However, I have always had a doubt. Consultant He's words drew everyone's attention. Pain attacked the celestial dragon's fleet. Orochimaru resurrected rocks and seized the bodies of members of the God Knights. Each of these events is crazy enough to upend the world. But what is the logical connection between them? Consultant, he pointedly addressed the root of the issue. The Akatsuki organization claims to bring peace to the world through pain. This statement sounds like a madman's declaration, but how do they operate? What will they do? We know nothing. Consultant He's words left all the high-ranking naval officers present deep in thought. Indeed, they had always been shocked by the Akatsuki organization's ceaselessly bizarre abilities and mad actions, too busy coping to ever pause and consider the true purpose of this organization. An enemy without a clear goal is the most terrifying one, because you never know what they will do next or where. So, Consultant He's gaze swept over everyone present. Our top priority task is not to gather forces and blindly hunt down an enemy we do not understand at all, but to clarify, what is the ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization? Only by understanding this can we predict their next actions and make preparations, shifting from passive to active. Upon hearing Consultant He's words, the naval leaders present nodded in agreement, their faces displaying looks of realization. Sengoku pondered for a moment and then nodded heavily, saying, Xiao, he is right. From today onwards, the intelligence department of the Navy headquarters will fully mobilize at all costs to collect all information related to the Akatsuki organization. I don't care what methods you use to dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Find out the true purpose of the Akatsuki. At the same time, all naval bases in various seas must raise their alert levels. Hearing Sengoku's words, all the naval leaders rose simultaneously, responding sternly. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The meeting was adjourned. As everyone filed out, each person's face bore an unprecedented seriousness. Xiar was the last to leave, rapidly digesting the information from the meeting in his mind. Just as he reached the door of the conference room, he was called by Consultant He's voice. Colonel Xiar. Xiar paused, turned around, and saluted. Vice Admiral He. Consultant He walked up to him, unable to refrain from saying, Your intelligence instincts and analytical skills are outstanding among the younger generation. During this period, keep an eye on the movements of the Akatsuki on the sea. You do not overlook even the smallest clues. Consultant He's tone was not commanding, but more like guidance. Finding out the true operational purpose of the Akatsuki. This is your primary task. Yes, Xiar responded sharply, without a hint of hesitation. Consultant He gave Xiar further instructions before turning and disappearing at the end of the corridor. Watching Consultant He's departing figure, the respectful expression on Xiao's face gradually faded, replaced by a sly smirk. The Navy wants to know the purpose of the Akatsuki. Then he'll create a purpose for the Akatsuki for you to see. Through this meeting, Xiar sharply sensed a significant flaw in the Akatsuki that he had crafted himself. Although what Pain and Orochimaru did was shocking, each of these actions lacked a clear main thread, appearing chaotic and purposeless. This indeed does not resemble the behavioral pattern of a tightly knit organization with the power to upend the world. It is time to create a grand and clear goal for this Akatsuki. Thinking of this, Xiar willed it. A translucent interface visible only to him floated before his eyes. Shock points 12. 3 billion, more than 1. 2 billion shock points. Looking at this long string of numbers, Xiar felt his heart skip a beat. The benefits from the battle at the Valley of Gods exceeded his expectations. This can create a lot of things. Xiao's fingers glided across the virtual interface, his gaze swiftly scanning the dazzling list of creation shop. Characters, items, and jutsu from the Akatsuki were all available. However, none of these were what Xiao needed right now. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a special column. Tailed beasts, the tailed beasts in the Naruto world. His fingertips slowly glided over the icons of Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, all the way to Kurama. In the worldview of Naruto, tailed beasts are terrifying biological weapons composed of pure chakra, possessing world-destroying powers. The appearance of any tailed beast is enough to easily destroy a country and completely alter the course of a war. What if the tailed beasts were placed in the world of One Piece? Then let the goal of the Akatsuki become to collect tailed beasts. A brilliant plan instantly formed in Xiao's mind. In this way, the Akatsuki would have a clear course of action that could be tracked and understood by the outside world. The Navy and the world government would frantically search for the whereabouts of the tailed beasts, attempting to stop the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki would engage in fierce conflicts with various forces on the sea in order to capture the tailed beasts. This would not only perfectly eliminate the flaw of purposelessness, but also like a snowball continuously create new events, new conflicts, and new shocks. Moreover, the very existence of the tailed beasts is a tremendous source of shock points. Let's do it, create the tailed beasts. Xiao no longer hesitated and made a decision. The question now is, where should these terrifying creatures? This requires careful planning. A perfect stage is necessary to allow the actors to deliver the most spectacular performance. In Xiao's mind, a vast world map gradually unfolded with countless islands and seas flashing before his eyes. His finger eventually gently tapped on a desolate, yet unique area on the map. The Alabasta Kingdom seemed like a good place. It's decided. Alabasta Kingdom. Consume 1 billion, create Shikaku. Xiao focused his intent, and the shock points suddenly decreased by 1 billion. At the same time, changes were occurring in the Alabasta Kingdom that no one had noticed. The Kingdom of Alabasta. This super desert nation located in the first half of the Grand Line has a population of over 10 million and possesses tremendous power. However, today a turmoil is erupting across the great nation. In the royal capital Arabasta, within the palace, the magnificent palace hall is in utter disarray. The exquisite columns are marred with knife marks and bullet holes. Priceless tapestries lie torn on the ground, and gold and silver utensils are scattered everywhere. Soldiers of the King's Guard lay sprawled across the corridor, some unconscious, others groaning in pain. In the center of the hall on the throne sits a man clad in a heavy fur-trimmed coat, holding a cigar in his left hand and resting his signature golden hook on the armrest, exuding a lazy yet arrogant demeanor. This man is none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, Dracul Mihawk. In his youth, Crocodile, like many pirates, surged into the seas with great momentum, becoming renowned across the Grand Line. However, after entering the New World, he challenged Whitebeard and was defeated by him. That devastating defeat became an indelible shadow in his heart. Nevertheless, Crocodile did not give up. Realizing his strength was insufficient, he sought ways to enhance his power. Thus, upon learning that the Kingdom of Alabasta possessed the legendary ancient weapon, Crocodile arrived in Alabasta, secretly establishing the Baroque works and operating under the guise of a hero for several years, instigating rebellion, creating droughts, sowing discord among the people. Finally, Crocodile successfully seized control of the entire Kingdom of Alabasta. The victorious Crocodile turned to the imprisoned King Cobra of the Kingdom of Alabasta. King Cobra, you are a smart man, so I won't beat around the bush. Where is the legendary ancient weapon hidden in the Kingdom of Alabasta? Upon hearing this, Cobra replied with confusion. Crocodile, what are you talking about? The royal family of Alabasta has only inherited the responsibility of safeguarding this land. What ancient weapon? I have never heard of such a thing. Furious at having his kingdom taken away, Cobra was enraged. He had anticipated that Crocodile would use various methods against his nation. However, Cobra never expected that Crocodile was actually searching for some ancient weapon, as King Cobra truly knew nothing of any ancient weapon within his kingdom. However, Crocodile clearly did not believe Cobra's words. If Cobra won't speak, my patience is limited. Crocodile glared at Cobra with an unfriendly tone, his hook tapping twice on the armrest, the sound echoing sharply in the spacious hall. Cobra remained resolute as he spoke. I am telling the truth. Our nation truly does not possess the legendary ancient weapon. Crocodile's expression suddenly changed. Don't think that if you don't speak, I won't be able to find the legendary ancient weapon. Mister, one, turn this palace upside down. Beneath the tiles, inside the walls, every crevice of every pillar. Leave no corner unchecked. I refuse to believe that I cannot find the legendary ancient weapon. A bald man stood with his arms folded behind Crocodile, expressionless, and nodded. Yes. Immediately, the members and agents of Baroque Works began to carry out a rough search throughout the palace. Some smashed walls, others pried open floors, some dismantled statues. The members of Baroque Works were searching for what they needed in the most brutal manner possible. Beside Crocodile stood a woman. With long black hair and a tall figure, her blue eyes exuded a calmness that seemed out of place in the surroundings. This person is none other than Nico Robin, a wanted criminal of the world government. She was being pursued for her quest for ancient history. It is also because she can read ancient texts that Crocodile took her in, making her the vice president of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All Sunday. Crocodile wanted to rely on Nico Robin's ancient knowledge to find the legendary ancient weapon. Robin did not participate in the search, simply standing quietly, her gaze falling on Cobra before shifting away. After about half an hour, a member of Baroque Works ran in from the direction of the underground passage, sweating. President, we've made a discovery. At the end of the 3rd underground level, there is a hidden stone door. After we opened it, we found a secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, there is a huge stone tablet. Crocodile's face lit up at these words. Good. Let's go. Crocodile hurriedly made his way over, followed closely by Robin. Cobra being dragged by Mr. One was taken along as well. The third underground level. Passing through a long and damp stone corridor, they arrived at a stone door that had been forcefully broken open. Behind the stone door is a secret chamber roughly 30 meters in diameter, the air filled with a musty smell that had been sealed for countless years. In the center of the secret chamber stands a massive, deep blue stone tablet. The surface of the tablet is inscribed with dense, ancient characters. Crocodile approached the stone tablet, glanced at the incomprehensible writing, and turned to Robin. Robin, please translate the content above. I understand, President. Upon hearing this, Robin stepped forward, her fingertips lightly tracing the characters on the stone tablet. Her gaze began from the upper left corner, scanning line by line, column by column, not fast, but extremely focused. In the entire secret chamber, only the crackling of the torches and the tense breaths of everyone could be heard. After about 3 minutes, Robin stopped. She turned around, facing Crocodile's expectant gaze, her tone flat. The content recorded in this historical text is the founding history of the Kingdom of Alabasta, along with a great battle. But where is the legendary ancient weapon? Crocodile asked impatiently. There is none. The text does not mention any legendary ancient weapon. Upon hearing Robin's words, Crocodile's expression turned extremely grim. No, you say there is none. How is that possible? The intelligence I received cannot be wrong. How could there be no mention of the legendary ancient weapon here? Crocodile was clearly struggling to accept this. It should be noted that Crocodile had spent many years establishing Baroque works, laying out plans throughout the nation, ultimately taking control of the entire country. His sole purpose was to find the legendary ancient weapon. Now Robin actually said there was none, and Crocodile could not accept it. Furious, Crocodile slammed his fist hard against the stone tablet. Bang! A loud sound of impact echoed. The massive stone tablet instantly cracked, followed by the outer layer beginning to peel away. President, look, this stone tablet has a hidden layer. A member of Baroque works pointed at the peeling stone, exclaiming. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's eyes lit up, and he struck the stone tablet with another powerful punch. Boom! This time the outer layer of the stone tablet completely detached and shattered, turning into countless fragments scattered across the ground. A brand new stone tablet inscribed with characters entirely different from the previous ones appeared before everyone. This is a newly revealed stele, and unbelievable. There's a hidden compartment beneath it, and the inscriptions upon it aren't ancient script. These are the modern universal characters, and upon seeing the newly uncovered stele, every member of the Baroque works stood stunned. Crocodile strode forward swiftly, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon the pristine stele. He leaned so close that his lips nearly brushed its surface as he whispered each character aloud. The nine-tailed beasts embody the ultimate power in existence. Shikaku, the one-tail; Matatabi, the two tails; Isabu, the three tails; Karama, the 9 tails. And each possesses the capacity to annihilate entire nations. Whoever commands a tailed beast commands the world itself. And Crocodile's breath grew ragged and coarse. Unconsciously, his golden hook scraped across the steel's surface, emitting a grating metallic shriek. He continued reading downward. 800 years ago, 20 sovereigns forged the present world government by harnessing the might of the 9-tailed beasts. Later, fearing that this power might fall into rival hands, the 20 kings sealed each beast across distant lands. And the kingdom of Alabasta is the prison of Shikaku, the one-tail. And to break the seal and unleash the beast's power, one need only shatter this stele. And having finished the inscription, Crocodile threw back his head and erupted into a wild, uncontrollable manic laugh. Ha! Ha ha ha! The legendary ancient weapon. I have finally found it. And so the fabled ancient weapon was never a device or artifact. It was the tailed beasts themselves. His exhilaration subsiding, Crocodile slowly turned, his bloodshot eyes brimming with infinite scorn fixed upon Cobra bound in iron chains. King Cobra, dare you still claim Alabasta possesses no ancient weapon? And behold, this legendary power has lain buried deepest within your own royal palace. At Crocodile's words, Cobra's face contorted with bewilderment and shock. In the legendary ancient weapon, the 9-tailed beasts. Could it be true? And within the kingdom of Alabasta lay the sealed form of Shikaku, the one-tail. And how could I possibly know such a thing? As sovereign, he had safeguarded his nation's inherited history for generations, yet remained utterly ignorant of this monumental secret. And not only King Cobra reeled in disbelief, Nico, Robin, standing silently nearby, fell into unprecedented disarray. She could decipher the poneglyphs. The singular pursuit of her life had been to recover the lost century of history. And for this, she had combed through countless archives and decoded numerous historical texts. Yet among all her knowledge, all her clues, all her recorded chronicles, not a single mention of the term tailed beasts existed. Tailed beasts. What manner of entity were they? In 800 years ago, the 20 kings built the world government upon such power. And impossible. If such power truly existed, why did every poneglyph remain silent on the matter? And could it be another truth erased during the Void Century? Was this information genuine? And clearly not. And as for how these inscriptions appeared here, they were manifestations conjured by Char's shock points. Crocodile, however, knew nothing of this deception. I confronted with the text, his excitement surged beyond. Tailed beasts, power capable of obliterating nations. Huh. When Whitebeard humiliated me, I swore then and there, to find strength surpassing his, and shattering the steel alone suffices to break the seal. His eyes blazed with fervent light. Without hesitation the muscles of his right arm coiled taut, and he hurled a devastating fist straight at the steel inscribed with the tailed beast's lore. Boom! Nah, deafening thunderclap echoed. Then the steel shattered, instantly exploding into a storm of jagged fragments. At the very instant the steel fractured, the ground beneath their feet began trembling violently, without warning. Rumble! Rumble! And the quaking intensified. A rubble rained from the cavern ceiling, while countless spiderweb cracks fissured the surrounding walls. The subterranean chamber seemed poised to collapse at any moment. And what's happening? An earthquake? And how could an earthquake strike without cause? Boss, the chamber's collapsing. And sensing the violent tremors, Baroque Works agents panicked, eyes wide with terror, scanning frantically in every direction. No, it's not an earthquake. And Crocodile felt no fear, only mounting feverish ecstasy. And I've broken the tailed beast's seal. It's emerging. The tailed beast is coming forth. And quick. We must flee. And Crocodile roared, then bolted headlong down the passage they'd entered by. Baroque Works agents followed without pause, scrambling desperately behind him. And emerging battered and breathless through the palace gates, they found the capital city of Alyabarna plunged into utter chaos. Earthquake! Earthquake! And run! Buildings are collapsing. And grab the children. Leave everything else. Go now. And streets teemed with terrified citizens fleeing in every direction. And walls cracked open, aging structures crumbled, shedding bricks and tiles like falling leaves. Families dragged weeping children, shoved past one another, screamed in primal panic, and surged en masse toward the city's outer gates. Even the rebel soldiers who had once strutted arrogantly through the city now abandoned their weapons and vanished into the stampeding crowd. As the final stragglers burst through Alyabarna's gates and glanced back, they beheld the majestic capital crumbling, building after building reduced to ruins amid the violent convulsions. Then, something far more uncanny unfolded. And countless grains of sand spiraled upward, and they coalesced into fine serpentine currents, drawn by some unseen colossal force, rushing inward from every compass point with frenzied intensity. Sand sloughed from the city walls, a grit rolled across the ground. Even the soil in garden beds surrendered its granular essence, forcibly extracted. All the sand converged upon the palace's epicenter, where before their eyes a colossal vortex of dust and grit swirled into being, its diameter exceeding 100 meters. Thom. An ancient, savage, and terrifying aura descended upon the land the moment the vortex fully formed. Within that immense maelstrom, a silhouette of unimaginable scale rose slowly from the earth. It resembled a giant tanuki, its hide a sandy ochre hue etched with arcane indigo sigils resembling sacred incantations. Its eyes burned pure gold, pupils shaped like eerie four-pointed stars, filled with an inhuman bestial ferocity. Its stature was colossal, over 100 meters tall, and even crouching partially, it radiated an oppressive, suffocating dread. Roar! And at last, I am free. And the beast's roar rent the heavens above Alyabarna, tearing a jagged gash through the clouds. The yellow sands obscured the sky and blotted out the sun, while colossal beasts roared incessantly. The desert, stretching for dozens of miles, seemed to be boiling and pulsating. Alyabarna, the royal capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, was being gradually crushed by this ancient beast. This fearsome creature was none other than a one-tailed guardian from the world created by Zaire. The gigantic one-tailed guardian roared, its terrifying voice spreading outwards. Those who had managed to escape from the city were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they collapsed to the ground. What kind of monster is that? It's terrifying. Alyabarna, our royal capital, has been destroyed. Why? Why does our Alabasta Kingdom have such a terrifying monster? The citizens of Alabasta were completely awestruck by the power of the one-tailed guardian, sinking into a deep despair. As for the members of the Baroque Works, they stood atop a higher sand dune outside the city, gazing at the roaring beast amidst the ruins. Their situation was no better. That thing. Is it the one-tailed guardian recorded on the steel? So terrifying. So huge. Indeed. It's too horrifying to destroy a city so easily. No wonder it's the legendary ancient weapon, truly terrifying. They were utterly shocked by the one-tailed guardian's power, which transcended common sense. Among the crowd, Nico Robin was also engulfed in profound shock. Her mind raced, attempting to find any clues related to the tailed beast from the knowledge she had accumulated over 20 years. However, there was nothing. She had deciphered countless ancient steles and historical texts, mastering many historical secrets that the world government had deliberately erased. Yet the term, tailed beast, had never appeared in her repository of knowledge. What could this mean? Either this was a secret that had never been recorded in any historical text, or what was inscribed on that stele was itself a forgery. But the 100-meter giant beast destroying the entire city before her, with its destructive aura, could not possibly be false. That left only one possibility. This was an unrecorded, true, ancient piece of information. Tailed beast. Could this be the true historical truth that the world government wants to hide? Robin gazed at the immense figure, murmuring softly. In stark contrast to everyone's fear and confusion was Crocodile. The moment he saw the one-tailed guardian and sensed that terrifying aura, Crocodile was indeed struck by. As someone who had once roamed the Grand Line and even challenged the 4 emperors in the New World, Crocodile had encountered all sorts of powerful beings and monsters. However, he had never experienced such pure and primal pressure as he did today. The 100-meter giant beast radiated a savage and brutal aura, and even the Whitebeard he encountered in the New World could not compare to the visual impact of this beast. But this shock lasted less than a moment. Soon after, Crocodile erupted into uncontrollable frenzy. This is the legendary power. This is the one-tailed guardian. This is the power upon which the celestial dragons built the world government 800 years ago. With arms wide open, Crocodile seemed to embrace the entire world. As long as I obtain this power, I can conquer all. What Whitebeard? What world government will all be trampled under my feet? With that thought, the exhilarated Crocodile no longer hesitated, transforming his body into a flow of sand and rushing towards the one-tailed guardian. Crocodile stopped about 20 meters in front of the guardian, reconstituting himself. The massive form of the one-tailed guardian loomed like a mountain, casting a shadow that completely enveloped Crocodile. He had to tilt his head back to see the full figure of the giant beast. Crocodile took a deep breath, then glared at the one-tailed guardian, shouting with all his might. One-tailed guardian, I am the one who shattered the seal on your stele. From today onwards, your power belongs to me. Obey my command. Crocodile's voice echoed through the swirling sands, filled with an undeniable dominance. The gigantic head of the one-tailed guardian slowly turned, its golden star-shaped pupils locking onto the tiny figure in the sand. A little bug. A deep and frenzied thought resonated in the air. What are you little bugs saying? Dare you command me? The guardian tilted its massive head, its star-shaped pupils filled with unmasked. You bastard. I freed you. I am your master, you must obey my command. Crocodile shouted. In Crocodile's view, the one-tailed guardian was a sealed existence, and he was the one who had rescued it, granting. Thus, the one-tailed guardian should and must obey his commands. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, the one-tailed guardian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, bursting into thunderous laughter. Bug, you damned bug, really cracks me up. I was imprisoned for 800 years. Finally out, I was just looking to stretch my limbs. And you come before me asking me to listen to your orders, to be your— The guardian's laughter abruptly ceased, and the frenzied thought shifted suddenly, filled with murderous intent. You are seeking death. Before the words fell, the one-tailed guardian raised its massive paw covered in sandy armor, swirling up endless sandstorms, and slammed down fiercely towards Crocodile. Not good. Facing the gigantic paw that obscured the sky, Crocodile's pupils shrank, and he immediately dodged swiftly to the side. Boom! The gigantic paw of the one-tailed guardian crashed down onto the ground. The earth collapsed into a giant pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Immediately after, the sand layer at the bottom of the pit seemed to explode, with countless yellow sands shooting up into the sky, forming towering sand waves that swept outwards with the force of a landslide. The members of Baroque Works were the first to be hit. Not good. The sand waves are coming. What terrifying sand waves! There's no way to resist this. Run, run. Faced with the incoming sand waves, the members of Baroque Works were all shocked, and they wanted to evade and to counter the sand waves before them. However, the sand waves were too terrifying, their power too great. They simply could not evade or resist. Boom. A ferocious sandstorm surged forward with unstoppable force, instantly swallowing every member of the Baroque Works. Help me. My leg's buried. Pull me out. Boss, save us. One by one, Baroque Works agents writhed desperately beneath the shifting dunes. Among them were several devil fruit users, each straining to unleash their powers in a desperate bid to resist the torrential sands and escape this flowing sea of death. Yet it was all in vain. Before this cataclysmic heaven-sent deluge of sand, their struggles and screams alike proved utterly futile. Their strength, diminutive as dust before this rampaging desert, was meaningless. Crocodile, watching his subordinates vanish beneath the golden waves from a safe distance, burned with seething fury. Damn you, cease at once. Sans fruit, desert saber. With a roar, Crocodile transformed his right arm into a colossal blade of sand and slashed downward. A massive crescent-shaped strike, dense with swirling granules, hurtled forth with a shrieking, ear-rending howl aimed directly at Shikaku the One-Tail. This technique was devastating enough to cleave a massive marine warship cleanly in two across the Grand Line. Yet Shikaku, towering and immovable, did not even flinch. Thwip! Crocodile's attack struck true, slashing deep into Shikaku's raised claw, carving a gash nearly 10 meters long. Such a wound would be instantly fatal for any ordinary creature. Yet Shikaku stood over 100 meters taller to him. This horrific gash was little more than a scratch. Then came a sight more horrifying still. No blood welled from Shikaku's wound. Only torrents of golden sand surged forth instead. In less than a second the sand churned violently, sealing the colossal rift as though it had never existed. Crocodile's full-strength assault had dealt no meaningful damage whatsoever. Shikaku slowly lowered its immense head, its golden four-pointed star-shaped pupils gleaming with amused disdain. So this insect also plays with sand. But your sand is pathetically weak. Let me show you what true sand truly is. Sand hand. Shikaku slammed its claw once more upon the desert. Boom. Instantly the sands within a kilometer radius erupted anew. The dunes convulsed, sand coalescing and surging upward to form colossal hands, each larger than skyscrapers, blotting out the sun as they descended upon Crocodile in unison. Not good. Faced with this onslaught, Crocodile's expression darkened. His body dissolved into a swift, fluid stream of sand, dodging frantically while lashing out with razor-sharp sand blades. All efforts were futile. The sand hands multiplied endlessly, each shattered only to be replaced by dozens more converging from every direction. Worse still, Crocodile realized with mounting horror that his prized Logia ability, the very essence of his power, had inexplicably failed. When he attempted to dissolve into sand to evade an overwhelming primordial will surged from the surrounding dunes, crushing him back into solid form with brutal, irresistible force. His own sand no longer offered refuge. It felt instead like trespassing into a sovereign domain where every grain pressed down upon him with suffocating dominion. Thus Crocodile could only flee in flesh and blood desperation, clumsy, battered, exposed. Curses. So this is the legendary ancient weapon, the One-Tail's might. How terrifying. Beyond imagination. Even as he dodged, Crocodile's mind roiled with shockwaves of disbelief. As a sans fruit user, he had reigned supreme across deserts. His combat prowess amplified twofold, making him absolute master of this arid realm. Yet facing Shikaku, he grasped the absurdity of his own mastery. If Crocodile merely manipulated sand, then Shikaku was sand itself. The very consciousness of this desert. Before such an entity, Crocodile possessed no recourse but flight. You insect, leaping about like a flea. Annoying. Have this. Losing patience with Crocodile's evasive maneuvers, Shikaku shifted tactics once more. Wind release Rasengan blast. Shikaku opened its maw wide, inhaling deeply, its abdomen swelling visibly with compressed chakra. Then a hyper-compressed sphere of wind erupted from its throat, a vortex of annihilation hurtling toward Crocodile. Danger, evade now. The instant the sphere formed, Crocodile's every hair stood on end, death's icy grip tightening around his heart. Reacting with lightning speed, he hurled himself sideways. The colossal wind orb grazed his body, slamming into a nearby dune over 100 meters high. Kerkum. A deafening detonation shook heaven and earth. The entire dune vanished, vaporized, obliterated, leaving behind only a bottomless crater. This destructive power, truly worthy of legend. A chill of dread slithered up Crocodile's spine as he beheld the devastation. Insect, I've got you now. In that split second, Crocodile faltered, distracted by the blast. A colossal sand hand, previously unnoticed, erupted silently from the ground beneath him and seized him with crushing force. Damn, too late. He tried to twist away, but it was already over. Thud, thwip. A sickening bone-deep impact reverberated, the force akin to being struck heat by a mountain, sending Crocodile flying through the air. Blood erupted from his mouth mid-flight. His body spun uncontrollably, hurtling over 100 meters before crashing violently into the desert, carving a massive crater in the sand. Curses, what now? This monster is beyond my capacity to oppose. Crocodile staggered upright from the crater, leaning heavily on his golden hook, his entire frame racked with agony. He stared grimly at Shikaku, still roaring in the distance. Discovering the legendary ancient weapon should have ignited triumph. Yet now only grim realization settled upon him. Shikaka's power was indeed awe-inspiring, but utterly beyond his control. At that moment, two figures emerged silently onto the desert expanse, approaching steadily from afar, clad in crimson-clouded black robes, stark and ominous against the endless gold. Those are members of the Akatsuki. Among the two members of the Akatsuki organization, one is a young man with golden hair, his left eye obscured by long messy hair, while his exposed right eye sparkles with an air of arrogance. The other appears to be a hunchbacked old man wrapped from head to toe in a red cloud black robe, concealing his entire silhouette, with only strange shapes faintly visible beneath the garment. These two are the artistic duo of the Akatsuki organization created by Syaru, Deidara. Though in recent years Crocodile has been holed up in the Alabasta Kingdom managing the Baroque works, devoting all his efforts to searching for ancient weapons. However, Crocodile is a person who has traversed the New World. His information network is not so isolated as to be completely unaware of external matters. Recently, the name of the Akatsuki organization has made quite a stir across the seas. First, they killed a celestial dragon in broad daylight, followed by resurrecting countless legendary pirates and seizing the bodies of the celestial dragons. It is hard for Crocodile not to know about the Akatsuki organization. The red cloud black robe has also become their emblem. Therefore, he immediately recognized the clothing of the two individuals before him. The two individuals who suddenly appeared before him were indeed members of the Akatsuki organization. Upon confirming their identities, Crocodile was struck with new questions. What are the Akatsuki members doing in Alabasta? Crocodile's gaze lingered on the two Akatsuki members for a moment before turning to the giant Shichibukai that was rampaging through the ruins, a thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. Could it be that the members of the Akatsuki are also after the Shichibukai? It should be noted that Crocodile has been infiltrating the Alabasta Kingdom for years, gradually establishing the Baroque works, and ultimately breaching the royal palace. Not for any other reason, but for the legendary weapons. Now that he has finally encountered the legendary weapon, the Shichibukai, how could he easily give it up? Although Crocodile has yet to find a way to control the Shichibukai, he certainly will not allow anyone to take it. With that thought, Crocodile, dragging his severely injured body, stood up and pointed his golden hook at the approaching members of the Akatsuki. Stop right there. Who are you? Deidara tilted his head, sizing up Crocodile with his unobscured right eye. I am from the Akatsuki, Deidara. The hunchbacked figure beside him emitted a deep voice from beneath his heavy Akatsuki Sasori. Crocodile stared at them, tightening his grip on the golden hook. Members of the Akatsuki, regardless of your intentions here, I advise you to leave soon. The Shichibukai is mine. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Deidara was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Huh? What did you say? The Shichibukai is yours. That's too funny. You, covered in blood and on the verge of death, stand here and claim that the Shichibukai is yours. Why don't you say this entire ocean belongs to you too? Huh? Deidara's mockery only served to further infuriate Crocodile. He'll say it again. Crocodile lowered his voice. The Shichibukai is what I liberated. Its power belongs to me. If you members of the Akatsuki have any sense, you should leave now. Deidara wiped the smile off his face and spread his arms wide. In the center of each hand, there was a mouth chewing something. Oh, so you don't plan to step aside? If that's the case, then I'll play with you. Let you witness what true explosive art is. Just as Deidara was about to make his move, Sasori's voice interrupted him. Enough. Deidara, don't waste time. I hate waiting the most, and I despise others wasting my time. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sasori's loose black robe suddenly flared open, and a shadow sprang out. It was a thick metallic tail. The tip of the tail was sharp and glowed with a purplish-black hue. Then, under Sasori's control, the metallic tail lunged at Crocodile. The speed of that metallic tail was frightening, shooting out from behind Sasori to stab at Crocodile in less than what? Crocodile had not anticipated that the opponent would not waste a single word and would directly engage. Under normal circumstances, with his reaction speed and battle experience, as one of the 7 warlords, he might not have been able to evade this strike. However, at this moment, Crocodile had just been sent flying hundreds of meters by the Shichibukai, his internal organs churning, and his entire body felt like it was falling apart. In this state, it was impossible for him to dodge Sasori's sudden attack, let alone attempt to elementalize. Bang! The metallic tail struck Crocodile's abdomen with great force. The tremendous impact sent him flying, rolling over the sand for several dozen times before coming to a stop. Cough! Crocodile lay on the sand, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bastard! Even after suffering severe injuries again, Crocodile still refused to give up, trying to get up to continue blocking the 2 members of the Akatsuki. But then Crocodile suddenly found his entire body paralyzed, as if countless needles were stabbing his veins. In just a few seconds, he lost all feeling in his right leg. Using his golden hook for support, Crocodile struggled to stand up, but his body would not cooperate. His legs were numb, his arms felt weak, and even his ability to use the sand fruit slowed down significantly. This is poison. At that moment, Crocodile realized that something was wrong. Black blood was oozing from the place where he had been struck by the metallic tail. In the distance, Sasori retracted the metallic tail, which still had a few drops of purplish-black blood hanging from its tip. My weapon is coated with poison. Anyone struck will be completely paralyzed. You can just wait here to die. Sasori's tone was flat, as if stating an insignificant fact. Beside him, Deidara complained loudly. Uncle Sasori, why did you suddenly make a move? I wanted to spar with him a bit. Let him see my explosive— What? Your clay creations don't even qualify as art. Deidara jumped up in an instant. What are you saying, Uncle Sasori? My explosions are the highest form of art. The beauty of instantaneous explosion, that fleeting brilliance. That is the true essence of art. Art should be eternal beauty. Sasori's voice came from beneath his heavy exterior. Only those things that withstand the test of time can be called art. What are you talking about, Uncle Sasori? Before Deidara could argue further, a Shichibukai not far away was stirring up a cloud of yellow sand as it approached. Seeing this, both Deidara and Sasori quickly jumped up, easily dodging it. At this moment, the two of them temporarily ceased their quarrel, and all looked towards the Shichibukai. At this moment, the Shichibukai was stomping around on what used to be the capital of Erebana, each step creating deep pits dozens of meters wide. The swirling dust rose into the air, forming a massive sandstorm that blotted out the sky. Countless yellow sands spread outwards, engulfing everything. Is this our target, the Shichibukai? Deidara couldn't help but exclaim as he regarded the Shichibukai. That's right, this is the Shichibukai from the legends, one of the nine-tailed beasts. Sasori couldn't help but say perfect. It's just right for me to showcase my explosive art. Uncle Sasori, leave the Shichibukai to me. Don't try to steal it from me. As he finished speaking, Deidara extended his hands. The mouths in the center of both hands opened simultaneously, spitting out a lump of kneaded white clay. The clay rapidly transformed shape at his fingertips, and within seconds it turned into an exquisitely— Deidara tossed the clay bird to the ground. Huh. As soon as the white clay bird hit the ground, it quickly expanded, transforming into a gigantic bird with wings spanning over 10 meters. Deidara leaped onto the back of the bird with a spring. Uncle Sasori, I'm off. Hurry up. Don't dawdle, I'm not used to waiting for others. Sasori's voice urged from beneath his robe. Got it, Uncle Sasori, just wait here and enjoy the show. Deidara patted the bird's head, and the massive clay bird flapped its wings, stirring up a cloud of dust as it soared straight towards the Shichibukai. Clay birds carried Deidara, soaring swiftly hundreds of meters above the ground. Below, the royal capital of Alyabarna lay utterly ruined. Shikaku, the one-tail, having regained its freedom, surged with frenzied exhilaration, rampaging uncontrollably, obliterating everything in its vicinity. With a single sweep of its claw, an entire building vanished. A flick of its tail flattened half a street into dust. Each colossal sand-yellow lash carved furrows dozens of meters deep into the earth. Alyabarna's walls, towers, and thoroughfares had all been pulverized, reduced to indistinguishable fragments mingled with swirling yellow sand. Perched atop the clay bird, Deidara surveyed the 100-meter-tall beast from above. His visible right eye held no fear, only a feverish, almost pathological thrill. Shikaku, the one-tail? What an immense creature. Such a colossal target. How utterly exhilarating it will be to detonate. Deidara muttered excitedly to himself, simultaneously plunging both hands into the clay pouches strapped to his waist, each brimming with malleable explosive clay. His palms split open with mouths that greedily devoured the clay, a unique ability allowing him to chew and sculpt it into volatile explosive forms. After rapid chewing, dozens of spider-like clay constructs materialized in his hands. Let's test C1 clay spiders. With a sweeping gesture, Deidara scattered them downward like rain, swarming towards Shikaku below. Art is explosion. Huh. As Deidara roared, the clay spiders detonated instantly upon contact with Shikaku's massive form. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous cascade of explosions engulfed the one-tail, ripping jagged craters across its colossal sandy body. Yet against Shikaku's titanic scale, such blasts were negligible, mere pinpricks. Still, the concussive fury provoked a furious, guttural howl. Ah, damn it. That stings. You wretched insect, die. Wind release, sand bullet shout. Spotting Deidara aloft, Shikaku bellowed in rage and unleashed a torrent of compressed sand pellets, like a storm of lethal bullets tearing upward toward him. Deidara reacted with lightning reflexes, guiding his clay bird through eerie serpentine arcs, evading the dense barrage with uncanny grace. So, it can withstand C1. Rather than dismay, his eyes blazed brighter, fueled by mounting obsessive exhilaration. Then, let's escalate. C2. clay bird. Undeterred by his earlier failure, Deidara molded fresh clay between his fingers. 10 miniature clay birds formed swiftly in his palms. Then flung skyward, they swelled midair into lethal predators diving relentlessly toward Shikaku. They struck with blistering speed and far greater destructive force. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of deeper, more violent detonations erupted. Each blast tore gaping grotesque wounds across Shikaku's hide, spurting torrents of golden sand. Wretched insect, you've wounded me. I'll kill you, I'll annihilate you. Enraged beyond reason, Shikaku shrieked, and the surrounding desert answered its wrath, churning violently. Sand coalesced into monstrous claws, larger than skyscrapers, obscuring the sky as they converged from every direction, lunging to seize Deidara midair. Deidara weaved his clay bird deftly through the narrowing gaps between those colossal talons, while hurling fresh explosive clay at each surging sand hand. Chaos reigned, sand billowed, explosions thundered, and as Shikaku and Deidara clashed in this apocalyptic duel, off the coast of the Arabasta Kingdom, a marine warship patrolled routine waters. A naval officer reported to Commander Char, "Sir, we're approaching Arabasta's territorial waters." Char nodded thoughtfully. "Understood. Maintain constant surveillance. Track down any trace of the Akatsuki." "Yes, sir." At his command, Marines sprang into swift, disciplined motion. Indeed, the world government and the Marines were frantically scouring the globe for the Akatsuki, and Char, newly promoted to Commodore, had been assigned to lead the maritime hunt. Why Arabasta? The answer was simple. Shikaku, the One-Tail, had just been revived there alongside an Akatsuki operative. Char had also quietly seeded news of the event across the seas, crafting awe and alarm in equal measure. Just then a panicked communications officer burst from the ship's hold. "Report, Commander Char. According to nearby marine branches, Akatsuki activity has been confirmed near Arabasta." "Excellent. Set course for Arabasta, immediately." A faint knowing smile curved Char's lips as he issued the order. In the sky above the desert, Deidara controlled the clay birds to dart left and right, while dozens of giant sand claws frantically chased after him. Each time they brushed past, the gusts of wind from the claws sent his golden hair flying wildly. "Hey, you big raccoon, your aim is terrible." Deidara tilted his head to dodge an attack. "Bastard, who is a raccoon? I am a Shikaku." The Shikaku was enraged by this statement. Its four claws slammed onto the ground, simultaneously raising a torrent of yellow sand that coalesced into hundreds of sand spears shooting straight into the sky. Faced with this all-encompassing attack, Deidara was not panicked. Rather, he felt even more exhilarated. He maneuvered the bird into a sharp turn, skillfully weaving through the gaps between the sand spears while tossing various explosive clay down. Boom, boom, boom. A series of increasingly intense explosions erupted. Each explosion left a gaping hole on the Shikaku with yellow sand gushing out from the wounds. "Damn bug, you hurt me. I will kill you, kill you." The Shikaku was utterly furious, roaring wildly as the surrounding yellow sand instantly responded to its will, rushing towards Deidara in the sky. Deidara maneuvered the bird in a sharp turn, weaving through the gaps in the yellow sand, while still tossing various explosive clay down. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted on the Shikaku. Unfortunately, although Deidara's explosive clay was extremely fierce, creating large craters on the Shikaku with each explosion. However, soon after, countless grains of sand gathered to fill those craters. Thus, after attacking for so long, Deidara had surprisingly inflicted no substantial damage on the Shikaku. This guy is surprisingly resilient to explosions. I must end this battle immediately, or otherwise Uncle Scorpion will become impatient. As Deidara thought this, he realized that after such a long battle, he had already grasped the Shikaku's strengths. The ordinary C1 clay spider had too little power. Exploding on the Shikaku felt like merely scratching. The C2 bird was somewhat better able to create significant wounds, but the Shikaku's recovery speed was too fast. By the time one side exploded, the other side would heal, rendering it meaningless. This monster was entirely composed of sand, and as long as this patch of desert remained, it would never run out of sand, and its wounds could always be healed. Therefore, he needed to use even more powerful explosions, not giving the Shikaku any chance to recover. "It seems I only have that thing left to use." With this thought in mind, Deidara pulled out a large chunk of clay from his pouch, stuffed it into the mouth of his right hand, and began to chew rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, a thoroughly mixed ball of clay was spat out from the mouth of his right hand. Deidara quickly kneaded it, and soon it transformed into a uniquely shaped plump doll. C3 number 18. This was one of Deidara's proudest artworks, a killing move capable of easily destroying an entire city. "Go, let you witness my art." Deidara held the number 18 in his palm, looking down at the still roaring beast, and directly released it. The plump doll upon leaving his palm rapidly descended while simultaneously expanding. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters. By the time it reached a height level with the Shikaku, it had expanded into a colossal figure nearly 50 meters tall. The Shikaku also noticed the gigantic doll descending from the sky, its golden star-shaped pupils suddenly constricted, enveloped by a strong sense of crisis. High above, Deidara revealed a fervent smile. Art is an explosion. Huh? As Deidara's voice fell, the massive clay doll emitted an intensely bright white light. Immediately after, boom. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose at the center of the desert. The mushroom cloud was mixed with orange flames shooting up to the sky as if it would burn a hole in the very heavens. The entire area shook violently, as though a magnitude 12 earthquake had occurred. The violent shockwave carried scorching sand waves pushing in all directions, turning the remaining ruins of buildings into powder. The mushroom cloud lingered in the air for a full 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. One could see that at the location where the Shikaku originally stood, a gigantic crater over 300 meters in diameter had appeared. The crater was so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom, and the sand at the edges had been sintered into a dark red glass-like substance by the terrifying high-temperature reflecting eerie light under the sun. And the Shikaku, that 100-meter-tall beast, was now lying at the edge of the crater. It was riddled with wounds, the left half of its body nearly completely obliterated, and its signature large tail was also severed by more than half, with the remaining part dragging lifelessly on the ground. The Shikaku's golden pupils had dimmed, its breathing becoming weak, clearly having lost the ability to resist. This should be settled now. Seeing the masterpiece created by his art, Deidara blew a whistle in satisfaction and controlled the bird to slowly land beside Uncle Scorpion. Deidara dusted off the grime on his hands and looked at Uncle Scorpion with pride. Uncle Scorpion, did you see? This is true art, isn't it? The brilliance of a moment, the beauty that annihilates everything. In response to the excited Deidara, Uncle Scorpion's cold voice came from beneath the puppet's shell. Too slow. You wasted a lot of time. Deidara immediately became unhappy. Uncle Scorpion, this is a Shikaku. A legendary tailed beast. I single-handedly took on a tailed beast. Uncle Scorpion couldn't be bothered to continue talking with Deidara and directly said, since the mission is complete, let's retreat. The commotion here is too great. The Navy will arrive soon. I understand. Deidara nodded, pulling out a large amount of clay from his pouch once again. The mouth in his palm chewed frantically, quickly spitting out 4 enormous clay birds. The 4 birds rapidly expanded in the air, ultimately transforming into massive creatures with a wingspan of over 10 meters. Under Deidara's control, the 4 giant birds grasped the nearly lifeless Shikaku lying on the ground and struggled to lift off. Let's go, Uncle Scorpion. The 4 clay birds carried the half-destroyed Shikaku, following Deidara and Uncle Scorpion as they quickly vanished on the desert horizon. Not long after the members of the Akatsuki organization had left the empty and silent desert, suddenly began to squirm. Shortly after, a pair of enormous hands suddenly emerged from the desert. Who? Is the battle over? I thought I was going to die. A bald, muscular man suddenly emerged from the scorching yellow sand. His skin glimmered with a metallic sheen. He was Mr. 1. Das Bonus of the Baroque Works. Though buried deep underground by a wave of sand stirred up by a guarding crane, he activated the ability of his quick-slice fruit, immediately transforming his body into blades and cutting a path through the endless sand. Is anyone still alive? Das Bonus shouted as he looked around. Pull me out. I'm still in the sand. A voice with a slightly strange tone sounded out, revealing a head adorned with a cross-dressing makeup struggling hard in the yellow sand. Without hesitation, Das Bonus walked over and yanked him out of the sand. It was Mr. 2 Bon Clay. Soon more voices came from various directions. I'm here too. I'm still alive. Cough, 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 so much sand. Finally out. I thought I... One by one, the senior agents of Baroque Works crawled out of the yellow sand, relying on their respective devil fruit abilities. Although they were all in a sorry state, they had managed to survive. However, the ordinary members with lower numbers were not so fortunate. They were forever buried beneath this desert. Where's the boss? A Baroque Works member noticed someone was missing and quickly inquired. Over here. The boss is over here. Oh no, the boss is poisoned. Upon hearing this, all the surviving members of Baroque Works rushed over. When they arrived, they only saw the disheveled crocodile. Crocodile was lying on the sand, his signature golden hook still tightly gripped in his hand, yet he was motionless, silent. Das Bonus cautiously turned him over. On Crocodile's abdomen, a ghastly puncture wound was glaringly visible. The skin around the wound had turned completely black, with black veins spreading out like ugly worms, looking horrifying. It's poison. Nico Robin squatted down and calmly analyzed. And it's a potent poison that has already spread halfway through his body. Quick, first aid the boss. Detoxify him first. The girl known as Miss Goldenweek immediately stepped forward as she was proficient in color therapy and various poisons. After carefully examining Crocodile's wound, she took out several vials of differently colored potions from her small painting box. Boss, I've never seen this poison before, but judging by its spread rate and symptoms, it should be a mixed neurotoxin. I will use the universal antidote to stabilize the poison's spread, but it can't be completely cleared. More professional medical conditions are needed. Miss Goldenweek injected the antidote into Crocodile's body and applied a layer of special colored ointment over the wound. Minutes later, the spreading black veins finally stopped expanding, and Crocodile's complexion shifted from ashen to pale. At least he no longer looked like a corpse. He propped himself up with his golden hook swaying slightly and managed to stand on his own, glancing around before asking, "Where's the guarding crane?" The guarding crane was taken away by members of the Akatsuki. That blonde Akatsuki member defeated the guarding crane with a powerful explosive ability, then used several giant clay birds to transport its body away. Nico Robin continued. As a person who had been wanted by the world government since childhood, Nico Robin had her own way of survival. Sensing something was amiss, she hid immediately and used the powers of the flower fruit to observe the entire battlefield. Damn! The cursed Akatsuki. Crocodile gritted his teeth, every word seeming to be forced out between clenched teeth. To think how many years had Crocodile patiently operated in the barren land of Alabasta to obtain the legendary ancient weapons. Now he had finally seen the legendary tailed beast and touched the terrifying power capable of overturning the world. Yet he never expected that the Akatsuki would suddenly appear and snatch the power of the tailed beast from his hands. How could this not make him furious? How could this not infuriate him? Everyone heed my command. Crocodile's voice suddenly rose. Activate all of Baroque Works' intelligence networks. Search for the traces of the Akatsuki. Yes. The surviving agents responded in unison, intimidated by the overwhelming fury of their boss. At the same time, continue searching for information about the ancient weapons. According to the records on the stone tablet, there are 9 ancient weapons known as tailed beasts. Crocodile's gaze once again landed on Nico Robin. Robin, continue your research on the historical texts. I need more information about the tailed beasts. Sealing locations, liberation conditions, control methods. The more detailed the better. Understood. Robin replied softly. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented curiosity towards the legendary tailed beasts. Retreat. Let's return to the rain base and recuperate. Crocodile took a final glance at the enormous crater before turning around, supporting the injured companions, and quickly disappearing into the endless yellow sand. About an hour after the members of Baroque Works evacuated Shar, and the Navy quickly arrived from a distance. When they saw the current situation, all the Navy personnel were utterly shocked. The royal capital of Alabasta was gone. In its place was an endless expanse of ruins and yellow sand, and at the center of the ruins was an enormous and inconceivable pit. What happened here? Where's the royal capital of Alabasta? A young Navy soldier looked at the scene before him, struggling to steady his binoculars as he stammered. No one could answer him. The other Navy personnel were equally at a loss for words at the sight before them. Shar observed the surroundings with his binoculars, maintaining a perfectly appropriate seriousness, and then said, "Spread out and search. Look for survivors. Be cautious, watch out for ground collapses." Yes. The Navy soldiers snapped out of their daze and quickly took action, beginning a thorough search through the ruins. Amidst the ruins, the naval soldiers dispersed in small groups, searching between the crumbled walls. Zaire did not participate in the rescue. He stood at the edge of a massive crater, looking down into the unfathomable pit. At the edge of the crater, the sand had been scorched into a dark red hard shell by the intense heat, making a crisp sound underfoot. The sunlight reflected off it, casting a strange, indescribable sheen. This power. Truly terrifying. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Zaire's lips as he muttered. To be honest, he had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. The destructive power of the one-tailed Shikaku was within his expectations, but the might of Deidara's C3 surpassed his predictions. Not only was the entire royal capital laid to waste, but the very landscape had been permanently altered. However, Zaire felt more exhilaration. He was well aware that once this matter spread across the seas, it would undoubtedly bring him numerous points of shock. Just as Zaire was pondering, a hurried shout came from a distance. "Officer Zaire, over here. We have found the king of Alabasta." A young naval soldier stood atop a pile of collapsed palace debris, shouting loudly. Hearing this, Zaire strode over. He saw 7 or 8 naval soldiers busily and carefully lifting King Cobra out from the rubble. The state of King Cobra was quite tragic. The bone of his left leg was clearly broken, twisted at an abnormal angle below the knee. A long gash on his forehead smeared blood across half his face. His robes were in tatters, and his body was covered in abrasions and bruises. But at least he was still alive. King Cobra, I am Lieutenant Zaire. We received intelligence indicating the presence of the Akatsuki in Alabasta, and by the time we arrived the royal capital had already become this way. What exactly happened here? Zaire asked King Cobra with a serious expression. King Cobra stared at Zaire's face for a few seconds, confirming Zaire's identity from his uniform and insignia, and then continued. It was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He has operated in my country for several years, appearing as a hero who drives away pirates, but in reality, he has been searching for something. King Cobra's voice was filled with suppressed anger. What is that something? Zaire probed. A legendary weapon. A legendary ancient weapon. It is the one-tailed Shikaku. Beneath the Arabana Palace, there lies an ancient stone tablet. That tablet records the existence of something known as tailed beasts. Crocodile found that stone tablet, shattered the seal, and unleashed the one-tailed Shikaku. As King Cobra spoke these words, he raised his voice slightly, the terrifying power of the one-tailed Shikaku flashing vividly in his mind. The power of the one-tailed Shikaku is extremely terrifying. Arabana, my royal capital, was destroyed by the one-tailed Shikaku. King Cobra did not hold back, quickly recounting the events. What about the members of the Akatsuki? Zaire continued to inquire. Not long after the one-tailed Shikaku appeared, 2 members of the Akatsuki showed up. After defeating the one-tailed Shikaku, the Akatsuki members took its body away with several large birds. After hearing King Cobra's words, Zaire's serious expression deepened appropriately. I understand. Someone take King Cobra to the medical ship to rest. Hearing Zaire's command, the nearby naval soldiers carefully lifted King Cobra onto a stretcher. Thank you, Officer Zaire. King Cobra repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards Zaire. You're welcome, it's my duty. Seeing King Cobra's incessant gratitude made Zaire feel a bit strange. Little did he know, if King Cobra were to discover that everything that had just happened was all orchestrated by Zaire, would he still express his thanks. Inform everyone. Immediately conduct a thorough cleanup of the entire ruins area, especially the location of the former palace. Find all the fragments of the stone tablet. Not even a single shard should be overlooked. Zaire continued to give orders. Yes. The naval soldiers responded quickly, starting a carpet search in the area of the palace ruins. Watching these busy naval soldiers, a faint smile appeared in Zaire's heart. The stone tablet recording the intelligence of the 9-tailed beasts was created by Zaire. Watching these busy naval soldiers, a faint smile appeared in Zaire's heart. The stone tablet recording if he could bring these tablet fragments back to the naval headquarters, it would make the goals of the Akatsuki he belonged to even more tangible. Before long, a naval soldier shouted. Officer Zaire, we've made a discovery. A naval soldier unearthed several gray-white slabs from a pile of rubble covered in dense ancient writings. Although the slabs were broken into several pieces and some inscriptions were worn away, the main contents could still be discerned. Zaire approached, squatted down, and carefully examined the slabs. There were a total of 7 broken slabs, varying in size, the largest being half a person tall, while the smallest was only as big as a palm. When pieced together, they could reconstruct about 70 to 80% of the content. The inscriptions on them were ancient and neat, recording various information about the tailed beasts. The 9-tailed beasts, sealed in various locations around the world. Each possesses terrifying power. Zaire murmured the words from the fragments, slowly raising his head, his expression turning extremely grave. These are extremely important pieces of intelligence. Zaire stood up and scanned all the naval soldiers present. Someone, package all the stone tablet fragments securely. Return them to the naval headquarters with the highest level of confidentiality. Yes, officer. The naval soldiers sprang into action, with several strong soldiers carefully transporting the tablet fragments, wrapping them in thick cloth layer by layer before placing them into specially designed wooden boxes. Zaire watched these busy figures, contemplating how to report this matter to Admiral Sengoku next. The contents of the tablet must be shown to the world government, but it should not be too deliberate. The best way would be to report it step by step, starting with Sengoku, who would then present it to the world government. As for how those old men in the world government would react upon seeing this content, just the thought of it made Zaire find it extremely interesting. Those who think they hold the truth of the entire world would suddenly discover that a significant part of history is information they are completely unaware of. That astonished expression would surely be quite splendid. 3 days later, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in Admiral Sengoku's office was. Sengoku sat behind a massive desk, holding a written report submitted in advance by Siar, which he had already read 3 times. Beside him, Advisor Crane wore a serious expression. Siar stood before the desk, dressed impeccably in military uniform, exuding a sense of loyalty and duty. Siar, is this the intelligence you've gathered? Sengoku set down the report, adjusting his glasses, his tone laced with scrutiny. Warlord Crocodile of the Seven Warlords of the Sea has privately unleashed an ancient weapon known as Tailed Beast in the Alabasta Kingdom. Subsequently, members of the Akatsuki organization appeared defeating and taking away this Tailed Beast. The entire capital of Alyabarna was utterly destroyed, and King Cobra of Alabasta was severely injured, currently receiving treatment aboard a warship. Yes, Admiral, Ciara replied, steady and composed. Sengoku fell silent for a few seconds, glancing at the photo on the report. It was a panoramic view of Alyabarna, the capital of Alabasta, reduced to ruins. Even in a photograph, the over 300-meter-wide crater carried an unsettling sense of oppression. The intelligence you brought is simply unbelievable. Do you have any other evidence? Sengoku asked Ciara, each word carefully articulated. Admiral, I have brought it. Ciara turned towards the door and called out, bring it in. As Ciara's words fell, the door swung open and 3 Navy soldiers entered, carrying 2 heavy wooden boxes, placing them on the floor in the center of the office. Opening the lids of the boxes revealed chunks of stone tablets wrapped in thick cloth. Under Ciara's direction, the soldiers carefully extracted the fragments and began to piece them together on the floor. Though some parts were missing, the main content was already discernible. Sengoku stepped out from behind the desk and stood before the stone tablets. Advisor Crane also approached, crouching down to examine the inscriptions on the tablets closely. These tablets are quite ancient. Crane finally spoke, gently touching the broken edge of the tablet with her finger. Based on the degree of weathering and the texture of the stone, they are at least 100 years old. Crane's assessment made Sengoku's expression even more serious. Though somewhat damaged, the inscriptions can still be discerned. She continued, her finger tracing the lines of text on the tablet. The 9 great tailed beasts, sealed in various corners of the world. Each tailed beast possesses terrifying power. The world government at its inception once used the power of the tailed beasts to quell the chaos. After reading the content on the tablet, Sengoku furrowed his brow into a deep, not questioning. The world government borrowed the power of the tailed beasts when it was established. That is what the tablet states. Crane nodded. Sengoku fell silent. Having served in the Navy for most of his life, Sengoku had seen countless classified documents and knew quite a bit about the history of the world government's establishment. However, he had never encountered any mention of the tailed beasts in any archives documents or records. It was as if a segment of history had been inexplicably erased, now reappearing before him in such a crude manner. So what you're saying is... Sengoku paused. If the inscriptions on these tablets are true, then the purpose of the Akatsuki organization. He adjusted his glasses, his voice growing heavier. The goal of the Akatsuki organization is to collect the 9-tailed beasts, Ciara interjected from the side. Sengoku suddenly turned to look at Ciara. Ciara did not shy away, and continued, Admiral, based on the information currently available, all of the Akatsuki organization's previous actions point towards the same goal. Their appearance in Alabasta is not coincidental. They are specifically targeting a tailed beast, the Shohiki. If their aim is to collect all 9-tailed beasts, then they will certainly seek out other tailed beasts next. Hearing Ciara's words, Advisor Crane nodded repeatedly. Since the emergence of the Akatsuki organization, their movements had been erratic and their objectives unclear. The Navy and the world government had been at their wits' end trying to deal with this organization for quite some time, yet they could not grasp what exactly they were after. Now finally there was a clear lead. A lead significant enough to shake the entire world. Ciara. Sengoku spoke. Yes. You have done exceptionally well this time. Discovering the purpose of the Akatsuki organization's actions is the most important intelligence breakthrough in recent times. Sengoku returned to his desk, took out a document from the drawer, signed it, and then stamped it with the Admiral's seal. In light of your 2 significant contributions in tracking the Akatsuki organization, the first discovery of the Akatsuki's Orochimaru's whereabouts, and this recent discovery of their objectives, effective immediately, your rank will be promoted from Colonel to Rear Admiral. Ciara paused momentarily. Rear Admiral. Ciara had originally estimated that a promotion to Lieutenant Colonel would be quite good considering his relatively short experience. But Sengoku promoted him directly to Rear Admiral. Ciara had jumped 3 ranks from Major to Rear Admiral, which was already a high-ranking officer in the Navy. At the Navy headquarters, a Rear Admiral was already qualified to independently command a small fleet on missions. This promotion speed was somewhat outrageous. Sengoku had also thought long and hard about promoting Ciara to Rear Admiral. He needed someone specifically responsible for tracking the Akatsuki organization. And Ciara, having discovered crucial intelligence about the Akatsuki organization twice, was naturally the most suitable candidate. Promoting Ciara was essentially granting him authority and resources to continue pursuing the Akatsuki. Thank you, Admiral. Ciara stood at attention and saluted. Everything is for justice. Looking at Ciara before him, Sengoku nodded, then his expression turned serious. I will personally report on the matter of these tablets to the higher-ups. Your main task now is to search for all intelligence concerning the Akatsuki organization. Understood. You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Seator turned and exited the office, the door closing behind him. As he reached the corridor, Seator's pace slowed. The corridor was empty, with only the sea breeze blowing in through the windows, stirring the hem of his coat. Seator glanced down at the new appointment letter in his hand. Rear Admiral of the Navy. How long had it been since he joined? He had risen to Rear Admiral thanks to his contributions regarding the Akatsuki. If the other officers who had toiled in the Navy for over a decade or two found out, they would surely have quite the reaction. But it didn't matter. Seator folded the appointment letter and placed it in his pocket. Achievements like these would only increase in quantity over time. Others did not know where the Akatsuki was or what they intended to do. But Seator knew. Because he was the one who created the Akatsuki, he was the one who created the tailed beasts, and he was the one who created that tablet. He was both the arsonist and the one who reported the fire. The world government Holy Land, Mariewa. This holy city at the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent is perpetually shrouded in an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity. At the summit of power, the conference room of the Five Elders. The Five Elders are seated around a massive round table, the atmosphere so oppressive that it is hard to breathe. Scattered across the table are fragments of a stone tablet urgently delivered from the Navy headquarters, alongside a report personally written by Admiral Sengoku and a thick stack of on-site photographs. In the photographs there lies the flattened Arabana and an enormous, unreasonably deep pit. The nine-tailed beasts. One of the Five Elders holding the first-generation sword was the first to break the silence, unconsciously stroking the hilt of the blade. The legendary ancient weapons, are they the nine-tailed beasts? An elder with a long white beard picked up a translation of the report and slowly read aloud the content. The nine-tailed beasts, each possessing the power to destroy an island. At the dawn of the world government, 20 kings used the power of the tailed beasts to pacify the chaos of the old world. Wait, this doesn't sound right. A golden-haired elder with a scar on his forehead interrupted in a deep voice. The legendary ancient weapons are the celestial king, the underworld king, the sea king. When did the nine-tailed beasts come into the picture? His question thickened the air in the conference room. They are the highest authority in this world, holding the vast majority of secrets, including the erased blank 100 years. Yet the term tailed beast was unheard of to them. But how do we explain what happened in Alabasta? A tall elder pointed to the photograph. One-tailed beast, the guardian crane, indeed appeared. The entire Arabana kingdom was completely destroyed, and Sengoku's report included numerous photos and eyewitness testimonies. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization specifically went to capture this tailed beast. Is there a possibility that this information is fabricated? It doesn't seem fabricated. The dating results of the stone tablet indicate that these stones are over 100 years old. The most crucial point is that the guardian crane truly exists. If the contents of the stone tablet are true, then at the establishment of the world government, the power of the tailed beast was utilized. Why do we not know about it? As this question arose, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly shifted. The Five Elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They suddenly found a completely unfamiliar piece in the history they controlled. After a moment of silence, the elder holding the first-generation sword slowly spoke. There is only one possibility. Someone deliberately erased the information about the nine-tailed beasts. They altered the definition of ancient weapons. This conjecture felt absurd to everyone present, yet others couldn't help but nod in agreement. They had indeed committed such acts of information manipulation in the world government. To conceal the terrifying power represented by the human fruit mythical type, Nika, the world government renamed it to the mundane Gomu Gomu fruit, deceiving the world. If they could do this, does it not mean that even earlier someone had done the same to them? This thought sent a chill down the spines of the Five Elders. These matters are beyond our judgment now. We need to meet Lord M. Only Lord M might know the truth from 800. The five exchanged glances, quickly tidying up the fragments of the stone tablet and related information before exiting the conference room together. Following the long, empty corridor, passing through layers of stern guards, the Five Elders arrived at the hall where the empty throne was located. Entering the hall, the Five Elders kneeled in unison without hesitation. Lord M, we have urgent matters to report. The hall fell silent for a few seconds with the sound of a pin drop audible. Then a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind the throne, their reincarnation-like eyes gazing down at Speak. Lord IM's voice was soft, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet carried an undeniable authority. This is the intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization that we just received from the Navy headquarters. Please review it, Lord M. An elder raised the document high. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow leaped from the ground, snatching the document and instantly delivering it to Lord M. Lord M took the intelligence and casually began to flip through it. The legendary ancient weapons are the nine-tailed beasts. Each tailed beast possesses the power to obliterate the world. 800 years ago, 20 kings established the world government using the power of the tailed beasts, subsequently sealing the tailed beasts in various locations around the world. Upon seeing these words, Lord IM's motion of flipping the pages came to a halt. How is this possible? As one of the original founders of the world government, every war and decision from 800 years ago was deeply engraved in his memory. Lord M could be 100% certain that in his memory there was no such thing as the nine-tailed beasts. The records on this stone tablet were utter nonsense. But the problem is, one-tailed beast, the guardian crane, truly exists. In the photograph, that 100-meter-high beast made entirely of sand and the devastating destruction it wrought testify to its reality. If the stone tablet is fake, then where did this suddenly appearing tailed beast come from? If the tailed beast is real, then why does the history recorded on the stone tablet regarding the establishment of the world government completely differ from his own memories? At this moment, an incredibly terrifying thought surfaced from the depths of Lord IM's mind. Could it be? Someone has altered my memory. The notion of altered memories, though difficult to believe, is not entirely impossible. Lord M knows of several devil fruit abilities that can change memories. No. Wait. If memories were indeed altered, which part was changed? Was it the memories concerning the tailed beasts that were erased? Or have all memories from 800 years ago been tampered with? If it's the latter, how many of the so-called real memories in his mind are actually true? Could everything he firmly believed in be merely a carefully woven lie? The mere thought of this gripped Lord M with an unprecedented fear that came from the depths of his soul. Boom! An incredibly terrifying conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably from Lord IM's body, transforming into an invisible storm that madly swept outward in all directions. The five elders kneeling on the ground did not even have time to react before being forcefully pinned to the ground by this power, unable to lift a single finger. The massive vase in the hall instantly turned to dust. The sturdy walls bore numerous hideous cracks. The entire throne palace emitted a piercing hum under the impact of this haki, as if it could collapse at any moment. This haki lasted for about 10 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Lord M retracted his uncontrollable aura. The hall returned to a deathly silence, but the residual pressure in the air still caused the five elders to break out in cold sweat. Immediately, capture the members of the Akatsuki organization for me. I want them alive. I want to interrogate them personally. Lord IM's voice regained its calmness, but this calmness was even more terrifying than the earlier fury. Additionally, mobilize all resources to search for any information related to the tailed beasts. Stone tablets, legends, historical records, folk tales. Leave no trace unexamined. Yes, Lord M. The five elders responded in unison, bowing deeply and not daring to look at the terrifying figure on the throne. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Char walked towards his new office, his neatly pressed brigadier uniform showing no signs of wrinkles. Along the way, regardless of their ranks, every Navy personnel who saw the brand new star on his shoulder immediately stopped, stood straight, and saluted. Admiral Char. Good day, Admiral. The chorus of greetings echoed in the wide corridor. Char merely nodded slightly in response. As a naval brigadier in this fortress representing the highest combat power of the world government, he was undoubtedly a high-ranking official. Many ordinary Navy personnel would never reach such heights in their lifetime. To be honest, this feeling was quite nice. After Char walked past, two young Navy soldiers dared to whisper to him, "Is that Brigadier Char? He's so young. Don't you know?" The intelligence of the Akatsuki organization was all collected by Admiral Char. Really? I heard that every member of the Akatsuki organization possesses terrifying power. That's why they say Admiral Char is impressive. To obtain such crucial intelligence from such a dangerous environment, he was directly promoted by 3 ranks to brigadier. Their murmurs were quiet, but still drifted into Char's ears. Char did not turn back, his steps still steady. The heroic narrative concocted by these Navy personnel indeed sounded quite plausible. Pushing open a brand new door marked Brigadier's office, a space 3 times larger than before unfolded before his eyes. An independent reception area with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked a significant portion of the Marineford port. Char sat down behind the office desk and closed the door. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Char was very clear that while power was advantageous in this chaotic world, true utility lay in strength. And for Char to enhance his strength was quite simple. He needed to acquire shock points. With a focused thought, a translucent panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Shock points 200 million. Seeing this number, Char couldn't help but furrow his brow. The growth of shock points was too slow. The uproar of the Alabasta incident was immense. The capital turned to rubble. The terrain permanently altered. The legendary tailed beasts emerged, and the 7 warlords were involved with the Akatsuki organization, making a bold move. Any one of these events was sufficient to shake the seas. Yet now the growth rate of shock points was exceedingly slow. This was simply unreasonable. However, although these matters were shocking, the information had not spread across the seas. Ordinary citizens, and the vast majority of people at sea, were completely unaware. Thus, to harvest the shock of the entire world, he needed a loudspeaker that could disseminate the news far and wide. It seems I still need to find that guy. Char immediately formed a plan in his mind. As for the guy he mentioned, without a doubt it was the president of the World Economic News Agency, Big News Morgans. Morgan's thirst for big news was a bone-deep instinct. As long as the price was right, he would dare to poke a hole in the sky. After confirming that the office was absolutely secure, Char took out a specially made Den Den Mushi from his pocket. Dialing the number, the Den Den Mushi buzzed a few times before quickly connecting. Ghost. Morgan's distinct sharp voice came through, tinged with a nasal tone amidst the background noise of paper rustling and printing presses. You haven't contacted me in a long time. Speak up. Do you have some explosive intelligence that can shock the world again? Morgan's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. The previous two transactions, whether it was the initial appearance of the Akatsuki organization or Orochimaru's battle, had filled his pockets, and newspaper sales had reached new heights. He had long classified Ghost, this mysterious source of intelligence, as a top-tier partner. Therefore, as soon as he received Char's call, all the feathers on Morgan's body quivered with excitement. I have obtained the objectives of the Akatsuki organization and the truth about the legendary ancient weapons. I wonder if you are interested. Char's tone was calm. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Then Morgans let out a sudden high-pitched scream. The objective of the Akatsuki organization. The legendary ancient weapons. Really? I want this information. I want it. 100 million berries, right? I'll prepare it for you immediately. No, 200 million. As long as the information is true, I'll give you 200 million berries. Morgan's voice broke with excitement, and he even volunteered to raise the price, fearing Char would sell the information to someone else. The usual place. Char ignored his price increase and simply said 3 words. No problem. I'll be there right away. In an inconspicuous bar alley, Char threw a document bag to Morgans, who then pushed a heavy briefcase toward him. Upon opening the case, it was neatly stacked with berries, not a single one missing. Char closed the case and turned to leave. Morgans, unable to contain himself, opened the document bag. When he saw the detailed description of the 9-tailed beasts, a copy of the photo showing the 1-tailed Shikaku rampaging in Alabasta, and the clear, distant shot of Akatsuki members Deidara and Scorpion capturing Shikaku, a terrifying light erupted from his small eyes. Big news. This is unprecedented big news. He clutched the document bag and rushed toward his new ship without looking back, completely caught in a frenzied state. The next day, countless news articles flooded the world, reaching every corner. The entire layout of the newspapers was dominated by a line of strikingly bold black characters. Major intelligence. The truth shocking the seas. The true purpose of the Akatsuki organization's actions revealed. The legendary ancient weapon, 9-tailed beasts. Alabasta Kingdom witnesses the legendary weapon, one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 1-tailed Shikaku. The capital Alyabarna turned into a giant pit overnight. According to reliable sources, the legendary ancient weapon is the 9-tailed beasts. Among them, the 1-tailed Shikaku appeared in Alabasta Kingdom. The capital of Alabasta Kingdom was completely flattened under the rampage of the 1-tailed Shikaku. Just as Shikaku destroyed the capital, new members of the Akatsuki organization Deidara and Scorpion made their appearances. After an earth-shattering battle, the Akatsuki members successfully defeated and captured the 1-tailed Shikaku, taking it away with a giant flying bird. Is this the true purpose of the Akatsuki organization? To collect the legendary ancient weapons. The ancient weapons are not the Celestial King, the Underworld King, or the Sea King, but a total of 9-tailed beasts possessing the power to destroy the world. Now that the 1-tailed Shikaku has appeared, where are the remaining 8-tailed beasts hiding in the world? If one can obtain the legendary tailed beasts, can they truly gain the power to conquer the seas? Let us wait and see. On the Grand Line aboard a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger, a pirate bought a newspaper and began to read it. Just glancing at it, he exclaimed in shock. "Ah, Captain, you must see this newspaper. Something big has happened." Upon hearing this, the pirates on the deck, who were drinking and playing cards, paused their activities and gathered curiously. What's all this noise? Is the sky falling? A one-eyed pirate captain impatiently snatched the newspaper. After just one glance, he spewed his drink. This? How is this possible? The captain's startled shout drew all the crew's attention. The target of the Akatsuki organization is the legendary ancient weapon. What? The legendary ancient weapon is the 9 tails. The newspaper states that the establishment of the world government used the power of the 9 tails. The 1-tail Shikaku easily destroyed the capital of Alabasta. My heavens! Is that massive crater in the picture real? It's even bigger than an island. After a brief silence, the deck erupted in unprecedented commotion. A young pirate's eyes shone brightly as he excitedly grabbed the shoulder of the person next to him. Do you think, if we also obtained the legendary weapon tails, we could possess such world-destroying? This question ignited the ambitions in everyone's hearts like a spark. Absolutely. As long as we get one tails, we can become the new emperor of the seas. What are we waiting for? Wealth, fame, power. It's all out there. The one-eyed captain crumpled the newspaper and tossed it to the ground, drawing his sword and pointing it toward the horizon. Men, change course. We are going to search for the tails. Oh. In that moment, countless similar pirate ships in the seas sprang into action. Their only goal was to find the legendary ancient weapon, the Nine Tails. The seas were in a complete frenzy. Whole Cake Island Charlotte Linlin sat on her throne holding the newspaper, her face revealing an extreme greed and excitement. The legendary ancient weapon, the Nine Tails. As long as I obtain the legendary ancient weapon, I can conquer the seas and become the new pirate king. With that thought, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but show an excited expression. Charlotte Linlin also had her ambition was to become the new pirate king. However, she was well aware that with her current strength, it was impossible to achieve that. That was precisely why she continually relied on marrying off her daughters to gain the strength of other factions. Now, seeing the information about the legendary ancient weapon, the Nine Tails, in the newspaper, Charlotte Linlin suddenly had a new idea. If she could obtain the legendary ancient weapon, wouldn't she gain immense power to conquer the seas and become the new pirate king? Perispero, Katakuri, all my sons and daughters, use all your strength. Go search, go find, bring me all the information about the tails. I want the power of the tails. The power of the tails is... Charlotte Linlin's voice echoed like thunder throughout the entire Whole Cake Castle. Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. The atmosphere on the deck was somewhat tense. Marco Josebista and other division commanders gathered together, studying the newspaper in their hands. Old man, have you heard of the Nine Tails? Marco held up the newspaper and approached Whitebeard's massive. The newspaper says that the target of the Akatsuki organization is the legendary Nine Tails. Whoever obtains the tails can gain the power to conquer the seas. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard took a big gulp of his drink and then spoke up. Gurara, I seem to have a faint memory. A long time ago that Roger guy mentioned it when he was drunk, but I wasn't interested, so I didn't ask further. Whitebeard's words sent a shock through the hearts of the commanders present. If even the pirate king Roger had mentioned it, it seemed that the legend of the Nine Tails was not baseless. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marshal D. Teach nearby had an uncontainable ambition flickering deep in his eyes. If he could obtain the power of this legendary ancient weapon and the tails, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before he replaced Whitebeard and became the new overlord of the seas? With that thought, Teach stepped forward and then spoke up. Old man, now that the legendary weapon has appeared, our Whitebeard pirates cannot sit idly by. We absolutely cannot let such immense power fall into the hands of Kaido or Big Mom. Teach's words immediately received agreement from the other commanders. Yes, old man. Teach is right. We must take action. Our Whitebeard pirates cannot fall behind. Looking at his motivated sons, Whitebeard pondered for a moment and then spoke up. The legendary ancient weapon. Since it has already appeared, let's join in the fun. Gurura, men, go and search for what this so-called tails really is. On Onigashima, the territory of Beast Kaido, the palace was in disarray as Kaido chugged down alcohol while reading the latest newspaper. Gagagogo, the legendary ancient weapon. The Nine Tails. Power. I need stronger. I must obtain this power. The power of the tails is mine. Kaido roared like a beast, shaking the entire Onigashima with his roar. In Kaido's original plan, he intended to cooperate with Orochimaru to spark a war that would sweep the world. But he never expected to be sent flying by the resurrected rocks. This made Kaido realize his own lack of strength and ignited his thirst for immense power. Now an opportunity to gain even greater strength stood before him. How could he let it slip away? Jinbei, Queen, Jack, gather all the pirates. We are going on a hunt. Capture those tails and bring them all back. Aboard the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force Vice Captain Beckman held a cigarette and passed the newspaper to Shanks. Captain, you should take a look. Members of the Akatsuki organization have appeared again on the seas, and they are also involved with the legendary ancient weapon. The crew of the red-haired pirates immediately gathered around. Seeing the exaggerated headline and shocking photo in the newspaper, everyone felt astonished. Is this real? The legendary ancient weapon is the Nine Tails. Beckman looked at Shanks, asking with confusion. Upon hearing this, red-haired Shanks also fell into deep thought. He had indeed heard about the secrets of ancient weapons from Captain Roger, but those were clearly the Uranus, Poseidon, and the Sea King. Where did these Nine Tails come from? Yet what he saw in the newspaper about everything happening in Alabasta didn't seem like a lie. Regardless, Shank's gaze sharpened. This matter is related to the Akatsuki organization, so we cannot be careless. Naval Headquarters Marineford. In the spacious and bright office of the Brigadier General Charles held a freshly printed newspaper, the latest issue from the World Economic News Agency. The exaggerated reports and shocking photos about the Alabasta Kingdom and the tailed beasts have now spread to every corner of the world. At the same time, a faint movement of thought from Charles caused a translucent panel to quietly appear before his eyes, visible only to him. A series of numbers rapidly rolled across the panel, finally stabilizing at the billion mark. Seeing these shock points, a satisfied expression appeared on Charles' face. Indeed, Morgan's The Big News was the most efficient amplifier in this world. The news about the Alabasta Kingdom and the tailed beasts was amplified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, through Morgan's newspaper, shocking everyone on the sea. This was indeed the most efficient way to harvest shock points. Placing the newspaper casually on the table, Charles picked up several other documents and began to read. These were the latest movements of major powers and top pirates at sea, urgently compiled by the Naval Intelligence Department. As a newly promoted Brigadier General of the Intelligence Department, Charles had the authority to access this top-level intelligence. The Big Mom pirates are fully mobilized, searching for suspicious islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Kaido of the Beasts is personally leading the team, seemingly targeting an area with a special magnetic field. The division leaders of the Whitebeard pirates have also begun to act frequently. The intelligence ship of the red-haired pirates has appeared all over the New World. Doflamingo of the Seven Warlords. Charles' fingers lightly tapped on the documents, each word of the intelligence heralding a storm brewing to sweep across the world. Is everyone looking for the traces of the tailed beasts? A sense of amusement surged within Charles. The entire sea was crazily dancing for the tailed beast created by Charles, and the feeling of manipulating the world at will was indeed intoxicating. However, the fire was not burning hot enough yet. Since you are all searching for the tailed beasts, I shall create another one, adding fuel to this boiling pot. With this thought, he could no longer suppress it. Charles focused his mind and immediately opened the system panel, his gaze scanning the creation shop. What tailed beast should I create? Images of various tailed beasts flashed before Charles' eyes. It's decided, it will be you. 3 tails Isabu. And add a condition to obtain the power of the tailed beast. Let's use blood to nourish it. Charles quickly began the creation. In the Grand Line, in a certain sea area, a dilapidated pirate ship was desperately fleeing across the water, its sails torn with a huge gash, and its hull covered in charred marks. Behind it, a Navy warship adorned with a seagull emblem was in hot pursuit, its cannons gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Hurry, don't let them escape. Baron pirate crew, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately. On the deck of the Navy warship, a lieutenant held a den mushi and shouted loudly at the pirate ship ahead. At this moment, the pirates on the ship were in complete disarray. Dozens of pirates looked fearfully at the approaching Navy warship, their faces filled with despair. Faster! Go faster! Full speed ahead! Get us out of here! At the bow of the pirate ship, a brawny, one-eyed man was roaring with all his might. He was Baron, the captain of the Baron pirate crew, a pirate with a bounty of 35 million berries. Just days ago, he had led his crew to plunder a wealthy town, seizing a mountain of treasure. Yet he never imagined that before he could find a place to dispose of the loot, he would run headlong into a Navy warship on patrol. Baron was very clear that with his dilapidated ship and this ragtag group of subordinates, they were no match for the Navy. Thus, the moment he spotted the Navy warship, he chose to flee without hesitation. However, how could their shabby pirate ship possibly outrun a Navy warship designed specifically for pursuit? Captain, we can't do it. Our ship is at its maximum speed. A helmsman cried out, his face contorted. The Navy warship is too fast. In 5 minutes at the most we'll be caught. What should we do now? Another pirate screamed in panic, clutching his head. Damn it! How could this happen? Baron's single eye was filled with bloodshot, and he drew the curved blade at his waist, pointing it backward. Fire! Fire all the cannonballs! Sink them! In desperation, Baron chose the most foolish— Yes, fire! At his command, all the pirates, without hesitation, clumsily operated the cannons, aiming at the pursuing Navy warship. Damn pirates! Dare to resist. All units counterattack. Faced with the sporadic cannonballs fired from the pirate ship, the Navy lieutenant showed no hesitation and decisively ordered a counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The intense cannon fire instantly engulfed the Baron. Countless cannonballs, trailing long tails of smoke, struck the hull of the pirate ship with precision. Ah! Cries of agony echoed. The fragile planks were easily torn apart, with chips and blood flying together. Soon the entire pirate ship was riddled with holes on the verge of sinking. At this moment, a cannonball accurately hit the treasure chamber of the ship. With a deafening explosion, a large hole was blown open on the side of the cabin, and countless gold and silver treasures mixed with wood chips were swept up by the violent shockwave flying in the air. Baron, standing on the deck, was also not spared. He was thrown away by the explosion's shockwave, crashing heavily onto the deck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ironically, most of this scalding blood splattered onto an ancient-looking stone stele that had been blown out from the treasure chamber. It was an inconspicuous gray stone stele mixed among countless treasures covered with strange patterns that no one could understand. As Baron's blood soaked at the patterns on the stele, seemed to come to life. Blood-red light spread along the patterns, and the entire stele began to emit an ominous red glow, a line of never-before-seen text slowly appearing on the surface of the stele. The legendary ancient weapon Three Tails Isabu, one of the 9 legendary tailed beasts. To control the power of the Three Tails, nourish the stele with blood. Boom. In the next moment, the stele shattered. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from the broken stele, transforming into a visible deep blue energy beam piercing through the clouds. Boom. A terrifying aura and power continuously erupted. The massive energy fluctuations caused the surrounding ocean to surge, raising towering waves that violently crashed against the 2 ships that were on the brink of capsizing. What's happening? What occurred? Seeing this sudden upheaval, both the victorious navy and the despairing pirates were left stunned, frozen in place, their movements stiff as they gazed at the soaring, deep blue pillar of light. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the surrounding sea suddenly boiled. Countless surging waters seemed to be controlled by an invisible giant hand, frantically converging towards a single point, condensing until it transformed into a colossal creature that blotted out the sun. The creature's outline resembled that of a turtle, but behind it trailed 3 massive tails covered in vicious barbs, and its gray shell was adorned with sharp bone spines, exuding an ancient and fierce aura. This was indeed the Sanwei Jifu created by Xiao. What kind of creature is this? What a terrifying aura. It's larger and more terrifying than the Sea Kings. On the Navy battleship, the soldiers who had previously felt assured were now pale, their hands gripping their rifles, trembling uncontrollably. The mere presence of that creature brought forth a sense of terror capable of crushing one's spirit. Even the captain of the Baron Pirates, Baron, was momentarily dazed, his face blank. At that moment, Baron's gaze fell on the shattered stone tablet fragment at his feet. The blood-red letters were still glowing, clearly reflecting in his single eye. The legendary ancient weapon Sanwei Jifu, one of the 9 legendary tailed beasts. Its power can be obtained through blood. Upon seeing these words, Baron's breath suddenly hitched. In his mind, the reports he had seen in the newspaper a few days ago flashed by, along with the terrifying images of Alabasta's capital transformed into a giant pit. The legendary ancient weapon. The 9 legendary tailed beasts. Baron glanced down at the stone tablet, then looked up at the monstrous beast composed of seawater. An absurd thought began to wildly sprout in his mind. I have obtained the legendary ancient weapon, the Sanwei, among the 9-tailed beasts. After a brief silence, Baron's chest heaved violently, followed by an explosion of maniacal laughter. Aha! Wonderful! Wonderful! I have acquired the power of the legendary tailed beast. After a moment of excitement, Baron's flushed eyes suddenly turned towards the Navy battleship behind him, raising his arm and shouting with all his might. Sanwei, attack! Destroy the Navy battleship in front of us. Hearing Baron's command, the enormous Sanwei Jifu let out a deep roar that resonated through the sky, its voice transforming into a tangible shockwave that caused the sea surface to sink. Immediately afterward, it opened its enormous mouth. The endless sea around was frantically sucked in and compressed, a deep blue, rapidly spinning giant water sphere quickly forming before the Sanwei. Not good. Get away. Full speed ahead. Retreat. The Navy lieutenant, upon seeing the quickly condensing water sphere, felt every hair on his body stand on end, issuing a heart-wrenching scream. Upon hearing this, all the Navy personnel on the deck snapped out of their shock, frantically trying to maneuver the battleship to retreat quickly. But unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Boom. With a deafening sound that tore through the eardrums, the massive water sphere shot forth, transforming into a blue light of annihilation, instantly crossing hundreds of meters of sea to directly strike the Navy battleship that was awkwardly turning. The sturdy battleship exploded at the moment it made contact with the water sphere, instantly reducing it to fragments. As for the countless Navy personnel aboard, they were also transformed into blood mist amidst the violent explosion. After the strike, the sea was left with only a massive whirlpool and scattered wood planks. After the attack, the enormous Sanwei Jifu began to dissolve, reverting to the purest deep blue energy, finally condensing into a stream of light that directly rushed into the body of the pirate Baron. Ugh! Baron let out a pained yet exhilarating roar, feeling an unimaginable torrent of terrifying power wash over his limbs and bones. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, celebrating. At the same time, he could clearly feel that with just a thought, he could once again summon that earth-shattering power. Captain, what's happening? What occurred? Yes. What was that monster just now? On the pirate ship, those who had miraculously survived also reacted, staring at their captain Baron with a mix of confusion and fear. Feeling the surging power within him, Baron's face bore an unprecedented fervor and excitement. He spread his arms wide and declared loudly, "It is the legendary ancient weapon, the Sandway among the nine-tailed beasts. I have obtained its power." What? The legendary ancient weapon, the tailed beast? Could it be the tailed beast mentioned in the newspaper? Oh my god, our captain has acquired the power of the tailed beast. One after another, the pirates looked at their captain Baron in shock, the fear on their faces quickly replaced by an even more fervent emotion. Clearly they had all seen that newspaper that had spread throughout the seas. Indeed, it is that tailed beast. I, Baron, have obtained the legendary ancient weapon, the powerful tailed beast. Baron continued, his voice filled with an air of invincibility. Wonderful. The newspaper said that the tailed beast possesses the power to conquer the seas. One pirate was the first to react, shouting excitedly, "The captain has obtained the legendary ancient weapon Sandway. How can we conquer the seas now?" This statement ignited the emotions of all the pirates. Of course, wealth, fame, power, everything will be ours. Ha 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 ha. We've struck it rich. Watching his crew fall into a frenzy, Baron's ambition swelled infinitely. Set sail. We will declare war on the Navy, the four emperors, and the world government. Upon hearing this, all the pirates went wild. What we must do now is conquer the sea. Set sail. We will declare war on the Navy, the four emperors, and the world government. Upon hearing this, all the pirates went wild. Set sail, let's go. We are going to conquer the seas, conquer the world. The shattered pirate ship sped away into the distance. Just a short while after the pirate crew had departed, a Navy officer emerged from the sea, his head popping up from a floating plank, a den mushy in hand. Cough cough, this is Lieutenant Siwan. I have an important report. The Baron pirates are suspected of having obtained the legendary ancient weapon, the power of the tailed beast. The Grand Line Navy Branch 165. Here lies a rather ordinary naval branch in the first half of the Grand Line, tasked with maintaining peace and security in the nearby seas. However, today this island, which symbolizes justice and order, has plunged into unprecedented chaos. The piercing sound of alarms shattered the tranquility of the base. A dilapidated pirate ship with singed sails was boldly charging towards the branch's port. It's the Balan pirate crew. Have they lost their minds? How dare they attack the naval branch? On the command tower, Lieutenant Helru raised his telescope, his face filled with disdain and contempt. A mere pirate crew dares to sail under the cannons of the naval branch. How much fake liquor must they have drunk to commit such foolishness? In Lieutenant Helru's eyes, they were a legitimate naval branch. Not only did they possess powerful defensive cannons capable of covering the entire sea area, but they also had thousands of well-trained naval soldiers and dozens of warships ready for action. A small pirate crew like the Balan pirates dares to provoke them. It's simply seeking death. All gunners, take your positions. Blast it to smithereens. Lieutenant Helru couldn't be bothered to look any further and coldly waved his hand to issue the attack order. Let them witness the consequences of provoking the Navy. Yes, Lieutenant Helru. The order was quickly relayed. In the next moment, hundreds of cannons stationed along the coastal defense line roared in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Countless black cannonballs trailing long tails of smoke carved a deadly trajectory through the air, pouring down like a torrential rain onto the solitary pirate ship. The intense sounds of explosions merged together, sending towering columns of water and flames into the air. The already worn-out ship of the Balan pirates shook violently under the relentless bombardment, the wooden planks shattering, continuously unable to approach the shore even a bit. Captain, this isn't good. The Navy's attack is too fierce. Our ship is falling apart, we can't get through, one pirate shouted loudly. A bunch of useless fools. Get out of my way. Balan shoved aside the obstructing crew and walked to the bow of the ship. Let you idiots witness what true power is. Standing at the bow, facing the storm of cannon fire capable of shredding steel, Balan showed no fear, but rather a sickly fervor. Ever since gaining the power of the Three Tails, Balan had inflated to the extreme. Just days ago, when he faced a naval warship, he had scurried away like a mouse fleeing from a cat. But now it was different. Balan was a man who had obtained the power of an ancient legendary weapon. He was to become the future overlord of these seas. A mere naval branch was just the first stepping stone on his path to conquest. Three Tails. With Balan's desperate roar, a surge of blood-red, ominous energy erupted from his body, instantly condensing into a boiling energy cloak around him. Three huge tails covered in bone armor arrogantly stretched out behind him, stirring the air. Power. This power is simply overwhelming. Feeling every single cell in his body rejoice at this surging strength, Balan trembled with excitement. Without any hesitation, he bent his legs fiercely and violently soared into the sky, transforming into a red meteor charging straight into the dense rain of cannonballs. Boom! Pirate Balin smashed down fiercely onto the island of the naval branch. What is that thing? Open fire. Concentrate fire, take him down. Seeing Balin suddenly land on the island, all the Navy were taken aback, but they reacted swiftly, immediately turning their cannons to fire madly at the spot where Balin had fallen. Countless violent explosions instantly engulfed Balin. Useless. Useless. I now am a man with the power of the tailed beast. Your garbage attacks are completely ineffective against me. From within the clouds of smoke and dust, Balin's arrogant roar echoed. All of you go die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three massive tails behind Balin suddenly swelled, transforming into three gigantic whips, charging towards the naval branch. Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosions within the naval branch, all the cannon positions were instantly destroyed by the tails, as if they were made of paper, scattering into the sky like iron shrapnel. As for the naval soldiers operating the cannons, they were instantly wiped out under this brutal assault, not even having— ha ha ha! Did you see that? This is the power of the tailed beast. After clearing all the cannons in one strike, Balin showed no signs of stopping, transforming into a red blur, directly charging into the heart of the naval branch. Boom! Another loud explosion resounded as Balin broke through the outer defense wall of the naval branch, crashing into a group of stunned naval soldiers, followed by a series of wild punches. Balin was originally just an ordinary pirate and knew nothing of fighting techniques. However, with the endless power of the three tails backing him, even the simplest punch had the terrifying might to split mountains. In an instant, chaos erupted within the entire naval branch, with soldiers' screams echoing everywhere. Damn! What kind of monster is this guy? What kind of power is this? Lieutenant Helru on the command tower was also shocked to see his subordinates die. Without a moment's hesitation, Lieutenant Helru's figure flashed as he leaped down from the tower. Helru's form transformed into a blur as he rapidly moved, instantly appearing beside Balin. Finger pistol. He concentrated all his strength into a single finger and thrust it fiercely towards Balin's waist. However, this fatal blow, capable of piercing rocks, met Balin's blood-red energy cloak and could not penetrate at all, as if striking steel. If you dare attack me, I see you are seeking death. Balin slowly turned his head, then threw a punch straight at Helru's face. Not good. Iron block. Facing Balin's attack, Helru reacted quickly, activating the strongest defense in the Navy 6 style's iron block. In an instant, all his muscles tensed and hardened to the extreme. But could he truly withstand it? Clearly it was impossible. Bang! A heavy thud that made one's teeth ache echoed out. Helru's prideful iron block crumbled under Balin's punch in an instant. He was sent flying by that punch, his body tracing a tragic arc through the air, accompanied by the cracking sounds of broken bones crashing heavily into a distant building. With Lieutenant Helru killed in one blow, no one in the entire naval branch could withstand Balin's advance anymore. Balin stood atop the ruins, issuing orders to the broken ship on the sea. You brats, charge forward. Kill all the Navy. Take all their supplies. Hearing their captain's orders, the pirates on the ship went wild, yelling as they charged towards the naval branch. The Grand Line, Withered Leaf Island. This once desolate island is now bustling more than any thrive. Dozens of uniquely shaped pirate ships are crowded at the makeshift port, their black skull flags blocking out the sun. At the center of the island, a bloody celebration is underway. You monster! A pirate captain with a severed arm collapses to the ground, horrified as he gazes at the man enveloped in blood-red energy before him. Monster! Baron grinned, revealing a cruel smile, while three massive tails covered in bone armor lashed impatiently against the ground, cracking the earth with each strike. I have obtained the power of one of the legendary ancient weapons, the Nine Tails. I am now an invincible. From this day forth, I am the new pirate king. You worthless trash, either submit or die. Baron I will never submit to you. Before the captain could finish his words, a blood-red tail shot out, like lightning, instantly piercing through his chest. The corpse was lifted high and carelessly thrown onto the mountain of bodies nearby. The other members of surrounding pirate crews fell silent, no longer daring to voice any dissent. Baron's madness and strength had utterly crushed their will to resist. This frenzied behavior quickly transformed into urgent intelligence, spreading like snowflakes to every corner of the world. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, the intelligence officer Sure also received a distress signal from the Navy, as well as news that the Baron pirate crew had seemingly acquired the legendary ancient weapon, the Three Tails. The Baron pirate crew has obtained the power of the Three Tails I created. They actually attacked the Navy branch and declared themselves Pirate King. What a madman! Sure thought unexpectedly as he looked at the intelligence in his hands. Although the Three Tails was created by Shur, he merely placed it in a conspicuous location in the sea. As for who could obtain the power of the Three Tails, Shur was uncertain. He did not expect that a pirate named Baron would be the one to acquire it. Even more surprising to Shur was that after obtaining the power of the Three Tails, the pirate Baron became so insane, directly attacking a Navy branch. Moreover, this was not the end. Pirate Baron had gathered 10 pirate crews on an island claiming to be the new. Of course there were dissenters, but these rebellious pirate crews were all destroyed by Baron using the power of the Three Tails. However, the more mad Baron became, the more the sea trembled and the more shock Shur received. Shur stood up, took the few documents he had just organized, and walked straight to the office of the Marine Admiral. Knock knock. Come in. Inside the office, Sengoku was overwhelmed by a mountain of documents and did not lift his head upon hearing the knock. Report, Admiral, I have important intelligence to report. Hearing it was Shur, Sengoku raised his head, a hint of appreciation surfacing on his weary face. Sure. Do you have any new intelligence? Sengoku was very satisfied with this rising star in the intelligence field. He always brought the most critical and accurate news. Thus Shur was now in charge of intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization and the tailed beasts. Shur placed the documents in front of Sengoku. A legendary new ancient weapon has appeared on the sea, the Three Tails, one of the 9-tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, Sengoku paused. Another tailed beast. Shur did not stop, continuing to report in a steady voice. The Three Tails is currently in the hands of a pirate named Baron. This person established the Baron pirate crew, and after gaining the power of the Three Tails has already destroyed several Navy branches, including the 165th and 158th. Currently, he is on Withered Leaf Island, uniting over 10 pirate crews, publicly declaring himself the new pirate king. Bang! A tremendous sound. Sengoku's sturdy desk, made from a century-old giant tree, was dented by a single punch, countless cracks spreading outwards. Damn it! Sengoku's anger was instantly ignited. He stood up abruptly, a terrifying aura sweeping through the entire office. A mere pirate dares to continuously attack Navy branches. He even has the audacity to claim the title of Pirate King. The Navy is the protector of order on the seas, the embodiment of justice. It has always been the Navy that cleanses pirates. Oh, never has there been a pirate who dared to so arrogantly provoke the Navy's dignity. Moreover, this detestable pirate has the nerve to call himself the new Pirate King. This is no simple crime. It is a declaration of war against the world government and the entire Navy. Looking at the furious Sengoku, Shur's expression showed no change as he timely handed over the second piece of intelligence. Admiral, the situation may be more serious than we imagined. According to the latest information, the 4 emperors of the New World have begun to take action, and their target is the tailed beasts in the hands of the Baron pirate crew. If we let the 4 emperors obtain the power of the tailed beasts, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shur paused and added another sentence. In addition, Don Quixote da Flamingo of the 7 warlords of the sea is also secretly mobilizing personnel with unclear intentions. Hearing this news, the veins on Sengoku's forehead bulged. He instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. A madman like Baron was already troublesome enough, and now even the 4 emperors and 7 warlords were involved. This was no longer a simple crisis, but a powder keg that could explode the entire world at any moment. We must extinguish this spark with the most thunderous means before the situation spirals completely out of control. Sengoku paced back and forth in the office, and after a moment he stopped making a decision. Sengoku suddenly turned towards the door and shouted in a voice loud enough to shake the entire fortress. Come here. Yes. The guard at the door rushed in immediately. Quickly go find Admiral Sakazuki. Admiral Sakazuki, also known as Admiral Akainu, one of the 3 Marine admirals, harbors a deep hatred for pirates. In Sengoku's view, facing a mad pirate like Baron requires a thunderous response. Thus, sending Admiral Akainu into action is the most appropriate course. No more than 10 minutes later, the office door was pushed open once again. Accompanying the sound of the door opening, a wave of heat, so intense it could distort the air, rushed in. This was not an exaggeration, but a tangible heat, as if stepping onto the edge of a volcano. A tall, grim figure walked in. The newcomer was none other than Admiral Sakazuki. He entered merely casting a glance at Xiar, before directing all his attention to Sengoku. Marshal, what do you need from me? No honorifics, no preamble, not even a question mark in his tone. This was Sakazuki's style. Absolutely direct, never wasting a single word on meaningless pleasantries. Sengoku was used to his demeanor, and without any courtesy directly tossed the document Xiar had brought over. You can take a look yourself. Sakazuki reached out to take it, and quickly flipped through the pages. Moments later he muttered, damn it. His deep voice was laced with the fury of an impending eruption. The Baroque works, a mere pirate crew, actually dares to continuously attack our branches. They even have the audacity to call themselves the Pirate King. They must be eliminated immediately. Every word Sakazuki uttered seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. It was clear he was extremely angry. This was Sakazuki, a believer in absolute justice. For any evil that dared to challenge the Navy's authority, his answer was always the same: extermination. In his eyes, the actions of the Baroque works were no longer mere crimes. They were a destructive force undermining the very foundation of justice at sea and must be eradicated with the most brutal means. Seeing Sakazuki's attitude of self-evidence, Sengoku rubbed his throbbing temples and continued. Sakazuki, you are already aware of the situation. The Baroque works must be dealt with swiftly, but the issue is not that simple. They have obtained a legendary ancient weapon, one of the 9-tailed beasts, the Three Tails. Now the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea have also begun to mobilize. If we don't act quickly enough and allow the tailed beast to fall into the hands of the 4 emperors. Sengoku's words trailed off, but the meaning was already very clear. If an ordinary pirate can cause such chaos by obtaining a tailed beast, the consequences of a 4-emperor pirate crew acquiring such power would be unimaginable. I understand. Sakazuki's response was resolute. Whether it's the Baroque works or the 4 emperors, I will handle them. This unreserved confidence, or rather arrogance, slightly relieved Sengoku. In the face of such chaos, a hardliner like Sakazuki was precisely what was needed. This is Rear Admiral Xiaoer, who has been responsible for all information regarding the Akatsuki organization and the tailed beasts. Sengoku pointed to Xiaoer beside him. For this operation, Rear Admiral Xiaoer will set sail with you, providing intelligence support. I have no objections, Sakazuki replied indifferently. Sengoku's order stirred something within Xiaoer. His original plan was to stay safely in Marineford, waiting for the world to deliver shocking news to him. Following the Admiral into the field meant facing the eye of the storm with too many variables at play. However, this might not be a bad thing. Being on the front lines would not only allow him to closely observe the reactions of various forces and gather first-hand data, but also to steer the narrative at crucial moments, intensifying the surprises. Moreover, showcasing his value in front of the Admiral would undoubtedly be a shortcut to future promotions within the Navy. Risks and opportunities coexisted. Yes, Marshal. Xiaoer responded without hesitation, standing at attention to salute Sakazuki. Admiral Sakazuki, I look forward to working with you. Sakazuki finally regarded the young Rear Admiral and seemingly recognized his decisive attitude, merely nodding slightly. We set sail in 1 hour. Understood. Xiaoer immediately replied. Although Sakazuki was known for his cruelty, he never withheld the most basic respect for capable comrades who wouldn't slow him down. 1 hour later. In the harbor of Marineford, a massive Navy warship slowly departed from the port, its enormous hull slicing through the waves as it sailed deeper into the Grand Line. At the same time, the Navy's actions stirred ripples across the entire sea like pebbles thrown into a lake. The New World. The Big Mom pirates Tato Land, the Whitebeard pirates Moby Dick, the Beast pirates Onigashima, and even the red-haired pirates and the 7 warlords of the sea were all setting sail. Their goal was singular, that legendary figure who stirred up monstrous waves in the first half of the Grand Line. The Three Tails, one of the 9-tailed beasts. Magnetic Drum Island. This was an island known for its advanced medical techniques, perpetually covered in white. Since the devastating defeat in the Alabasta incident, Crocodile had temporarily taken the remnants of Baroque works to rest on this island. On one hand, it was to evade the Navy's pursuit, and on the other, it was to treat the strange toxin left on him by the members of the Akatsuki organization. Inside a warm wooden cabin, the flames in the fireplace crackled. Crocodile leaned against the sofa, his face still somewhat pale, but the aura of a formidable leader had already returned. The door swung open, and Nico Robin walked in. Boss, I've just received information. Robin's voice was as calm as ever, but the hand she extended with the information revealed her inner turmoil. An organization called the Baroque Works has obtained one of the legendary 9-tailed beasts, the Three Tails. With the power of the Three Tails, they have destroyed multiple Navy branches and are currently holed up on Leaf Island, declaring themselves the new Pirate King. Upon hearing this news, Crocodile sat up straight. An uncontrollable rage and jealousy surged to his head in an instant. It should be known that Crocodile was the first to discover and attempt to harness the power of the tailed beasts. What happened? He was first half-killed by the one-tailed Shikaku, and then severely injured by a member of the Akatsuki organization, nearly losing his life in the desert. And now an anonymous little nobody had obtained the power of the legendary tailed beast and proclaimed himself the Pirate King. By what right? Why was there such a vast difference in outcomes despite both having discovered the legendary ancient weapon? This intense sense of disparity and the humiliation of being outshone by an unknown figure nearly made Crocodile's lungs explode with rage. He abruptly stood up, grabbing the cigar on the table and taking a fierce puff. Gather the crew immediately. We're heading to Leaf Island. Let's seize the power of the tailed beast. Upon hearing the command, the senior agents of Baroque Works sprang into action. Kai Island, an utterly ordinary isle on the Grand Line. Yet now this unremarkable island has become the eye of the storm. The island is swarming with pirates. The port is choked with over 30 pirate ships of various sizes, their masts pressed against one another, ropes tangled in chaotic disarray like a pot of boiling noodles. The town at the center of the island has long been overtaken by these desperate outlaws. The indigenous people have either fled in panic or turned to mere bones. The source of all this chaos is none other than the captain of the Baron pirate crew, Pirate Baron. At this moment, Baron stands like a newly crowned emperor surrounded by countless pirates who exalt him like a star. He raises a massive goblet, wine splashing everywhere. Drink. All of you drink. From this day forth, I am the new Pirate King. I will defeat the 4 emperors, destroy the Navy, and conquer these seas. Baron's roar echoed over the raucous celebration. Roar. Pirate King. Pirate King. The surrounding pirates, whether sincere or feigned, joined in a frenzied cheer. Hearing this thunderous adoration, a twisted sense of pride surfaced on Baron's face. Just then a pirate stumbled through the crowd, panic written all over his face. Captain, this is bad. The fervent atmosphere was shattered and Baron's brows instantly furrowed. What is it? What are you panicking for? The pirate gasped, nearly screaming. The Navy. It's the Navy. The Navy is coming. Upon hearing this news, Baron not only felt no fear, but let out a disdainful snicker. Haha, the Navy. They still dare to come. Which branch is sending these small fry? Clearly Baron held the Navy in utter contempt. During this time, relying on the power of the 3 tails, he had destroyed not less than 8 Navy branches. The Navy had become synonymous with weak in his eyes. No, it's not a Navy branch. The pirate's voice cracked with fear. It's an admiral. An admiral of the Navy is coming. Admiral of the Navy. These 4 words swept through the jubilant scene like a chilling wave. Just a moment ago the crowd was fervently shouting, Pirate King. But now one by one their faces turned ashen and the clamor abruptly ceased. What? An admiral? How could an admiral come here? What do we do now? That is the highest combat power of the Navy. A monster among monsters. Panic spread like a plague. This group of rabble had gathered here out of fear of Baron's strength. Their own capabilities were hardly worth mentioning. Faced with branch-level Navy forces, they could bully the weak, but against an admiral they lacked even the courage to wield a blade. A pirate who appeared to have some standing cautiously approached Baron. Captain, perhaps we should retreat first and avoid the spotlight. Before he could finish, Baron swung his hand back, a violent force, sending the man's head flying, his headless corpse crumpling to the ground. Blood and brain matter splattered those around him. What did you say? Let me avoid his strength. Baron, seemingly mad, roared at the suddenly silent pirates. I have obtained the legendary ancient weapon, the 3 tails, one of the 9 great beasts. A mere admiral of the Navy is nothing. What do I have to fear? To Baron, he had the power of one of the 9 great beasts at his disposal. He still intended to leverage that power to destroy the Navy and defeat the 4 emperors. To conquer the seas. An admiral of the Navy was merely a larger stone blocking his path. Meanwhile, a massive flagship of the Navy fleet was cutting through the waves, speeding towards Kai Island. On the decks, Yair stood side by side with Sakazuki, gazing at the outline of the island visible in the distance. Admiral Sakazuki, ahead is Kai Island. According to the intelligence, the Baron pirate crew is on the island, and at least 30 other pirate crews are gathered. Do we need to contact nearby Navy branches for support? No need. Sakazuki's response was curt. Before his words fell, his arms transformed into streams of molten flowing lava. The scorching magma dripped onto the deck, instantly corroding the solid wood planks into smoking pits. A Logia-type magma fruit. This is the power of Admiral Akainu. Meteoria. Sakazuki muttered, then raised his massive molten fist, launching it towards the sky above Kai Island. In an instant, countless lava fists the size of houses detached from his arms, soaring into the clouds. Then, like a doomsday meteor shower, trailing long tails of fire, they fell towards Kai Island. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, deafening explosions erupted from the island, relentless and unending. Each falling lava giant fist unleashed a tremendous disaster upon the isle. Buildings were easily crushed, the earth was charred black, and the cries of countless pirates mingled with the explosions, sounding utterly insignificant. Help! Someone save me! It's lava! Lava fists are falling from the sky. Captain, save me! In an instant, Kai Island transformed into a hell on earth. The pirates scattered and fled in chaos. Damn Admiral! I will slaughter you! Watching his hard-earned kingdom being utterly destroyed in the rain of fire, Baron's rage ignited completely. Kai Island was his starting point to become Pirate King. 3 tails, grant me strength. Furious Baron wasted no time in calling forth the power within him. A terrifying crimson energy erupted from within him, instantly coalescing into a boiling chakra cloak around his body. 3 enormous tails covered in bone armor flailing wildly behind him. Navy, die for me. Water cannonball. In an instant, the sea before Baron was forcibly drawn away by an invisible force coalescing into a terrifying water sphere several meters in diameter, then transforming into a blue trail of destruction as it tore across the surface of the sea, hurtling towards the Navy flagship. Not good. Enemy attack. Hard to port. Evade. Quick evade. The Navy soldiers aboard the warship shouted in panic. The warship began to turn urgently, but the speed of that water sphere was too great and its size too immense to evade in time. At this critical moment, Sakazuki stepped forward and launched another attack. Great eruption. Sakazuki's right arm, now molten, erupted like a volcano, instantly transforming into a thicker lava giant fist charging directly towards the massive water sphere. Boom! Lava collided violently with seawater, erupting in a blinding steam. Countless boiling droplets splattered everywhere. Boom! The violent clash of water and lava erupted, creating a massive steam cloud that shrouded the entire sea area. Countless boiling seawater turned into a torrential rain, crashing down heavily on the naval flagship. A few drops of scalding seawater splashed onto Sakazuki's shoulder. A sudden wave of weakness surged from the splash spot, causing Sakazuki's movements to exhibit a barely perceptible pause. Sakazuki, a devil fruit user, knew that seawater was the nemesis of all ability users capable of weakening their powers. He can actually control the power of seawater. It seems I cannot entangle with him at sea. Sakazuki furrowed his brows, quickly making a judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted force with his legs and transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging straight towards the distant dry leaf island. Boom! With a dull thud, Sakazuki's body crashed heavily onto the ground of the island, shattering the hard rocks beneath him and forming a small pit. Come on, Admiral, die for me. As Sakazuki landed on the island, Baron's madness he charged straight forward without any flashy techniques or moves, engulfed in a blood-red energy. Faced with this beast-like charge, Sakazuki's face darkened, and the lava on his right arm began to boil violently. Hellhound! A fist of lava condensed to its utmost detached from his arm and shot out at a speed surpassing that of a cannonball, striking Baron, who was charging in. Bang! A violent explosion resounded as the searing lava struck Baron squarely in the chest, the frenzied impact sending him crashing backward into the distant ruins, creating a deep, bottomless pit. Is this the so-called power of the tailed beast? It's nothing special. Sakazuki retracted his fist, lava dripping from his fingertips, as he spoke coldly, completely dismissing his opponent. However, would things really end this simply? It was clearly impossible. Roar! A roar more beast-like than human suddenly erupted from the depths of the pit. A surge of even more terrifying blood-red energy erupted into the sky, coalescing into a tangible storm that blew away all the surrounding rubble. Immediately after, a figure leaped out from the pit, charging once again towards Sakazuki. Lava Canine, bite Crimson Lotus. Seeing Baron return, Sakazuki's face finally showed a hint of impatience. The lava on his arm surged wildly, instantly forming into a monstrous dog head, which opened its bloody maw and lunged at Baron. The lava dog head clamped down on Baron's body. Any ordinary pirate would have been reduced to a pile of charred remains under such an attack. However, the boiling blood-red energy coating Baron somehow withstood the encroachment of the lava. The crimson energy clashed with the scorching magma, creating a piercing, sizzling sound. Admiral, you die for me. Baron roared, grabbing the upper and lower jaws of the lava dog head with his bare hands and pulling them apart. Admiral, you die for me. Baron roared, grabbing the upper and lower jaws of the lava dog head with his... After destroying the lava dog head, Baron's fist, infused with violent power, swung wildly towards Sakazuki's face. Elementalization. Faced with this overwhelming punch, Sakazuki's body instantly disintegrated into flowing lava, easily allowing the punch to pass through him before reassembling a short distance away. Grand eruption. The reformed Sakazuki gave Baron no chance to catch his breath as his right arm transformed into a lava volcano, erupted again, unleashing an even thicker and more violent flow of lava that violently sprayed onto Baron. Baron was once again blasted away by the immense force. However, when he got back up from the ground, the blood-red energy coating him had only dimmed slightly, and he still suffered no substantial harm. Baron climbed up once more, continuing to charge at Sakazuki with his clumsy brute force fists, as if Sakazuki continuously launched lava attacks, each time repelling Baron, yet he could never truly break through that bizarre blood-red coating. Damn, is this the power of the tailed beast? The failure of consecutive attacks made Sakazuki's expression turn grave, erasing his earlier dismissiveness. Although this pirate named Baron was weak, the power he derived from the ancient weapon the tailed beast had a level of defense that exceeded all reason. Boom, boom, boom. On Dry Leaf Island, the battle between the Admiral and the power of the tailed beast unleashed a series of earth-shattering explosions. Just as the fierce battle on the island raged on, a soldier responsible for lookout duty on the naval ship suddenly let out a pitch-altered cry. Major General Xiao'er. There's something happening on the sea. Xiao'er turned around and looked in the direction he pointed. In the distant horizon, a multitude of black dots appeared, rapidly approaching. As the distance closed, the outlines of those black dots gradually became clear, revealing numerous pirate flags fluttering in the wind, catching the attention of all the Navy. That is the ship of the big MOM pirates. Leading the charge is the star of the battlefield, Charlotte Katakuri, along with Charlotte Cracker and Charlotte Smoothie. Over there, it's the Whitebeard Pirates. The 1st Division Captain Phoenix Marco. The 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jozu. And the 5th Division Captain Flower Sword Bista. The Beast Pirates have also arrived. It's Calamity Jack of the 3 Disasters. And it's the ship of the red-haired pirates. Oh my, it's the man himself, Shanks. The warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, has also come. The lookout cried out in terror, and with each name called, the expressions of the naval soldiers on deck grew paler. Commander Xiao'er, what should we do now? A young officer trembled as he asked, his hands shaking so much that he could barely grip the sword at his waist. After all, each of these pirate crews represented enough terrifying power to topple a nation. On ordinary days, encountering just one of them would be a significant event worthy of record. And now they all had come. Unlike the surrounding chaos and the nearly collapsing Navy, Xiao'er's heart burned with excitement. Come on. The more the better. The more you come, the more shock points I will gain. Even though Xiao'er felt a thrill of excitement within, his face remained as calm as ever. He merely cast a faint glance at the massive fleet rapidly approaching in the distance, then spoke in a voice steady and devoid of any tremor. Do not panic, do not act rashly. Maintain the formation of the warship. These pirates' target is Nada. A dense fleet of pirate ships braves the winds and waves, heading straight for Withered Leaf Island, as if surrounding the entire island. Just as Xiao'er anticipated, these pirate crews merely glanced at the naval warship where Xiao'er was, and then ignored it completely. Because they had a more important target, which was to seize the 3 tails. On the Whitebeard pirate ship, 3 division commanders stood side by side. The Phoenix Marco had his hands in his pockets, his gaze firmly locked onto the dazzling red light on Withered Leaf Island. Diamond Jozu flexed his massive arms, his muscles bulging as he spoke gruffly. Is that the power of the ancient weapon from Legends? Quite formidable indeed. Flower Sword Vista twirled his curled mustache, nodding in agreement. It is indeed unexpected. To be able to battle to this extent against Admiral Sakazuki, the power of the legendary ancient weapon, the Tailed Beast, is truly extraordinary. As members of the Whitebeard pirate crew, they knew better than anyone the strength of the Navy admirals. Now a nameless little pirate baron, relying solely on the so-called power of the legendary ancient weapon, the Tailed Beast, had managed to withstand the attack from the Navy admiral. This clearly demonstrated the might of the legendary ancient weapon, the Tailed Beast. Not far from the 3 men in the shadows, a stout man, missing a few front teeth, was staring intently at the battle in the center of the island. At this moment, it was Marshal D. Teach. He licked his chapped lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed the greedy saliva. So powerful. Too powerful. Is this the power of the legendary ancient weapon, the Tailed Beast? If I could obtain such power. Thinking of this, Teach clenched his fists tightly in the loose sleeves of his clothes, his body trembling with excitement. Teach had lurked on Whitebeard's ship for decades in search of the dark fruit. But now a power that was no less than that of a top-tier devil fruit, even possessing greater destructive capability, was right before his eyes. How could he not be thrilled? Thinking of this, Teach suppressed the fervor in his eyes, replacing it with a simple and anxious look, inching closer to Marco. Captain Marco, we need to hurry. Teach pointed at the other pirate ships that were also racing forward, his tone urgent. Look, the people from Big Mom and the crazies under Kaido have also arrived. If they get the Tailed Beast first, it won't be easy to explain to Dad. Marco shot a glance at Teach, not thinking much of it. Teach's usual honesty was well known, and his words sounded like he was genuinely thinking for the benefit of the pirate crew. Teach makes a valid point. Marco raised his right hand high, shouting towards the helmsman at the back. We are going to seize the Tailed Beast for Dad. Upon hearing Marco's words, the ship accelerated, instantly charging towards Withered Leaf Island. The Whitebeard pirate crew suddenly accelerated, and the other pirate ships hesitated not at all, also speeding up. In an instant, the entire sea area turned into a racing competition. Accompanied by the continuous sounds of crashing waves, the ships of various pirate crews surged onto the foreshore of Withered Leaf Island. Countless pirates like sharks smelling blood howled and brandished their swords, pouring into the heart of the island. The entire Withered Leaf Island, already riddled with holes due to the clash between Akainu and Baron, was now in utter chaos. Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, Beast Pirates, Don Quixote family, Baroque works. Various factions chaotically surged towards the center of the island. In the center of the island, a chitinous magma continued to drip, scorching the ground beneath him to a fiery red. He glanced around the battlefield that originally belonged to him, and Baron was now surrounded with layers of this group of lawless scum. Akainu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. In the past, if he encountered such a scene of pirates clustering together, he would have unleashed a meteor volcano to wipe them all out and feed the fish in the sea. But now he could not do so. The bastard named Baron was like a stone in a latrine, both hard and foul. That layer of red energy exterior had an absurdly high defense, and the magma could only evaporate a portion, but could not harm the core. Entangled with Baron, Akainu could not spare any effort to deal with the surrounding pirates that were eyeing him covetously. He could only watch helplessly as they gathered more and more. The first to break the deadlock was the Bigmom Pirates camp. The Star Charlotte Katakuri took a step forward and Pirate Baron, hand over the tailed beast. Mama is very interested in that thing. If you offer it to the whole Cake Island, you can save your life. As soon as Katakuri's words fell, another rough and violent voice cut directly in. Bullshit. A giant like a small mountain adorned with ivory decorations on his head strode forward, shaking the ground with each step. Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates glared fiercely at Katakuri before finally fixing his gaze on Baron. The tailed beast is the prey of our Beast Pirates. Anyone who dares to snatch it will be turned into minced meat. Jack had always been unreasonable, and even when facing Katakuri, a fellow Yonko officer, he showed no respect. Stop your boasting, you big lug. A gust of wind swept through the sky. Marco transformed into his phoenix form, trailing brilliant blue flames, and landed steadily on a partially collapsed wall. Jozu and Vista followed closely behind, standing beneath him. Marco crossed his arms, looking down at everyone. This thing, we of the Whitebeard Pirates will claim it. The three major Yonko pirate cruise officers refused to back down, and the tension in the air was at its peak. The encirclement was getting smaller. Outside, there was also Doflamingo's signature cackle and Crocodile's sinister piercing gaze. Everyone's focus was solely on Baron. With so many legendary monsters of the sea staring at him, an ordinary person would have likely softened and begged for mercy. But Baron did not. He stood firm, his chest rising and falling violently, the red chakra around him pulsating like burning flames. He first glanced at Katakuri, then at Jack, and finally directed his gaze towards Marco. Ha! Baron threw his head back, letting out a hysterical laugh. The laughter echoed through the empty ruins, piercingly loud. You self-righteous fools, do you really think you can? I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Want the tailed beast? Sure. Then let me show you what true despair looks like. In his frenzied laughter, Baron no longer held back, completely unleashing the power of the Three Tails. Three Tails, give me all your strength. With his roar, a sudden change occurred. The red chakra, originally only covering his body surface, surged exponentially. A pillar of red energy shot into the sky, dyeing much of the sky a strange blood color. Hoo! Rumble! The terrifying blood-red energy pillar continued to boil, as if it were going to pierce a hole in the sky. The entire Withered Leaf Island shook violently under this frenzied energy. The ground cracked and boulders tumbled, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What's happening? The island is shaking. The whole island is shaking. What power is this? So, at this moment, everyone wore expressions of horror, vigilantly gazing towards the center of that energy. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and the towering blood-colored energy pillar dispersed in response. Immediately after, an indescribably colossal creature appeared in everyone's sight. It was a giant beast comparable to a mountain, covered in a hard gray-purple shell, with a massive spiked shell on its back and thick limbs adorned with spikes. Most striking were its three flat tails resembling giant shrimp tails. This was Sanwei the Isifu. Ha! From within the massive body of Sanwei came the twisted and frenzied laughter of Baron. You guys? Now I'll let you witness the true power of the tailed beast. Before the words fell, Sanwei's sturdy hind legs stomped down forcefully. Boom, crack. The entire Withered Leaf Island let out a mournful creak, enormous bottomless cracks spreading outwards from Sanwei. Next, the foundation of the island completely shattered. Countless sea waters surged up frantically from the cracked earth, transforming into a boiling torrent that swept towards everything on the island. Not good. The island is sinking. Get out of the way. It's seawater. The seawater is coming up. Seeing the roaring, towering white waves, the pirates on the island erupted into chaos, panic igniting completely. Most of them were users of the devil fruit, and seawater was their absolute nemesis. In an instant, screams and cries for help mingled together. Countless weaker pirates were swallowed by the merciless seawater in the chaos of trampling and fleeing, without even a chance to struggle. Damn pirates! Die! Sakazuki roared, lava spewing from beneath his feet, as he leapt high into the air, evading the surging seawater below. In midair, the lava on his right fist churned violently. Great fire. A lava fist thicker and hotter than any previous strike slammed down with the momentum to burn everything, hitting the back of Sanwei fiercely. Boom. The lava fist collided with Sanwei, creating a tremendous explosion. However, as the smoke and steam dissipated, not a single trace of charred mark was left on Sanwei's image. Sanwei was essentially a tailed beast in the shape of a turtle, and thus its greatest strength was defense. What? It was unharmed. Even Sakazuki, upon witnessing that his full-force strike caused no damage, showed disbelief for the first time. No. It can't be said to have had no effect at all. Sakazuki's attack successfully drew Baron's. Sanwei's enormous single-eyed head slowly turned its crimson eye, locking onto Sakazuki in midair. Admiral Die. Amidst Baron's roar, the three flat, massive tails tore through the air, sweeping towards Sakazuki with immense force. Sakazuki reacted quickly, his observation haki having already predicted the trajectory of the attack. However, the range of Sanwei's attack was simply too vast, and its speed exceeded imagination. Sakazuki barely dodged two of the tail's strikes, yet was still grazed by the edge of the third tail. A force beyond resistance surged through him, sending Sakazuki flying as if struck by a high-speed train, blood spraying into the air as his body crashed heavily to the ground. However, as the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, Sakazuki could not be defeated so easily. He rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, his arms once again transforming into scalding lava, preparing to attack Sanwei. Witnessing the scene of the Admiral being thwarted, the surrounding pirates finally snapped out of their shock. Let's all attack together. If we kill it, the tailed beast will be ours. Unknown who shouted, but all the pirate leaders instantly reached a consensus. Nien Gao/cut. Katakuri's arm transformed into a cubicle, hardened. Nien Gao smashing down fiercely onto Sanwei. Elephant Trunk. Jack the Drought transformed into a mammoth, his massive trunk swinging like a battering ram. Blue Flame. Marco transformed into the phoenix, flapping his wings as azure flames surged. In an instant, various powerful devil fruit abilities infused with Haki-infused slashes bombarded Sanwei relentlessly. Ha ha ha. Useless. You guys all die for me. Facing the siege, Baron's laughter grew, increasing. Water release, great waterfall technique. Under Baron's control, Sanwei unleashed a deafening roar. In the next moment, the entire sea seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, suddenly lifting upward. Endless seawater was forcibly extracted, gathering in the air into a terrifying wave that blocked out the sun, then pouring down indiscriminately upon everyone on the island's ruins. What? It can control seawater. Run. We absolutely can't let this thing touch us. What a joke. How can we evade such a vast area? Seeing that gigantic wave of seawater, as if the sky were falling, everyone's faces turned pale. This kind of power, this ability to directly manipulate the sea, was a nightmare for all ability users. Rumble. The massive wave crashed down, completely submerging the entire withered leaf island. The top-tier powers like Marco, Katakuri, and others relied on their abilities to fly high into the sky or barely protect themselves in special ways. But those slightly weaker pirates were instantly swallowed by the terrifying wave, disappearing without a trace before they could even scream. However, did Sanwei's attack, and just like this? Obviously not. Just as everyone was regaining their composure from the impact of the tsunami, an even more horrifying aura emanated from Sanwei. Danger. The tailed beast's chakra sphere descended with irresistible, overwhelming force, skimming just above the churning sea, and struck a desolate island not far away. Time itself seemed to pause, for but a breath. And then, boom. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted skyward from the island's ruins, blazing with searing, blinding. A ferocious shockwave rippled outward as a visible white concussive wave, sweeping across the ocean like a wrathful tide, depressed the very surface of the sea by several meters. When the glare and dust finally began to subside, the island, once a silent sentinel upon the waves, had vanished utterly. Not even a single shard of rock remained. This is the power of a tailed beast. It obliterated an entire island in a single strike, and the legends are true. Ancient weapons truly possess the capacity to shatter islands with one blow. A monster, it is nothing short of a monster. The surviving pirates, scattered along the shattered coastline, stood frozen, pale-faced, and trembling uncontrollably, their eyes locked in abject terror upon the mountainous beast looming in the distance. The sheer magnitude of Three Tails' power, terrifying, overwhelming, and beyond comprehension, had shattered their worldview entirely. In a ruined corner of the battlefield, Teach crouched behind crumbling rubble, his gaze riveted unblinkingly upon the colossal beast. So this is the power of a tailed beast. It's too strong enough to make one tremble in awe. I must claim this power for myself. The tailed beast's power belongs to me, and to teach that power was unfathomable. Yet a mere pirate underling having inherited Three Tails chakra had already unleashed devastation on such a scale. If he could wield such might, then conquering these seas, and fulfilling his grandest ambitions, would no longer be a distant dream, but an inevitable reality. Nearby crocodile too burned with feverish obsession at the sight. A tailed beast. So this is its true power. Damn it. I will seize this power. Knee's fingernails dug deep into the sand, his heart choked with endless regret and seething envy. Once he himself had freed One Tails from the depths of the desert, its power had been within his grasp. Yet he had failed to seize it, the Akatsuki had stolen it from him. Had he claimed that power, then he might already reign supreme over the Grand Line, master of the seas. And this time he swore, by blood and will, he would not fail. Unlike the pirate's greed and dread, Admiral Sakazuki wore only cold, unyielding murder upon his face. In he rose from the rubble, his magmarm instantly vaporizing the seawater, clinging to his body. Baron, the pirate, had usurped power that was never his to hold. He had become an existential threat, one that must be eradicated here now, without mercy. Aboard the marine flagship, she'll watch the cataclysm unfold in the distance. At last a faint satisfied curve softened the calm austerity of his features. It seems all guests have arrived. Then let us stoke the flames. Make this battle even more magnificent. And within his mind she'll wove his next move with quiet precision. High above, a massive white clay bird tore through the heavens, racing toward the shattered remnants of Kuruha Island. Upon its back stood two figures cloaked in crimson clouds against black, motionless, austere. And the clay bird circled once above a relatively intact reef near the battlefield, then descended smoothly. The pair alighted upon the stone with effortless grace. There could be no doubt. They were members of the Akatsuki, the art duo, Deidara and Sasori. And Deidara stood with hands tucked into his sleeves, tilting his head as he appraised the roaring Three Tails Isabu in the distance. Oh, so this is Three Tails, and what an enormous turtle. Nee's tone was flippant, as though critiquing a trivial sculpture. Enough talk, Deidara, and complete the mission immediately. Sasori spoke beside him, his voice flat and gravelly, devoid of inflection. In their arrival, and those unmistakable cloaks, immediately set the surrounding pirates on edge. Look, those robes, in red clouds on black. They're Akatsuki, and damn it, they've come too. Their target is clearly the tailed beast as well. In factions previously locked in tense standoff, or wary of one another, swiftly diverted part of their attention, eyes sharpening with suspicion toward the two uninvited intruders. A towering pirate captain, emboldened by reputation, strode forward and bellowed arrogantly. Akatsuki, get out, now, that tailed beast belongs to us. In hearing such reckless bravado, Deidara slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the man like that of an artist surveying a grotesque lifeless doll. Are you attempting to stop me? Since you're so eager to die, let me show you my art. With languid nonchalance, Deidara extended his right hand. In his palm a tiny clay grasshopper formed, its grotesque mouth chewing rhythmically. He flicked his finger, sending the miniature creature arcing invisibly through the air, landing precisely upon the pirate captain's shoulder. The pirate hadn't even registered what had happened. Deidara's lips curled into a rapturous grin, and his hands slammed together. Art is an explosion, Katsu. With that thunderous cry, the clay grasshopper detonated. Blinding fire engulfed the pirate instantly. No scream escaped his lips before he dissolved into ash. Witnessing that eerie lightning-fast assault, the surrounding pirates collectively sucked in sharp breaths, then recoiled backward, hastily widening the distance between themselves and the two strangers. Deidara meanwhile stood radiant, as if he'd just unveiled a masterpiece, his entire being vibrating with ecstatic fervor. Ha ha ha. Uncle Sasori, did you see that? That is beauty, instantaneous, absolute, fleeting. That is my art, the art of explosion. Seeing Deidara, who was fervently shouting about explosive art, the surrounding pirates immediately became alert. A pirate captain swallowed hard. His companion beside him had already collapsed in fear, wetting himself. The boisterous pirate just now was somewhat famous in the New World, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, but before the members of the Akatsuki organization, he couldn't withstand even a second and was reduced to mere fragments. The strength of the Akatsuki members was indeed terrifying. In an instant, all the forces present, whether it was Marco or Katakuri, instinctively directed part of their vigilance towards the two figures standing on the reef. They were well aware that the target of the Akatsuki organization was the legendary ancient weapon, the tailed beast, which possessed immense power. The Navy, the four emperors, and now two powerful members of the Akatsuki organization had emerged. In no time, the situation on the entire Kuroha Island became even more chaotic. However, at the center of the storm, Baron was completely oblivious to being the prey lost in the boundless power brought by the Three Tails. In Baron's eyes, he was now the new pirate king about to conquer the seas. Anyone who dared to stop him, whether a Navy admiral of 4 Emperors' pirate crew, or even a member of the Akatsuki organization, would all have to die. Members of the Akatsuki organization, your reputation on the sea has grown tremendously during this time. The Three Tails, its mountain-like head slowly turning, locked its massive single eye onto Deidara and Sasori as Baron's frenzied voice transmitted from within. But it's useless. Now I possess the legendary ancient weapon, the power of the Three Tails. You will die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 flat massive tails unleashed a piercing shriek that tore through the atmosphere, wielding enough force to shatter islands, and they swept violently towards the two. Faced with this world-destroying strike, the figures of Deidara and Sasori merely swayed lightly. Both leaped into the air simultaneously. The attack that would have left most capable individuals in despair merely stirred a gust of wind that whooshed past their feet. Boom! The massive tail struck the distant sea surface, creating towering waves 100 meters high. Deidara nimbly landed on another rock, his excitement growing as he watched the roaring Three Tails in the distance. Uncle Scorpion, leave this big turtle to me. I want to show him what true explosive art is. As Deidara spoke, the mouths on his hands eagerly began to chew on the clay. You'd better hurry. Sasori's flat, hoarse voice followed, not even glancing at the Three Tails. I don't have time to wait for you to play around. Just as his words fell, a menacing metallic scorpion tail suddenly shot out behind him, its tip gleaming with ominous purple light. Several unwitting pirates attempted to launch a flanking attack amid the chaos. Puff! Puff! The metallic scorpion tail moved so fast that it left only an afterimage, instantly piercing through their bodies. Those pirates couldn't even let out a scream before their bodies stiffened rapidly, their skin taking on a strange bluish-purple hue, clearly having been poisoned. A slightly stronger pirate officer covered his arm with armament haki, barely blocking the piercing of the scorpion tail, but a small wound was still cut into his arm. In just an instant, his entire arm lost all sensation, the paralysis swiftly spreading throughout his body. Don't worry, Uncle Scorpion. He'll deal with this big turtle quickly, Deidara said confidently, extending his hands as a large amount of white clay spewed forth from the mouths in his palms. The clay rapidly condensed and transformed in the air, and in the blink of an eye a gigantic fearsome clay dragon appeared before everyone. He'll use this to take you down. C2 Giant Dragon. Deidara leaped and landed steadily on the back of the clay dragon. The giant dragon let out a silent roar, flapping its massive wings as it spiraled up into the sky. Witness my art. In the high sky, Deidara let out a fervent shout. Dragon Bomb. Under Deidara's control, the clay dragon opened its mouth wide, and a massive clay bomb roared out, with a long trailing tail accurately smashing towards the Three Tails below. Boom. The deafening explosion rang out again, fierce flames and shockwaves sweeping in all directions. However, the tough shell of the Three Tails successfully blocked the strike. Yet Deidara's attack was not entirely without effect. The violent explosion still caused the Three Tails to emit a painful roar, its massive body trembling. Baron, hidden within the body of the Three Tails, felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. Damn it, that hurts. Baron's furious roar came from the mouth of the Three Tails. You damned bastard, die. The enraged Baron completely lost control, frantically urging the power of the Three Tails. Suddenly, the massive claws of the Three Tails stomped down fiercely onto the ground. Boom. The surrounding seawater instantly boiled, transforming into thousands of sharp water arrows that shot towards Deidara in the sky. Faced with the torrential rain of water arrows, Deidara did not panic. Instead, he revealed an even more excited expression. He controlled the C2 dragon, skillfully weaving and dodging through the gaps in the rain of arrows, while continuously launching clay bombs from the dragon's mouth. Rumble, rumble. The sounds of explosions rose and fell in succession, relentless. Each explosion elicited a painful cry from the Three Tails and increasingly hysterical roars from Baron. At the same time, countless unfortunate pirates were caught in the crossfire. After a frenzied bombardment, Deidara sensed something was off. This turtle's defense is surprisingly strong. It seems I can only attack its head. Deidara suddenly had an idea. The Three Tails was covered all over with tough armor, with only the head area lacking any defense. With that in mind, Deidara's right hand reached into the clay pouch at his waist, and the mouth in his palm quickly chewed, forming a small winged clay bird. Go, Speedy Bird. Deidara flicked his right hand, and the clay bird transformed into a white streak of light, moving so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly crossing the distance and rushing to the head of the Three Tails. Not good. Inside the Three Tails, Baron was shocked to see the clay bird rushing towards him. He attempted to control the massive head of the Three Tails to evade. But it was too late. The speed of the bird surpassed the limits of his nerve reactions. Daidara from a distance grinned with a fervent arc and clasped his hands together. Art is explosion. Huh. A thunderous explosion erupted. The terrifying blaze slammed against Sandweiss' enormous, unarmored head with merciless force. A howl unlike any before tore from Sandway. A blood-curdling cry suffused with boundless agony. Its colossal body writhed wildly, unleashing towering surges. Its vast maw yawned open and spat out a figure. The silhouette described an awkward parabola through the air and crashed heavily onto the wreckage of a floating island. It was Baluin. As Baluin was expelled, Sandweiss' mountain-like bulk seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the ruins and falling utterly still. Having been ejected, Baluin felt the tailed beast's power drain away, leaving his body hollow and bereft. The cataclysmic forced the sense of dominion. All vanished without a trace. What is this? Where is my power? The tailed beast's strength belongs to me. Baluin staggered up from the rubble, eyes aflame with crimson madness, and tried to lunge toward the motionless Sandway. But the wolves lurking all around would not yield to his wishes. The instant he stepped forward, a shadow swift as a specter burst from the dark and struck. Die! A cold claw flashed, and with a wet sound pierced through Baluin's chest. Baluin's body went rigid. He lowered his head with difficulty and stared in disbelief at the talon that had driven through him. Dichi, well done. Not far off, Myerka cried out upon seeing the successful ambush. Indeed, the attacker was none other than the Blackbeard Dichi. Dichi, an ambitious schemer, had not joined the battle openly. He had lurked in the shadows like the most patient of vipers, watching this fight with unblinking intent. The moment Baluin was expelled by Sanwei, Dichi knew his long-awaited chance had arrived. He struck decisively, a single fatal blow. A triumphant raucous laugh burst from Dichi. He kicked Baluin's still warm corpse away with a contempt. That fool is dead. Now the legendary ancient weapon is mine. Greed could no longer be contained. Dichi turned and rushed toward the prone Sanwei. At that moment, everyone present snapped to alert. No, he's trying to seize Sanwei. Stop him. Out of the way. Sanwei is mine. Kill him. Leaders like Koluo Kuda Air and Kataku Lee and other pirate titans, eyes bloodshot, abandoned all restraint and hurled themselves at the motionless Sanwei. Quick! Block them. By time for Dichi. Ma Erku wasted no breath. He led Zhuan Shiqiaozi and others, forming a barrier to fiercely intercept the charging pirates. Tama Erku Dichi was one of their own, family of the Bai Zi pirates. He believed Dichi sought the tailed beast only to present it to the old man. No time to hesitate. Seeing the chaotic melee, Dichi could not tarry. He pushed his speed to its limit and raced toward Sanwei. Dichi moved with terrifying swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he closed to within 10 meters of Sanwei. The giant shell loomed, so near, he could sense the remnant of its staggering energy. Then the situation turned once more. Countless palm-sized white clay spiders burst forth from the fissures beneath Sanwei, an endless tide surging toward Dichi. This is bad. Startled, Dichi forced himself to halt. Art is an explosion. Huh. From the sky came Didala's voice. In the next instant, those clay spiders detonated. Boom after boom erupted in staccato succession, an unrelenting chorus of detonations that made one's scalp tingle. A monstrous wall of flame and shockwaves formed a lethal barrier. Every pirate who tried to approach Sanwei was swallowed by the merciless blasts sent tumbling, torn, and shredded. Dichi, who had been nearest, reacted with lightning speed and attempted to defend himself with armored haki. Yet the explosions were too fierce and too close. The force hurled him brutally through the air and slammed him into the ground. A mouthful of blood burst from him uncontrollably. Dichi, are you all right? Meyer, seeing Dichi grievously wounded, slipped free of his foe and rushed over in alarm, worry etched across his face. To Ma Erku and the others, Dichi's grievous injuries were the price of aiding the old man in cough. In fine, Dichi struggled to stand, wiping blood from his mouth. Regret and frustration clouded his features. I didn't help the old man take the tailed beast. After the volley of explosions, Didala descended astride a gargantuan clay dragon and alighted lightly upon Sanwei's enormous shell. At his side, Chi-Sha Jixia appeared without a sound. Sanwei now belongs to the Shao organization. Didala cried from his elevated perch, arrogant and triumphant. Anyone who dares approach will die. Chi-Sha Jixia's hoarse flat tone lent lethal weight to the. Seeing Didala and Chi-Sha Jixia, the surviving pirates around them halted, clenching fists, their faces written with resentment and dread. Even Shi Quan, the admiral nearby, wore a visage of darkness and fury. Yet no one dared to press forward, for all understood that the Shao organization's members were formidable and unnerving. The charred corpses and anguished wails were proof enough. For a moment, the entire battlefield sank into an eerie standoff. Then as tensions peaked, another shock came to life. Not far off on the sea, an immense pirate ship with a dragon figurehead cleaved the waves and bore down slowly. At the same time, an indescribable, terrifying aura burst forth from that ship like a tangible tsunami of force that swept across the wreckage of Koreha Island. Everyone present, Navy admirals and officers of the four emperors alike, involuntarily froze at that instant. This is Conqueror's Haki. A terrifying dominance enveloped the entire withered leaf island. In an instant, all eyes on the island, whether they were from the Navy pirates or the Akatsuki organization, were fixed upon the sea. A colossal pirate ship with a dragon head at its prow was cleaving through the surging waves, rapidly approaching. The skull flag fluttering in the wind, marked by 3 scars across its left eye, stood out prominently. That is the red-haired pirate crew, one of the 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks. He's actually here. Is he also here to seize this beast? Upon confirming the identity of the newcomer, the entire withered leaf island erupted in chaos. The faces of the pirates were etched with horror and vigilance, yet none chose to retreat. The might of the Three Tails was evident to all. That world-destroying power was enough to drive anyone mad. As long as they could obtain this power, what 4 emperors, what Navy admirals would all become relics of the past. In the face of such immense temptation, the threat of death seemed to lose its terror. Thus, even when facing the 4 emperors ruling the new world, not a single one of them flinched. Instead, they gripped their weapons tighter, the flames of greed burning deep within each heart. Boom! A soft sound of impact was heard as the red-haired pirate cruise ship, the Red Force, steadily docked at the edge of the island's wreckage. Leading the charge was Shanks, cloaked in a black cape with the famed sword Griffin at his side, descending calmly. Following closely behind were First Mate Ben Beckman, Officer Lucky Rue Jesus Burgess. The core members of the red-haired pirate crew were all present. Shanks surveyed the chaotic battlefield, limbs and severed arms, scattered smoke billowing, resembling a hell on earth. Upon seeing the pirates glaring at him with no intention of retreating, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The situation was more complicated than anticipated. Red-haired Shanks, are you also here to seize the power of the tailed beast? The towering figure of Admiral Akainu stepped forward, magma swirling on his arm, radiating an astonishing heat as he stared fiercely at Shanks, his hostility unabashed. Shanks did not look at him, instead directing his gaze towards the unmoving Three Tails along with Deidara and Sasori, standing atop a turtle shell. I am not here to fight. Shanks' voice was calm yet powerful. I am here to end this battle. Stop. I want to see how you stop. Akainu scoffed. He was well aware that the strength of the red-haired Shanks before him was unfathomable. Even at his peak, defeating Shanks would not be an easy task. Moreover, the complex ties behind this man involving the celestial dragons made it exceedingly troublesome for Akainu. However, Shanks ignored Akainu's provocation. He had more important matters to attend to. He stepped forward, heading straight towards the Three Tails. The members of the red-haired pirate crew followed him in unison, an invisible aura spreading out, causing the surrounding pirates to instinctively part ways. Shanks stood directly before the Three Tails, gazing at the mountain-like beast. Even he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Is this the legendary ancient weapon? It truly lives up to its reputation. He looked up at Deidara and Sasori, standing atop the turtle shell. Members of the Akatsuki organization, let this battle come to an end. Shanks spoke slowly, his voice resonating across the entire battlefield. Give me some face, leave this place. The Three Tails will be handled by us, the red-haired pirate crew. Your presence has completely disrupted the balance of this sea. Upon finishing, Deidara burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. Face? How much is your face worth? Deidara then looked at Shanks with the eyes of a predator, excitedly saying, You must be that so-called 4 emperor. Just perfect. I was worried about not having a worthy opponent to showcase my greatest art. Use your life to bloom the most brilliant firework. Deidara's utterly arrogant statement left everyone present dumbfounded. Even Marco and Teach found it hard to believe. This was red-haired Shanks. Has this member of the Akatsuki organization gone mad? Shanks' expression darkened. So you insist? Then I shall accompany you to the end. Clang. Shanks no longer spoke, drawing his long sword from his waist, and an unmatched sword aura surged into the sky. Ben Beckman, Lucky Rue Jesus Burgess, and others also drew their weapons, and the momentum of the entire red-haired pirate crew instantly peaked, standing in opposition to the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization. Bastards! Let me blow you to pieces. Deidara, spurred by Shanks' momentum, became even more defiant and prepared to strike. Deidara, stand down. Sasori's voice stopped him. You handle the Three Tails. These people are mine. Seeing that Sasori was about to personally intervene, Deidara, although extremely reluctant, let out a cold snort and stepped back. After all, recovering the tailed beast was the primary objective. Sasori controlled the Hiriko, his strange face turned toward Shanks. You are one of the four emperors' red-haired Shanks. Recently, Orochimaru acquired a body that looks just like you. Could it be your brother? Upon hearing this, Shanks' movements abruptly halted, and his expression turned grim. Shanks was very clear about who Sasori was referring to. Although red-haired Shanks held no particular affection for his kin, the thought of his brother being robbed of his body and becoming Orochimaru's vessel in the Akatsuki organization made him extremely furious. Sasori paid no attention to the change in Shanks' expression and continued to look at him. But this is just perfect. Since you've come to my door, then let me turn you into my collectible. Before the words fell, Sasori commanded the Hiriko's mouth to open wide, unleashing a torrent of purple poison needles that shot towards Shanks and the others like a torrential rain. Not good. It's a hidden weapon. Quickly dodge. Jesus Burgess shouted loudly. The officers of the red-haired pirate crew reacted swiftly, leaping up one by one, easily evading the first wave of attacks. But was that the end? Clearly not. Arm of 1,000 needles. Sasori hoarsely commanded, and the launching mechanism of the Hiriko's left arm suddenly ejected. In midair, that severed arm exploded. Countless poison needles rained down, forming a death net with no blind spots, enveloping all the members of the red-haired pirate crew below. Uffed, uffed. Several members of the pirate crew who failed to dodge in time were struck by the needles and immediately froze in place. Not good. It's poisonous. Those injured quickly retreat. Ben Beckman's expression changed as he shouted loudly. Shanks no longer hesitated. He stomped his foot heavily, transforming into a red flash, charging towards Sasori. First mate Ben Beckman also took action, simultaneously raising his firearm and shooting at Sasori, forming a pincer attack with Shanks. Faced with the combined assault of Shanks and Ben Beckman, the puppet Shining Scorpion, controlled by Crocodile, displayed an agility that was starkly contrasting to its bulky exterior. The giant scorpion tail of the puppet swung like a living creature, with sharp poisonous stingers slicing through the air, creating a whistling sound that forced Shanks to alter his trajectory. At the same time, the cannon in Shining Scorpion's mouth activated once more, unleashing a barrage of poison projectiles that intertwined into a deadly curtain, blocking Ben Beckman's shooting angle. Clang, clang, clang. Ben Beckman's firearm erupted with flames, the bullets accurately targeting the joint connections of Shining Scorpion, but only sparking a series of sparks, unable to penetrate the hard shell. The battle fell into a stalemate for a moment. At this juncture, the hyenas lurking at the edge of the battlefield finally caught the scent of opportunity. Crocodile, Katakuri, and the notorious pirates who had arrived from all corners of the world watched as the members of the Akatsuki were entangled by the red-haired pirates, a greedy fire igniting within their hearts. Good opportunity. Charge. All together. Seize the three tails. The Akatsuki members are held up by the four emperors. Now is the time. Whoever dares to compete with me will die. In an instant, countless pirates frenziedly charged towards the massive three tails from all directions. To them it was a heavenly opportunity. As long as they could seize the tailed beast amidst the chaos, they would ascend to greatness, becoming the new rulers of the sea. Even Admiral Akina moved. The lava roiled on his arm as he charged towards the three tails without a moment. He understood clearly that in his current state, seizing the three tails right under the noses of the four emperors and the Akatsuki was nearly impossible. However, his duty did not allow him to stand by and watch this legendary ancient weapon fall into the hands of any pirate. You seek death. As he grappled with Shanks, the Shining Scorpion's peculiar head suddenly twisted, its cold mechanical eye locking onto the group of charging pirates. With a flick of its tail, a spray of purple poison needles swept out. Oh. The few pirates at the front didn't even have time to react, instantly struck by the poison needles, screaming as they collapsed, their bodies visibly darkening. Yet this terrifying scene did not deter the pirates whose greed had clouded their minds. They charged forward without fear. To them, as long as they could obtain the three tails and gain the power to conquer the seas, dying here would be worth it. Unfortunately, they ultimately overestimated themselves and underestimated the terror of the puppet master before them. In the face of the Shining Scorpion's endless array of ingenious mechanisms and poison weapons, their charge devolved into a one-sided massacre. Countless pirates fell before they could even approach within 100 meters of the three tails. However, the attacks of these cannon fodder were not without purpose. At the moment when Shining Scorpion was distracted by slaughtering the weaker foes, Shanks caught sight of the fleeting opening. Now is the time. A cold glint flashed across his calm visage as terrifying haki spiraled madly around his famed sword griffin. Divine escape. A black slash that tore through the sky, bearing an unmatched momentum, descended violently. At that moment, Shining Scorpion was attacking the incoming pirates and could not evade Shanks' fierce strike. Rip! A piercing sound of tearing echoed. The indestructible puppet Shining Scorpion was cleanly sliced in half by this single strike, falling apart upon the ground. Seeing this scene, all the pirates present were dumbfounded. Died. Died. The Akatsuki member was slain in one strike. No wonder he is one of the four emperors. Red-haired Shanks truly possesses unfathomable strength. So strong. That was the monster that toyed with us. To be taken down by a single sword. Marco and Teach also wore serious expressions. This strike's power made them acutely aware of the gap between themselves and red-haired Shanks. However, would the Akatsuki members truly be so easily slain? Just as everyone thought the battle had ended, a figure slowly stood up from the wreckage of the puppet. A completely different voice rang out, clearly reverberating across the battlefield. Red-haired Shanks, the Four Emperor, indeed possesses extraordinary strength. To be able to shatter my shining scorpion in one blow. In the midst of countless astonished gazes, a red-haired youth emerged from the shattered puppet. He had a youthful appearance, looking no more than 15 or 16, yet his brown eyes held an indifference and coldness that belied his age. Upon seeing the true form of Crocodile, everyone present was stunned. It turned out that Crocodile had been hiding inside the puppet Shining Scorpion all along. Although the strike from red-haired Shanks was incredibly powerful, directly destroying Crocodile's Shining Scorpion, he himself had suffered no harm. After a brief moment of shock among the pirates, a daring pirate shouted boldly, "Even if he isn't dead, so he is all alone." Exactly. If we charge together, we can definitely kill him. As long as we kill the Akatsuki member, the power of the tailed beast will be ours. Although Crocodile had not died, which surprised these pirates, to them, he was ultimately just one person, and they had thousands of pirates on their side. It was clear that they held the advantage. Hearing the pirates clamoring, a mocking smile appeared on Crocodile's face. "Oh, you want to compete in numbers?" Crocodile slowly raised his hand, revealing a scroll in his palm. "Then let me show you my true art. Red Secret Technique, 100 Mechanisms Performance." The moment the words fell, the scroll burst open and countless puppets surged forth from it, densely filling the air and obscuring the sunlight. A dense swarm of puppets hovered in midair, resembling a black cloud that completely enveloped the entire withered leaf island. Those lifeless wooden faces with hundreds of hollow eyes all turned towards the pirates below, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. Seeing this scene, every pirate present felt a chill rise from their feet straight to the top of their heads. What the hell is this thing? The number is just too exaggerated. Are you kidding me? How could he control so many puppets by himself? Hey, what should we do now? The pirates, who had just boasted about winning through sheer numbers, now looked pale, their voices trembling with uncontainable fear. Their proud tactic of using numbers had become a complete joke in front of this true puppet army. All advantages had vanished. Even the usually calm Shanks had suppressed all his smiles, his expression becoming unusually grave. He could not immediately assess the combat power of these puppets, but just their overwhelming numbers were enough to throw any powerful army into a tough battle. This was no longer merely a battle, but a war. "Do you see, Oi?" The scorpion stood at the center of the hundreds of puppets, arms outstretched, proclaiming in an almost frenzied tone, "This is my true art. Eternal and indestructible art. Now let you all become a part of my art. Attack!" With his frenzied laughter, the command was given. The hundreds of puppets hovering in the air sprang. They surged forth like a swarm of locusts, producing a piercing sound as they dove towards the pirates on the island from all directions. "Don't be afraid. Hold your ground." A pirate looking like a captain shouted with bravado. "These things are just wooden lumps, mere objects. One slash for each, there's nothing to fear." This pirate shouted naively, trying to boost morale. But the next moment reality slapped him hard. The few puppets charging at the front displayed a nimbleness that was completely at odds with their wooden exterior, dodging the pirates' slashes with swift movements that seemed almost inhuman. An even more shocking scene unfolded. One of the puppets suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a massive spider web, instantly entangling several pirates tightly. Another oddly shaped puppet extended its arms and unleashed a flurry of poison needles. Then several puppets released flames. This sudden turn of events caused the pirates' defenses to collapse in an instant. What's happening? How can puppets use abilities? Damn it. These are not ordinary puppets. Everyone be careful. My hand. This needle is poisonous. Faced with these puppets capable of employing various peculiar mechanisms and abilities, the ordinary pirates could hardly mount any effective resistance. Their attacks were either deftly dodged by the puppets or struck against their hard bodies, producing dull thuds, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. In contrast, the puppets' counterattacks were deadly. In an instant, the air filled with screams, the sounds of clashing weapons, and the whir of mechanisms, turning the entire withered leaf island into a chaotic hellscape. Countless pirates fell in droves under the onslaught of the puppet army, blood staining the withered land red. Only the cadres of the four emperors could barely withstand the puppets' assault. The entire battlefield was plunged into a one-sided melee. Captain Shanks, the situation is dire. Ben Beckman shattered a puppet lunging at a crew member, with the shot quickly moving to Shanks' side, speaking rapidly with a serious expression. There are too many of these puppets. Moreover, many of their weapons are coated with deadly poison. We've already had several people fall ill. If this continues, the brothers won't last. Although Beckman, Lucky, Roo, and other cadres are powerful enough to easily destroy these puppets, the ordinary members of the red-haired pirates cannot withstand this endless and poisonous assault. Many brothers were already clutching their darkening wounds, painfully collapsing to the ground. Shanks, upon hearing this, cast a sharp gaze across the battlefield. He saw his crew fighting hard, witnessing those pirates drawn by greed being ruthlessly harvested. At this rate, even if they ultimately win, the red-haired pirates would surely pay a heavy price. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. The only way to resolve this endless swarm of puppets is to eliminate the source controlling it all. Shanks' gaze pierced through the layers of puppets, locking onto the chaotic center. A youthful figure with delicate features and an indifferent demeanor, the Scorpion. I understand. Shanks' voice was low, yet carried an undeniable resolution. Beckman, cover me. I'm going to take out that member of the Akatsuki. Leave it to me, Captain. Ben Beckman did not hesitate, raising his flintlock, the muzzle bursting with dazzling fire, the bullets precisely aimed at the puppets attempting to obstruct Shanks, clearing a path for him to the center. Shanks wasted no time, pushing off the ground, with great force, transforming into a red afterimage, charging towards the Scorpion with an unmatched momentum. Oh, are you coming for me? The Scorpion at the center of the puppet show also noticed the rapidly approaching Shanks. However, there was no trace of panic on the Scorpion's face. Instead, a hint of excitement emerged. Just in time. I haven't had a good workout in a while. The Scorpion, watching Shanks draw nearer, calmly lifted his hand and unbuttoned the first button of his Akatsuki uniform. At that moment, Shanks had already surged right in front of him. The terrifying haki enveloped the famous sword, Griffin, without any flair, delivering the purest and swiftest slash aimed straight at the Scorpion's neck. This strike was powerful enough to cleave mountains. Yet in the face of this lethal blow, something suddenly shot out from within the Scorpion's body. Clang! The piercing sound of metal grinding erupted in Shanks' ears as the blade of the famous sword, Griffin, was firmly blocked by a pitch-black steel cable that sprang from the Scorpion's abdomen. Bang! Boom! The attack of Shanks collided with that of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, producing a tremendous sound of impact. Upon realizing that his attack had been blocked, Shanks was greatly astonished. For Shanks discovered that the force blocking his slash was a rope which was wrapped around the abdomen of the Scorpion of the Red Sand. What surprised Shanks even more was that the entire body of the Scorpion of the Red Sand was a puppet. Your body. Shanks finally lost his composure and exclaimed. The Scorpion of the Red Sand let out a series of deep laughs, seemingly reveling in Shanks' shock at that moment. This is my true art, the art of eternal existence. The human body will decay and age, only eternity is the supreme beauty. Accompanied by the mad declaration of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, his Akatsuki uniform completely slid off, revealing the true form hidden beneath. It was not even a human body. Rounded spherical joints connected to wooden limbs, a massive cylindrical chest, and within the hollow abdomen steel cables were slowly rotating. Only that delicate face still retained a human appearance, but at this moment it appeared exceedingly eerie and terrifying. Take this. The Scorpion of the Red Sand burst into mad laughter, and the two scapulae behind him suddenly sprang open, revealing four sharp blades glinting with cold light, like sinister wings slashing towards Shanks. Not good. Shanks' battle instincts went into overdrive, and he immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! Another tremendous sound of impact erupted. Shanks felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him flying uncontrollably, his feet gouging deep trenches into the ground as he slid for dozens of meters before barely stabilizing himself. Captain, are you alright? Ben Beckman appeared next to him, in an instant, gun raised vigilantly, aimed at the distant Scorpion of the Red Sand. Shanks shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed, but his gaze never left the completely inhuman monster. Beckman followed his line of sight, and finally saw the full form of the Scorpion of the Red Sand. The wooden and mechanical body made even this seasoned vice-admiral, who had seen great storms, gasp. What is this thing? Has he transformed his body into a puppet? This has gone beyond the realm of cyborgs or ability users. It represents a complete subversion of life forms. Are all members of the Akatsuki like this monster? Beckman's voice carried a hint of dryness. Now let me show you the power of my eternal art. The Scorpion of the Red Sand spread his arms, and two openings suddenly opened wide in the palms of his mechanical hands. In the next second, a torrent of flames erupted from within, transforming into two raging fire dragons sweeping towards Shanks and Beckman with the force to incinerate everything. Not good. Get away. The two reacted swiftly, instantly dodging to the sides. The torrent of flames brushed past their bodies, crashing violently into the pirate horde behind them. Several pirates who could not evade let out no more than a scream before being evaporated in an instant under the terrifying high temperature, turning into ashes. The swords and blades in their hands were instantly heated to red hot, then melted into pools of iron. Flames, eh? My lava is least afraid of flames. Seeing the attack of the scorpion of the red sand, Admiral Sakazuki roared furiously and charged headlong into the flames. Sakazuki, a user of the magma fruit, inherently had a strong resistance to fire. Not afraid of flames. The scorpion of the red sand showed no sign of slowing down as the mechanisms in his puppet hand spun rapidly. Then try this. Torrent. As the words fell, the surging flames came to an abrupt halt. Replacing them were two streams of high-pressure water compressed to the limit and rushing out at high speed. The speed of the water was so extreme that it carved two white lines through the air, its sharpness even surpassing that of the sharpest blades. What? Not good. Sakazuki had just dashed out of the flames' range and could not react in time. He only saw a flash of white light, and an unstoppable cutting force surged from his shoulder. The searing magma on his body was forcibly stripped away, leaving a large gaping wound. Countless blood mixed with scalding lava spilled onto the ground, filling the air with a pungent scent of sulfur and blood. Injured Sakazuki staggered back in a panic. As for the other pirates, they had been slaughtered by the puppet before even getting close to the scorpion of the red sand. It could be said that the scorpion of the red sand had completely dominated everyone present with his singular power. At that moment, a somewhat frivolous voice came from the distant sky. Uncle Scorpion, stop playing around. I've finished. Now we can leave. There stood Deidara on a giant clay owl, while behind him several larger clay birds were using ropes to lift the unconscious giant monster. Three Tails. It turned out that while the scorpion of the red sand drew all fire towards him, Deidara had quietly completed the preparations for their escape. In that case, let's withdraw. Upon hearing Deidara's words, the scorpion of the red sand retracted all his weapons. He pushed off with his legs and soared into the sky, landing precisely on the broad back of the Three Tails. With the giant clay birds flapping vigorously, the massive Three Tails began to ascend slowly, preparing to leave. Not good. The Akatsuki is taking the Three Tails. We absolutely cannot let them escape. The Three Tails are ours. The pirates present were instantly alarmed upon witnessing this scene. They roared recklessly, chasing after the direction of the ascending Three Tails, attempting to block the Akatsuki. Looking down at the pirates swarming like ants, Deidara's face suddenly broke into an ecstatic smile. Ha ha ha, don't be in such a hurry. As a parting gift, let me show you my art. Accompanied by Deidara's excited screams, the ground of Kuroha Island began to stir. From the parched soil, countless tiny white insects suddenly emerged, densely packed, and instantly— What? What the hell is this? There are bugs underground. So many white bugs. This is the Akatsuki's bugs. Not good. Get away. The pirates recognized the appearance of those white insects and instantly recalled Deidara's previous attack. They screamed in terror, trying to flee. But it was all too late. High in the sky, Deidara pressed his palms together and in a tone bordering on frenzy shouted loudly, "Art is an explosion." Huh. Instantly, the white clay bugs spread across the island, detonated simultaneously. A colossal explosion beyond description occurred, with countless flames surging from the ground, gathering into a gigantic mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. In an instant, the violent explosion completely engulfed everything on Kuroha Island. Malinfanjuo Navy Headquarters, the Supreme Conference Room. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if one could wring water from it. Around the long conference table sat the Navy's highest echelon. Fleet Admiral Zhang Gua, Admirals Qingji and Huang Yuan, the Hero Kapu Chief of Staff He, and a host of imposing Navy Vice Admirals. Every gaze, whether deliberate or not, drifted toward a single seat. There sat Admiral Chichuan Sakazuki. He was wrapped in thick bandages from shoulder to arm to chest, scarcely an inch of unscarred skin visible. Even so, dark crimson stains seeped slowly through the gaps in the bandages, dyeing his once pristine coat of justice. Sakazuki, what happened to your wounds? At last Zhang Gua shattered the deathly silence. It had been a week since the battle at Kai Island. In Zhang Gua's original plan, dispatching an admiral to handle a pirate who had just obtained an ancient weapon should have been a near certainty, an effortless capture. But what arrived instead was news of Sakazuki grievously wounded and the mission a failure. It was an unprecedented blow to the Navy. Admiral, I'm fine. Sakazuki's voice restrained a volcanic fury, his whole being like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The damn Shao organization. I will slaughter them with my own hands. That an admiral, the Navy's premier strike force, could be grievously wounded by two strangers was an intolerable humiliation. Now only one thought consumed him: find Chishaji Xie and Dedala and burn them to ash with molten. Zhangguo did not look at him further, but fixed a piercing gaze on a young man at the end of the table. Xiar explained the details of Kai Island. Yes, Admiral. Xiar rose, his military boots striking the floor with a crisp sound. He stepped to the center of the chamber, and for a moment drew every gaze. Xiar drew a deep breath and began his report. Gentlemen, 1 week ago Navy intelligence confirmed that Captain Balin of the Balin pirate crew had unexpectedly obtained the legendary ancient weapon, the Three Tails, one of the 9-tailed beasts. Admiral Sakasiji was ordered to deploy to Kai Island. Upon arrival we discovered that Pirate Balin had mastery over the Three Tails' power. Then during the clash between Admiral Sakasiji and Balin, officers from one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews arrived and joined the battle. Using the Three Tails' power, Balin unleashed colossal waves. Xiar's measured voice narrated the sequence of events with unhurried precision. At that moment members of the Shao organization, Chishaji, Xie, and Didala, suddenly appeared. Their target was also the Three Tails. Next, red-haired Xianx, one of the 4 emperors, arrived. Ultimately, through the combined assault of the Shao members, the Three Tails was captured and Kai Island was obliterated. Admiral Sakasiji was wounded as a result. Xiar's report concluded. The entire chamber fell into a dead silence. Seconds later, an uproar broke loose. What? Possessing a tailed beast's power can raise tsunamis. The Three Tails, one of the legendary 9-tailed beasts, can truly command the power of the sea. What a joke. A petty pirate like Balin, simply because he gained a tailed beast, could stand against Admiral Sakasiji. What's more is the Shao organization. Who are these people? They actually wounded Admiral Sakasiji. How is that possible? One can transfigure his body into puppets, the other can create massive explosions from clay. What unheard-of abilities are these? The power of the tailed beasts is terrifying. The strength of the Shao organization is equally unfathomable. All present were senior Navy commanders, the backbone of Navy headquarters. But now, having heard Xiar's report, shock painted every face. The admirals are the world government's premier force, the visage of justice. An admiral deployed could raise a nation. Yet now an ordinary pirate armed with the power called a tailed beast could contend with an admiral. And these enigmatic members of the Shao organization could grievously injure an admiral. This revelation utterly overturned their understanding of the world's power structure. Xiar absorbed their reactions inwardly. Good, exactly as expected. Shock, astonishment, and a thread of apprehension. The more astonished and shaken you are, the more advantage I glean from your shock. Of course, outwardly Xiar still wore the respectful composure of a dutiful officer. Seeing the uproar in the chamber, Zhangguo's brow tightened. Quiet. He slammed his fist upon the table, and immediately every conversation ceased as all eyes turned to him. I believe you are all aware of the gravity of the situation. The balance of the seas has been utterly shattered. A new chaotic era is likely upon us. From this moment, everyone must vigilantly monitor all activity upon the seas. Any intelligence regarding tailed beasts or the Shao organization, no matter how small, must be reported at once. Yes, the officers replied in unison, their expressions grave. At last Zhangguo's eyes rested upon Xiar. Present, you have done exceptionally well of late. You will lead this intelligence-gathering mission. Deploy every resource at your disposal to scour the seas for any trace or intelligence concerning the tailed beasts. Zhangguo said, looking at Xiar with evident approval. At those words, many vice admirals cast astonished glances toward Xiar. Such a crucial assignment handed to a young rear admiral. Yet Xiar's performance in this incident and his history of repeatedly delivering precise intelligence left them with no argument. At the order, Xiar straightened and executed a crisp military salute. Yes, I will complete them. As the Navy urgently prepared for the impending storm, the vast sea saw other formidable forces, not pausing for a moment. They too sprang into action with only one objective in mind, to search for intelligence on the tailed beasts. Before the incident at Dry Leaf Island, they had only known of the so-called ancient weapons which referred to the 9-tailed beasts through newspapers and elusive legends. They were aware that the 9-tailed beasts possessed terrifying powers capable of conquering the seas, their strength unparalleled. But just how strong were the tailed beasts? Could they truly conquer this vast ocean as the legends suggested? No one had witnessed it. Thus many held a hint of skepticism regarding the tailed beast's power. However, everything had changed now. The battle at Dry Leaf Island spread across the world at an astonishing speed through various channels. They had truly witnessed the power of the tailed beasts. The small pirate Barin had gained the strength of a tailed beast, allowing him to confront the Navy's top powerhouse, the Admiral Hedon. The explosive force that obliterated an entire island from the map sent the hearts of all the ambitious individuals racing. Indeed, the power of the tailed beasts was truly terrifying. It turned out that the legends were true. The ancient weapons spoken of in tales could indeed easily destroy an island and overturn a nation. For such ultimate power capable of shattering the balance of the world, no force could possibly afford to give it up. At the Navy headquarters Marineford. In Char's office. Lord Char, here is the latest intelligence summary for today. A young naval lieutenant entered with standard steps, respectfully presenting a thick document before Char. His movements were meticulous, but in the instant he looked up, his gaze toward Char was filled with an unmistakable awe and admiration. So young. This Brigadier General Char was incredibly young, even to the extent that it made this lieutenant, just graduated from boot camp, feel embarrassed. Yet this young man had accomplished remarkable feats in a short time, and was now entrusted by the warlord with significant responsibilities, fully in charge of the intelligence regarding the tailed beasts and the Akatsuki. I understand. Without lifting his head, Char simply waved his hand lightly. Yes. The young lieutenant saluted impeccably, and then carefully stepped back, gently closing the door. The office returned to silence. Only then did Char pick up the document and begin to flip through its pages. Although his rank was merely that of a brigadier general in terms of actual authority, especially in intelligence matters, he was likely on par with some of the vice admirals in the headquarters. Any disturbance on the sea, as long as it was related to the tailed beasts and Akatsuki, would be promptly organized and delivered to his desk. The big MOM pirate crew and the beast pirate crew are engaged in fierce battles at Red Rock Island in the second half of the Grand Line, suspected to be related to tailed beast sightings. The Vinsmoke family from the North Sea has mobilized the entire German 66 Army, conducting a thorough search across the islands in the North Sea, targeting the tailed beasts. Warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo is secretly contacting members of the CP organization in Dressrosa with transaction contents suspected to be related to tailed beast intelligence. A series of intelligence reports sketched a grand, yet chaotic picture of the sea. Looking at the colossal waves he had stirred up himself, a trace of playful amusement appeared at the corner of Char's lips. Very good, exceedingly good. The entire world was dancing madly because of the tailed beasts. He had created the balance of the sea utterly shattered and the old order collapsing. This was precisely the scene he wished to witness. Are you all desperately searching for the tailed beasts? Is that enough? The flames have not yet burned brightly enough. In that case, I shall add more fuel to the fire. As Char's thoughts stirred slightly, a cerulean system panel visible only to him quietly appeared before his eyes. Shock points 2 billion. Looking at the long string of zeros, Char nodded in satisfaction. The battle at Dry Leaf Island, Didara's ultimate art, a kindness-crushing defeat, and the emergence and capture of the Three Tails. These events indeed brought sufficient shock to the world and yielded him a wealth of shock points. Having amassed such a considerable number of shock points, what should be done next? Naturally, it was to continue creating new surprises to maintain this hard-won heat. To maintain the continuous shock brought by the tailed beasts. A single Three Tails is far from enough. Then let's create a new tailed beast first. Char's fingers glided gently through the void, as if selecting a favored item. It's decided, the Two Tails. With the determination of his thoughts, the shock points on the system panel suddenly decreased by a whole 1 billion. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of this vast ocean, a massive stone tablet emanating a ghostly blue light, inscribed with writing, quietly surfaced. At the core of the tablet was the totem of a giant two-tailed cat, formed by blue flames. Anyone who could reach this place and decipher the tablet would have the opportunity to gain the power of the Two Tails cat go. After completing all of this, Char felt it was still not enough. The bait for the tailed beasts has already been cast. Next, it's time to enrich the composition of the Akatsuki members. Having only Sasori and Deidara as this duo of artists is still too thin. Char once again focused his attention on the system panel, expending a considerable amount of shock points to create 2 more members of the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in the East Sea. In this sea area known as the Weakest Sea, a pirate ship flying the Axe Skull flag was quietly drifting on the surface of the sea. There were no sounds of laughter or cheer on the ship, only the thick, inescapable stench of blood mingled with the faint echoes of dying screams. On the deck, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Blood slowly dripped through the gaps in the deck, creating dark red circles on the surface of the sea below. In the center of this sea of corpses and blood stood 2 figures clad in black, cloaks adorned with red clouds. One was extraordinarily tall, wearing a mask that revealed only eyes gleaming with a greedy green light in the shadows. The other was much younger, sporting a flamboyant silver pompadour with a massive, exaggerated 3-bladed blood-red scythe slung over his shoulder, wearing a frenzied and cruel pathological smile. Hey Kakuzu, these guys are too weak, right? They don't even qualify to hold a sacrificial ceremony for the great evil god. They're a bunch of complete garbage. Haydn, wielding the scythe, boredly poked at a corpse at his feet with the tip of the blade, expressing a complaint that made one's teeth ache. The man referred to as Kakuzu ignored Haydn, instead walking directly to the only remaining pirate captain on the ship, who was still barely alive. Who are you? WH. Why did you attack our war axe pirates? The heavily injured pirate captain asked in fear. Kakuzu remained silent, leisurely retrieving a somewhat crumpled bounty notice from his pocket, slowly unfolding it before the captain. On the bounty notice was indeed the captain's face distorted with fear. Captain of the War Axe Pirates, bounty 8 berries. I have accepted your bounty. Before he finished speaking, Kakuzu's arms stretched rapidly, black threads emerging from beneath his skin, fingers coming together to form a pitch-black shadow, slashing down like the sharpest blade. Swish! The pirate captain's head was instantly severed. These two were the new members of the Akatsuki, created by Char. The immortal duo Haiden and Kakuzu. The immortal duo Haiden and Kakuzu. Haiden, a follower of the evil god, and Kakuzu, a money-obsessed individual. At this moment, Kakuzu was here to kill pirates for the bounty. After killing the pirate captain, Kakuzu approached the severed head with an expressionless face, bent down, and skillfully took out a black cloth bag from his pocket, carefully wrapping the head and tying it up. This was 800,000 berries. There could be no mistakes. Hey Kakuzu, aren't these guys too weak? They don't even qualify to hold a sacrificial ceremony for the great evil god. They are truly a bunch of utter trash. Haiden, holding his three-bladed crimson scythe, boredly poked at a corpse at his feet with the tip of his scythe, expressing his annoyance. At that moment, a pair of terrified eyes in the shadowy corner of the ship's cabin were fixated on the scene on the deck. So terrifying. Who are these people? They actually wiped out the infamous battle axe pirates. The small figure curled up behind a pile of debris, trembling uncontrollably. This little rascal was none other than the small thief cat Nami. Nami, the small thief cat, usually pretended to join the pirate crew to gain their trust, and then stole their treasure. To this end, she honed her skills in infiltration, thievery, and navigation. This time she had set her sights on the battle axe pirates, a crew known in the East Blue, and successfully boarded their ship. Everything was going according to plan. She had even found the secret room where the pirate Captain Kree kept his hidden treasures. Just waiting for the right moment, she would be able to take all the treasure and leave without a trace. However, she never expected that before she could act, Kakuzu and Haiden from the Akatsuki would appear. The two, relying on their immense power, easily slaughtered everyone in the battle axe pirates. This instantly terrified Nami, hiding in the shadows, nearly causing her to lose her mind. These two are monsters. I have to escape immediately. Nami thought anxiously. However, as she fled, she could not forget the treasure on the ship. Nami carefully strapped on a bulging backpack filled with scattered valuables she had scavenged from the crew over the past few days. Holding her breath, she crouched low, inching her way out of the shadows, trying to move to the other side of the ship to jump into the sea and escape. One step, two steps. Nami's heart raced as she was nearly successful in her escape. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking glass echoed loudly on the silent deck. Underneath her feet, an empty wine bottle rolled over, kicked away by Nami. Oh no! Nami's body stiffened in an instant, her blood seemingly freezing at that moment. Someone's here. Almost simultaneously with the sound, Kakuzu suddenly turned his head. Without a hint of hesitation, he casually waved his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. Countless dark threads shot out from his arm, weaving into a large net that approached Nami's hiding spot at a speed too fast for the naked eye to capture. Nami had no chance to react as dark tendrils wrapped around her limbs and waist, tightening with immense force, yanking her out from behind the debris and hanging her upside down in midair. Oh, there's actually one that slipped through the net. Kakuzu's green eyes glinted coldly from the shadow of his mask. Is it a little girl? How did she end up here? Is she also a pirate? Haiden also became interested, stepping closer to Nami while holding his scythe, tilting his head to examine her. Who cares what she is? Perfect, let's sacrifice her to the great evil god. Saying this, Haiden don't kill me. Don't kill me. The fear of death ignited Nami's will to survive. She struggled desperately, crying out incoherently. I am a navigator. I'm very useful. I can help you navigate. Hearing that Haiden was really going to kill her, Nami was so anxious that tears nearly spilled. She almost shouted her greatest value. Kakuzu, who had originally been indifferent to this slipped fish, paused when he heard the words. Kakuzu slowly turned his head, scrutinizing Nami with his green eyes. Can you really help us find? Without hesitation, Nami shouted loudly, really. I swear. I am extremely familiar with the environment of this sea. I am a top-notch navigator. Moreover, I know. Lacking great strength, Nami had survived in this chaotic sea mainly due to her extraordinary keen intuition in reading people's intentions. In that case, I will spare your life for now. However, now that she was free, she didn't even dare to entertain a thought of escape. She simply clutched her backpack, looking at Kakuzu with a mixture of fear and hope. Hey Kakuzu, what do you mean by that? Why are you keeping her alive? Why can't I sacrifice her to the evil god? Did you not hear? She is a navigator. Our mission is to find the traces of the tailed beasts. Kakuzu's voice carried a chilling logic. And she can also bring me wealth. Hayden skeptical redirected his gaze toward Nami, still filled with doubt. I'm truly very useful. You too, gentlemen. Nami was acutely aware that having fallen into the hands of these two monsters, she could only survive by continuously demonstrating her value. In order to survive, Nami unleashed an astonishing drive for action. Her speed was incredible, her petite figure weaving through the bloody deck. In just 10 minutes, she had gathered all the treasures plundered by the battle axe pirates into a pile at the Lord Kakuzu, Lord Hayden. Nami placed the last bag of berries atop the heap of gold and jewels, then obediently stepped aside, lowering her head in a posture of submission. Treasures. I'm not interested in such things. Hayden scoffed disdainfully, switching his three-bladed scythe to the other shoulder, as if even glancing at the yellow and white objects was a disrespect to the lord of the evil god. However, Kakuzu's reaction was entirely different. The green light hidden beneath the shadow of his mask suddenly brightened at the sight of the treasure. Without uttering a word, he walked straight to the pile of treasures and slowly crouched down. He did not roughly gather the riches into his arms, but instead began to count them quickly and meticulously with a reverent touch. His movements were filled with a sense of ritual, every gold coin and every gem flew past his fingertips with remarkable speed. He would even separate some stacked coins, confirming each one, as if admiring the most perfect works of art. Finally, after counting the last gold coin, Kakuzu stood up with satisfaction and categorized all the treasures into several large bags. You did very well. Kakuzu turned around, his green eyes falling back on Nami. From now on you are an outer member of the Akatsuki. With that, Kakuzu tossed a red cloud-black cloak of the Akatsuki to Nami. Yes, Lord Kaku. Without a hint of hesitation, Nami caught the robe and quickly put it on. Now immediately set sail. Head to the nearest exchange for gold. Kakuzu coldly commanded, tying the bag containing the head of Kree to his waist. Understood. Nami responded immediately, not daring to delay for a moment, sprinting towards the helm and operating it skillfully. The pirate ship set sail again, changing course towards the nearest island. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marine, Charles arrived outside the marshal's office and knocked on the door. Knock knock, come in. A commanding voice of Sengoku echoed from within. Charles pushed the door open. Inside the office, Sengoku was buried in a mountain of documents. Charles, what brings you here? Upon seeing Charles, Sengoku put down his pen and raised his head. Marshal Sengoku, we have discovered a new member of the Akatsuki. According to the intelligence, the new members of the Akatsuki are Kakuzu and Hayden. Charles' tone was calm, yet it dropped a heavy bombshell. Here's the detailed information. Charles stepped forward and handed over a neatly organized document. New members of the Akatsuki. Sengoku was also quite startled as he snatched the document and quickly flipped through it. Does the world government know about this information? Sengoku laid down the document, his sharp gaze piercing through Charles. Charles pondered for a moment before answering with utmost certainty. This is my exclusive intelligence, just returned through special channels. The world government and other forces should still be unaware. This was of course obvious. Kakuzu and Hayden were figures that he had just created with shock. There was no one in the world who could have known before Charles. Charles, you did well. Upon hearing this answer, Sengoku's expression showed a hint of approval. As expected of the intelligence genius I personally promoted. In that moment, Sengoku felt immense relief over his earlier decision, having unearthed such an irreplaceable talent for the Navy. Charles, keep a close watch on these two new members of the Akatsuki. Any movements, report to me at once. Sengoku instructed solemnly. Yes. Stepping out of the marshal's office and closing the heavy door, the seriousness belonging to the Navy's rear admiral instantly faded from Charles' face, replaced by a subtle, unnoticed smirk. Why did Charles choose to actively leak the information about Kakuzu and Hayden to the Navy? The reason was only by making the Navy and the world government, those colossal entities, nervous enough to pursue and encircle them, could Kakuzu and Hayden, these immortal monsters, stir up greater turmoil on the seas. Only in this way could they better expose themselves under the spotlight of the world, continuously harvesting shocks for themselves. On the boundless sea, the ship was sailing swiftly under Nami's control. On the surface, Nami appeared focused on steering, calculating the course, embodying the diligent demeanor of a navigator. But in reality, her mind was racing, searching for any possible chance to escape. Just then her peripheral vision caught sight of a row of black dots appearing at the horizon. As the ship approached, the outlines of the black dots became clearer. It was a massive fleet. Leading the fleet was an enormous white ship, its sails emblazoned with an incredibly prominent circular emblem, the flag of the world government. Surrounding that white giant ship were two standard Navy warships. It was the fleet escorting them. A wild idea instantly formed in Nami's mind. Got it. Seeing this fleet, a glint of cunning sparkled in her beautiful brown eyes. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in the most stable, yet slightly urgent tone, loudly declaring, "Lord Kakuzu, Lord Haiden. A fleet has been spotted ahead." Inside the cabin, Kakuzu, who was meditating, and Haiden, who was boredly polishing his scythe, both turned their attention outside. Seeing their gaze drawn, Nami's heart raced as she continued to report loudly. "That's the world government's fleet transporting Heaven's Gold. All the Heaven's Gold submitted by the allied nations of the East Sea is on that ship." Through this brief encounter, Nami had completely grasped Kakuzu's preferences. This man's greed for money surpassed everything. As long as she told him there was endless wealth, he would surely be tempted and would attack that fleet. At that time, these two monsters would erupt in a fierce battle with the Navy and the world government's escort, creating utter chaos, which would allow her to slip away amidst the turmoil. Just as Nami had thought. Upon hearing the words, "Heavenly Gold," the figure of Kakuzu instantly appeared at the bow of the ship, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "Is what you said true? Is there heavenly gold on the battleship ahead?" Kakuzu stood at the bow, his green eyes hidden in the shadow of his mask, fixated on the increasingly clear fleet on the horizon, his greed almost palpable. "Absolutely no doubt," Nami exclaimed with joy upon seeing this, quickly thumping her chest in assurance. "I heard about it when I was a navigator in the East Sea. Every year at this time, the world government sends a fleet to escort all the heavenly gold submitted by the allied nations. All the wealth of the East Sea, coins and gems, are concentrated on that large white ship, worth at least over 1 billion berries." Kakuzu's breath quickened, his green eyes sparkling with excitement. His hands resting on the ship's railing unconsciously tightened, the hardwood creaking under the strain. Kakuzu's voice was hoarse and urgent. "The heavenly gold is mine." "Yes, Lord Kaku." Nami, filled with joy, immediately pushed the helm, steering the ship straight towards the fleet. Meanwhile, the naval fleet across finally noticed the uninvited pirate ship. "Report. A pirate ship spotted at the front right. It is rapidly approaching us. It seems the newcomers are not friendly." The lookout's shout shattered the A middle-aged officer in a naval captain's uniform, sporting a pair of small mustaches, walked out unhurriedly. He raised his telescope to look into the distance. Upon realizing it was just a lone pirate ship, a look of undisguised contempt appeared on his face. "Just one ship? In the East Sea there are such blind pirates who dare to attack the transport fleet of heavenly gold." He lowered the telescope and waved dismissively at his aide. "Fire. Sink it, and give these East Sea scum a little lesson." "Yes, sir." The order was quickly relayed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 heavy cannonballs roared from the side cannons of the naval warship, tracing 3 deadly arcs through the air towards the pirate ship. Nami, maneuvering the ship, quickly noticed the incoming cannonballs. "Incoming cannonballs," she screamed. Just as Nami's voice fell, Kakuzu had already moved. He slowly raised his right arm, which instantly became covered in a layer of black sheen harder than steel. Then Kakuzu's body surged upward, leaping high into the air. Facing the 3 cannonballs capable of tearing the ship apart, he did not dodge, but instead swung his arms in an incredibly violent manner, forcibly slapping them back. Boom! The 3 cannonballs flew back at a speed faster than they came, precisely striking the naval warship that had fired them, causing a violent explosion. Splintered wood mixed with flames shot into the sky, a massive hole blown open on the side of the warship, with thick smoke billowing. The naval side instantly erupted into chaos. What happened? The cannonballs were deflected back. That man. He used his hand. He blocked the cannonballs with his hand. The ship is heavily damaged. Hurry to put out the fire. The previously contemptuous naval captain's expression stiffened completely. He incredulously raised the telescope again, aiming it directly at the approaching pirate ship. This time he saw the man standing at the bow of the ship, along with the striking robe he wore, black with several bizarre red clouds embroidered on it. In an instant it felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, draining the blood from his face. That is the black clothes with red clouds. This is bad. It's the Akatsuki organization. Clearly the naval captain had heard of the Akatsuki's name and knew the terror of its members. He never expected that merely escorting the heavenly gold from the East Sea would lead to an attack from a member of the Akatsuki. Just as the naval warship fell into this brief chaos, the pirate ship had already closed in to within a dozen meters of the naval warship. "The heavenly gold is mine now." Kakuzu's eyes glimmered with green light as he leaped forward, transforming into a shadow that crossed the last stretch of sea and landed heavily on the deck of the naval warship. "Kakuzu, you bastard. Wait for me." Haiden, seeing this, let out an annoyed roar, shouldering his massive 3-bladed scythe and jumping up after him. "Members of the Akatsuki have boarded. Quick, open fire. Kill them." Although filled with fear, the trained Navy soldiers quickly raised their firearms, aiming all their guns at Kakuzu and Haiden, who had just boarded. Bang, 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 bang. The dense gunfire erupted with hundreds of bullets weaving into a deadly net raining down on the two. Earth-style earthen spear. Kakuzu let out a low growl, his skin instantly turning a rocky gray-black, exuding a metallic texture. Bullets struck his body producing a ringing sound, then bounced off uselessly, leaving not even a trace. However, Haydn beside him was not so fortunate. He had just landed on the deck when he was instantly hit by a dozen bullets. Uff, uff. Blood splattered as Haydn let out a piercing scream, his body pushed back repeatedly, eventually falling onto the deck, a pool of bright blood quickly gathering beneath him. Uff, uff. Blood splattered as Haydn let out a piercing scream, his body pushed back repeatedly. The Akatsuki. Is it really that easy to defeat them? Obviously not. In the next moment, to the shock of all the Navy, the bullet-riddled, blood-soaked Haydn actually stood up as if nothing had happened. Bastards. You damn fools. How dare you? Hurt me. I will offer all of you to the great. Haydn roared with a venomous tone, a morbid excitement on his face, and then swung his gruesome blood-red scythe towards the Navy before him. What? What's going on? Didn't he get shot? Monster. This guy is a monster. Keep firing. Don't stop. Turn him into pieces. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of bullets struck Haydn with chilling precision, blossoming fresh crimson flowers across his body. Arg, arg, arg. Haydn let out an even more grotesque scream. Yet beneath its agony pulsed a sinister, perverse delight, as though this excruciating torment were a sublime feast. This was Haydn's divine gift, the immortality bestowed by the deity of chaos. No assault, no matter how devastating, no bodily destruction, however absolute, could ever claim his life. You wretches die. Undeterred by the hail of gunfire, Haydn surged forward, savoring every searing pang of pain until he stood before the Marines and brought his colossal three-bladed scythe down in a brutal arc. Ah, ah, ah. A chorus of shrieks erupted as several Marines were cleaved cleanly at the waist, their upper and lower halves severed mid-air, viscera and blood splattering across the deck. Without pause, Haydn swung his scythe again, lunging toward the remaining Marines. Damn you, die. Slashing strike. One Marine, seeing Haydn charge, drove his longsword straight into Haydn's heart, but Haydn did not fall. Instead, he screamed again, ecstatic and raptured. Excellent. You accursed fool. In retaliation, Haydn swept his scythe sideways, severing the Marine's head from his shoulders in a single gory stroke. While Haydn raged across the deck, Kakuzu remained no idle spectator. He too unleashed his assault. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. With a violent flick of his right arm, countless jet-black threads erupted from his sleeves like living serpents, surging outward to engulf the Marines. These obsidian filaments were unbreakable, cutting lethal paths through the air. One Marine raised his rifle, only for a black thread to pierce his chest in silence, drawing forth a warm crimson spray. Another turned to flee, only to be overtaken by 3 or 4 threads from behind, slicing his body into jagged fragments that scattered across the deck like disassembled dolls. Scores of Marines never even registered the threat, slain instantly within that eerie black tempest. Faced with Haydn, a relentless, unkillable madman, and Kakuzu, a monstrous weaver of shadowy threads, the Marines' resolve shattered utterly. They're monsters. Run. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Help. Somebody help me. Screams, sobs, and desperate pleas merged into one cacophony. Disciplined, dissolved weapons clattered to the deck, and soldiers scattered in blind panic, as if cursed with too few limbs to flee fast enough. The Marine captain stood frozen, trembling like a leaf in gale-force wind, staring at the hellscape before him. Then, a sudden gust of wind. Haydn stood before them. Found you. Now die. Haydn bared a bloodthirsty grin and hoisted his massive 3-bladed scythe high above his head. Its crimson edge carved a glacial arc through the air, aimed squarely at the captain's throat, then slashed downward with merciless finality. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, Nami watched the carnage unfold through her spyglass and smiled. The plan has succeeded. Those two monsters have fully drawn the Marines' attention. Now is the perfect moment to escape. Without hesitation, Nami seized the helm, throwing her entire weight into turning the vessel, swiftly pivoting its bow away from doom. The ship began drifting slowly off course, sailing toward the open sea. Yet just as Nami believed salvation was within reach, an unforeseen calamity struck. The deafening clamor of battle aboard the warship ceased abruptly. An unnatural, suffocating silence descended. Then came Kakuzu's gravelly, impatient voice, carrying effortlessly across the water. Hey, Nami, what are you still gawking at? Get aboard, now, and help me locate the treasure. Nami froze, icy dread flooding up from her soles to her crown. What board the ship? But isn't it swarming with Marines? Hey, Marines. They're all dead. Kakuzu's tone held no trace of irony, only cold, matter-of-fact certainty. All of them dead. Dead? How is that possible? Nami blurted out stunned. Though she couldn't gauge their exact numbers, those were 2 full-strength marine warships. Surely hundreds of elite battle-hardened soldiers. Men who even against 2 such terrifying foes should require half a day to subdue. That window, precisely timed, was her escape strategy. Yet now, how much time had truly passed since Kakuzu and Haiden boarded? 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. And Kakuzu claimed every last marine had fallen. But Kakuzu granted Nami no time for disbelief. He stood at the warship's railing, and with a casual, dismissive wave of his hand, countless black tendrils shot forth from his arms, spanning the churning sea, serpentine venomous, and coiled toward Nami. Nami barely managed to gasp before the threads lashed around her waist, yanking her violently off her deck and hurling her through the air toward the warship. Spinning wildly, she crashed onto the warship's deck with bone-jarring force. When she lifted her dazed, bruised face, the sight before her locked her breath and mind in place. Blood flooded the deck like a crimson tide. Corpses lay thick and dense. Limbs severed, torsos split, entrails strewn, while the air hung thick with the cloying, nauseating stench of slaughter. This was no battlefield, it was a slaughterhouse. Hey, still standing there. Kakuzu's impatient bark snapped her back to reality. Find every last coin, immediately. Yais, right away, Lord Kaku. His icy command jolted her awake. She flinched, scrambled upright despite her aches, and began scouring the warship with frantic urgency. Truly, Nami lived up to her epithet, the little thief cat. Within mere minutes, every treasure aboard had been unearthed and gathered. A mountain of riches piled high upon the deck, gold gems, artifacts gleaming under the sun. At the sight, Kakuzu's eyes gleamed, not with warmth, but with avaricious emerald fire. In less than a day, the news of the heavenly gold being attacked by members of the Akatsuki organization while being escorted by the Eastern Sea Branch swept through the holy land of Mariehua like a storm. In a magnificent conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt almost solid. The 5 elders, the highest authorities of the world government, were gathered around a massive round table. Each of their faces was so grim that it seemed water could drip from them. Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to touch the heavenly gold? One of the 5 elders, sporting a long white beard, slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of rage, causing the heavy wooden round table to emit a muffled sound under the pressure. This is the most malicious provocation against our world government. It is a blatant trampling of the world order. Another bald elder angrily echoed, adjusting his glasses, his eyes glittering with cold light behind the lenses. According to the intelligence, it was the Akatsuki that did it. Akatsuki. Again them. Which member? Deidara. Sasori of the Red Sand. Or that self-proclaimed god Pain? None of them. A golden-haired, refined-looking elder slowly shook his head and pushed a piece of urgent intelligence that had just arrived through special channels to the center of the table. It was 2 new members of the Akatsuki named Haiden and Kaku. This is the information just collected by the Navy. The other elders immediately reached for the intelligence, quickly scanning through it. However, when they saw the source of the information, astonishment flickered across their faces. The Navy actually obtained such detailed intelligence in the first place. When did the Navy's intelligence department become so efficient? This indeed surprised the 5 elders. It is known that although the Navy is the most powerful military force under the world government, it has always relied heavily on the intelligence network directly under the world government. In the past, any monumental events occurring at sea were first reported to the world government, who would analyze the pros and cons, and then issue directives to the Navy. Today, it was unprecedented for the Navy to provide them with such precise and swift intelligence. The report states that this intelligence was provided by a Navy Brigadier General named Shar, the golden-haired elder explained. It is said that Brigadier General Shar has an unusually keen insight into the Akatsuki, and several accurate warnings regarding the movements of Akatsuki members have also come from him. Oh, Brigadier General Shar. The bald elder pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his finger. A mere Brigadier General possesses such capability. If possible, recruit him into the world government. The CP organization needs talents like him. Now is not the time to discuss this. The white-beard elder abruptly interrupted. The urgent matter is the 2 new members of the Akatsuki. They have stolen the heavenly gold, which is a declaration to the world that they wish to be our enemies. We absolutely cannot let them go. Indeed, they must pay a bloody price. I propose we dispatch CP0 to completely erase these 2 from this world. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room grew even more serious. The CP organization, a secret intelligence agency directly under the world government, serves as the sharpest spear and the strongest shield for the celestial dragons responsible for intelligence collection, assassination, and executing all dark and secret missions. Among them, CP0 is the most elite, most mysterious, and the strongest team. Their members directly take orders from the celestial dragons, each possessing terrifying strength comparable to that of a vice admiral. After a brief silence and deliberation, the 5 elders quickly reached a consensus. It's decided. Let CP0 handle them. I want the entire sea to know that there is only one path for those who provoke the world government: death. Meanwhile, at the Grand Line in Black Crystal Town. This is a small town that would not be marked on any official map, yet it is a paradise and a den for countless bounty hunters, as well as the underground world's unofficial bounty exchange point. On the streets of the town, men and women wearing swords and daggers could be seen everywhere, their expressions fierce, while the air was mixed with the scent of cheap alcohol, weapon rust, and a faint hint of blood. Today, 3 figures dressed in red cloud black cloaks slowly entered the town, instantly breaking the usual chaos. Hey, look at their clothes. A bounty hunter polishing his dagger at the tavern's entrance suddenly halted, staring intently at the fluttering red clouds. Red clouds and black attire. It can't be wrong. They are members of the Akatsuki. The person next to him quickly lowered his voice, but the shock and horror in his words could not be concealed. Akatsuki. Is that the mysterious organization that dares to kill celestial dragons and is out there stealing those tailed beasts? That's right. It's them. Oh my god, what are they doing in Black Crystal Town? Are they here for bounty exchange too? Who knows? But this is huge news. In an instant, the gaze of everyone on the street, whether they were drinking, gambling, or trading, was focused squarely on the 3 of them. There was no way around it. The Akatsuki was currently the hottest topic on the seas. Every action they took was earth-shattering. With their iconic Akatsuki attire, it was hard not to recognize them. I heard. The Akatsuki has been collecting legendary ancient weapons, the tailed beasts. Could it be? Could it be that we have news of a tailed beast here in Black Crystal Town? A pirate who looked somewhat cunning suddenly lowered his voice and spoke with wild speculation. Is it true? Where is the tailed beast? Legend has it that whoever acquires the power of the tailed beast will gain the strength to conquer the seas. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them changed. Countless fiery, greedy eyes no longer held the previous awe, but were now fixated, unabashedly staring at the 3 figures approaching. The 3 figures were none other than Haiden, Kakuzu, and Nami, who was caught up with them. Feeling the scorching stares around her, Nami felt a bit uneasy, cold sweat trickling down her back. Initially, Nami planned to escape while Haiden and Kakuzu were robbing the heavenly gold. However, she never expected their strength to be so overwhelming. Before her ship could escape, the hundreds of Navy soldiers escorting the heavenly gold had already been slaughtered by the 2. With no choice, Nami could only stay temporarily by the side of these 2 monsters, acting as a humble guide. Lord Kakuzu, this is Black Crystal Town. In this town, there is an exchange where pirate bounties can be— Nami suppressed her inner fear and quickly stepped forward to whisper. Hearing this, Kakuzu's face, obscured by a mask, revealed a hint of excitement. Very good. Let's go quickly. I can already smell the sweetness of money. Kakuzu eagerly stepped forward, heading in the direction Nami indicated. Yet in stark contrast to Kakuzu's excitement stood Haiden's face, etched with profound boredom and irritation. Dragging his massive triple-bladed scythe behind him, its blade scraping harshly against the rough ground, Haiden muttered, "Kakuzu, you fool. Again with this wretched bounty office. I still need to make offerings to the almighty deity. That's what truly matters. Haiden, you imbecile. Shut your mouth." Without glancing back, Kakuzu snapped. In one hand, he carried a specially reinforced sack, bulging and emitting dull, heavy clinks with each step, the severed heads of pirates he had collected along the way. Too weary to indulge Haiden's complaints any further, Kakuzu strode straight into the unassuming building, a bounty office that exuded an unsettling amalgam of wealth and blood. Haiden choked on the rebuke, letting out a disdainful tch, before plopping down onto a nearby step and propping his colossal scythe beside him. He wrinkled his nose. The air reeked of cheap alcohol, rank sweat, and a faint metallic tang of blood. This accursed place smells utterly foul. Muttering under his breath with undisguised contempt, that money-obsessed bastard Kakuzu sees nothing but coin. Why must we always come to these garbage heaps? As for Nami, she remained a silent shadow huddled deep in the corner of the wall, deliberately shrinking her presence to near invisibility. She dared not speak, not even breathe too loudly, for fear of drawing Haiden's attention. Meanwhile, the bounty hunters and pirates who had been watching from afar now held their breath entirely. Though fascinated and greedily intrigued by the Akatsuki and the legendary tailed beasts, they well understood the terrifying might of its members. Thus no one dared approach. Instead, they whispered amongst themselves at a distance, weaving speculation to sate their curiosity. Yet none of them noticed the pair of cold, unwavering eyes. No, several pairs, peering silently from behind a tightly shut second-story window of a nearby building, fixed intently upon the entrance of the bounty office. Inside the dim room, 5 figures stood motionless as statues. Each wore immaculate white suits and featureless white masks, diverse in design, yet uniformly expressionless, concealing their true faces completely. These 5 were elite agents of CP0, dispatched under direct orders from the 5 elders to eliminate the Akatsuki. Akatsuki members have arrived. Intoned the man wearing a beaked mask, his voice flat and devoid of According to urgent intelligence relayed by the 5 elders, the new recruits are Haydn and Cooking. Another agent, his mask adorned with a swirling vortex pattern, continued. The orange-haired girl is Nami, the so-called cat burglar from the East Blue. Intelligence classifies her as peripheral Akatsuki personnel, negligible in combat capability. Kakuzu has entered the bounty office. The Akatsuki members are now separated. This is our optimal moment to strike. A third agent, his mask shaped like a grinning face, added without pause. Concentrate all force. Eliminate Haydn at the entrance first. Akatsuki operatives possess extraordinary power. Never underestimate them. Our assault must be decisive, lethal, and instantaneous, leaving no room for recovery or counterattack. You initiate the assault. 2 others identify the perfect opening for execution. The remaining 2 provide tactical support. Understood. With just those few terse exchanges, a flawless annihilation plan against the Akatsuki was sealed. Outside the bounty office, Haydn yawned again, boredom etching deep lines across his face. At that very instant, a figure materialized behind him, silent, unseen, and utterly without warning. Assuming it was Kakuzu returning from his transaction, Haydn didn't turn, only grumbled impatiently, "Hey, you're finally out. Took you long enough. I was nearly asleep." But there was no reply. Frowning, Haydn pivoted, ready to vent another complaint, only to find standing before him a stranger, not the familiar stoic form of Kakuzu. The man wore a pristine white suit and a grotesque white mask. "Who are you?" Before the question fully left Haydn's lips, a wave of razor-sharp, killing intent slammed into him. In the intruder's hand now gleamed a long sword, cold, sharp, and humming with lethal precision. Without a word, he slashed forward, the blade shrieking through air, aimed unerringly at Haydn's throat. There was no doubt. The assailant was a CP0 operative. In that flash of lightning, Haydn reacted with preternatural speed, his right hand yanked backwards, swinging his massive scythe horizontally across his chest. Clang! A deafening metallic explosion erupted, sparks flying as Haydn's scythe intercepted the fatal blow with uncanny accuracy. When the first strike failed, the CP0 agent twisted his wrist, his blade transforming into a relentless silver torrent, striking with surgical ferocity at Haydn's vital points, swift, precise, and lethally efficient. Haydn swung his scythe in furious, overlapping arcs, parrying blow after blow. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid-fire impacts echoed like hammer strikes, forcing Haydn steadily backward. Suddenly, the CP0 agent shifted tactics, launching a thunderous overhead cleave. Clang. Another earth-shaking crash reverberated, the sheer force driving Haydn skidding backwards several paces despite his successful block. "Now strike." A frigid voice cut through the shadows. In the split second, Haydn regained his footing. His momentum spent his next motion, yet unformed. 2 spectral figures erupted from the crowd flanking the street, vanishing into afterimages. Their blades struck like viper fangs, one lunging forward, the other rising from behind, both converging with merciless geometry upon Haydn's heart and spine. Haydn, still locked in the brief paralysis following the prior impact, could neither evade nor raise his weapon. THWSH. 2 muffled wet punctures sounded almost simultaneously. 2 blades piercing flesh with chilling precision front and back, transfixing Haydn's body. Blood gushed forth, spilling from both wounds, staining the cobblestones crimson. Blood gushed forth like a flood from the 2 gaping wounds in Fei Duan's chest and back. A fatal injury piercing through the heart like this, not to mention an ordinary person, even a peak powerhouse of the world, would have no chance of survival. Even the former pirate King Roger could not withstand it. The man hailed as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, also could not endure it. Thus, when everyone present saw Fei Duan suffer such a grievous blow, they all believed he was doomed. Lord Fei Duan. Nami instinctively let out a short gasp, covering her mouth tightly with both hands to prevent a scream from escaping. Her body trembled violently with fear, her mind blank. It was over. Was a member of the Akatsuki just killed like that? What would happen to her? Around the street, those pirates and bounty hunters who had initially come to watch the commotion fell into a deathly silence, soon erupting into a wave of suppressed discussions. He just died like that. Is this really a member of the legendary Akatsuki? Too weak, right? Yeah. Didn't they say they were incredibly powerful? How could he be killed in just one encounter? Suspicion and disdain echoed back and forth. They had long heard of the Akatsuki's strength, and even held some fear, But seeing this member of the Akatsuki killed instantly shocked them greatly. This member of the Akatsuki before their eyes couldn't possibly be fake. As for the several members of CP0, upon witnessing the precise attack connect with its target, the corners of their masked mouths curled into a cruel arc. We succeeded. A member of the Akatsuki has been slain. This is surprisingly smooth. It seems the intelligence on their strength was somewhat exaggerated. One of the members whispered as he prepared to withdraw the long sword embedded in Fei Duan's body. Just as everyone believed the dust had settled, a lazy, yet extremely dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out. It hurts. Who the hell are you guys? The moment the words fell, the noise of the street came to a halt. Fei Duan shook his head and looked down at the two long swords piercing through his chest, his face filled with irritation. The two CP0 members who had attacked him stood utterly frozen, as if under a freezing spell. He can still talk. What a joke. How is this possible? What is going on? We clearly pierced his heart. A voice filled with horror and confusion came from one CP0 member. To confirm this was not an illusion, he twisted his right hand, gripping the sword hilt violently. Creak. The blade turned within Fei Duan's body, producing a sound of bone and flesh grinding that sent chills down one's spine, more blood gushing forth. Hey, don't move around. This hurts a lot. You idiot. Fei Duan shouted angrily, his robust demeanor nowhere near that of a seriously wounded dying man. Seeing Fei Duan not only alive but also cursing energetically, another CP0 member instantly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. His hand gripping the sword hilt even began to tremble slightly. What? What is going on? Is this guy immortal? Upon hearing this, Fei Duan grinned widely, revealing white teeth, his smile filled with cruelty and mockery. Of course, isn't that obvious? By the way, who exactly are you two? At this moment, the CP0 captain, who had been standing to the side wearing a bird-beaked mask, finally took a step forward. He was not flustered by his companion's blunder. Instead, he gazed at Fei Duan with heightened vigilance. We are CP0. Under the orders of the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders, we have come to eliminate all members of your Akatsuki. As he spoke, he slowly drew a slender western sword. This declaration once again stirred up a huge uproar among the crowd. CP0. They are actually the strongest direct secret intelligence agency of the world government. No wonder they were so ruthless, their coordination seamless. But what shocked them even more was Fei Duan's incredible vitality. My gosh, is this what a member of the Akatsuki is like? His heart was pierced, yet he acts as if nothing happened. Yeah, are all members of the Akatsuki monsters? At this moment, no one dared to doubt the authenticity of the Akatsuki member before their eyes. Surviving a pierced heart, such powerful and bizarre abilities must belong to a member of the Akatsuki. Nami was equally stunned, unable to close her mouth at the sight before her. Lord Fei Duan actually didn't die. Her heart, racing from fear, finally calmed down a bit. When she saw Fei Duan get pierced, she was truly terrified. Her mind raced, calculating that if things went wrong, she would immediately use her familiarity with the terrain to escape through the nearest alley. However, she never imagined the plot would take such an astonishing turn. Fei Duan was actually immortal. So you guys are just dogs raised by the world government. Fei Duan mocked upon hearing CP0's self-introduction. But it's a pity you guys chose the wrong order to strike. What? The CP0 captain keenly sensed something was amiss. Just as his words fell, a tall shadow like a specter silently appeared behind him. This shadow was none other than Kakuzu, who had just received his bounty at the exchange. Kakuzu's hand had already transformed into a pitch-black hardened state, fingers clenched into a fist, directly striking towards the CP0 captain's back. Not good. The CP0 captain's combat instincts reached their peak. In the instant of the punch's wind and body, he didn't even have time to turn around. Iron Block. The strongest defensive move of the Marine 6 styles was instantly activated, the muscles in his back tensed and hardened, becoming as solid as steel. However, could this truly withstand Kakuzu's attack? The answer was clearly negative. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The CP0 captain's proud Iron Block defense under Kakuzu's fist, imbued with terrifying power, crumbled like paper, shattered instantly. Boom! The CP0 captain was sent flying like a cannonball by a single punch. He smashed through the wall of the first building behind him, and without losing momentum, he pierced through the second, third. Shattering over a dozen buildings, he finally came to a stop amidst the swirling dust and debris. At the moment when Jiao Du sent the leader of CP0 flying with a punch, Fei Duan was not idle either. Haha, you two bastards, die for me. Fei Duan let out a wild maniacal laugh as he forcefully swung the massive 3-bladed bloody scythe in his hand, sweeping violently toward the two CP0 members who still had their long swords embedded in his body. Not good. Retreat quickly. The two CP0 members reacted swiftly, showing no hesitation in the face of Fei Duan's fierce attack. They decisively abandoned their long swords, exerted force with their legs, and retreated at an unnatural angle, instantly creating distance from Fei Duan. They jumped to the ruins created by the leader's crash. "Captain, are you alright?" Cough cough. What a powerful attack. Stones and wood chips were pushed aside by a surge of force as the CP0 leader, wearing a beak mask, struggled out from the rubble, a crack already appearing at the corner of his mask. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although his breath was a bit chaotic, his fighting spirit remained unbroken. Zhao Du's punch, just now, was indeed ferociously powerful, cleanly shattering his pride, the iron block. However, as an elite of CP0, the strongest shield of the world government, their bodies had been tempered through countless hardships, possessing resilience far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, even after sustaining such severe injuries, he still managed to endure. The leader straightened his body, and through the shattered mask coldly assessed the nearby Fei Duan and Zhao Du. "You two continue dealing with that scythe-wielding Fei Duan. I will take care of this, Zhao Du." The leader commanded the two recently retreated subordinates in an authoritative tone. "Understood." Without a moment's hesitation, the two CP0 members flashed and charged once again toward Fei Duan. "Zhao Du, leave these two to me. I will offer them to the great evil god." Fei Duan shouted excitedly, not only failing to pull out the two long swords lodged in his chest and back, but instead he charged forward wielding the scythe, while still bearing the two swords. The two swords shook violently with his movements, continuously tearing at his wounds, blood flowing profusely, making him appear even more eerie and insane. In an instant, the three were caught in a chaotic melee. On the other end of the street, the CP0 leader also tightened his grip on his rapier and charged toward Zhao Du. Facing the aggressive enemy, Zhao Du's response was simple and direct. He merely raised his pitch-black hardened fist. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp and dense sounds of metal clashing echoed repeatedly. The slender rapier struck at Zhao Du's vitals like a venomous snake, thrusting at crucial points, yet each time was precisely deflected by Zhao Du. After a fierce exchange, the heart of the CP0 leader gradually sank. This guy named Zhao Du was not only terrifyingly strong. His combat experience was frighteningly rich, as if he had undergone countless life-and-death battles, with every movement brimming with lethal efficiency. In his current state, facing him unknown, there was simply no chance of victory. However, as the commander of CP0, he had never considered engaging in a fair duel. A cold plan instantly formed in his mind. The CP0 leader suddenly stomped down hard, transforming into a white shadow, charging toward Zhao Du with a self-destructive posture, thrusting his rapier with all his might. In the face of this desperate attack, Zhao Du even found it unnecessary to move his feet. He crossed his arms and activated Earth Escape Earth Spear, with his darkened, hardened skin blocking in front of him. Clang! The tip of the rapier pressed firmly against Zhao Du's arm, producing a piercing sound of friction, yet it could not advance a single inch. Zhao Du's arms were also temporarily restrained by the force of this sword. "Now's the time. Good opportunity. Attack!" Accompanied by the leader's suppressed, excited roar, two figures that had been lurking in the shadows on either side of the street suddenly sprang forth like specters. They also held gleaming long swords in their hands, one on the left and one on the right, stabbing at the temporarily immobilized Zhao Du at a perfect angle. There were a total of 5 members in the CP0 organization. Among them, 2 members dealt with Fei Duan, while these 2 hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now, seeing Zhao Du being entangled by the captain, they recognized the opportunity had come. Thus, they decisively attacked Zhao Du. Not good. Zhao Du also noticed the 2 attackers and attempted to withdraw to defend, but how could that leader give him such an opportunity? Not a chance. Paper drawing binding. The rapier in the leader's hand underwent an unbelievable transformation at this moment. The hard blade suddenly became as soft as paper, yet also like a resilient rope, winding up Zhao Du's blocking arms and instantly binding them tightly. Zhao Du tried to break free, but found the peculiar sword body to be incredibly tough, leaving him unable to escape for a time. Uft, uft. The dull sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. 2 sharp long swords precisely pierced through Zhao Du's chest from both sides, exiting through his back. Zhao Du's body stiffened suddenly, and then his towering figure toppled forward, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud, falling silent. Now, he should be dead. It's impossible for everyone to possess an immortal body. The CP0 leader gasped heavily, looking at the fallen Zhao Du. A heavy stone finally lifted from his heart. Meanwhile, Fei Duan, who was still fighting, saw this scene and immediately erupted in curses. What? That bastard Zhao Du, how could he fall so quickly? This is just too pathetic. Hearing his curses, all CP0 members present, including the 2 who had just executed the fatal strike, cast cold glances at him. Now it's just you left? As long as we deal with you, the mission will be considered a complete success. The CP0 leader wiped the blood off his sword and slowly walked toward Fei Duan, while the other two CP0 members surrounded him from different directions, forming a deadly encirclement. Go all out, take him down. With the leader's command, the two CP0 members launched their attacks simultaneously. However, just as they moved, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shadow suddenly appeared beside them, launching a fierce assault. Boom, boom, boom. The leader and the other two CP0 members, not even having a clear look at what it was, were struck with immense force right in the chest. Their white suits exploded instantly, and they flew backward like kites with severed strings spewing blood. What in the world is happening? Na's sudden shocking turn of events froze the minds of everyone present for a fleeting instant. Nas all eyes snapped simultaneously toward that shadowy figure. Every person stood utterly petrified. The one who had hurled 3 CP0 agents across the street was none other than Kakazu, who moments earlier had been pierced through the chest by 2 swords and collapsed, publicly presumed dead. There he stood, motionless, silent, his Akatsuki cloak black as midnight with crimson clouds bearing 2 grotesque blood-soaked holes directly over his chest. Yet no trace of pain crossed his face, only an overwhelming incandescent fury burned within his emerald green eyes. Nearby, Haydn, who was locked in fierce combat with 2 other CP0 agents, caught sight of the scene from the corner of his eye and immediately bellowed in his grating, rasping voice, "Kaku! You damn fool! What the hell are you dawdling for? Finish off these vermin now and shut your mouth now." Kakuzu whirled sharply, roaring back at Haydn with volcanic wrath. At the sound of Kakuzu's roar, Haydn instinctively flinched, muttering under his breath, but his 3-bladed scythe spun even faster as he pressed his assault against his foes. At the far end of the street, the 3 CP0 agents hurled aside, struggled to their feet from the rubble they'd crashed into. And the team leader's bird-beaked mask was shattered across half his face, revealing a visage smeared with blood and grime. His gaze locked onto Kakuzu, now standing upright once more, and his entire being trembled with profound shock. And impossible. We watched as those blades pierced straight through your heart. You are immortal too. And he could not comprehend what unfolded before him. And the 2 agents who had delivered the ambush stood equally stunned, their faces pale with disbelief. They possessed absolute confidence in their swordsmanship, utterly certain their blades had struck true, piercing Kakuzu's heart without error. In their understanding, no human being could survive such a grievous wound. Death was inevitable. Yet here stood this man, alive, breathing unbroken. Kakuzu offered no reply, not even a glance toward their astonishment. And he merely lowered his eyes to the twin bleeding wounds in his chest, his fury deepening, darkening, coalescing into something primordial and terrible. "You wretches, you've destroyed 2 of my hearts." Ni's voice was low, guttural, thick with venomous hatred, each word ground out between clenched teeth. 2 hearts, and that phrase left every CP0 agent reeling. And what did it mean? 2 hearts. Wasn't a single heart the immutable law of human anatomy? But Kakuzu had no intention of granting them time to ponder, or even to breathe. And with deliberate, brutal force, he raised his hand, stitched with coarse black sutures, and seized the fabric of his Akatsuki cloak. Right up. And the crimson-clouded black robe tore open violently, laying bare Kakuzu's upper torso to all who watched. His skin was crisscrossed by countless thick black sutures, dense, chaotic, interwoven like a macabre tapestry. Those stitches divided his body into jagged, asymmetrical segments rising faintly beneath his muscles, alive, pulsing, writhing subtly, with each breath exuding an aura both unnatural and profoundly sinister. My God, what is that abomination in his body? It's been sewn together. Everywhere. And among the onlookers, several could no longer bear the visceral horror. Hands flew to mouths, bodies convulsed in dry, retching heaves. Then came what shattered reason itself. And poo, 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 poo. Without warning, several sutures along Kakuzu's back ruptured. Black filaments erupted violently from his flesh, thick and sinewy, surging forth in frenzied torrents. Those filaments twisted, coiled, and converged midair, rapidly reshaping, solidifying. None. And 2. And 3. 4. In the blink of an eye, 4 colossal masses of writhing black thread detached themselves from Kakuzu's body, swelling, elongating, and hardening behind him, until they resolved into 4 monstrous figures, each wearing a distinct animal mask. The moment the 4 masked entities took form, 2 emitted strange, dissonant sounds. Their black filaments abruptly slackened, collapsed inward, deprived of structural will, then slumped into lifeless heaps of charred, inert matter upon the ground. This spectacle left the CP0 agents utterly bewildered, beyond comprehension. And this was Kakuzu's ability, Earth Grudge Fear. Through Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu could seize the hearts of others to extend his own life, and store those hearts within his body. And 5 hearts meant 5 distinct chakra natures, and 5 lives. The lethal dual strike moments earlier had precisely annihilated 2 of those stored hearts, causing the immediate collapse of 2 masked constructs. Since you have destroyed 2 of my hearts, Enkidu slowly lifted his head, his emerald gaze locking onto the 3 CP0 agents now staggering upright. Then your hearts shall replace them. And even before the final syllable faded, one of the masked entities behind him lunged forward. Fire release head burning technique. Kakuzu's low command echoed as the entity wearing the flame-patterned mask threw its jaw wide open. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of searing flame erupted from its maw. The inferno blazed skyward, unfurling into a colossal fan-shaped wall of fire, radiating heat potent enough to melt steel, sweeping toward the 3 CP0 agents with merciless velocity. Stone paving tiles glowed cherry red and fractured instantly beneath the flames. The air itself warped and shimmered, distorted by unbearable thermal intensity. Break formation, now. The CP0 leader barked a sharp command. The trio vanished in streaks of afterimage, scattering in divergent directions using the right technique. The scorching blaze grazed their heels, converting the very spot where they'd stood into a smoldering flames licked the adjacent buildings, wooden walls igniting with sharp crackling bursts. Kakuzu granted them no respite, not a single breath. Even as the 3 leapt clear, Kakuzu moved again, swift, relentless. Countless obsidian black filaments shot from his arms, weaving midair into a vast, inescapable net, hurtling down upon one isolated CP0 agent. The agent had barely touched ground, feet still unbalanced, when his peripheral vision caught the descending web of darkness. Rankyaku. At the critical instant, he snapped his leg upward in a razor-sharp arc. A visible crescent of cerulean air, sharp as a blade, lanced from his heel, cleaving straight toward the onrushing net. The air slash shrieked through the void, striking the black mesh with devastating force. Yet only a few strands parted momentarily, before writhing back together seamlessly whole and And for the first time, raw terror flashed across the agent's face. And before he could react again, the immense filament net closed around him, tight, absolute, suffocating. Thick, resilient tendrils constricted fiercely, pinning his limbs rigidly against his sides, rendering him utterly immobile. Let me go? What is this cursed thing? He thrashed wildly, shouting, straining with brute force, desperate to tear free. But futile. The black filaments were unyielding, unbreakable, resisting every ounce of his strength. At that moment, Kakuzu stepped forward, calm, unhurried, halting before the bound agent. Nee's emerald eyes gazed down cold and sovereign upon the man, trust like a sacrificial offering. Your heart, I claim it. Before the words fully settled, Kakuzu's fingers splayed wide and plunged deep into the agent's chest cavity. A heart-wrenching scream erupted throughout the street, sharp enough to pierce through one's eardrums. The body of the CP0 member began to convulse violently, the face beneath the mask twisted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead and his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. Kakuzu's arms suddenly withdrew from his chest, fingers gripping a still faintly beating heart. Warm blood gushed down his arm, dripping onto the ground. The CP0 member, having lost his heart, stiffened for a moment before collapsing, his head tilting to one side, completely silent. Without even a glance at the corpse, Kakuzu expressionlessly stuffed the still beating heart into a stitched-up opening in his own chest. Immediately, the skin on Kakuzu's back writhed and tore open again as a mass of thick black threads surged forth, rapidly coalescing and stretching in midair, ultimately transforming into a third masked monster standing silently behind Kakuzu. This bizarre scene sent the 2 remaining living CP0 members into a state of complete terror. What kind of ability is this? He just dug out the heart and then claimed it for himself. Monster. This guy is nothing but a monster. Not only were they shocked, the nearby pirates and bounty hunters who had not yet managed to flee were pale and trembling. A few of the more timid ones could not bear the horrifying scene and slumped to the ground, a dark stain rapidly spreading in their pants. In the shadows of the street corner, Nami had curled up tightly. She pressed her hands over her mouth, her teeth chattering, her entire body shaking violently. Digging out a heart. Kakuzu just took a living person's heart out like that. A wave of intense nausea surged up her throat, her stomach churning. She wanted to vomit, but she didn't dare. She didn't even dare to make a sound, fearing that Kakuzu would notice her. Kakuzu did not give the remaining 2 CP0 members any time to process their fear and continued his assault. Wind release pressure damage. The second masked monster behind Kakuzu suddenly opened its mouth. In the next moment, a visible, terrifying storm swept out. Wherever it passed, the hard stone ground was uprooted, being ground into powder midair, while the walls of the buildings on either side of the street were easily torn and peeled away like paper. Quick dodge. The surviving two CP0 members simultaneously pushed Body Flicker to its limits, transforming into two white afterimages as they split to evade. But the range of this wind release attack was simply too wide, nearly covering half the street. One of them, though he barely avoided the most lethal frontal impact, was still swept up by the edge of the gale, rolling uncontrollably in the air for several spins before crashing heavily into a crumbling wall. Puffed, he slid down the wall, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could steady himself, Kakuzu's attack struck again. Lightning release, false darkness. The newly formed masked monster erupted with blinding light. A thick blue-white lightning spear shot forth. The lightning tore through the air at an unreasonable speed, crackling with explosive sounds, accurately hitting the CP0 member, who was still struggling to rise. Ugh! The excruciating pain coursing through his body made him emit inhuman howls. In just a second, he collapsed to the ground, charred black, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, unable to lift even a finger. Kakuzu walked over slowly. His movements were calm and efficient, just as before. His right hand pierced into the chest cavity, extracting the heart and stuffing it into his own body. Immediately after, a fourth masked monster emerged from Kakuzu's body. Damn! Damn! The remaining CP0 leader had completely lost all fighting spirit at this moment. His two companions had their hearts cruelly ripped out right before his eyes. Members of the Akatsuki organization were all such unkillable monsters. How could they possibly fight back? This was a force that no human could contend with. Retreat. Immediate retreat. The CP0 leader issued the order to withdraw without any hesitation. But would Kakuzu really let him leave so easily? Where do you think you're going? Stay here. Combined ninjutsu. The two masked monsters behind Kakuzu opened their mouths simultaneously. One spewed flames hot enough to melt steel, while the other unleashed a violent wind capable of tearing everything apart. Fire and wind intertwined and fused in midair. Strange face, explosive flame. The wind fueled the flames, and the fire borrowed the wind's might. At the moment of collision, the two completely different elements unleashed a devastating power that surpassed any singular attack. A blazing white torrent of explosive flames surged forth with unstoppable force, instantly catching up to the fleeing white figure. The CP0 leader's scream lasted barely a second before he was entirely engulfed in the raging flames, turning to ash. The battle on Kakuzu's side soon drew the attention of the other two CP0 members. Seeing their captain consumed by flames, both were taken aback. Captain. Not good. The captain is dead. The color drained from their faces in an instant, their minds shaken. But in that moment of distraction, Haydn seized the long-awaited opportunity. What are you looking at? Your opponent is me, you bastards. The enormous crimson scythe of Haydn drew an extremely strange arc, gliding past the arms of the two CP0 members from an angle that was completely undefendable. Shoo! Two wounds instantly appeared on the bodies of the CP0 members, with a few drops of bright red blood accurately landing on the blade of Haydn's enormous scythe. These wounds were nothing to the battle-hardened CP0 members. They didn't even furrow their brows. Seeing the blood on the scythe, Haydn instead let out a frenzied laugh. Aha! The conditions have... Haydn threw his head back and let out a sharp, piercing laugh. Now, let the sacrifice begin. Seeing Haydn laughing wildly, the two CP0 agents exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was this man raving about? Under their stunned and suspicious gaze, Haydn slowly lowered his head and glanced down at the two long swords still impaling his chest and back. Ever since the battle began, those blades had remained embedded in his body. Then with deliberate calm, Haydn raised his right hand and gripped the hilt of the sword, piercing his chest. With a sudden brutal yank. Shunk! A muffled, wet, tearing sound echoed as the blade was wrenched free from his flesh, dragging forth a gush of steaming blood and shredded tissue. Such a grotesque wound would have killed any ordinary man instantly, yet Haydn did not even blink. He seemed utterly impervious to pain, letting crimson blood gush unchecked from the gaping cavity in his chest, cascading down his bare torso and pooling at his feet in a small dark puddle. Then Haydn moved. Lifting his foot, he dipped it into the warm blood spilled upon the stone pavement and began swiftly tracing intricate lines across the ground. Within seconds, a complex ritual array, composed of eerie triangles and concentric circles, was complete beneath him. Haydn stood motionless at its exact center. Next comes the blood. He raised his massive triple-bladed scythe, extended his crimson tongue, and licked several droplets of blood, drawn from the CP0 agents, off its razor-sharp edge. The moment that blood touched his lips, his entire skin underwent a visible, horrifying transformation. His natural complexion rapidly faded, replaced by an absolute deathly black. Upon that obsidian surface, ghastly white skeletal patterns emerged, etched like ancient runes. rendering him a living, breathing skeleton crawled forth from the deepest abyss of hell. What is he doing? He turned into a skeleton. Is this some devil fruit power? What devilry is this man conjuring? Hayden's uncanny actions sent a chill of dread through the two CP0 agents. No idea, but it can't be anything good. Retreat, now. Our captain and comrades are dead. Staying here means certain death. In unison they spun and fled. Two of their comrades had their hearts ripped out before their eyes, their captain had been reduced to ash, and these two Akatsuki members appeared utterly invincible. How could they possibly fight on? Their sole remaining course was retreat, to deliver to the five elders a full harrowing report on the Akatsuki, an organization of unimaginable terror. But would Hayden simply let them escape? Where do you think you're going? Stay, all of you. His mocking manic cry rang out behind them, and in that instant a black 30-centimeter spike materialized in Hayden's right hand. Strangely, he made no move to strike. Instead, he raised the spike high, aiming it squarely at his own. Thwack! The spike plunged deep, tearing through muscle with a violent spray of blood. Then, something truly unnatural occurred. At that very instant, both fleeing CP0 agents, racing down separate streets, let out ear-splitting agonized shrieks. Arg! Without any external blow, a bloody crater exploded open on each man's left thigh. Blood erupted, bone and sinew tore apart. The wound's shape, depth, and even the precise pattern of muscular rupture mirrored Hayden's own injury exactly. The sudden catastrophic trauma shattered their balance mid-stride. They crashed headlong onto the ground. My leg. Why is there a wound on my leg? No one struck us. What is happening? Clutching their gushing thighs, their faces twisted in abject horror and incomprehension. Behind them, Hayden watched their writhing agony and burst into a sick, ecstatic laugh. Ha ha ha, exquisite. Such exquisite cries of suffering. O great deity of evil, behold, this is the fresh offering I present to you. Hearing Hayden's deranged laughter and seeing the identical wound on his own thigh, the two CP0 agents finally grasped the truth. What have you done to us? Why are we wounded too? What kind of ability is this? Feeling their gazes, blending terror and utter despair, Hayden grew even more exhilarated, his whole frame trembling with frenzied delight. Yes, that expression. Tremble. Wail. The deeper your torment, the more the deity of evil shall savor my sacrifice. Before the echo faded, Hayden lifted the blood-licked spike once more, this time aiming it at his own abdomen. SHKKK. It pierced effortlessly through his lower belly, exiting through his lower back. Arg. Two more screams tore through the air simultaneously. On the ground, both CP0 agents erupted with matching gore-soaked holes in their abdomens, viscera and blood bursting forth in equal measure. It hurts. What devil fruit power is this? It transfers wounds directly onto us. In that moment, the CP0 agents fully understood Hayden's ability. Ha ha ha. Tremble. Cower. Pour every ounce of your fear into the deity of evil. Laughing with increasing mania, Hayden brandished the spike and gestured suggestively across his own body. Now, where shall we strike next? The liver, the kidneys, or perhaps the anus? At Hayden's mocking gesture, the two CP0 agents convulsed violently, pure terror seizing their limbs. Silent again. Hayden tilted his head, the skeletal motif etched upon his face sharpened into grotesque relief. Since you offer no suggestion, I'll just pierce your hearts instead. He raised the spike high, aligning it with his own sternum. Damn it. Kill him now. Survival instinct overrode terror. Knowing escape was impossible, they gritted their teeth against searing pain, surged upward from the ground, and launched themselves at Hayden in a final desperate charge. Yet would their attack land? Hayden didn't even glance their way. As they soared halfway through the air, his black spike already slid with chilling nonchalance into his own left chest. Thud. The spike pierced his heart. Mid-leap, both CP0 agents froze rigid. They looked down, where a massive ragged hole now gaped in their own chests, their hearts pulverized in an instant. Every trace of strength, every spark of life, drained from them without mercy. Their bodies went limp. They plummeted from the air and slammed onto the stones, lifeless, silent. All five elite CP0 agents were now annihilated. Hayden felt the last flicker of their life forces extinguish, and a look of profound, rapturous satisfaction bloomed across his face. He collapsed backward onto the ritual array, limbs splayed wide, reclining in a cruciform pose, savoring the lingering euphoria of a completed sacrifice. Kakuzu approached silently, gazing down at his partner sprawled in ecstatic repose within the array, his emerald eyes brimming with undisguised disdain. Hey, get up. We've wasted enough time. Damn you, Kakuzu. Can't you see I'm basking in the deity's grace? Grumbling, Hayden climbed to his feet, the blackened skin receding, revealing his normal hue once more. Kakuzu ignored him entirely and turned toward the shadowed alley corner. Nami, stop standing there. Let's go. Yais Lord Kaku. Startled like a spooked bird, Nami trembled violently and hurried after them. News took flight swifter than the fastest ship. The name of the Akatsuki's immortal duo swept across every corner of the Grand Line overnight, accompanied by the devastating reports of the annihilation of CP0. On a pirate ship in the New World, a burly man with a headscarf tied around his forehead was holding a fresh newspaper, shouting excitedly at his companions. Hey, have you heard? The world government's dogs CP0 have been completely wiped out. What? Is that for real? That's CP0, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. It's even in the newspaper. It was done by an organization called Akatsuki. Just two people, one named Jiao Do and the other Fei Duan. They say those two are practically invincible. Invincible? What kind of joke is that? Could it be they ate some special devil fruit? Who knows? The newspaper says someone saw that guy Fei Duan with his heart pierced, and he was fine. He's simply a monster. In an instant, the entire sea, from the territories of the four emperors to tiny kingdoms, from naval branches to underground black markets, was abuzz with discussions about Akatsuki and the immortal duo. Although this world possesses all kinds of bizarre devil fruit abilities, the concept of immortality has transcended everyone's understanding. What kind of power is this? What exactly is the Akatsuki organization? Countless speculations and questions added a layer of eerie and profound mist to this already tumultuous sea. At the naval headquarters Marineford, in an office, Yar lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, his gaze fixed on the intelligence he had just received. The news of the immortal duo had spread across the vast ocean as he had anticipated. Panic and curiosity are the best catalysts. Thus the next phase of the plan should commence. The sealed-tailed beasts were about to make their appearances on this world stage one after another. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Xiara's lips. The two-tails Nakomata should be making an appearance soon. In the new world, the kingdom of Dressrosa. This land, once famous for love, passion, and toys, is now ruled by Don Quixote da Flamingo with an iron fist and lies. The prosperity and laughter under the sun were merely a carefully woven illusion. In the shadows lay the blood and tears of the fallen Riku family and the tragedies of countless citizens forgotten after being turned into toys. Rebecca, the former princess of the kingdom, was now just a girl wandering on the outskirts of the city. Hunger and pursuit comprised her entire existence. Rebecca, run. You must not get caught by them. A one-legged toy soldier desperately shielded her, urging. This toy soldier was Rebecca's father, the former arena hero Kairos. But under the power of the toy fruit, he had taken the form of a toy soldier, even forgotten by his own daughter. Yet Kairos still protected Rebecca. Damn it, don't let them escape. Capture that girl, and that damn... How dare you attack anyone from the Don Quixote family? None of you will leave alive. Behind them, a dozen flamboyantly dressed and arrogant pirates pursued relentlessly, their shouts and jeers echoing through the alley. The two fled, soon entering a desolate forest. Rebecca's stamina had reached its limit, her lungs burned. No, I can't run anymore. She leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Soldier, you should run. Don't worry about me. At this moment, Rebecca was only 15 or 16 years old, and her body couldn't sustain such intensity. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the pursuers from the Don Quixote pirates had already surrounded them. Run? Where can you run to? The leader of Fat Pirate sneered as he cracked his knuckles. Soldier, Rebecca exclaimed. The toy soldier showed no hesitation, raising his rusty short sword and limping forward to confront the villains for Rebecca. But reality was cruel. How could a toy's strength contend with fierce pirates? Bang! The fat pirate kicked out, sending the toy soldier flying like a rag doll, crashing against a large tree and rolling to the ground. Soldier. Rebecca watched this scene, her mind blank, fear replaced by fury as she screamed and rushed. The outcome was predictable. Another pirate casually swung his hand, and the petite girl was easily sent flying. A mouthful of blood traced a tragic arc in the air as Rebecca crashed heavily into the depths of the forest. Coincidentally, the place where she fell had soft soil covered with thick fallen leaves. Beneath those leaves was an ancient stone tablet, eroded by time, nearly merging with the earth. Warm blood dripped from the corner of her lips, soaking into the soil and precisely landing at the center of the stone tablet. Buzz! In an instant, the entire forest fell silent. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from the stone tablet. Well, what's happening? What just occurred? The members of the Don Quixote family who were preparing to taunt were pushed back by this sudden surge of energy, their faces filled with horror. Under their astonished gaze, the ancient stone tablet slowly floated up from the soil, the dirt and moss peeling away inch by inch. Then mysterious characters began to glow with a ghostly blue light on the stone tablet. The legendary ancient weapon, the Two Tails Nakomata. Those lines of text clearly imprinted themselves in everyone's eyes. Wawa. A pirate stuttered, reading aloud. Legendary ancient weapon. One of the 9 tails, the 2 tails. What a joke. How could we in Dressrosa have something like this? Ancient weapon. Tailed beast. It's the one that has been causing a stir across the sea recently. Everyone went crazy, their breathing becoming heavy. During this period, the hottest topic on the sea was the Akatsuki organization and the ancient weapon known as the tailed beast. The Don Quixote family, under the leadership of the young Doflamingo, naturally coveted this power. However, neither the world government nor the 4 emperors were opponents they could contend with. But now a legendary tailed beast had appeared in their territory, without warning, right before their eyes. What an opportunity this is. However, before their ecstasy and greed could ferment, something even more astonishing happened. With a crack, the floating stone tablet exploded. A torrent of blue energy surged from the shattered tablet, transforming into a roaring giant cat phantom violently rushing into Rebecca's fallen body. Oh! Countless terrifying energies surged into her body, causing Rebecca to let out a loud sigh. As the blue torrent composed of pure energy flooded into her limbs and bones, it brought an indescribable warmth and fullness. What is happening? What is this? Just as Rebecca was filled with confusion, countless fragments of unfamiliar information rushed into her mind, like a flood breaching a dam. Legendary ancient weapons. One of the 9-tailed beasts. 2 tails Nikomata. The impact of the information flow left Rebecca's mind momentarily blank. She was first taken aback, but then an uncontrollable joy erupted from the deepest part of her heart, instantly dispersing all fear and confusion. Tailed beast. 2 tails Nikomata. The legendary ancient weapon. I have obtained the power of the tailed beast. Of course, Rebecca had read the newspapers and learned from the whispers of adults that a terrifying force called tailed beasts had appeared on the sea. She could never have imagined that this ultimate power, which only existed in legends and newspaper headlines, would one day descend upon her. At that moment, the members of the Don Quixote family finally reacted. Not good. That girl has obtained the power of the tailed beast. A pirate shouted in terror, his voice filled with greed and jealousy. We must not let her succeed. Quick! Stop her! Kill her, and the power will be ours. Faced with such a huge temptation, more than a dozen pirates roared, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Rebecca again. This time, facing the oncoming attackers, Rebecca didn't even dodge. She instinctively raised her right hand and waved it casually towards the front, as if merely brushing away the dust before her. Boom! A visible, terrifying shockwave instantly swept away all enemies in front. Oh! The chilling screams echoed throughout the area. The more than a dozen pirates who had just been fierce and terrifying were thrown away by this unmatched power before they could even touch the hem of Rebecca's clothes, crashing into trees and rocks in the air, broken bones and limbs, their fates unknown. The entire forest fell into silence once more. Rebecca, are you okay? A worried and trembling voice came from beside her. A one-legged toy soldier limped over. He looked at the unbelievable scene before him, then at the unharmed Rebecca, his small toy face filled with concern. Rebecca turned her head to look at the toy soldier who had always protected her. Under the influence of the childlike fruit, she still couldn't remember who he was. However, the newfound power within her clearly sensed that there was an external reality distorting, unpleasant ability attached to the toy soldier. It must be eliminated. As this thought arose, Rebecca involuntarily extended a finger towards the At her fingertip, a wisp of eerie blue energy quietly gathered, then transformed into a gentle light that surged towards the toy soldier. Sizzle! As if ice and snow were melting. The hard toy shell of the toy soldier began to peel away and melt, revealing the flesh and blood within. Within seconds, the comical toy disappeared, replaced by a sturdy man with a resolute expression, yet he had only one leg. It was none other than the arena's former hero, Cyrus. I have recovered. Cyrus looked down at his restored flesh hands, feeling the powerful beating of his heart, and was overwhelmed. At the same time as the childlike fruit's ability faded, the fog that had shrouded Rebecca's memories also shattered. The man before her, this one-legged hero, was her father. Father! Rebecca could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she lunged into Cyrus' embrace. Father! Rebecca! My daughter! Cyrus held tightly onto his long-lost daughter. This tough man couldn't help but shed tears, continually stroking her back to soothe her emotions. After a long while, as emotions calmed slightly, Cyrus held Rebecca's shoulders, looking at her, and then at the surrounding battlefield in disarray. He solemnly asked, Rebecca, what on earth is going on here? This power. It is the tailed beast. Rebecca wiped her tears, her face no longer bearing the softness of a girl, replaced by unprecedented determination and radiance. Father, I have obtained the power of the tailed beast. This time I can save Dressrosa. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa Palace. This magnificent palace has now become the stronghold of the Don Quixote family. Young master, this is the latest intelligence from the sea during this time. One of the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, Torbil, slithered over and handed a piece of intelligence to Doflamingo. The Akatsuki organization has two new members, the immortal duo Haiden and Kaku. It is said that they possess the ability to be unkillable. Moi. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow as he took the intelligence. New members of the Akatsuki organization. The immortal duo. He pointed at the photos of the two on the newspaper. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Is there a devil fruit that makes someone unkillable? Doflamingo frowned slightly. With his former advantage as a celestial dragon, he believed he knew most of the secrets of this world, whether it was the compendium of devil fruits or the secrets of Mariawa. In his view, the world's secrets were nothing more than that everything was within grasp. However, ever since the emergence of Akatsuki and tailed beasts, Doflamingo suddenly discovered that there were more and more things in this sea that he could not understand and could not control. This feeling made him quite uncomfortable. We still do not know what specific devil fruit abilities they possess. Toribol shook his head. However, the strength of these two Akatsuki members is also extremely formidable. CP0 was completely annihilated by them. What about the tailed beasts? Doflamingo was not very interested in the Akatsuki. He was more concerned about another matter. Is there any news about the tailed beasts? Compared to the intelligence of Akatsuki, Doflamingo coveted the substantial power known as tailed beasts, which was praised as ancient weapons. Whoever could obtain the tailed beasts would gain the powerful strength capable of overturning the world's balance. Our intelligence personnel have been searching worldwide. However, there is still not a shred of information about the tailed beasts. Toribol immediately answered. As soon as he finished speaking, rumbling. A sudden earth-shaking loud noise came from outside the palace, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. Moi. The sudden violent tremor abruptly halted the conversation between Doflamingo and Toribol. What is happening? An earthquake. Just as the two were puzzled, a member of the Don Quixote family responsible for guarding rushed in, rolling and crawling, shouting, "Young master. It's bad. Our country is under attack." Attack, eh? Doflamingo's voice instantly turned cold, a sense of invisible oppression enveloping the entire hall. Who dares to act recklessly in his territory? He is a warlord of the Seven Seas, the broker of the underworld, known as Joker, and a close ally of the Emperor Kaido. Which foolish idiot dares to attack his land? It's Cyrus, and the granddaughter of King Riku, Rebecca. The guard continued. Upon hearing this, Toribol was the first to scream. What a joke. Cyrus. That one-legged soldier who was turned into a toy by Sugar 10 years ago. How could he? Before he could finish, Toribol himself froze. A person whose existence was erased and turned into a toy reappears in their true form and has launched an attack. This can only mean one thing. Sugar's hobby fruit ability has been undone. Countless thoughts flashed through Doflamingo's mind. Did something happen to Sugar? Impossible. She has always been protected by Torebel's army and the palace as secure as a fortress. Then was there some external force that forcibly broke the fruit's powers? Could such a thing be possible? Boom. Another even more violent explosion echoed from afar. Doflamingo couldn't help but furrow his brow. No matter who it is, no matter what means they used. Anyone daring to challenge the perfect kingdom he built will face only one outcome. Death. Since the mouse has crawled out of its hole, I won't have to go looking for it. Doflamingo let out a distinctive laugh, then transformed into a shadow, leaping out through the shattered window. Countless nearly invisible threads shot from his fingertips, gripping rooftops, spires, and statues. He soared through the skies of Dressrosa like a king dancing on a spider's web, heading straight toward the source of the loud explosions. When Doflamingo's figure landed atop a building at the edge of the battlefield, the sight before him darkened his already gloomy face. On the streets, countless members of the Don Quixote family lay scattered, moaning, utterly losing their fighting, and at the center of the battlefield stood a towering figure wielding a massive sword, unyielding. Though this person had only one leg, the stance he held was more stable than that of any able-bodied person, like an immovable mountain. It was none other than the undefeated legend of the arena, Cyrus. Despite losing a leg, this legendary gladiator's swordsmanship remained unmatched. Those family pirates who usually bullied others couldn't last even a round against him. Cyrus, I never thought you would have the guts to come to me. Doflamingo's uniquely arrogant laughter pierced through the chaos of the battlefield as he lightly descended from the building, standing before Cyrus. Cyrus' weathered face showed no fear, only a decade of bottled-up rage and hatred. He pointed the massive sword at the culprit before him, declaring word by word, "Today, I will defeat you here. To save all of Dressrosa. Defeat me, eh?" Doflamingo laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. With a useless one-legged man like you. You're not even worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo flicked his fingers. Thread shot. A tightly stretched transparent thread transformed into an invisible bullet shooting towards Cyrus' heart at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Clang! Cyrus' reaction was astonishingly quick. He nearly crossed his massive sword just as Doflamingo raised his hand. The invisible thread bullet struck the thick sword blade, producing a piercing metallic clash, the tremendous force causing the ground beneath Cyrus to crack. However, this was just the beginning. Not too bad, but it ends here. Doflamingo spread his fingers, and 5 color threads. 5 threads wrapped in armament haki surged like 5 lethal claws towards Cyrus. Not good. Cyrus' pupils shrank. He wanted to block, but this strike was too fast, too strong, and he couldn't dodge in time. Puffed. Several sprays of blood erupted from Cyrus' body. He let out a muffled groan, and like being struck by a heavy hammer, he was uncontrollably sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the ruins. Father! A scream echoed as Rebecca rushed over quickly, supporting her bloodied father. With such mediocre strength you still dare to attempt to overthrow my rule. Doflamingo laughed recklessly, spreading his arms as he looked down at the despairing father and daughter. Rebecca looked at her severely injured father, and then up at the arrogant Doflamingo, her softness completely consumed by an endless rage in that moment. She carefully laid her father down, slowly standing up, staring at Doflamingo with a gaze he had never seen before. Doflamingo. Rebecca's voice was soft, but carried a determination and resolve. I must save Dressrosa. Nibby, lend me your strength. As she shouted her final words, an unimaginable and terrifying energy erupted from her petite body. Boom! The deep blue energy transformed into a tangible torrent soaring into the sky, forming a gigantic energy vortex that completely enveloped Rebecca. The surrounding rubble was swept up by this force, ground into powder midair. What is happening? Doflamingo's laughter stopped abruptly, genuine vigilance and seriousness appearing on his face for the first time. This energy. Such terrifying, explosive power. This is definitely not any kind of devil fruit power he knows. This aura. Could it be? Just as that crazy thought flashed through his mind, a deafening roar echoed from the center of the energy vortex, one that seemed to tear at the very soul. Roar. Meow. It was a roar mixed with the fury of beasts and the unique shriek of felines, followed by a gigantic entity, formed of pure blue flames, slowly taking shape within the soaring energy column. Within the soaring column of ethereal blue light, a silhouette gradually became clear, ultimately transforming into a formidable behemoth that instilled fear in all who beheld it. It was an extraordinarily gigantic cat demon entirely composed of blue flames, as if a demonic entity had crawled forth from the depths of hell. The flames enveloping its body did not burn steadily, rather they flowed and writhed as if alive, distorting the air with each leap. Most striking were the 2 enormous tails behind it, also formed of flames, swaying leisurely, leaving behind scorched molten traces with every sweep. This was undeniably one of the legendary 9-tailed beasts, the 2-tails Nikoyu. A thunderous crash echoed in Doflamingo's mind as he uttered in disbelief, his signature sunglasses failing to mask his astonishment. You actually obtained the power of a tailed beast. Doflamingo had long coveted the legendary ancient weapons. He had strived to gather countless intelligence agents to collect information about the tailed beasts. However, despite expending immense effort searching the seas, he had not even laid a finger on a single hair. Yet Rebecca, the fallen princess of the Riku clan, had actually acquired the strength of the legendary ancient weapon, the 2 tails. How could Doflamingo not be surprised? How could he not be shocked? A layered voice emanated from within the flaming Nikoyu, a blend of Rebecca's clear youthful voice and a deep beastly growl, creating a bizarre resonance. Doflamingo. This is the legendary ancient weapon, the power of the 2 tails among the 9-tailed beasts. Today I shall use this power to defeat you and save Dressrosa. The moment her words fell, the massive flaming Nikoyu moved. Its enormous claws, composed of pure energy and exuding an aura of incineration, struck down towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's figure flickered as he narrowly dodged this world-shattering blow. The giant claw slammed into the ground, creating a massive molten pit in the once sturdy stone street, as the blue flames spread through the cracks, emitting a terrifying hissing sound. Don't think that just because you have the power of a tailed beast you can defeat me. Doflamingo suppressed the shock in his heart, his fingers curling again as he activated the abilities of the Ito Nomi. Super Whip. In an instant, thousands of nearly invisible threads converged into an immensely thick whip enwrapped in dark armed haki, shrieking through the air as it lashed towards the 2 tails Nikoyu. This strike was powerful enough to split a small mountain in 2. However, what happened next caused Doflamingo's thoughts to freeze for a moment. The invincible thread whip, upon touching the blue flames engulfing the 2 tails Nikoyu, was utterly defenseless, instantly igniting. In mere seconds, the threads silently transformed into ashes, dissipating into the air. What? Doflamingo's face, which had once been twisted in a cruel smile, now fell into a complete gloom dark enough to drip water. My threads. Ineffective. How is this possible? The threads empowered by armed hockey should cut through anything and control everything. Why were they burned away by flames? What kind of flames are these? Just as he was lost in thought, the attack of the Two-Tails Nikoyu descended. Roar. With a furious roar, it opened its immense jaws. Fire Mouse Jewel. In the next moment, countless basketball-sized blue fireballs erupted from its mouth, like a torrential downpour engulfing Doflamingo. Not good. Faced with this unavoidable barrage of fire, Doflamingo could only clumsily utilize his threads to leap rapidly between the building's constantly changing positions. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions reverberated throughout the royal plateau, with each fireball detonating, unleashing devastating shockwaves and towering blue flames. The once splendid streets and buildings were reduced to rubble under this terrifying bombardment. Doflamingo's figure weaved through the flames and explosions. Although he was not directly hit, the scorching air waves still singed his signature pink feather coat, leaving him looking ragged. Young master, are you alright? What kind of monster is this? At that moment, a flurry of urgent shouts echoed as Torbal, along with Diamante Pica Monet and other high-ranking members of the family, finally arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the gigantic Two-Tails Nikoyu and the young master, who could only evade shock, filled everyone's faces. It's Rebecca. She has obtained the power of the legendary ancient weapon, the Two-Tails Nikoyu. Doflamingo landed on a pile of rubble, gritting his teeth as he explained. At that moment, the anger in his heart surpassed even his shock. Damn it. I have expended countless efforts searching for traces of the tailed beasts, yet all had been in vain. And now it was hiding within my kingdom, right under my nose. How ironic. What a humiliation. Roar. Doflamingo, today, I will definitely defeat you. Rebecca's roar rang out once more as she commanded the Two-Tails Nikoyu, its massive form charging forward with earth-shaking momentum. Young master, we will help you. Seeing the monster rush forward, Toribol and the others instantly snapped out. Don't let that girl succeed. Just a mere tailed beast. The members of the Don Quixote family did not hesitate, activating their devil fruit abilities simultaneously. Stone fruit, dance of stones. Pika's sharp voice rang out as he melded into the ground and the surrounding ruins. In the next moment, the earth trembled violently as countless thick stone spikes erupted, forming a massive cage aimed at piercing the charging Two-Tails Nikoyu. Sticky chains. Toribol swung his staff, shooting forth a large amount of highly explosive viscous liquid, which transformed midair into chains, attempting to ensnare the Nikoyu's limbs. Snow fruit blizzard. Monet soared into the air with her white wings, conjuring a terrifying blizzard filled with countless ice blades trying to freeze the burning blue flames. The Don Quixote family is not just strong, but exceedingly powerful. Although they cannot compare to the Four Emperors' pirate crew, they are still one of the top forces on the seas. Especially since Don Quixote Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the cadre members of the Don Quixote family are all capable of utilizing devil fruit powers. Thus, with so many people attacking simultaneously, the assaults were incredibly fierce. Boom, boom, boom. The rocky spikes fiercely stabbed towards the abdomen of the two-tailed cat. The slime chains tightly ensnared the massive limbs. Ice blades mixed with blizzards crazily sliced through the ethereal blue flames. Cannonballs continued to pound down on the giant beast's head. The cadre members of the Don Quixote family unleashed their most powerful attacks. Hit! Now you've witnessed the strength of our Don Quixote family. As Toripol and the others saw their attack strike the two-tailed cat, smiles involuntarily appeared on their faces. But were these attacks truly effective? The smoke and dust dissipated. The massive two-tailed cat still stood quietly in place. The thick rock spikes crumbled into dust the moment they touched the blue flames. The slime chains had yet to tighten and were directly evaporated into pungent white smoke by the high temperature. The blizzard couldn't extinguish even a flicker of flame and was completely consumed instead. As for the cannonballs, they barely even tickled. Toripol's laughter abruptly ceased. Pika's eyes widened in shock, his rugged face filled with horror. This was a combined attack from the entire cadre of the Don Quixote family. Even a vice-admiral under the Four Emperors would have to shed flesh to withstand such a bombardment. Before them, the tailed beast surprisingly suffered no injuries. However, it wasn't without effect. Their attack successfully provoked the anger of the two-tailed cat. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of the two-tailed cat, the ethereal blue flames surged outward, expanding and rolling. The temperature around it soared sharply, warping the very air. Mousetail ball. The boiling blue flames rapidly compressed, and split, transforming into hundreds and thousands of basketball-sized ethereal blue fireballs. In the next second, a torrential rain of fire descended upon the members of the Don Quixote family. Not good. Quick dodge. Get out of here. The attack is coming. Diamante shouted at the top of his lungs, rolling and crawling backward in a panic. The other members of the Don Quixote family showed no hesitation, quickly retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the blue flames touched the ground, they unleashed a devastating destructive force. The hard ground was blasted into deep craters. Debris flew and waves of fire surged. Help! Several outer members who failed to escape were instantly engulfed by the fireballs, turning to ash before they could even finish their screams. Tori-Pol struggled to roll through the sea of fire with his hefty body. His prideful slime was completely burned away, and most of his flamboyant clothes were scorched. Pika burrowed underground in an attempt to hide, but was forced to break through the surface again, enveloped in black smoke. A round of bombardment. The highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, who were usually so proud, were now covered in dirt and in disarray. Damn it! Seeing the situation of his subordinates, Doflamingo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. String fruit. Awakening. Doflamingo was acutely aware of the tremendous strength of the tailed beast, and normal attacks had no effect on it at all. Since ordinary attacks were ineffective, he would utilize the powers awakened by the devil fruit. Doflamingo slammed his hands down onto the ground. Buzz. A bizarre wave radiated outward from his center. The remaining buildings, stone slabs, and walls around him began to writhe and decompose madly at that moment. In the blink of an eye, half of the royal plateau was entirely transformed into white threads. A dense sea of threads surged and undulated, blocking out the sky. This is the awakened ability of Doflamingo's string fruit. It can assimilate the surrounding environment, turning everything around into threads he can control. 1,000 arrows penetrate the heart feather strike strings. Doflamingo swung his arms forward with great force. Countless thick strings twisted into sharp, long spears. Thousands of white spikes, shrieking as they tore through space, rained down upon the two-tailed cat. This strike was Doflamingo's most powerful attack. With such immense destructive power, it could easily obliterate any town. However, facing Doflamingo's fierce assault, the two-tailed cat showed no signs of evasion. Cat claw. The two-tailed cat slowly raised its massive right paw, engulfed in ethereal blue flames. Then it swung with great force. Whoosh, boom. The pure physical strength, pushed to the extreme, erupted alongside the blue flames that burned everything. There was no stalemate. There were no residual waves from the collision. The awakened strings, said to be unbreakable and capable of slicing through meteors, shattered, broke, and burned the moment they touched the blue cat paw. Thousands of white threads turned to ash in midair. The blue waves of fire tore through the sea of threads, undiminished in momentum, crashing straight towards Doflamingo's face. Not good. Doflamingo was taken aback, crossing his arms defensively over his chest, activating his haki to its utmost extent. Bang. Oh. A piercing scream shattered the night sky as Doflamingo was hurled by the tremendous force. He spun through the air several times, crashing through 3 thick stone walls before finally smashing deep into the ruins. Dust filled the air. His iconic pink feather coat had been burned to a charred, curled mess. A terrifying burn mark deep enough to see bone ran from his chest to abdomen. Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs spewed from his mouth. Young master. Young master. Tori-Pol and Diamante were alarmed, rolling and rushing into the ruins. Seeing Doflamingo's tragic state, all the cadre members gasped in shock, cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies. It was the first time they had seen their young master so gravely injured. Cough, cough. Doflamingo crawled out from the rubble, a mouthful of blood gushing forth. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Indeed, it is terrifying. Doflamingo fixed his gaze on the distant blue giant beast that still emanated an overwhelming aura. The power of the tailed beast is too strong. With his own strength, he is simply no match for it. If this battle continues, it would surely be his death. Dressrosa can be reclaimed, but a life lost is irreplaceable. With this thought, Doflamingo decisively retreat. Immediately leave this place. Abandon the Dressrosa kingdom. Hearing Doflamingo's command, all the cadre members were initially taken aback, but quickly reacted. Yes. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Get out of here. The members of the Don Quixote family showed no hesitation, quickly fleeing with the heavily injured Doflamingo. In just a few days, the news that Don Quixote Doflamingo, the immensely powerful warlord of the sea and the Joker of the dark world, was defeated by a young girl in his own kingdom and fled in disgrace spread throughout the entire ocean, carried by newspapers. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Whether it was the four emperors of the New World, the pirates of the Grand Line, or the ambitious individuals across the seas, everyone's attention was drawn to the contents of that newspaper. What? Doflamingo, one of the warlords of the sea, was defeated. Are you kidding me? It's true. The newspaper states it clearly. He abandoned Dressrosa. The one who defeated him is Princess Rebecca of the Liku royal family. That little girl. That's not the point. The point is that she obtained the legendary ancient weapon, the power of the two tails. A terrifying beast that can control blue flames. Tailed beasts. Again with the tailed beasts. If I could obtain the power of a tailed beast, how wonderful that would be. In countless taverns, pirates were discussing fervently, their faces filled with greed and fervor. The legendary ancient weapon, the tailed beast, this was a power that could overturn the world. Whoever could obtain the power of the tailed beast would possess the strength to conquer the seas. Now that the power of the tailed beast has resurfaced on the ocean, how could they not feel envious? How could they not be greedy? On a deserted island not far from Dressrosa, members of the Don Quixote family were slumped against the rocks, each one injured and in a pitiful state. The scorched marks left by explosions and the burns from flames silently testified to their recent crime. Toripole's plump body was wrapped in bandages, and his signature gooey coat was burned down to mere strands as he carefully treated the wounds of the other officers. Damn it. Damn it all. Diamante punched the nearby rock, causing debris to fly, and his cloak, made from the powers of the float fruit, was also in tatters. That Rebecca. That remnant of the Liku royal family. How could her luck be so good? How could she obtain the power of the tailed beast right under our noses? Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the figure sitting atop the highest rock. Doflamingo had his head lowered, his trademark pink feather coat charred and curled, dragging on the ground. He gripped the newspaper tightly in his hand, his knuckles creaking from the force. The front page headline depicted Rebecca standing atop the enormous blue cat's head with the title boldly proclaiming, "A new king rises. The liberator of Dressrosa." Huh. A low suppressed laughter emerged from his throat, filled with endless rage and unwillingness. The entire Dressrosa kingdom was supposed to be his territory, everything under his control. He reveled in the authority of a king, manipulating the transactions of the dark world, looking down upon the foolish populace he toyed with. But what was the result? The result was that within his own nation, under his rule, a descendant of the Liku royal family, a little girl he had never deemed worthy, quietly wielded the power capable of destroying him. What an irony! He had expended countless manpower and resources desperately searching for traces of the ancient weapons across the seas, yet he couldn't even grasp a single hair. And this coveted power was hidden within his own kingdom, while he remained completely unaware. Just a little more. This was the closest he had ever been to the legendary ancient weapon. If the power of the two tails had been granted to him, he would probably have already stood at Mariawa, declaring war on the entire world. Young master. Toripole cautiously moved his plump body closer. What should we do now? Doflamingo slowly raised his head, the eyes behind his sunglasses shimmering with a mad and dangerous light. He suddenly crumpled the newspaper in his hand into a ball. What to do? He grinned eerily. Let's contact Kaido of the beasts. Hasn't he always wanted to obtain the power of the tailed beast? Doflamingo stood up, spreading his arms wide, as if embracing the boundless rage. Tell him I can help him seize the power of the two tails. Doflamingo's words were filled with malicious delight. The power of the tailed beast is not something a yellow-haired girl can easily control. Since I cannot obtain it, then let's throw it into complete chaos. Let this ocean become a bit more interesting. Ha. Yes. Young master. A glint of excitement flashed in Toripole's eyes as he immediately took out the Den Mushi. Meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, in the office, the atmosphere was serious. Charles placed an urgent report on Admiral Sengoku's desk. Admiral, this is the latest news from Dressrosa. Sengoku picked up the report, and after only one glance his brows furrowed tightly. A descendant of the Liku royal family has obtained the power of the two tails. Charles nodded, his expression grave. That's right. Moreover, according to the report, she has already used this power to defeat Doflamingo and regain control of Dressrosa. Rebecca, I didn't expect that the one to obtain the power of the tailed beast would be a little girl. This is troublesome. Sengoku removed his glasses, rubbing his temples, looking distressed. If a major pirate had obtained the power of the tailed beast, the matter would actually be simpler. The Marines could justifiably send an admiral to make a move under the guise of maintaining world peace. However, this time it was different. Rebecca was the rightful heir to the Dressrosa kingdom, and Dressrosa was one of the member nations of the world government. The Marines couldn't possibly send troops to attack a member nation of the world government. This would severely shake the foundation and credibility of the world government. This was no longer something a single Marine admiral could decide. With that in mind, Sengoku decisively picked up the red emergency Den Mushi on his desk. I need to contact the Gorosei immediately to report the situation here. The Den Mushi was quickly connected, and a dignified voice came from the other end. Sengoku, what is the emergency? Sengoku took a deep breath and reported everything that had happened in Dressrosa in the most concise language. Gorosei, this is what happened. Warlord of the Sea Don Quixote da Flamingo has been defeated, and Queen Rebecca of Dressrosa has confirmed that she wields the power of one of the 9-tailed beasts, the Two Tails. Upon hearing the report from Sengoku through the Den Mushi, the 5 supreme leaders of the world in the conference hall were collectively taken aback. The power of the tailed beast has surprisingly re-emerged. Moreover, this time the bearer is none other than the rightful heir of the world government's member nation, the Dressrosa Kingdom. Sengoku, you and your navy need not intervene. After a brief silence, a commanding voice issued the directive through the Den Mushi. Dressrosa is a member nation. It would be improper for the navy to get involved, and it could lead to complications. But the world government will handle matters concerning the Dressrosa Kingdom. As soon as the words were spoken, the Den Mushi was abruptly hung up with a click. In the Marine headquarters, the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. Seeing the call, Enchar curiously asked, Admiral, what did the 5 elders say? The 5 elders. They instructed us not to interfere. Sengoku placed the red Den Mushi back in its place, wearily massaging his temples. They said the world government will personally handle the matters regarding the Dressrosa Kingdom and the tailed beast's power. Sengoku placed the red Den Mushi back in its place, wearily massaging his temples. They said the world government will personally handle the matters regarding the Dressrosa Kingdom and the tailed beast's power. As for what would happen to Rebecca afterward or to the Dressrosa Kingdom, that clearly was not within the considerations of the 5 elders and the world government. In their eyes, to obtain the legendary ancient weapon, the power of the tailed beast, is entirely worth the destruction of a member nation. Char continued to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki and the tailed beasts. Sengoku waved his hand, his tone laden with unshakable fatigue. All these matters keep cropping up. There must be something behind the scenes that we have not seen. Understood. Char nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave the Admiral's office. Walking down the corridor of the Marine headquarters, sunlight streamed through the large windows, casting bright patterns on the polished floor. Passing Marines saluted him, and he merely nodded in response, his pace unhurried. Once back in his office, he shut the door behind him. Char approached the window, gazing out at the boundless azure, see a slight smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his lips. The world government intends to personally seize the power of the Two Tails from Dressrosa. While that truly is a splendid show. However, with only one Two Tails, this performance is not lively enough. With a slight thought, a translucent system interface, visible only to him, quietly appeared before his eyes. Current shock points 1.5 billion, 1.5 billion shock points. This was what Char had gained recently by creating tailed beasts and gathering members of the Akatsuki. With so many shock points, he had enough to stoke the fire further. System consume 1 billion shock points to create the 4 Tails Sun Wukong. Char silently thought. Consuming 1 billion shock points. 4 Tails Sun Wukong creation successful. Almost simultaneously on a deserted island in the second half of the Grand Line, a massive stone tablet suddenly materialized there. On the tablet, ancient and obscure texts were inscribed, and seal patterns emitted a foreboding dark red glow. Inside, it was indeed sealing the power of the 4 Tails among the 9-tailed beasts. As for who would find it, that would depend on luck. Having completed all this, Char slowly opened his eyes, sat back at his desk, and casually picked up a dossier to read. He returned to the demeanor of a diligent Marine intelligence officer. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, in the conference hall of the 5 elders, the 5 elders sat solemnly in their respective positions, the atmosphere grave. Before each of them lay an urgent report regarding Dressrosa. Another tailed beast. This is already the 3rd one. The elder holding the original blade, Shiro, spoke, first his aged fingers slowly stroking the ancient hilt. The descendant of the Riku family. Rebecca, a 16-year-old girl, is actually able to wield the power of the tailed beast to defeat Don Quixote da Flamingo. This time our world government must obtain the power of the tailed beast. Jiger Lucia Satan stood up sharply, leaning on his black cane, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I will personally go to the Dressrosa Kingdom. You plan to go in person? Topman Vacheli, sitting nearby, was somewhat surprised. She's just a girl who has held the tailed beast's power for less than a week. Satan's tone was resolute and condescending. Take 3 teams of CP members, that will be sufficient. Don't be careless. Shepard 10 Peter reminded, the power of the tailed beast is incredibly terrifying. According to previous reports, it is a power that even admirals cannot easily contend with. I understand. Satan did not provide further explanation and turned to walk out. In his view, the so-called reminder was merely unnecessary caution. A blonde girl, even wielding a tailed beast, was still just a girl. Dressrosa Kingdom. Rebecca has not been having an easy time these past few days. The night she defeated Doflamingo, the entire city descended into unprecedented revelry. Citizens who had been oppressed for decades poured into the streets, crying, laughing, and tightly embracing one another, a scene of relief after the calamity. In just one night, Rebecca was thrust into the spotlight. Liberator, hero, new queen. Various titles were bestowed upon her, and newspapers flooded with reports made her name known across the seas. However, Rebecca could not feel joy, because the real trouble was just beginning. After the news of her defeating Doflamingo spread the very next day, sporadic pirate ships appeared in the waters of Dressrosa like sharks smelling blood. By the third day, the number of pirate ships tripled. By the fifth day, Your Highness, a large pirate fleet has been spotted in the eastern waters. The southern port has been attacked. The assailants are powerful pirates from the New World. To the west, the flag of the Beast's pirates has appeared. News poured into the command center of the palace, one after another, each making the air inside even heavier, suffocating those within. Everyone's goal was singular: the tailed beast. How many have come? Cyrus stood fully armed in front of the massive map, his expression as gloomy as water. Preliminary estimates show that over 30 pirate ships can be seen on the sea. The intelligence officer's voice trembled slightly from fear among them. It has been confirmed that there is a flag of the Beast's pirates. Leading them is one of the three disasters, Drought Jack. Drought Jack, one of the three major headliners under Kaido of the Beast, a monster with a bounty of 1 billion berries. The command room fell silent for 2 seconds. A pin drop could be heard. Father, you lead the defense of the city and evacuate the civilians immediately. I will drive them away, Rebecca said firmly. Rebecca, be careful, Cyrus shouted anxiously, filled with concern. The officers of the 4 Emperor's pirate crew are all incredibly powerful. I know, but the power of the Two Tails will definitely be able to defeat them, Rebecca said confidently. On the southern coast of the Dressrosa Kingdom, the air was thick with the salty sea breeze and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Drought Jack and the members of his Beast's pirates surged forth like a black torrent crashing onto the golden sands. As soon as he set foot on the island, Jack eagerly unleashed the power of his devil fruit. Accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of dislocated joints, his robust body rapidly expanded, muscles and bones restructuring into an ancient mammoth. Hand over the power of the tailed beast. Otherwise I will destroy the entire nation. Jack's deep and rugged roar echoed along the coastline, carrying an unmatched pressure that made the entire island tremble. As long as I am here, no one can destroy the Dressrosa Kingdom. A clear and resolute female voice pierced through Jack's roar. The moment her words fell, an overwhelming torrent of blue flames cascaded from the sky, coalescing into form before the coast. A colossal feline silhouette emerged from the eerie blue flames, 2 burning tails elegantly and dangerously curling behind it. The few pirate lackeys beside Jack didn't even have time to scream before their clothes ignited with a bang, and they were turned to charcoal within seconds. This was undoubtedly the two-tailed cat. The terrifying power caused the previously aggressive pirates to halt in their tracks. Lord Jack, it's the power of the tailed beast. How terrifying. A member of the Beast's pirates trembled, fear etched on his face as he gazed at the flame-wrought deity before him. What is there to fear? It's just bluster. Charge at it together, tear it apart. Facing the equally gigantic two-tailed cat, Jack showed no signs of fear. In his mammoth form, his massive trunk surged with immense power, whipping up a gale as it swept toward the two-tailed cat. Bang! A deafening crash rang out. Jack's trunk struck the front leg of the two-tailed cat with such force that it could easily shatter a hillside. Then sizzle. A shrill sound of flesh being seared echoed as an unquenchable blue flame ignited on his ivory trunk. Jack let out a scream of excruciating pain, abruptly retracting his trunk. The once resilient appendage was now charred and curled, billowing thick clouds of black smoke, the agony shooting straight to his core. In contrast, the two-tailed cat remained utterly still beneath that devastating blow. Rebecca offered Jack no respite. Cat claw. The enormous blue front paw rose high, its 5 sharp claws tracing a deadly arc in the air before crashing down with ferocity. Boom! Jack's massive mammoth form was unceremoniously slammed into the ground by this paw. The earth violently caved in, revealing a massive paw print pit. Shards of stone mixed with sand shot skyward, and the violent shockwave sent the surrounding members of the Beast's pirates flying, their bodies tracing awkward parabolas in the air. Jack struggled to crawl out of the deep pit, deactivating his fruit ability and reverting to his human form. His robust body was covered in deep burn marks. His signature iron mask was crushed and embedded in his flesh, blood oozing from the gaps. Damn it. This is the power of the tailed beast. Jack gritted his teeth, attempting to straighten himself up, wanting to transform and fight again, but the searing pain from the blue flames and the recent blow left him swaying, barely able to stand. He was a user of an ancient lineage renowned for his resilience, But at this moment, the blue flames on his wounds gnawed at his vitality like parasites. Rebecca would not give him a second chance. Fire, Mouse Jewel. The two-tailed cat opened its massive jaws, gathering dozens of basketball-sized blue fireballs that shot forth like a volley, accurately covering the area where Jack stood. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dense explosions erupted, and the terrifying flames instantaneously engulfed everything. When the eerie blue flames slowly dissipated, a massive charred crater over 50 meters in diameter was left behind, and at its center lay Drought Jack, charred and motionless, utterly unconscious. Lord Jack has been defeated. The remaining lackeys of the Beast's pirates, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, felt their psychological defenses shatter in an instant. Drought Jack, a monster with a bounty of 1 billion berries, one of the 3 disasters under Lord Kaido, was considered nearly invincible in their eyes. And yet, since facing that tailed beast, he couldn't even withstand 3 attacks. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Bring Lord Jack with you. After a brief silence, someone shouted, and the remaining members of the Beast's pirates, as if awakening from a dream, scattered in disarray, rushing into the crater to drag Jack's heavy body back to the ship. In the distance, those pirate ships that had originally come to watch, hoping to reap the benefits, saw this scene, and were terrified, their captains ordering immediate retreat, fearing that if they hesitated they would become the next Drought Jack. The enormous silhouette of the two-tailed cat slowly dissipated, transforming into motes of blue light. Rebecca descended from the flames back to the ground, her face slightly pale, yet her posture remained upright. Seeing the battle conclude with overwhelming dominance, Cyrus immediately brought the soldiers of the Liku, just as all the citizens of Dressrosa thought the crisis had passed, and were ready to cheer. A soldier on lookout suddenly shouted in terror. Lady Rebecca, to the east. A fleet has appeared on the eastern sea, rapidly approaching. Hearing this, both Rebecca and Cyrus felt a tightening in their chests, and immediately looked toward the sea. Indeed, at the horizon, where sea met sky, a dozen massive pure white ships were arrayed in a neat battle formation, cutting through the waves. When they saw the flag fluttering in the wind on the sails, Rebecca's heart finally settled. It was not the flag of any pirate, but the emblem of the world government. It's a ship of the world government. She turned to Cyrus, who looked grave, and said, "They must be here to support us." Cyrus gazed at the imposing fleet, remaining silent for a moment. Having fought battles all his life, a certain intuition honed on the battlefield told him something was amiss. The formation and aura of this fleet did not seem like a support mission, but rather a punitive one. But Dressrosa is a member nation of the world government, and by convention the world government is obligated to provide protection when a member nation is attacked by a Yonko pirate crew. Having just repelled the Beast's pirates, it logically made sense for them to send aid at this time. "Let's go to the dock." Cyrus ultimately suppressed his doubts, and said in a deep voice. At the dock, Rebecca stood silently at the shore with a dozen palace guards waiting. With a heavy thud, the ramp was lowered, and hundreds of soldiers in black uniforms, their faces stern, poured out in succession. Their movements were synchronized, equipped with high-quality gear, exuding an aura of lethal intent that starkly contrasted with ordinary Navy soldiers. Both Rebecca and Cyrus suddenly changed their expressions upon seeing these soldiers swiftly descending. These soldiers did not greet her, the heir to the kingdom, nor did they spare her a glance. Instead, they spread out and quickly occupied all the high ground and critical passages around the dock, their dark muzzles aimed at Rebecca and her companions. Rebecca could not help but ask, "Wait, what are you doing?" Her voice carried a hint of confusion. More soldiers poured down from the ship, their numbers far exceeding Rebecca's expectations. 500, 800, 1,000. They quickly split into multiple small teams, advancing rapidly in various directions towards the city, mercilessly knocking down any kingdom soldiers who attempted to obstruct them. This was not support. This was clearly an invasion. "Stop. All of you stop. This is the Dressrosa Kingdom. You have no right." Cyrus finally reacted, drawing his sword with a sudden motion and shouting. But he was unable to finish his words. A shadowy figure in black appeared silently beside Cyrus, a member of CP0 wearing a pure white. Without any warning, a short sword stabbed swiftly into Cyrus' right shoulder. "Oomph." Cyrus let out a muffled grunt, the intense pain causing him to kneel on one knee. "Father!" Rebecca exclaimed, wanting to rush forward. But more CP0 members appeared like phantoms, completely separating her from Cyrus. "Protect the princess." The guards beside Rebecca drew their swords, attempting to break through the encirclement, but in the next moment those CP0 members subdued them instantly. With astonishing speed, the sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. The speed was such that Rebecca barely saw how they moved their hands. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. One moment, it was a royal welcome, and the next it turned into a one-sided slaughterhouse. "Who are you? What do you want with my country?" Rebecca questioned angrily, her chakra beginning to surge uncontrollably, a wave of scorching energy swirling around her, preparing to transform into the tailed beast once more. At that moment, a series of steady footsteps approached from the lead warship. All soldiers dressed in black and CP-0 members at the dock simultaneously halted their actions, turning to face the warship and knelt on one knee, bowing their heads. An elderly man in a black suit leaning on a cane slowly descended from the ramp. He wore a long black robe, and his left hand rested on a similarly dark cane. He was tall and thin with sparse white hair and an aged face, yet his eyes were sharp as an eagle. He was none other than Jaegerus Satan Saint, one of the highest authorities of the world government. Is this the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails? Satan Saint's gaze fell upon Rebecca, sizing her up with a detached expression as if appraising an object. You are even younger than I imagined. Who are you? What do you want to do to my country? A surge of blue flames erupted around Rebecca with a loud boom, the scorching air spreading outwards, causing the temperature at the dock to rise dramatically. Satan Saint felt the fluctuation of that power, and a hint of interest finally appeared on his otherwise impassive face. Such powerful energy. This is indeed the tailed beast. No wonder it is considered an ancient weapon of legend, truly living up to its reputation. Answer my question. Rebecca's voice trembled, not out of fear, but out of anger. Satan Saint withdrew his gaze from Cyrus and turned to Rebecca, speaking with an undeniable authority. You are not yet qualified to converse with me. Hand over the power of the tailed beast. In an instant, Rebecca's mind went blank. She had envisioned countless possibilities: revenge from pirates, inquiries from the Navy, or even being isolated as a dangerous element. But she had never imagined that the world government representing world order would so brazenly speak the exact same words as Jack the Drought. They were not here to help her. They were here to seize the tailed beast. Impossible. Rebecca took a step back, the blue flames on her body burning even more fiercely. The Two Tails is my partner. I will use this power to protect Dressrosa. You are the world government. You should protect the allied nations. Protect. They were not here to help her. They were here to seize the tailed beast. Impossible. Rebecca took a step back, the blue flames on her body burning even more fiercely. The world government protects order. And the power of the tailed beast is in itself something beyond that order. It does not belong to you, nor to anyone. It can only belong to the world government. Rebecca bit her lip tightly. She glanced at the guards subdued on the ground, groaning in pain, then at the dock and city being completely occupied, and finally her gaze landed on the man who was bleeding, but still trying to stand up, sword pointed at him. Rebecca felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, yet she gritted her teeth and insisted, I will not hand over the power of the Two Tails to you. Satan Saint remained silent while the CP-0 member who had injured Cyrus raised the short sword, positioning it against Cyrus' neck. The meaning was crystal clear. If she did not hand over the power of the tailed beast, her father would die. Rebecca, don't worry about me. Don't give in to them. Cyrus shouted with all his might. Shut up. The CP-0 member impatiently struck the back of Cyrus' head with the sword's hilt, knocking him out cold. You see, if you refuse to hand over the power of the tailed beast, it won't just be him who dies. Satan Saint looked back at Rebecca, his tone unchanged, identical to before. Your citizens, your subjects, the entire Dressrosa, will pay the price for your stubbornness. Rebecca's body trembled violently. Anger and helplessness intertwined. Rebecca at this moment wished she could use the power of the Two Tails, at once transforming into the Two Tails cat and turning the loathsome old man before her and his ship to ashes. But she could not. Her father's life was in their hands. There were countless citizens in the city who were defenseless, unable to withstand this predatory army. If she acted rashly, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Rebecca hesitated, torn over what to do next, an utterly ill-timed, grating voice erupted without warning from around the distant street corner. Hey, Kakudu, slow down, you bastard. My legs are about to snap. This sudden outburst froze everyone at the dock. All heads turned in unison toward its source. Two figures strode boldly toward the wharf, not with stealth, but with arrogant nonchalance. The one in front was a towering, broad-shouldered man entirely swathed in a voluminous black robe. His hood hung low, casting his face in deep shadow. Only his eyes glinted eerie and emerald green, like phosphorescent coals in darkness. Trailing behind him was a young man with a striking silver-white pompadour, his shirt wide open to reveal a chiseled chest and a peculiar talisman dangling from his neck. He bore a massive blood-red, three-bladed scythe, across his shoulders a blade of cruel elegance. 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 A blade of sea. Both wore identical uniforms, black fabric embroidered with unsettling crimson clouds. There could be no doubt. They were Kakuzu and Haiden, the immortal duo of the Akatsuki. Kakuzu, is there really a tailed beast here? Haiden bellowed, scanning the surroundings wildly. I still need to pray to the almighty deity. Because of your wretched mission I've run for 3 days and nights straight. Shut up, Haiden, Kakuzu roared in exasperation, his voice raw with weary resignation. Of course there's a tailed beast here. This is a direct order from our leader. Say one more useless word, and I'll stitch your mouth shut for good. Huh, try it. Do you dare defy the deity's wrath? He'll curse you to eternal damnation. The soldiers dared not even raise their rifles. They could only watch paralyzed as the two harbingers of ruin advanced step by step toward the dock's heart. Stone. The soldiers dared not even raise their rifles. They could only watch paralyzed as the two harbingers of ruin advanced step by step toward the dock's heart. Satoru, one of the 5 elders, shifted his hawk-sharp gaze from Rebecca to these uninvited intruders. The moment he recognized them as members of the Akatsuki, the ancient, impassive lines of his face tightened with unmistakable vigilance. Akatsuki members? What were they doing here? This was perilous indeed. The world government had once waged war against Orochimaru of the Akatsuki. Even the supreme reclusive Im had been forced to intervene, yet failed to erase him completely. And now, not one but 2 had appeared at once. How could he not be wary? At last Haiden and Kakuzu halted at the edge of the dock. Only then did Haiden notice the surreal tableau before him. Soldiers knelt en masse, black-clad and silent, royal guards lay bound and stacked in a corner, Kairos lay unconscious in a pool of blood, and Satoru stood tall, leaning on his cane, radiating sovereign authority. Huh, what's all this? A street brawl? And you didn't invite me. How delightfully savage. Haiden spat out the blade of grass between his teeth and grinned, a feral, bloodthirsty smile. Kakuzu ignored his companion's idle rambling. His green eyes swept across the scene, cold, calculating, before locking unerringly onto Rebecca, encircled by CP0 agents, and upon the faint flickering azure chakra flame that shimmered around her. It's her. Kakuzu's voice held a predatory certainty. The power of the 2 tails resides within that. Oh, her. Haiden tilted his head, studying Rebecca with amused curiosity. She doesn't look like much, fragile as a dried reed. Under those 2 openly predatory gazes, unmasked, unapologetic, Rebecca instinctively recoiled half a step. Fear clenched her heart once more, icy and absolute. If the world government was a wolf draped in the mantle of order, then the Akatsuki was a tiger, raw, untamed, and disdainful of any veil. From the wolf's den straight into the tiger's maw. Was Dressrosa doomed to fall today? Members of the Akatsuki. Satoru finally spoke. His cane struck the ground with a low, resonant thud, the sound of authority reclaiming dominion. State your purpose here. At that, Kakuzu's emerald eyes turned toward Satoru, then dismissed him with a single indifferent glance. None of your concern, he stated flatly. Our target is the 2 tails. To Kakuzu, the ultimate mercenary, people existed in only 2 categories, those with bounties and those without. This venerable elder, though imposing, bore no bounty in the underworld's ledgers. To him, he was no more significant than a pebble on the roadside, utterly valueless. Satoru's breath hitched, stunned by such brazen dismissal. As the pinnacle of world government authority, as the apex of the celestial dragons, he had never been so utterly ignored. Oof, arrogance. The tailed beasts belong to the world government. Satoru's voice turned glacial. No one leaves here with them. The instant his words fell silent, his cane slammed down with brutal force. A shockwave erupted from the point of impact, silent, invisible, yet devastating, lifting dust and shattered stone into a roaring tempest that hurled itself toward Haiden and Kakuzu. You old bastard, you want to fight? Haiden roared, wrenching his massive scythe upward in preparation to strike. But Satoru moved faster still. That shockwave was mere misdirection. The moment his cane struck earth, his body dissolved into a blur, too swift for the eye, and materialized before Haiden. His cane was no longer a prop. It was a lethal spear shrieking through the air as it lunged straight for Haiden's chest. A sickening wet thud echoed clearly, steel piercing flesh. The obsidian cane had pierced clean through Hayden's torso, its momentum hurling him backward until he slammed, impaled, into a wall several meters behind. Damn it. Damn it all. It hurts. It hurts. Then the impossible unfolded. Hayden, his heart, pierced by a fatal blow, did not die. Instead, he writhed on the ground like a child stung by hornets, shrieking exaggerated curses and complaints. You damned old fool. You dared ambush me. The deity will never forgive you. Soldiers of the world government, and even Rebecca's own guards, stood frozen dumbstruck. His heart pierced, yet he cursed and raged as if untouched. What manner of monster was this? Immortality. Satoru stared at Hayden, his chest torn open yet alive, animated, furious. And for the first time in centuries his ageless face hardened with profound gravity and disbelief. The legend was true. This Akatsuki member truly could not be killed. Kakuzu, leave this old man to me. Hayden finally wrenched himself free from the container wall, casually tossing aside the cane still embedded in his chest. Pointing at Satoru, he declared with fanatical fervor, I shall offer him, body and soul, to the great deity. With that he charged, scythe raised high, fury and ecstasy blazing in his eyes, straight at Satoru. Your ritual holds no interest for me. My sole objective remains, the two tails. Without another glance, Kakuzu strode forward, toward Rebecca encircled by CP0 agents. Old fool, I shall carve you into 1,000 pieces, every fragment offered whole to the glorious Lord of Darkness. Phaeton roared, brandishing his scythe as he charged headlong toward Satan Saint. Daredevil, stop this madman. Dozens of CP0 agents and elite world government soldiers standing before Satan Saint bellowed in unison. These killing machines who had served the celestial dragons for decades would never permit any mortal to violate the sanctity of the five elders. Drawing blades forged from tempered steel, they advanced in perfect unison, meeting Phaeton's charge with grim resolve. Inconvenient vermin, get out of my way. Phaeton showed no sign of slowing, swinging his colossal scythe in a brutal horizontal arc against the world government's finest. Iron body steel. The four CP0 agents leading the charge bulged with hypertrophied muscle. Thick sinews pulsed violently beneath their skin. They intended to withstand the blow with the Navy's revered 6 powers. A single successful block would buy their comrades behind them the split second needed to pierce this lunatic's vitals with pinpoint fingergun strikes. The plan was flawless, had they faced any ordinary foe. But what confronted them was a weapon steeped in centuries of slaughter. The scythe's blades sliced through air with a shriek, cleaving deep into the agent's midsections. Squelch! A grotesque, bone-chilling rending of flesh erupted. So sharp, so visceral it drowned out the rhythmic crash of waves upon the dock. Their bodies, tempered by relentless training famed for imperviousness to blade and bullet, shattered like waterlogged parchment beneath the scythe's absolute, overwhelming force. Muscle and sinew parted effortlessly, a steel weapon snapped like brittle twigs, then with cold finality the scythe bisected all 4 torsos at the waist. Warm blood and severed limbs exploded skyward, raining down a crimson deluge. Shrieks of agony tore through the air. Yet Phaeton did not glance back. He waded forward, carving a path straight through the gore-soaked earth. The scythe's momentum carried onward, aimed squarely at Satan Saint, only for a dense black smoke to erupt around him, swallowing his form whole in an instant. Die! Phaeton bellowed, driving the scythe deep into the swirling darkness. Clang! A deafening metallic detonation shook the harbor. Phaeton felt a monstrous recoil surge up his arms. Not the yielding resistance of flesh, but the immovable mountainous solidity of forged iron. The shockwave raced up the haft into his wrists, splitting his palms open. A blood streamed down the scythe's grip as the smoke dissipated. Perched atop the rubble loomed a monstrous, grotesquely distorted creature. Its massive frame built like a spider's, 6 thick, barbed limbs driven deep into the ground, shattering stone slabs beneath their weight. From that hulking body rose a fearsome, horned skull. Satan Saint's human visage utterly erased, replaced by bestial deformity. This was Satan Saint's devil fruit power, the ox-demon form. Foolish wretch, rumbled the beast's voice, low and resonant, vibrating eardrums like struck bronze. Then, one of its bristled, obsidian-black arachnid limbs lashed sideways, striking Phaeton full in the chest before he could raise a defense. Crack! A sickening snap of splintering bone echoed. Phaeton flew backward like a cannonball hurled from a siege engine. Boom, boom, boom. He smashed through 3 dockside buildings in succession before crashing to a halt amid billowing dust and shattered timber. But could Phaeton truly be defeated so easily? Impossible. Crack, crunch. With a grating, nauseating scrape of bone on stone, a blood-smeared, dust-caked hand thrust from the ruins, then shoved aside a massive steel plate, pinning it down. Phaeton staggered upright. His chest caved inward grotesquely, broken ribs jutted raw through torn. Shreds of viscera spilled from his mouth with each ragged breath, a wound that would end any mortal life instantly. Yet Phaeton lived, and slowly, deliberately licked blood from his lips. It hurts. Oh, it burns, he shrieked, eyes blazing with manic ecstasy. You pack quite the punch, don't you? The Lord of Darkness will savor you as a most exquisite offering. Ignoring his ruinous wounds, Phaeton raised his scythe once more and charged anew. Even the colossal ox demon paused, stunned. How could one endure such devastation and still press? What manner of anatomy allowed survival after pierced hearts, pulverized organs, and shattered skeletons, all while sustaining peak combat mobility? Not even awakened Zoan-type users possessed such preternatural resilience. Let us see how long your endurance holds. Without hesitation, the ox demon unleashed all 6 razor-sharp limbs in alternating lethal arcs. Slick. One limb speared cleanly through Phaeton's left shoulder, pinning him rigidly to the ground. Ha ha ha. I'll sever your leg. Phaeton laughed wildly, swinging his scythe to hack at the impaling limb. Satan Saint yanked it free, in a geyser of gore, then slammed the same limb down like a warhammer onto Phaeton's skull. Thud. Half his face collapsed inward, bone-pulverized eye bulging crimson, nearly bursting from its socket. Any normal man would have died 100 times over. Yet Phaeton rose again, unblinking, unbroken, roaring as he swung his scythe once more. What followed was minutes of unrelenting one-sided carnage. Satan Saint displayed the legendary destructive might of a mythical Zoan. Each strike gouged wounds deep enough to expose ribcage and spine. Intestines spilled forth, limbs bent at impossible angles, his chest was perforated by gaping ragged holes. The dock's cobblestones were soaked entirely crimson. No matter how many times he fell, Phaeton clawed back upright, twisted, broken, yet fiercer than before. Pain did not weaken him, it honed his fury, sharpened his strikes, amplified his howls of exhilaration. Is this all you've got, old man? With half a skull still intact, Phaeton launched himself upward, the scythe descending in a death-dealing arc. Hit harder. That didn't even sting. Soldiers of the Dressrosa kingdom, watching from afar, stood numb, beyond shock, beyond comprehension. This was no battle. It was the slaughter between monster and demon. At the moment when Fei Duan and Satan Saint were locked in a fierce battle, Kakuzu stepped forward with a steady gait, gradually approaching the heavily surrounded Rebecca. Those eyes, emitting an eerie green glow, were firmly fixed on the tailed beast, power swirling around. A military officer from the world government drew his command knife and shouted angrily, "Stop him. We must not let him approach the target." Over 100 fully armed elite soldiers raised their guns, the dark muzzles aimed at Kaku. Fire! The tongues of flame erupted, and a dense storm of lead bullets poured towards Kaku. Boring trick. Earth release, earth spear. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his entire body instantly becoming as hard as rock. Bullets hit Kakuzu, producing dull thuds as they fell to the ground. Immediately after, Kakuzu's right arm swung violently forward. The sutures at his wrist burst open instantly. Countless thick black threads surged wildly from his arm. In the next moment, the black threads rushed into the soldier's formation. A series of blood-curdling screams echoed through the night sky. "Oh, help! It hurts! Don't come near! What is this thing? Shoot! Shoot!" Kakuzu's black threads moved faster than the soldiers could react. The black threads precisely pierced through the soldiers' throats and hearts, even brutally slipping through the gaps in their armor. The commanding officer, who had yet to swing his knife, was simultaneously pierced through the chest by 3 thick threads. The threads tightened violently, lifting him high into the air. Blood dripped down the black threads, staining the ground below. The officer's limbs flailed helplessly in the air for a moment before they completely fell limp. The remaining CP0 agents attempted to use Shave for a surprise attack. However, in the face of the bizarre and overwhelming black threads, their proud speed was utterly useless. As soon as they got close, dozens of threads tightly entangled their limbs and yanked hard. With nauseating tearing sounds, several agents were reduced to mere limbs and severed arms on the ground. Kakuzu didn't even glance at the corpses stepping over the ground covered in blood and broken bones, continuing to move forward. Seeing Kakuzu approaching rapidly, Rebecca tensed up all over. "Little girl, hand over the power of the tailed beast," Kakuzu said to Rebecca while countless black threads emerged from his wrist. Kakuzu's intention was crystal clear. If Rebecca dared to utter even half a no, these black threads would immediately pierce through her body. Rebecca bit her lip tightly, her mind racing as she weighed the deadlock before her. The power of the two tails was indeed formidable. It was this power that allowed her to drive the demon Don Quixote da Flamingo out of Dressrosa and save her people. She had once naively believed that as long as she mastered this power, she could protect this country forever. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh slap. The brilliance of the tailed beast attracted not merely ordinary wolves, but massive entities like the world government and the Akatsuki, poised at the pinnacle of the world. Dressrosa had just experienced war on the brink of ruin, lacking even the capacity for self-defense. Whether it was the 5 elders transformed into monsters, or the Akatsuki before her, they were not something they could confront. Even with the power of the Two Tails, Rebecca did not believe she could defeat a member of the Akatsuki. Rebecca glanced at her father Killis, who lay unconscious in a pool of blood, and then at the trembling civilians in the nearby town. I can give you the power of the Two Tails. Rebecca took a deep breath, forcing her voice to sound less shaky. But you must promise me once you obtain the power of the tailed beast you will leave immediately and never harm my country. Kakuzu's green eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the girl before him for 2 seconds. I have no interest in destroying this shabby island. Kakuzu retracted the black threads hanging in the air, his tone. My goal has always been the tailed beast. With this promise, Rebecca closed her eyes. She raised her right hand, fingers clawed, and pressed it fiercely against her chest. The tailed beast within her began to stir violently, a burning aura radiating outward from her body. Rebecca's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The process of separating the tailed beast was akin to forcefully tearing her soul apart. Accompanied by a painful groan, a ball of ethereal blue fire was slowly drawn from her body. This fire had no temperature, but emitted a heart-stopping wave of tremendous energy. The flames twisted and deformed in the air, and one could vaguely see the outline of a cat demon with 2 tails roaring and struggling within. Without the support of the tailed beast, Rebecca's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, so weak that she lacked the strength to move even a finger. The ethereal blue power of the 2 tails floated in midair, radiating an enticing sheen. The separation of the 2 tails' power immediately captured everyone's attention. Satan Saint, who had been grinding Fei Duan into the ground, suddenly turned his enormous bull head, fixating on the blue flames above Rebecca. The power of the tailed beast. Satan Saint let out a low roar. The world government had schemed for so long, even sending him a 5 elder personally, all for this ancient weapon capable of altering the world structure. Now that the object had appeared, how could they just watch it fall into the hands of the Akatsuki? The power of the tailed beast belongs to the world government. Satan Saint abandoned the continued torment of Fei Duan, and with a massive force his bull demon form stomped deep pits into the ground as he charged towards Kakuzu like a moving mountain. Just as he set off, a sound of breaking air came from the side. Hey, old man, the battle isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going? Fei Duan, drenched in blood with his intestines trailing behind him, had somehow crawled out of the deep pit. He gripped the blood-colored scythe tightly, using the momentum of his fall to slash fiercely at one of Satan Saint's limbs. The sharp blade cut through the hard exoskeleton, severing muscle and bone. With a spray of foul-smelling dark green blood, one of Satan Saint's thick limbs was completely severed, crashing to the ground with a thud. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, Satan Saint didn't even pause. His bull demon form granted him almost unmatchable recovery abilities. This injury was nothing to him. At the severed wound, the flesh rapidly twitched and intertwined, and in just 2 or 3 seconds a brand new limb grew back, leaving no scar behind. In Satan Saint's eyes, while Kakuzu was a troublesome and hard-to-kill lunatic, he was merely bothersome, posing no substantial threat to him. Seizing the 2 tails was the first priority. After injuring Saint Satan with a single blow, Fei Duan did not attack again. Instead, he burst into wild laughter. This is wonderful. The blood is in hand. Immediately after, Fei Duan dipped his toes into the blood pooling on the ground and quickly began to sketch on the surface. A bizarre circle encased within a standard equilateral triangle formed a sinister-looking array. Fei Duan stood at the center of the array, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fervor and excitement, fixated on the blood smeared on the scythe. The conditions have all been met. Fei Duan reined in his laughter, and his expression turned devout, as if he were welcoming the arrival of a deity. "O great evil god, the sacrificial ritual begins now." As the words fell, Fei Duan licked the blood from the scythe, and his originally normal skin tone began to rapidly fade, replaced by a pitch-black hue symbolizing death. At the same time, pale lines spread across his skin, tracing his bones. In just a few seconds, Fei Duan transformed into a bizarre and terrifying black and white skeleton. He drew a long, black metal spike from his waist, gripping it tightly in his hand. What do you think Fei Duan traced the spike along his body, first aiming at his heart, then shifting to his throat, his demeanor filled with cruel mockery. "Where should I attack you? The eyes or the organs?" From a distance, Saint Satan naturally noticed Fei Duan's bizarre appearance. Although a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, he did not slow his pace. A lunatic playing tricks. Saint Satan snorted coldly, refocusing all his attention on the 2 tails. His only goal was to seize the tailed beast. As for Fei Duan, this unkillable madman, he had long been cast aside. Seeing that Saint Satan completely ignored him, the mockery on Fai Duan's face was instantly replaced by fury. Bastard! Where do you think you're going, old man? How dare you disrespect my sacrifice? This is Amidst his furious roar, Fei Duan showed no hesitation, raising the spike in his hand and thrusting it fiercely into his left thigh. Uffed! The sharp metal spike easily pierced through Fai Duan's thigh muscle, bursting out the other side with a spray of blood. A gaping blood hole appeared with blood dripping from the spike onto the ground. Almost simultaneously, Saint Satan, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly stiffened. Ugh! A shrill, distorted scream erupted unexpectedly from the giant mouth of the bull demon. A massive blood hole exploded on one of his previously intact limbs. The shape and position of the wound were exactly the same as the one on Fai Duan's thigh, without a single difference. The immense inertia caused the unbalanced Saint Satan to roll clumsily on the ground, crashing through multiple stone pillars before barely stabilizing himself. Saint Satan lowered his massive bull head, staring at the gaping hole on his leg from which dark green blood constantly gushed forth, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. How is this possible? Who attacked me? He could be 100% certain that no attack had landed on him just now. However, on his leg there was indeed a penetrating wound. Ha ha ha! Did you see that, old man? This is the consequence of ignoring me. This is the curse of the evil god. Fei Duan stood in the center of the blood array, expressionless, as he pulled out the spike embedded in his thigh. Blood gushed forth, yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain, laughing hysterically as if he had gone mad. Wait, was that you just now? But it's useless. Saint Satan's gaze finally locked onto the laughing Fei Duan, noticing the identical hole in his thigh. Although he didn't understand what strange method the opponent had used, Saint Satan's powerful recovery ability activated instantly. He watched as the flesh around that massive wound squirmed and intertwined, quickly healing to perfection. Your wound has healed. Seeing this, Fai Duan's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a fury. This cannot be. This is a desecration of the evil god. Feeling deeply insulted, Fei Duan raised the spike again and stabbed it fiercely into the recently made wound on his thigh. Uffed! The wound on Fai Duan's thigh instantly widened, and a mixture of pain and pleasure appeared on. Meanwhile, from a distance, as Saint Satan took a step, his body trembled violently again. The same spot, the freshly healed wound burst open once more, bringing a wave of excruciating pain. Damn it, is this the ability of the Akatsuki organization? Saint Satan instantly understood. The opponent had somehow connected with his body. If the opponent's body was harmed, it would also reflect back onto his own. No, I must eliminate him immediately. Otherwise I won't be able to seize the tailed beast. Without any hesitation, Saint Satan turned his massive body around, and a razor-sharp spider leg shot through the air like a siege spear, aiming directly for Fai Duan's heart. However, faced with this fierce attack that could pierce through mountains, Fei Duan showed no inclination to dodge. Instead, he spread his arms wide, a fervent smile on his face, as if welcoming a grand baptism. Uffed! The sharp spider leg pierced effortlessly through Fai Duan's chest, emerging from his back. Yet Fei Duan did not fall. It was Saint Satan who collapsed. An even more piercing scream echoed through the clouds. Saint Satan's chest, as hard as iron, suddenly burst open with an identical large hole, countless blood gushing forth like a fountain. The position, shape, and size of this wound were completely identical to the one on Fai Duan's body. Even my attacks can bounce back. Saint Satan's massive body crashed to the ground, looking incredulously at the blood hole on his chest, then at the man across from him who had pierced his body. Fei Duan merely looked down at the spider leg that pierced through his chest, revealing an expression of extreme delight. Ha ha ha! How painful! This pain is simply too delicious. Saint Satan's face turned ghastly pale, his eyes fixed on Fei Duan as he activated his recovery ability, watching the fatal wound on his body begin to heal rapidly. Seeing this, the joy on Fai Duan's face was once again replaced by rage. Bastard, how did your injuries heal again? You vile wretch who repeatedly desecrates the evil god. In a fit of anger, Fei Duan gripped the sharp spike and viciously stabbed it into his own body. Thud! 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 The sharp, sickening sound of blades piercing flesh echoed incessantly, like raindrops hammering upon stone. Haiden's obsidian spear blurred into countless afterimages as he frenziedly drove it into his own body, carving grotesque wounds across his flesh. Each stab was met with a twisted grin, sickly ecstatic and laced with unbearable agony. Blood gushed forth like an inexhaustible fountain, staining the eerie ritual array beneath his feet a deeper, more visceral crimson. In stark contrast to Haiden's feverish ecstasy rang Sathan's relentless, soul-rending screams. Each time Haiden's chest was pierced, a fresh, gaping wound erupted spontaneously across Sathan's iron-hard torso. When Haiden slashed open his abdomen, a deep, bone-exposing gash split open along Sathan's flank. Thighs, calves, shoulders, back. Even his buttocks. Haydn stabbed without hesitation, each strike brutal and unflinching. In turn, Sathan's mountainous frame now bore countless wounds. Rivers of blood had pooled across the ground, transforming it into a vast scarlet morass. Simultaneously, thick black vapors billowed ceaselessly from Sathan's wounds, a sign that his regenerative power had been pushed to its absolute limit. Flesh pulsed, and writhed tendrils of raw tissue weaving desperately to mend his shattered form. Yet the pace of restoration was steadily falling behind the onslaught of injury. Damn it! What is this thing? Why won't you die? As Sathan's wounds burst open again and again, only to heal with stubborn resilience. Haydn's rapture curdled into seething, incandescent fury. To this fanatical devotee of the dark god, the sacrificial rite had already commenced. The offering must fall without resistance. Such was the only fitting homage to the dark deity. Yet this wretched elder defied death itself, again and again. If I cannot present you whole before the dark deity, he will be angered. He will be angered. This is blasphemy. Unpardonable, unforgivable blasphemy. His wrath surged to its zenith. The spear whirled with manic intensity, reducing his own body to a mangled, bleeding sieve. Sathan's colossal frame convulsed violently, each new wound searing through him with agony that pierced the very core of his soul. More terrifying still was the precipitous depletion of his stamina. His regeneration came at a terrible cost. Every act of flesh reborn devoured his vitality with ruthless voracity. He could feel it, the swift, irreversible ebbing of his strength. Curses! This cannot continue. For the first time, fear flickered in Sathan's eyes. Gritting his teeth against waves of torment, he strained his massive head toward where Kakuzu stood. Kakuzu's assault had long concluded. The immense chakra of the two tails was now bound tight by countless black tendrils, immobile, subdued. Meanwhile, Rebecca, the one who had briefly channeled the tailed beast's power, lay unconscious nearby. Without the tailed beast's might, the operation had failed, and he himself, trapped by this undying madman's accursed ability, was locked in a fatal, inescapable cycle. Remaining here meant only one outcome: slow, inevitable annihilation. Retreat, immediate retreat. With that resolve, Sathan wasted no further moment. An imperceptible ripple emanated from his being, spanning unimaginable distances to reach his comrades in the sacred capital, Mary Joa. Hurry! Activate the array. Summon me back now. His urgent, fraying mental command resonated simultaneously within the minds of the other four Elder Stars. Sathan, what has happened? What occurred? Did you secure the tailed beast? A commanding voice responded instantly. There is no time for that now. I must leave immediately. Urgency absolute. An unyielding, saturated Sathan's thought. Understood. The brief exchange ended. At the apex of power in Mary Joa, four figures moved in unison. Meanwhile, upon the battlefield, the earth beneath Sathan's feet suddenly ignited, revealing a vast, infinitely more intricate black magic array, its arcane glyphs pulsing with ominous radiance. In a flash of light, Sathan's ravaged titanic form vanished from the sight. Haydn froze mid-motion, his blade poised to slit his own throat. Where is he? That bastard. Where did he go? Staring at the empty, fading array, Haydn blinked, then erupted into a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. You dared flee. You wretched, blasphemous coward. Do you think escape ends the dark deity's sacrifice? No matter how far you run, to the ends of heaven or the depths of hell, his right will not cease. Amidst his furious bellow, Haydn hesitated not a second. He raised his spear and plunged it with savage finality straight into his own heart. In the vast, austere hall of the sacred capital, Mary Joa, the colossal engraved array flared to life. Space warped, and there, staggering onto its center, appeared Sathan, drenched in blood, battered beyond recognition. Sathan, what transpired? Your injuries. What of the tailed beast's power? The other four Elder Stars, who had waited there, rushed forward, faces grave as they beheld his pitiful. Yet before Sathan could utter a word, his body arched violently, as if struck by an invisible colossal mallet. Ugh! A scream tore from his throat, more harrowing, more desolate than any before. Before the horrified gaze of the four Elder Stars, a massive perforating wound erupted across Sathan's chest, front to back, spewing blood and pulverized viscera. Sathan, what is happening? How did this wound appear? There is no enemy here. The four Elder Stars recoiled in shock. They were certain within this chamber stood only the five of them. Cough! Cough, cough! Sathan's immense frame collapsed to his knees. Torrents of blood spilled from his mouth as he gasped, barely clinging to consciousness. I have been cursed by a member of the Akatsuki. Quick, take me to Lord Imu immediately. Sathan had regenerated from hundreds of mortal wounds. His stamina utterly spent, his mind slipping into haze. Every method he knew failed to sever that unholy link. In Sathan's reckoning, only one being remained capable of salvation, the sovereign emu who stood unchallenged atop the world. No sooner had his words faded than his body convulsed anew, and his left eye exploded into a mist of crimson. With the support of the other 4 elders, they staggered to the throne in the void, dragging the massive and broken body of Satan Saint. Cold and desolate, this space's eternal theme. Thud. Satan Saint was tossed to the ground like a dead dog, his massive body hitting the smooth floor with a dull thud. At this moment his entire body was in ruins, covered with countless wounds as if gnawed by evil spirits, revealing bone deep within. Even now black gas surged from those wounds and flesh buds were stubbornly growing. However, the speed of recovery could no longer keep up with the emergence of new injuries. As soon as one side healed a bit, a larger blood hole erupted on the other. The other 4 elders, disregarding their companion's miserable state, knelt before the throne in perfect unison, their heads deeply bowed, not daring to make the slightest transgression. Your Highness, Satan Saint encountered a curse from the Akatsuki during the struggle for the tailed beast. Now wounds are continuously appearing on Satan Saint, impossible to suppress. The 4 elders spoke rapidly, succinctly reporting the situation. As their words fell, the entire hall fell into a suffocating silence. Above the throne, the figure overlooking the world slowly cast its gaze upon the barely breathing Satan Saint on the floor. That gaze held no emotion, as if looking at an insignificant object. Your Highness, save me. Feeling the weight of that gaze, Satan Saint summoned his last bit of strength to let out a hoarse plea for help. A soft syllable came from the throne. Then casually waved his hand, and an extremely pure black energy instantly erupted, surging directly into Satan Saint's body. A miracle occurred. Where that black energy passed, the horrifying wounds on Satan Saint's body rapidly healed at a visibly fast pace. Flesh was reborn, bones reconnected, and skin restored to its original state. In just a few seconds, Satan Saint's battered body returned to its peak condition, leaving not a single scar behind. Satan Saint felt his injuries fully recover, a surge of ecstasy filling his heart. He struggled to rise, ready to offer his humblest gratitude to the figure on the throne. Thank you, Your Highness, Thank you. However, before he could finish, a heart-wrenching pain swept through his entire body again. Satan Saint's words of gratitude were abruptly cut off, turning into an even more anguish. Under the terrified gaze of the other 4 elders, the recently restored Satan Saint once again burst into countless wounds without warning. His chest, abdomen, and limbs. Blood gushed forth like a flood, breaking its dam, instantly turning him into a bloody figure. The quantity and depth of the wounds were even worse than before. Your Highness, the intense pain and infinite fear of death made Satan Saint once again cry out in despair as he struggled to lift his head towards the figure on the throne. Is this the ability of the Akatsuki? On the throne for the first time uttered a whisper filled with surprise. To think it could ignore my power. Although I had long known that the strength of the Akatsuki members was unfathomable, their abilities even more bizarre. However, witnessing Satan Saint collapse again despite his healing, he felt an unprecedented shock. This time chose not to heal Satan Saint again. A small cluster of black flames ignited at his fingertips. The flames burned silently, devoid of warmth or light, yet seemed capable of devouring all things, even causing the space around them to subtly distort. No, Lord, don't. Seeing the black flame drifting towards him, Satan Saint's survival instinct erupted with an unprecedented fear as he screamed in madness, trying to struggle away. But unfortunately, no matter how Satan Saint struggled or screamed, it was all in vain. The black flame instantly adhered to him. There were no violent burns, no explosive sounds. The black flames, as if possessing a life of their own, rapidly spread across Satan Saint's entire body. Amidst his continuous screams, Satan Saint's massive body began to disintegrate and dissipate, ultimately turning into a handful of flying ash, leaving no trace behind. As for the other 4 elders, witnessing Satan Saint being annihilated by IMS' own hand, each of their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Yet the 4 of them remained kneeling there, not daring to make any unnecessary movements, even reducing their breaths to the lightest. Come in. At that moment, IMS' cold voice rang out again. As soon as the words fell, the hall's door was pushed open and a man with a distinctive crescent hairstyle walked in. The highest commander of the Knights of God, Fegelin du Glingu Saint. Glingu Saint approached the throne without any hesitation, directly kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, gazed down at the 5 below, announcing in an unquestionable tone. From now on, Glingu Saint will replace Satan Saint and become the new elder. You will continue to search for the power of the tailed beasts for me. If you fail again. IMS' voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a bone-chilling aura. Satan Saint will be your fate. Yes, Your Highness. The elders, including Glingu Saint, responded in unison, their voices filled with fear and determination. On the other side, the beast pirates who were being struck down by the devastating power of the Two Tails were frantically fleeing across the ocean of the New World. Their main ship, the Mammoth, was now battered and covered in cracks. Not good. The ship's bottom is leaking. It was damaged in the recent battle. The damage is too severe. What should we do now? If this continues, we will all sink into the sea and feed the fish. Look, there's a deserted island ahead. Let's hurry to that island. Quickly. Just before the Mammoth completely fell apart and sank, the remaining members of the beast pirates managed to reach the sandy beach of that deserted island, barely escaping. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? Once on solid ground, Jack the Drought could no longer contain the frustration and anger inside him and slammed his fist into the ground. Boom. The immense force caused the entire beach to tremble, the ground shaking violently. At the same time, this violent action aggravated the wounds on his body, and Jack felt a sweet taste in his throat as a mouthful of hot blood uncontrollably spewed out. Just as this blood dropped onto the sandy ground beneath his feet, an unexpected change occurred. The entire island began to shake violently without warning. The entire island shook violently without warning. The stones on the beach bounced wildly as the waves surged through the cracked fissures. This sudden chaos sent the members of the beast pirates into a panic once again. What's going on? What happened? Why is the whole island shaking? Is there going to be an earthquake here? Terror-stricken cries erupted within the beast pirates. These usually fierce and ruthless pirates turned pale, unable to maintain their balance, and stumbled as they supported each other on the violently shaking sand. Terror-stricken cries erupted within the beast pirates. These usually fierce and ruthless pirates turned pale, unable to maintain their... With a thunderous roar, scorching mud and sand accompanied by a suffocating wave of intense heat tore open a black hole several meters in diameter at the surface. Following that, a stone tablet emerged. It was an ancient stone tablet of dark red hue, with magma-like patterns subtly flowing upon its surface. Countless characters began to appear on the stone tablet. The legendary ancient weapon, one of the nine-tailed beasts, Four Tails, Sun Wukong. Upon seeing these words, the members of the beast pirates were astonished, and then they erupted into excited cheers one after another. This is a tailed beast. The stone tablet of Four Tails. We found the Four Tails. Great, we have obtained the power of the Four Tails. Just moments ago, they had been on the verge of collapse under the pressure of the Two Tails, but now the despair vanished instantly as the pirates danced in frenzy, with some even kneeling on the ground, greedily staring at the shimmering characters. Originally, the members of the beast pirates were searching for the power of the tailed beasts. Unfortunately, the power of the tailed beasts was too terrifying, too powerful. Before they could even begin to seize the power of the tailed beasts, they had been defeated by the tailed beasts. However, they never expected to find the power of the Four Tails on this deserted island. How could they not be excited? As the members of the beast pirates rejoiced, the stone tablet exploded, and a terrifying wave of scorching energy surged into the body of drought-stricken Jack. This was pure lava-hot crimson energy. Jack didn't even have time to make a sound before being instantly engulfed by this violent tidal wave of energy. Roar! Following that, drought-stricken Jack let out a roar, his body rapidly expanding and growing larger. Ultimately, an extremely terrifying creature appeared on the deserted island. It was a monkey-like creature with four tails behind it. Each time its robust tails swung, they created a deafening crack in the air. This was none other than the four-tailed Sun Wukong, one of the nine-tailed beasts. The members of the beast pirates were all in shock at the sight of the gigantic four tails. Because the tailed beast before them was simply too large, too terrifying. Standing before the tailed beast, they felt as insignificant as ants. This is the power of the tailed beast. It's truly overwhelming. I can feel the power of the tailed beast, the power of the four tails. Jack looked down at his gigantic fists covered in red fur and larger than the main ship of the Mammoth as the surging lava power within him almost ignited his sanity completely. Especially feeling the terrifying power within his body, drought-stricken Jack was overflowing with excitement. His enormous fists slammed down onto the deserted island with madness. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch sent violent tremors through the ground. Rocks soaring 100 meters high were instantly pulverized beneath his fists, and boiling lava surged from the craters, spreading wildly around. The entire island began to collapse under the fierce assault. The sea rushed in through the shattered cracks, and the scorching lava collided with the cold seawater, creating billowing white steam that obscured the sky. Drought-stricken Jack was enjoying himself, but the surrounding pirates were in dire straits. Lord Jack, stop attacking. The island is about to be destroyed. Lord Jack, please stop. The pirates cried out in panic. The previously ecstatic members of the beast pirates once again fell into the fear of being buried alive or drowned madly, fleeing on the collapsing ground. This power feels incredible. Jack completely ignored his subordinates, pleased his massive form, trampling recklessly in the scorching lava, his foretails sweeping across and shattering the few remaining high grounds. Quickly informed Captain Kaido. I have obtained the power of the tailed beast. After his excitement, drought-stricken Jack exclaimed. A surviving snail was rolled and crawled out by the pirates, trembling in the scorching air as it dialed the phone. Within the enormous skull structure, Beast Kaido also learned of the news that drought-stricken Jack had obtained the power of the tailed beast. Really? Is this true? That Jack kid has obtained the power of the tailed beast. Beast Kaido leaned on his wine gourd, asking excitedly. Captain Kaido, if our intel is correct, Jack has indeed obtained the legendary ancient weapon, one of the 9-tailed beasts, the Four Tails. Blaze could not help but say, ha ha ha, very good, very good. I have obtained the power of the tailed beast. Kaido let out a roar towards the sky and suddenly smashed the wine gourd in his hand into pieces. The amber liquid mixed with splintered wood splattered everywhere, but he was unconcerned, his scarlet eyes filled with a mad arrogance. Notify everyone to assemble. It's time for us to wage war. I will overturn the entire world. Beast Kaido's goal was to initiate a war that swept across the seas, thus overturning the entire world. However, previously his power had been insufficient. Now that drought-stricken Jack has obtained the legendary power of the tailed beast, he could finally begin to incite war. Captain Kaido, where do we start? Let's start with the Whitebeard Pirates. Beast Kaido shouted excitedly. The Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest pirate crew among the 4 emperors. Beast Kaido had long wanted to challenge Whitebeard. Now that the Beast Pirates have obtained the power of the tailed beast, it was the best opportunity to challenge the Whitebeard Pirates. Receiving the command from the Beast Pirates, the messenger rushed out of the hall. In an instant, the flag of the Beast Pirates hanging at the highest point of Onigashima flapped wildly in the wind, and countless roaring sounds filled with killing intent erupted throughout the night sky of the New World. Kila Island. This is an extremely prosperous island on the Grand Line. It has always flown the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates belonging to their territory. Attack! Everyone attack! Today we must destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. Let the Whitebeard Pirates witness my power. So the Beast Pirates are attack! Everyone attack! Today we must destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. Let the Whitebeard Pirates witness my power. Standing at the bow of the main ship, Kaido of the Beasts, with his massive frame, resembling a small mountain, roars towards the island, while wielding a gigantic black kanabo. Instantly, countless frenzied pirates with swords and blades surged towards Kila Island like a tidal wave. The battle cries shook the heavens, and the defensive fortifications at the island's edge were instantly trampled. On the other side of Kila Island, a large number of troops quickly approached. The Whitebeard Pirates, who had received the news earlier, showed no sign of retreat. Whitebeard himself took action, leading a dozen commanders of his subordinate divisions to rush over. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, strode at the forefront wielding his massive Naginata tsunami cutter. Kaido, you dare to attack my territory. Whitebeard, gripping his Naginata, glared fiercely at the distant Kaido of the Beasts, scolding him with great anger. Haha, Whitebeard, we've met again, prepare to die. Upon seeing Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts wasted no time and swung his kanabo towards him. Facing Kaido of the Beast's fierce attack, Whitebeard snorted coldly. He immediately raised his Naginata and charged forward. Bang! Boom! The weapons of the two clashed, unleashing an incredibly powerful shockwave. The two supreme haki clashed violently, and dark red lightning intertwined in the air. Bang! Boom! The weapons of the two clashed, unleashing an incredibly powerful shockwave. The two supreme haki clashed violently, and the terrifying shockwave rapidly spread outwards. Kaido, you bastard! Get away from me! Whitebeard firmly gripped his Naginata, blocking Kaido's attack. With his other hand suddenly retracting, he formed a gigantic fist. A blinding white aura instantly condensed around the fist. Skyquake! Then Whitebeard punched towards Kaido of the Beast's chest. This punch did not strike Kaido's body, but directly smashed into the air. Bang! Instantly the space shattered. Centered around Whitebeard's fist, a dense web of cracks appeared. A force of vibration so powerful it defied description erupted directly, ignoring Kaido's defenses and surging violently into his body. Kaido of the Beasts let out a cry of agony. His massive body was uncontrollable, and he smashed through dozens of hard rocky hills along the way, snapping large swathes of trees in half, flying for about 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed. The ground was smashed into a massive pit with a diameter of several tens of meters, kicking up a cloud of dust. This is the power of Whitebeard's devil fruit. The Tremor fruit is said to possess the power to destroy the world. Upon seeing Whitebeard send Kaido flying, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in excitement. Yay! Dad sent Kaido flying. Dad's strength is incredible. Kaido can't compete at all. Haha, what about the four emperors? In front of Dad, they are still vulnerable. These fools from the Beast Pirates really think they can defeat us just because they have numbers. Hey, you guys over there, your boss has been knocked out. Why don't you hurry back to your territory? Each member of the Whitebeard Pirates raised their swords, cheering loudly with satisfaction. As fellow four emperors, the Whitebeard Pirates and Kaido of the Beasts have clashed more than once or twice. Each time it has been the Whitebeard Pirates defeating Kaido. This time will surely be no exception. Haha, Whitebeard, your strength is indeed formidable. At this moment, an extremely arrogant laughter emerged from the pit 100 meters away. Kaido of the Beasts clawed his way up from the edge of the pit, laughing maniacally. Although he spat blood, he appeared to be in a state of extreme excitement. Hearing this wild laughter, Whitebeard frowned, his expression darkening. This was not their first encounter. Thus, Whitebeard knew Kaido of the Beasts very well. In the past, whenever he had sent Kaido flying, Kaido would immediately transform into his dragon form and choose to retreat if he found himself at a disadvantage. But now Kaido had also been sent flying by him. Why hadn't Kaido retreated this time? Not only did he not retreat, but he was laughing as well. What was Kaido of the Beasts up to? Just as Whitebeard was puzzled, Kaido let out another roar. Whitebeard, I wonder if you can withstand the power of the tailed beast. Upon hearing this, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Immediately after, the Whitebeard Pirates erupted into chaos. What? The power of the tailed beast? What nonsense is he talking about? Could it be that the Beast's pirates have acquired the power of the tailed beast? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are currently 3 tailed beasts appearing on the seas, and they are all in the hands of the Akatsuki members. Right, where would Kaido get a tailed beast? He must be bluffing, trying to scare Dad. One by one, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates started to panic. Although they shouted that it was impossible, the palms gripping their weapons were already damp with cold sweat. Clearly, they all understood what the tailed beast represented. This was the legendary ancient weapon possessing the power to easily destroy an island and conquer the world. Even Whitebeard's expression grew serious. Jack, come out. With Kaido of the Beast's rough shout, the crowd in the Beast Pirates ranks quickly parted. Jack the Drought, bare-chested and looking excited, stepped out. He was not even wearing his usual heavy metal armor today, and his muscles were bulging. What was most terrifying was that dark red steam was constantly rising from his skin, and the surrounding air was distorted and deformed by the intense heat. Boss, I'm here, Jack shouted loudly as he approached Kaido. His eyes were fixed on Whitebeard, filled with a frenzied fighting spirit. Do you want me to defeat them? Jack the Drought looked excitedly at the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. If this were yesterday, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to speak such words to Whitebeard. After all, he was the strongest man in the world. But now Kaido didn't care at all, as he had acquired the power of the tailed beast. He was now an invincible existence. That's right, let them witness the power of the tailed beast. Kaido of the Beast grinned widely, laughing as he spoke. Yes, boss. Hey, Kakudu. Slow down, you bastard. My legs are about to snap. This sudden outburst froze everyone at the dock. All heads turned in unison.